Rock off for Doug. Turn the amps up loud. Sinfully wet for Sharon. Hear the swoon of the crowd. Doug is the deity blazing slate up in the sky. Carnage with the scissors, making all the fabrics cry. Voters in the rafters, Faraday's on the stage, stirring up high tension, full electric, full on rage. Hexing the wings with the birds, every note a shock. When the chorus hits, it's a city-wide blackout rock. Just sit on the mic like a prophet at the grill, roasting bad ideas till they're smoking on the hill. Doug's Pretzel Factory open 3 days a week, serving twisted revelations, salted, crunchy, extra free. Salted, crunchy, extra freak. Justin runs the barbecue of questions and belief, tossing bad takes on the fire, grilling doubt for sweet relief. Atheist versus theist, mystics and some quantum woo. I'll throw the theories in the pit to see what makes it through. On TikTok and YouTube, all the verts and all the whores, cooking up hot memes and thunderstruck chords. Chat is like a mosh pit where the ideas intertwine. There is no schism, everyone cooks together fine. Just sitting on the mic like a prophet at the grill, roasting bad ideas till they're smoking on the hill. Doug's Pretzel Factory open 3 days a week, serving twisted revelations, salted, crunchy, extra free. Salted, crunchy, extra freak. No one left in silence, no one sitting in the back. Every soul stage diving in this cosmic snack attack. Justin shouts the gospel of the beat and the bass. Show us Christian love and make that baby place. To set the flame to high, let the feedback be the guide. A Doug's Pretzel Factory, we rock and shout with pride. One last chorus screaming as we raise our fist in time. Rock off for Doug, let's go. It's just in time. Justin on the mic like a prophet at the grill, roasting bad ideas till they're smoking on the hill. Doug's Pretzel Factory open 3 days a week, serving twisted revelations, salted, crunchy, extra. It's the freak. Dum 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 dum. He rolled in late with a twisted tea, talking about stars and synchronicity. Don't let me cut my hair, he cried. Mercury dancing in his chaotic eyes. Do you believe in God? He said it's complicated. Tarot cards, a magnifying glass, the whole damn stream was captivated. But he kept talking after he got muted. Still preaching truth, nobody disputed. No sound, no clue, definitely no sobriety. Just jazz hands flying with no propriety. No one could hear him, but no one looked away. A silent prophet crashing out, and history was made. He has risen, BMF. Silence screaming to the cosmic depths. Twisting tea communion in his hand. Talking to dimensions we don't understand. He has risen 3 times at least. More witnesses than the Prince of Peace. No audio, but the faith was real. All hail the prophet with the hemorrhoid wheel. Chat went insane, the memes took flight. Crashed just before BMF all through the night. Bring him back, we need him now. The whole damn internet forgot somehow about the callers and theology, cause BMF became mythology. Some said Messiah, some said saint, others just wanted the mute constraint. He was checking oil spiritually, reading tarot universally, operating heavy machinery while transcending ordinary reality. When BMF disappeared, there was an empty hole. Everybody asking, where'd our drunken Yoda go? He has risen. BMF, rushing his glorious mane to death. Saint of the Kansas cigarette smoke, the patron lord of Inside Joe. He has risen, he came back twice. Warm, twisted tea was his sacrifice. The crowd proclaimed in holy cheer. BMF is love. BMF is here. BMF is here. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. His name was BMF. The alpha and the beta. The first mover. The last mover. He passed the breathalyzer with a fart. He taught us to look at the stars and chase twisted tea with fireball. 500 witnesses saw him return, combing his hair while the comments burned. He rose again after being cast away, then vanished before the break of day. No sermon, no revelation, just finger pointing, gesticulation, and somehow that was enough. He has risen. BMF, ghost of the live stream, never left, still silently yelling beyond the frame. Forever will remember his name. He has risen. Raise one more can for the prophet nobody could understand. And if he returns at the end of time, as long as he's still muted, everything will be fine. May all your twisted teeth be warm. And remember, BMF is going to rock you. Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Dr. M's report to the scene. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mod, destroying all 5 pillars with the voice like a god. Baby, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam, cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice, getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic by a medically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you believing the Quran's nonsense. Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure, but that's a self-bone, bro. Blood clot gone and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait 1 beat, you're about to get owned. And M's cuts you down with the biology he knows. You think your prophet's to the moon? Are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad. Police be upon him. Justice for Aisha. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice, getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslim getting cooked in English and Arabic by a medically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another apologist needs attention. Dr. M's has entered the chat. You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith-inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels to smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted profits, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just want to know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow. And the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Hello, everybody.
What's going on?
Let me turn that off. Okay. There we are. Hello, everybody.
Did Mezzo end up ending then?
Yep. Like 10, 15 minutes ago. Well, actually, before 10, before I went live. I had to scramble to get everything together. So. I think I got it all. I think we're good. All right. Let's see who we got. Slug first again. Atta girl. And hello, Robin.
Hello.
Okay. Hey, Joe Dirt. What's going on?
Joe Dirt.
Neptune, you're here.
Where's RP?
He's probably asleep. We were gonna go live at 11. Well, my 11, because Mezzo usually goes till about midnight.
Oh yeah,
when he starts late.
Yeah, Mezzo
and
did early night, didn't he?
Yeah, he just cut it, and so.
Well, maybe they'll get a good nap in before it starts.
Let's see. Opal, what's going on? And Robin, you're here. Andy, hello.
Oh, it's so nice to see the Antifa trash being locked up for decades.
Nessie, always good to see Nessie.
But yeah.
Joker, what's going on, man? Is that Eli? Eli, hello. How are you doing, Eli? Welcome. And Golden Arm. Mezzo was bad tonight? No, he was not. He wasn't bad. I'd love to hear how you think Mezzo was bad tonight. Delayed Jezzo Ray. Hi, Evan. And JR, how you doing? Oh, new PFP. Awesome. Yeah, I got the email. I sent you a Purple Devil on CA. Fire song. Thank you, Robin. I'm very proud of it. Locked and Loaded. Oh, is this the chick who thinks she owns bigots by pretending that men in dresses are women? What?
Don't look like this person's going to get to hang around long.
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, bigots own themselves every
Yeah,
time.
they totally do. They make it so fucking easy.
Yeah.
It's so nice to see Antifa trash being locked up for decades. Okay. Thanks for the engagement, fucko. Let's see. Doing good. Thanks for asking. And not the Bible, Jason.
Be sure.
No, I'm not done with it. I'm not done with your stuff. Jason or Joker, it was someone in the Vert stream.
Yeah, I was trying to get over there. But be sure and like and subscribe to the stream before you get booted.
Yeah. Oh, he had to have subscribed, otherwise he couldn't chat. So there's that. But once he gets booted, I'm sure he'll unsubscribe, and that's like fine with me. Unless he's already gone, which I mean that would be fine with me too. Unless he wants to come up and fight, we could do that. I would love to do that. You got full named. Are you embarrassed about your full name, Jason? Hey, Mallard.
Was there a badass named Locked and Loaded?
Yeah, their name was Locked and Loaded something.
So
some
cool.
numbers.
Like, so cool. Cool. You're such a cool dude. What do you think about our the pond that Trump spent millions of dollars creating? What do you think about that? The nice reflecting pond.
I think it's another win for Rick Wilson. Everything Trump touches dies. You know?
Yep. He is.
Rick Wilson should go down in fucking history for coining that term.
He's the most incompetent human being alive.
So.
Yes.
Oh, and Joker was talking about the New York primaries, and I guess I think I put it in chat, maybe. But New York is going to regret losing fucking Dan Goldman. Dan Goldman was a fucking progressive. Just because he's not a fucking socialist doesn't mean he's not progressive. And whatever that the district is that just fucking turfed him, they're gonna fucking regret that, because now they don't have a congressman with fucking seniority. And yes, that matters in DC.
He loses
it
his
totally matters.
On his
so
committee.
they're going to have a powerless fucking freshman, and they're gonna regret it, because you know what? I don't know. They're not thinking straight.
Did you see where Trump said that he's not going to sign the new housing bill unless Congress passes his SAVE Act?
No, I didn't.
Yep, that's what he said.
I've been mostly watching SpaceX for the last couple of days.
The bill is ready to be signed, and he said, "I'm not signing that unless y'all pass my SAVE Act too." So, like he's ready.
Whatever. They're not gonna pass that shit.
No. He would cut. Whoever voted for him. He would cut your throat just to get a chance to cheat in this next election. And yeah,
absolutely.
I love it. Let him do it. No, they won't. I don't think that.
I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna pass it. Just like I don't think they're gonna fucking. They're not gonna fuck around with the farm bill too much either.
No.
You know, they're trying to put that over.
Look, voter fraud. We don't like we don't like cheating Republicans. That's why we're just not going to put up with it anymore. We know who the fraudsters are. We pay attention.
Yeah. You know, in the California primary recently, you know, all the people that got fucking arrested for voter fraud were all fucking Republicans. Why does the right love voter fraud so much?
Come up here, locked and loaded, and bring all your evidence of this voter fraud, and come in.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Are you a coward? Are you just a keyboard warrior? Yes, do you not have anything but a head full of Fox News talking points? Can you not argue your case?
Got a water gun. Cold water at that, probably.
No one watched Fox, bro. Whatever. That's why they have the fucking best ratings in the business, right? Because no one ever fucking watched it. Fuck you. Loser. Or light lefties. You're a
No one
you're a
wants to talk,
dipshit.
bro.
You know
No,
what? Nobody even cares what you have to say.
come on. Come
You're
in here.
you're a coward. Get up here and say it with your fucking chest, bitch. Let's go.
Just bring your evidence. Bring your evidence. If you got any evidence, are you a theist? You can bring your evidence of your imaginary friend too. We'll take that. Imaginary voter fraud, imaginary friends. It's all the same.
But hey, go ahead. Hide behind your fucking screen, behind your keyboard. If that's what makes you feel safe.
Yeah.
Poor
Swing
little
back hard.
maggot.
Y'all are swinging, all right.
Poor
Yeah,
little maggot. Oh. We pushed what so far?
yeah. Even your own voter
Like,
page.
I'm sorry. What the fuck are you even talking about?
Like,
I'm not gonna be
I'm not big into making
making your content. Like a weak little
Oh,
woman.
there's 2 of us. We're not weak. I'm not little, and Gretchen's she's veteran. So, are you a veteran?
Am I? You know I am. What are you talking
I'm
about?
talking to
Oh, is he a veteran? Yeah, probably.
yeah, I'm
not.
talking to yeah, the guy with the water gun.
Come on up, Kenny. The link's pinned in chat.
Kenny Lee. That's a country singer, isn't it, Kenny Lee?
If we're such bullshit, come on up and tell us. Set us straight.
Look, this dude, he's so brave that he don't even have a picture on his freaking.
Yeah.
Oh, that was hard.
So lame.
That's so like I made my account 2 minutes ago.
Hey, Nanotap, how's it going?
I'm not a liberal. Fuck off, Joker. Joker said, "Don't be calling me that shit."
Yeah. Choker's one of those lefties that thinks liberal's a dirty word.
Ah, yeah. Well, it should have been swallowed. You
No,
talking?
I think a lot of the ones that do that, a lot of the leftists that don't call me a liberal. I'm not a fucking liberal because they didn't have to live through when liberal was a fucking dirty word, you know? Like when they used it as a slur against us, you know? They didn't have to. They don't remember that.
I love it when Jill calls me a liberal. Actually, it just makes me smile.
I do too now, but remember how much it sucked 15 years ago?
No, not really.
Oh,
It
fuck,
never
I
bothered me.
do.
Like in Kentucky, it never bothered me because you know what I mean. Like I've been like that's pretty far left here.
Yeah, that's true. You're in Kentucky.
I'm
I
I'm here with all of the you know, like
drove me nuts.
50 IQ MAGA bunch.
Yeah, it drove me absolutely fucking bonkers at one point. Like when Obama was running for president, holy shit, that it irritated the crap out of me.
I know. Having a black president scared these little mediocre white boys to death.
Oh my god, I got called so much crap. Fucking people saying liberals like it was a slur, and you know, fucking race traitor, and you know, just all kinds of shit. And I was like, wow, God. And I'm like, and this is in LA, you know? And I'm like, what the fuck? What is going on?
Why don't you want to partner up with the white trash of America? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, you know, there's white people and then there's white trash. And Donald J. Trump got the white trash. We don't care what Donald Trump says.
I grew up white trash, so
we don't pay attention to Donald Trump. We don't listen to Donald Trump, Keely Lee. Yeah.
Hey, Andy.
What's up?
It's not your biggest thing.
Hello, Robin and Neck 2.
Hello. Trying to get some of these
What's up?
chicken shit to get up here.
Yeah, quit being such a chicken shit.
We get it, Kenny. He was also wrong about the Tylenol
He is
shit.
white trash
you
going
know?
on. He is white trash.
But I remember that speech. I remember that speech quite well, Kenny. He said, "Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen." That's your fucking president, moron.
Prove your God, Kenny. Bring your evidence. Your God. That's what we want. Fuck
God
Trump.
can't bless the USA because God's not fucking real.
Trump is
And
Trump is
MAGA
God,
and
like a
MAGA
Nazi.
is falling. MAGA's falling the fuck apart, and it is beautiful, and I love it. I'm
Yeah, he's
having a great time watching it.
Trump's a temporary thing. Your Jesus is forever, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, take that.
Yeah.
And you smell funny too. Can smell you through the internet.
Prove God isn't real. That ain't how it works.
Come on up here.
I'll do it if you come up.
How do you prove? Well, how do you? Okay, yeah, but how do you prove?
Let's
that
go.
God
The
is not
link
real?
is pinned in chat and in the description. Let's go. Get up here.
Is anybody knocking on the back door trying to get in here?
You want to be proven shit? Okay, let's do that. Come on. Come on up. All you MAGA Christians are fucking pussies. Every fucking one of you.
Pussies.
You guys just want to fucking cry in the fucking chat. You don't have the balls to fucking come up here.
Pussies. Exactly.
The cat warriors.
Every fucking one of you.
Crybaby
bitch
True.
little pussies.
You know
All
what
of you.
pussy is? Something you'll never get to see, probably. Most of you. That shit you ain't seen for a while. Since birth. Since your mom gave birth to you. Probably last time
Don't you have female sport to play, bro? Go beat up some women.
He's just trying to blow his own head
Yeah.
off, so we mute him.
Like Jill. That's what Jill does.
Jump on there with him, go, Norm. That's what you need. Is this your cheerleading team you brought with you tonight?
I guess.
Yeah. Why doesn't Golden Arm come up anymore? I always like talking to Golden Arm.
Oh, Golden Arm come
Well,
up tonight.
Golden Arm can come up. If he's had too much to drink, he won't come up.
Golden Arm, get up here with your drunk ass. We miss you.
You're the shit throwers. Hey, we're not over there on your channel, like hanging out.
One fucking Rachel, and you're gone again, Golden Arm. One fucking Rachel, and you are gone for the night. Those are the rules as they apply to Golden Arm.
That's pretty fair.
Yeah, like I think shit throwing. That was what MAGA did to the inside of the Capitol. I think on January 6th, wasn't it? Wipe shit on the walls.
Yeah.
Ew, did they? They did that?
Yeah, they went.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they. When,
Oh my God.
In the aftermath, there was like 10 or 12 different spots where shit was just smeared on the floors and the walls.
That's what happens when you let the scum of the
and a painting and a statue.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fucking disgusting.
They are. They're disgusting. They voted for shit and they wiped shit on the walls.
Yes, McTime, I did know that.
And they're chicken shit because we don't see them knocking on the back door.
So, look, they're all cowards. No, shit throwing is specifically a Democrat thing.
AOC. I mean,
oh, really? Was it Democrats in the Capitol on January 6th smearing the fucking feces all over everything?
Yeah.
Fuck off. Mel.
Like a bunch of monkeys.
AOC is smarter than all of you in chat that are MAGA. Like, added up together.
I'm obsessed with you.
Her
Like,
IQ
going
is
to
higher
the
than
zoo
all
looking
y'all's
at monkeys. Jesus.
Man, there ain't. What do you do? What can you say to these people to give them some balls?
Kenny Lee's probably in like fucking Alabama or Arkansas or some shit. It's like he's never even heard of fucking punctuation or how to spell. I agree with you, Joker. Kenny's boring. So
No hair on their ass. None of them. I'm 100% MAGA. That's what I'd do too, is run around bragging about that.
80% of liberals.
Yours. Actually,
If my mom seen your balls, I don't know that I'd brag about that.
my mom's balls were probably bigger than yours, actually. Guarantee it.
Look what Kenny said. 80% of liberals are on some type of antidepressant or psychotic medications. What the?
Yeah.
Where the fuck did you get that statistic
What?
from?
Right, he pulled it out of his ass, where the rest of he gets his shit that he wipes on the walls.
This is why nobody trusts people on the right, because they straight up just lie about everything they say.
Lie like dogs, like
That's
bear
true.
rubs. Lie like bear rubs.
Yep, and they
We
just
have
come
more-
in
we
and
don't
act
have more-
nasty and say mean things. Like,
We don't have more.
this is what
Kenny-
would hurt their feelings.
I'll bet you don't even know what a fucking conservative is.
Look, Kitty's
You're
in
just fucking
California.
MAGA. All you are is fucking MAGA. You
Yeah.
don't even know what a conservative means.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a liberal. He thinks he's hurting someone.
No, we
Yeah.
don't. Like, just, hey,
Well, I'm a Democrat and a
Those
liberal, and
MAGAs
he
either.
ain't hurting me.
there's more of you than should be. That's for sure.
Well, actually, I am registered as a Democrat.
Please come up here and prove
There's
your God.
not many MAGAs. What, in California? Are you out of your fucking mind? Yeah, there is.
Go to the northwest part of it.
Come up here.
What, do you live in downtown fucking LA or something? Yeah, there's plenty of fucking MAGAs here in California. Like, a lot. That's why
Damn.
our sainted governor passed that law so we could redistrict some of those fucking MAGA fuckers right out of office.
I voted
Golden
for
Arm
Bush
said he
Light.
voted for. Golden Arm said he
We
voted
have-
for Bush. Is he talking about George W. Bush? You voted for George W. Bush his second term?
No, he spelled it with an S. I think he's talking about that. The
A
beer.
C.
Hey,
talking-
get Mark
he's
Mills
talking about
out of
the
here.
beer.
Get Mark
Yeah,
Mills,
with a C.
Right. Okay. I thought it might have been a misspelling, but yeah, I see what you mean.
get Mark Mills out of here.
Yeah, Mark, you're gone. You know what? We've had that problem with Mark before. Just hide him.
Yep. See you,
Just
bitch.
Don't like the ableism shit.
Mark Mills has been kicked before, and he knows the rules. So he did that
Next,
shit on
you made a
purpose,
good
so.
point earlier about people intentionally getting kicked. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
they're-
It's all right. They can't even come up here and prove their God exists before they leave. Your God
Yeah.
is so proud of y'all right now.
That's what they're afraid of.
Yeah, it's against the law to deport American citizens, asswipe.
None of what he says like upsets me. It doesn't hurt my feelings.
Yeah, really.
It just makes him look stupid.
I've probably been here twice as long as he has been.
He just looks like somebody who likes a boot on his throat. Nope, you're not gonna say that word.
What the fuck? What did y'all have, like a meeting while ago? Did y'all have like a I don't know what kind of meeting that MAGA has, but I'd say it's
Yeah,
probably-
that's the second time you've done that, Kenny.
certainly in a book
You
club.
don't get to post anything that ends in TARD.
Yeah. See, bitch.
I mean,
I take care of people with disabilities for a living.
I mean, if you're a masochist or something and you're just waiting to get banned, you could just say so and we could take
Right.
care of that right now.
Oh, come on.
Their dignity might not matter to Kenny, but it matters to me.
Or do you have some sort of humiliation kink? Is that what it is?
Going
'Cause, I
on.
mean,
And you
'cause
think
we
He's-
could go on busting you up all fucking night. I
They're
mean,
probably
cool.
displaying how
you think
awful of people they are.
thinking, you think wishful thinking proves that your imaginary friend exists? Go, Norm.
Huh?
That's what you think. And lying about science.
Also to add to what you said, like to prove something is just to be convinced of it.
If
You know what I
creation
mean?
began, then God exists. Guess what? We weren't created, first of all, and the universe
Golden Arm, what are you doing hiding in the fucking chat?
Saying dumb shit.
You tried to
coming
get up
up?
here fucking 11 times the other night. What are you doing hiding in the fucking chat like a fucking bitch?
Get up here
After
right now.
He must be
11
wasted.
times,
He's probably
and
wasted.
you
already.
wanted to come up here and apologize to Arpy. Well, guess what? Arpy just showed the fuck up. Now you can come up here.
Nice.
Let's go.
Or not. Won't bother me.
What's up, Archie?
Let's go, Arby.
Yeah, what's up with Mezzo ending so early? Did he become a Christian finally?
Yeah, God was
Think so.
proven tonight.
No.
He wasn't here.
No, he
He
didn't.
came
Tomorrow's
back.
his kid's birthday, and he had to go out and set up a birthday
Look,
present for a
He
kid.
said I wasn't
So-
allowed
Yeah,
to
that's
talk.
fair. That's fair.
You were allowed to say
Yeah.
drop a slur. You were here long enough to do that. I wasn't allowed to talk. Dishonest.
Megalaham. Melgalaham. I don't know what that person's name is. But God deniers can cry. You will never convince anyone. How do you think I was a God believer? Someone convinced me that God doesn't exist. So clearly atheism works.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Where's the evidence that-
Milgaham.
Go ahead.
Faith is not a
And-
reliable
and
pathway
hell,
to truth.
Right.
With me,
That's-
nobody
faith is
convinced me. Nobody convinced me.
Well, I deconstructed myself,
I just
but a lot of people.
the book convinced me, or books in
Right.
my case. Yeah.
Look,
I just read the fucking words on the page, and it revealed itself
no,
to be
Mel-
bullshit.
Mel,
So
quoting the Bible isn't going to do you much good here. There's nothing that you can't believe on just faith. Like, I could believe that, like, the moon is made of cheese on faith. I
Come
could
on up.
believe
is that
that
same person
my
called the
Right.
MAGA?
come on, Mel, come on up.
Faith is the excuse
You want to see who
give when
knows
you
your
don't have
you
good
want to see who
evidence,
knows your Bible better, us or you?
right? If
Is
you
it the
had good
same
evidence,
person
you wouldn't
calling
need
him?
faith. You'd just cite your evidence.
If you can shut us down on the Bible, I'll straight up pay you like $25. How about that?
Or even just give a good reason for why you have faith. Explain that, because I don't see any good reason to even have faith.
It's the substance of things hoped for. It's wishful thinking.
You just
Yeah.
proved my point. Faith is the excuse you get when you
Okay.
don't have good evidence. If you had
faith,
good evidence, you
is
wouldn't need faith.
belief,
Atheism is your
despite or no.
We don't think
um,
atheism is our God. We don't have a God. That's what atheism is.
Yeah,
Atheism is the
faith
answer to
is
the
belief
single question, do you
despite
believe in God?
evidence or in spite of evidence.
Also, hey Face Jets, hey Equinox, Jermaine.
So stupid.
You can't even use the correct your.
Anybody?
So I doubt you have the capacity to actually read the entire
Can't
Bible, because
punctuate.
it requires, like, at least like a freaking 7th grade
No apostrophe
level of
T.
reading.
Didn't capitalize the Y.
Hello, Phoenix Rising, and hello, Golden Arm. I have spoken to you. I didn't actually say hello. Hi, Salamander Falls.
And hello, Arby.
Hello.
Did you call them LARPy?
Yeah, hi, Arpy. Sorry.
No, I did not. Could you not understand me?
I'm just teasing.
No.
It just sounded funny. Like
I just
like,
have
well,
No,
Blurry words.
that's what DeFreak tries to call me. Like, he tries
Yeah.
to call me LARPy because I
noticed
LARP
that.
something.
yeah,
Yeah.
Like, I don't get the
He-
insult.
yeah.
He just likes to mess
MAGA's
with people's names. He thinks it's clever. That's all.
That's
Yeah.
MAGA in general. They just love rhymes. They have they have a thing with rhyming slang, like sayings.
Right.
Oh.
Like,
Have you seen what he?
they think in
Have you seen what he
slogans.
calls me? Have you seen what he calls me, Arpy?
Grinchen.
Yeah,
Grinchen,
Whoa.
Atheism is not a religion because religion requires the veneration of a deity. Go ahead and tell
Yeah.
us what deity we venerate in atheism.
Agreed. That's the
Yeah,
dumbest
he
point
calls-
anyone's ever made.
He calls meso like that, and he thinks it's super fucking clever. So that's the intellect you're dealing with there.
Yeah, and this is the guy that
Oh,
thinks
fucking
that put
rhetorical
the
titan.
freak as his name.
Atheism is a religion. Really?
I-
Where's our church?
I already addressed that.
Oh,
We
sorry.
don't-
I
Why,
was
why is
totally
that
wasn't
such a, why
here.
is that such a common thing for Christians to say that atheism is a religion? Like, do you
It's
not
just
understand what religion
projection.
means?
It's like, no, you. But like
Yeah.
when they're saying that, like what they're admitting is that like religion is bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. They recognize that what dumbass shit they believe, and so they gotta kind of try to insinuate that everybody else believes dumb shit just like them.
Like, hey, fucking base non-stamp collector is like
Hi,
one
Kelly.
of the YouTube OGs that like got me thinking about
I love that
atheism.
collector.
Yeah.
Like, not collecting stamps is a hobby. That's funny.
Yeah.
You should watch Non-Stamp Collector. It's he's one of the original atheists on YouTube.
Yeah, we should maybe like react to that.
We should start with the thing for which there is no known maker.
Deity. He still can't spell it right.
Like it's a religion like bald is a hair color.
That's true.
That's a good
Previously
one, Robin.
Frozen
I like that.
Studios. Hello.
I like to throw that one on Marguerite every now and then.
Hey, what's good, McTime?
I like Nick Time. I've been listening to him lately on your panel. He seems like a cool guy.
Yeah, it was fun having him up on the panel last night.
Here, RP.
Matt Dillahunty pilled. Hey, what's up, Nectu?
I am sending this to you in Discord. The thing that made the things for which there is no known maker is the name of it. I think that'll be a good introduction. And you're muted, by the way, RP.
Yeah, no, I'm coughing.
Oh, sorry. No coughing allowed.
Yeah, that's why I'm muting.
That's right.
And I just woke up because, I thought Mezzo would be going to midnight PT at least.
Yeah, we all
It's not
kind of
even
did.
Midnight Mountain.
It like pulled an Ian. Just randomly just smoke bombs out of there. Some random time.
Ian smoked bombs.
He didn't
like, out
even
of
read the
entire
last 3
stream
super
today.
chats. He had 3 super chats waiting.
Mezzo.
He didn't even read them.
Gone.
He's like, oh, hey, it works for me that we don't have any guests. I gotta go. I'm gonna go build a volleyball net for my kids.
That's what Ian
Their
does.
birthday. Yeah.
Ian will just be like, well, guest box is empty. That's it. I'm in stream. He'll even do it in the middle of a guest. He's like, the guest will be like, all right, I've heard enough. And the guest will be like mid-sentence and Ian just leaves. So weird.
Wow.
And all of us are like, okay, I guess stream's over. Doesn't happen all that
usually
often.
with Mezzo, you get some warning because he'll load up the panel and then have them all talk to each other while he's turning the music up slowly, and then just walks away.
So Slug brings up the line Christians love to say, faith is a virtue. Like when they say that, ask them to define what a virtue is and watch them fucking struggle.
Well, and then connect it to faith.
Right, and then
How is it
explain
a
exactly
virtue?
how faith is a virtue. Like I could say fucking like
My knees are a virtue.
yeah, or like lying on your taxes is a virtue.
You're right.
Just because you say something is a virtue does not make it so.
You have to demonstrate it.
What do we gotta do to get somebody to call in?
Right?
I mean, insulting them doesn't work. You think it would?
I thought Golden Arm would be a shoo-in. What
So
happened?
for the people who are uninitiated, this is Non-Stamp Collector. He's an Australian atheist who just one day got out paint and decided he was going
Maybe we need to put Jaren up on the screen again.
he was going to make some content.
That fucking worked for us last night, man.
Anti-apologetics, but this is one of my favorites.
It's
By this point, he is in his career. He was pretty well established by the time he made this video.
Oh, I've got it.
What?
I've figured out everything.
Huh?
I've got the answer to everything.
What are you talking about?
Well, look. Who made your bow and arrows?
Me? Why?
So you know who made them, huh?
Yeah.
Right. And who made your house?
My dad built it.
Yeah. See, things like that, we know who made it, don't we?
What are you talking about?
But okay, get this. Who made the mountains? Who made the sun?
Well, we don't know.
Exactly. But I just discovered who made them.
What do you mean you discovered? Nobody knows who made things like that.
Man, this is going to blow your mind. You ready? It was the thing that made the things for which there is no known maker. The thing that made the things for which there is no known maker made the mountains and the sun.
So you mean that rather than just saying we don't know who made the things that we can't explain, you want to just credit it to that thing as if that's gonna...
See, it all fits, doesn't it? See, they had to be made by someone, but we've never ever been able to say who the maker was. But now, it just fits. The thing that made the things for which there is no known maker made them.
Well, actually, yeah, you're right. Wow, that fits perfectly, man. If there is such a thing, then that answers like every question we've ever had about where things come from. And there must be such a thing, or else we'd just be claiming that something came from nothing.
Yeah, that'd be stupid.
So the rivers
You
were
weren't
made by
here
the
last
thing that made
night,
the things for which there
Golden
is no known maker? And the rocks too?
Yes.
Oh, I never knew that. I've always just wondered about that. How did we miss it? Hey, do you think that the thing that made the things for which there is no known maker made the moon too?
Well, if it wasn't the thing that made...
Also, stay out of my state, Golden Arm. We don't want you here.
the things for which there is no known maker, who was it?
Well, I don't know.
Well, see, that logically means that the thing that made the things for which there is no known maker made the moon. We never have to say, I don't know, ever again, see? Now we do know. Let's go tell everyone.
Man, this is going to
Panel
totally
didn't
stun
want to
you on the
answer
top.
my
Wait, I was
questions,
just
rather
thinking-
they wanted to force their algorithm. You sound like a fae, Golden Arm.
No, worse.
Go look at Reddit. He has a
Oh.
whole fucking Reddit post about it, just crying about fucking Justin.
I'll answer your questions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Andy will answer your questions.
Agus, the Big Bang Theory isn't where things came from. The Big Bang Theory is the theory of the rapid expansion, not the sudden materialization of everything that exists. In order for something to expand, it must first, exist and then expand. So the Big Bang Theory is simply about the expansion, not about where the thing that exists came from. But yeah, you probably didn't pass high school science, so it's probably hard for you to understand that.
Remember how it rained yesterday?
Yeah.
Well, who made it rain?
Well, I don't know. Oh, wait. It was the thing that made the things for which there is no known maker.
Exactly.
Well, obviously he made the... Hang on, it is a he, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. That sounds sensible. Women aren't much good at making things.
Hmm.
Except babies.
Right, he. So obviously he made the rain, but he also caused it to rain. See, there's a difference. So I guess that means that he's not only a maker, but also a kind of thing that causes and directs events that we can't otherwise explain.
Wow, I think you're right about that. The thing that causes and directs the events that we can't otherwise explain. Because everything that happens has to have an explanation, and that, my friend, is an explanation. Oh, that must be what's responsible for things like the changing of the seasons.
Well, yeah, of course. That's something we can't otherwise explain, isn't it?
Do you think it's the same being as the thing that made the things for which there is no known maker?
Maybe. In fact, I'm getting a strong feeling that they are two different parts of the same being. Strong feelings like this
Hi,
are generally
Ben.
pretty good evidence for this kind of thing.
Dude, never mind evidence. This goes beyond evidence. A being this amazing doesn't need to conform to our...
Agus, I highly doubt that you understand quantum mechanics. If you do, go ahead and come up here and tell me which symbol denotes the Hamiltonian and the standard wave function. I'd love to hear you try to explain that.
standards of evidence.
Whoa, hold on. This whole thing can't be right. Who made it?
Who made what?
Who made the thing that made the things
Yeah,
which there is
come
no
on
known
up.
maker and that causes and directs the events
Let's all
we
get our
can't otherwise
blitz on.
explain?
Oh,
Why not?
Oh, he doesn't need a maker.
Why not?
He just doesn't.
Really? How come?
He just
Come up
doesn't.
and
He
be a
doesn't
real
need
life
a maker.
parody of what
He
we're
exists
seeing on the
outside things that
screen.
need makers.
Who says?
Well, in fact, he is actually the thing that made the things for which there is no known maker and that causes and directs the events that we can't otherwise explain and which doesn't need to have been made.
Oh, right. Well, if he's that, then it's pretty stupid to say that he needs to have had a maker, isn't it?
Yeah, anyone who said that would just be showing their ignorance.
Yeah, wow. Which doesn't need to
Hey,
have been
Hazel.
made. He answers not only the questions we have about the world, but even by definition, he answers the questions
I
we
love
have
how
about him.
Evan is
Well,
on
he's
one
the answer
tonight.
to everything.
Keep
The
it
answer
up.
to everything? Is he?
Well, yeah, he is. I'm sure of it.
Wow, the answer to everything. Our thing that made the things for which there is no known maker and that causes and directs the events that we can't otherwise explain and doesn't need to have been made is an awesome thing that made the things for which there is no known maker and that causes and directs the events we can't otherwise explain and doesn't need to have been made. Gee, the name's a bit long, isn't it?
Raisa.
Yeah, we'll deal with that later. Come on, let's go tell everyone.
Okay, but there could be more to this. Let's just think this through to see if we're missing anything.
Yeah, since he's the answer to everything, we better figure out which other questions he answers.
Yeah, let's get to work. I don't ever want to have to say, I don't know, ever again. Come on, let's sit down.
See, one thing I've always wondered about is where do good things come from that you don't expect?
Interesting
that
question.
Like when you're sick and then you get better all of a sudden, you know?
Yeah, I know. What causes that? Or who, I guess I should say.
Yeah, and who can you ask for things that no human can possibly give you, like good luck or strength in battle or good weather or something like that? Everybody, we've got some really important news to tell you all.
We've discovered the answer to everything.
Okay, here it is. There is this being called the thing that made the things for which there is no known maker and that causes and directs the events that we can't otherwise explain and that doesn't need to have been made and is the one thing from which you can ask for things that no human can give and without whom we can't be fully happy and is unlimited by all the laws of physics and never began and will never finish and is invisible but actually everywhere at once and who is so perfect that even if he killed millions of people including babies, he'd still be perfect.
Oh god, I love that.
Damn. Oh, that hits so hard.
Right? Non-stamp collectors, the fucking go.
Hey guys, that's so fucking dumb. No, movement in this universe is not random. It's deterministic.
Exactly.
Like you thinking that atheists think that movement is random, like it especially tells me you know nothing about quantum mechanics.
They just
Hey,
listen to
Arby,
apologetics.
Hey, what's
Arby,
up, Robin?
look at that thing in chat and see if you've watched it yet. When you get time. It was pretty
Have you guys ever seen Satan's Guide to the Bible?
Yes,
That sounds
Satan
familiar.
is based. He was on Apologia after those videos were going viral.
He never posted anything else after that, did he?
I never really saw anything, but we can respond to his videos too.
You know what? I'm gonna check because I remember watching that and thinking it was fucking hilarious, and I subbed and
What's up, bud?
B.S. Lewis has some good videos too. Like the
nope. It's to even now. It's the only thing that he ever fucking posted. He has a whole YouTube channel for one fucking video.
I guess eddy currents only apply to like electronics here on like our planet where we make them. The universe isn't like filled with fucking wires
Look
and
at-
transformers.
Look at this. I made a boy.
Are you like chat GPTing like random shit to say? Because like I'm an electrical engineer. If you want to come up here and talk about eddy currents, like let's.
He doesn't
want
to come up, or he would have. He would have already.
Woe unto us! I'm so scared.
The
of
link.
your
The link
spells.
is pinned in chat, and it's in the description, dude.
They're throwing
Put up
they're-
or shut up.
They're throwing in magic words at us for sure.
They're not even magic words. They're like sophomore year.
Come on, you can call in with your
words.
phone.
No. They think they're magic words though. They think
Yeah.
they are.
You don't need to
Whoa.
be on a PC. Just call in with your phone.
You forgot the last bit.
Oh, and who's so powerful and magical he could even make a virgin pregnant if he wanted to.
Wow, really? That's amazing. I never knew
knew such a thing existed.
Yes. Not only does the thing that made the things for which there is no known maker and that causes and directs the events we can't otherwise explain and doesn't need to have been made and is the one thing from which you can ask for things that no human can give and without whom we can't be fully happy and is unlimited by all the laws of physics and never began and will never finish and is invisible but actually everywhere at once and who's so perfect that even if he killed millions of people including babies he'd still be perfect and who's so powerful and magical he could even make a virgin pregnant if he wanted to exist.
I love how it just keeps getting longer and longer. Like this is such a good gag.
Oh,
Right.
Golden
We actually
Arm.
have a message for you.
Golden Arm threw one at you there, Gretchen.
Oh, I didn't see it. Sorry. What?
He said good night.
Fuck off, Golden Arm.
Go ahead and get up here, Aegis, and make it not an echo chamber anymore. But you won't because you don't follow 1 Peter 3:15 because you're a pussy like every other Christian.
Good night, Golden Arm.
From the thing that
But
made the
also
things
fuck-
which there is no
but
known
also
maker and that
fuck
causes
off.
and directs
Back
True.
it up like 20 seconds for this joke.
doesn't need to have been made and is the one thing from which you can ask for things that no human can give and without whom we can't be fully happy and is unlimited by all the laws of physics and never began and will never finish and is invisible but actually everywhere at once and who's so perfect that even if he killed millions of people including babies he'd still be perfect and who's so powerful and magical he could even make a virgin pregnant if he wanted to exist. But we actually have a message for you from the thing that made the things for which there is no known maker and that causes and directs the events that we can't otherwise explain and doesn't need to have been made and is the one thing from which you ask for things and laws of physics and killed millions of people. Oh man, this name's really long, man. Can we shorten it or something?
Don't worry, man. Just go on.
What's just tell us. Come on, just tell us the message.
The thing that made the things for which there is no known maker and that causes and directs the events we can't otherwise explain and doesn't need to have been made and is the one thing from which you can ask for things that no human can give and without whom we can't be fully happy and is unlimited by all the laws of physics and never began and will never finish and who's invisible but actually everywhere at once and who's so perfect that even if he killed millions of people including babies he'd still be perfect and who's so powerful and magical he could even make a virgin pregnant if he wanted to, wants to be thanked for being what he is and would really appreciate it if you would kill some livestock, splash the blood around onto things and then burn the carcasses so he can enjoy.
Now I definitely know you don't know what you're talking about, Aegis. Eddie Current for an Eddie Current to form, Transformers are not required.
The Nazis were Democrats.
Yeah, that's what I was reading. The dumb fuck said the Nazis were Democrats.
They can't even. They won't even own their own.
I didn't know that there were Democrats and Republicans in 1940s
God.
Germany.
And they were also
Right.
socialists. Oh my God! Can you tell me that you?
Yeah,
Hi, Maud.
nationalist, socialist.
Have a
That-
good night, Maud. Thank you, Maud.
Every
Love you, Maud.
history class that you ever took, you
Right.
flunked.
They were a far right. They don't ever want to stand up and own any of their far right movements after the whole world's condemned them. Then no one wants to admit to being a Nazi, just like no one will want to admit to being a MAGA once this is all over. You
We love
won't.
you, Maud.
What?
Tell Maud I love her.
We
Yeah,
won't
the Democrats
forget.
defeated the Nazis. Good point, Sir Economics.
Oh my gosh! Like, I hope they're not from Kentucky. I just hope y'all are not from Kentucky. That's all I hope.
All right, I'm going to take the dog out.
Wait, Antifa are fascists? The anti-fascists are fascists? Go
I
ahead
don't
and
know.
explain that.
The law of identity is like
That's
you know
funny.
that's like the Trinity. God is 3 in 1.
Yeah, because 3 obviously equals 1.
Yes.
Because when you add
German
1,
is Democrat.
when you add 1
Germany
plus 1
was
equals
Democrat.
6.
That's hilarious.
Man, like, I hope y'all don't breed.
Hey, Mel, I'd like to introduce you to a concept called a book.
Yeah, history.
Maybe fucking open one.
Hey, Gretchen, let's not get off our feet. Yeah, let's start with letters. Maybe the first 3: A, B, C.
But pick a book that doesn't have just pictures in it first. That's where you start at. You start out with one with not all pictures.
Or
Maybe
just go to
work your way
Wikipedia
from
and tell your device to read it to you, because that
Yeah.
could work too.
And then you shouldn't need crayons to fill
Nessie,
out
if you were paying
personality.
attention, that wasn't my argument. That was Neck 2's.
The smell. Grain offerings are okay too. Just remember, no frigging yeast. He cannot stand that shit. Effective immediately, he wants you all to stop boiling baby goats in their mother's milk.
Oh, what? okay? And he hates pigs and shellfish, thinks they're disgusting, even though he wants you to admire him for having designed them in their current form. Also, he wants you to please chop off the piece of skin at the end of your penis and kill everyone in the world who doesn't believe that he exists, and that includes family members. Now, in his kindness, he's revealed some medical secrets to us. Are there any lepers here today? Yes? Yes? Okay, you guys are going to need 4 birds and 1 lamb, and some kind of big cup or something for collecting their blood into. I'll get back to you with the details. Now, the rest of you. The thing that made the thing switcher is no known maker and that causes and directs the events we can't otherwise explain and doesn't need to have been made and is the one thing from which you can ask for things that no human can give and without whom we can't be fully happy and is... Man, this name's really long, man. I've got lots to tell you about him, everyone, so I might just see if we can come up with a shorter name to refer to him, but I don't want to just keep calling him him or he. What's a good short word we can use for a name? Something with just, like, 1 syllable. Just a few letters, perhaps. Anyone got any ideas?
That was awesome.
Yeah, not
I'd never seen that before.
Yeah, and as you see, like this next video is 17 years old. I wonder how old this one was. Yeah, 17 years old. So they're like a YouTube OG.
Non-stamp collector. I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, I've never even seen his stuff before.
Every time that I think these people can't be any dumber, I get proven wrong.
Yeah, watch out.
Like, it's like, they're like, hold my beer, bitch. Let me say the Democrats were not, the Germany were Democrats. Yeah.
Hi, hello, Wholesome Knave. How you doing? And Z Brothers. That's a new one. I don't remember seeing that name before. Hello. And hi, Dylan.
Had you watched that one I sent you, Arpy?
Oh, of Joel? No. Yeah, we can throw that up.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
One of these days, we're gonna have to watch the Bill Wirtz videos. That history of the entire world, I guess. You had to have seen those, right?
Yeah.
Those are great. You could make a religion out of this.
It's good to be king. You remember that?
Yep.
No, I don't. Are we watching Joel?
Yeah. Robin sent this to me in the private chat.
Okay.
Listen, are you a theist of some kind?
I am a lover and a believer of our Lord and Savior.
I'm inviting you to leave.
Oh, geez, I remember this caller. This is gonna be fun, quote unquote.
Leave the Christianity that you're in and come and try atheism. It's like, why not? The good news is it's factually amazing.
It's factually amazing.
In response to the why not, I would like to start this conversation with the word of God from Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future.
This is how you know that there's no free will, eh? Because he's got these plans, and then he's gonna like fulfill those plans.
I don't look at it like that.
Of course not.
I look at...
That's a nice verse, though. So what you're saying is, like, under atheism, you wouldn't have somebody that has plans for you, and that bums you out?
Well, it's kind of like the way I see that is the same as like my mom and dad have plans for me to, you know, to help me go through college, to help me, you know, they want to bring me on holiday, but I have my free will outside of their plans.
Okay.
Do you know? So God is not saying I have plans for your entirety for every decision you make.
Let's
He
not
said, I have plans for you.
let's not get bogged down with the
Prosper
free
you.
will just yet. So why are you reading that to me? I'm saying you can try atheism. We've got anything you need, but you need some sort of a deity to have plans for you that you may or may not fulfill or something, and that makes you feel good.
I'm starting with this verse. I'm starting with this word because I think, in my experience, that I'm not assuming on behalf of you, Joel, I hope that you don't find, but I think in my experience with talking to atheists is that there's a lot of fear with people coming from atheism and joining Christianity and believing in God and believing that God is good. When that conversation that you had with Audit was really interesting, you brought up cancer and the brutalities in the world, and it is a scary world that we live in. Like, I am not denying that, and there is brutality here, of course, but this is why I brought in Jeremiah 29:11, because it is a reminder that we have a creator, a loving creator that has said to us, I want to prosper you. I do not want to harm you.
Yeah, I've got these plans for you. Yeah. So
I'm going to give you hope and a future. And God doesn't say, God doesn't put a limit on the future.
You're not done yet.
God doesn't put a limit on our
cute little
future.
preach. Nobody wants to hear
That's
you
my
preaching,
question.
preach.
That's where
Why don't you stop
that
preaching, and it'll give us a good chance to talk.
Are you saying I'm afraid of this big bad world? It's so scary. There's so much sadness and harm and all these difficult things. And you're saying that there's something that like could satiate those fears, and it's God who has this beautiful plan for me if only I choose to accept it and live within his will?
I think there's a possibility that not all atheists, but I think a lot of atheists can be afraid of authority. And that's what I'm talking about there. There's a fear of authority. There's a fear.
So sorry, I may have missed something. So it seemed like you were saying that like the world's full of scary stuff, and atheists may have fear, but then you like switched it up to they're afraid of authority. So that seems like there's two different ideas. So you want to deal with the authority.
Yes,
so you think I'm afraid of authority?
No,
I'm okay with authority. You know, we have all sorts of authorities on this earth. Not only do we have like authorities, just to speak, and by the way, atheists are all different, but like to speak from my perspective, we have like governmental authorities that I feel I have to adhere to, right? I can't speed, I can't murder. God knows I wanna, but we can't do those types of things, right? And then there's also this other authority. I'm going to call it like a natural authority. It's like I have to drink a certain amount of water every day or I'm going to get a headache. Like
The fucker, Jay, what are you doing putting those words in fucking Cyrillics? I don't fucking need you to do that. You can say twat and cunt. You don't need to fucking disguise them.
I love how you knew exactly what I was pausing for.
Good.
You can say whatever the fuck you want in our chat. Fuck. See?
As long as are you 18? We don't want you in here if you're under 18.
Yeah, true.
No
fetuses. The fetus gets the yeetus.
I love him. I love him here, and he's like, he's hilarious. Joel is, and the comment section on this video, you'll realize it's gold. It's like gold. After this, you'll realize what it's about after a while too, because.
Yeah, we can take a look at that.
Watch it after, because it's like he recognizes it, calls it out, and then everybody's like, "Woo!" She's not exactly
the chat or the comments.
The chat or the comments. That this woman is not playing with like
a full deck.
Yeah.
Well, the comments are what happened after the video. The chat.
Yeah. I watched it live, and then I went back and read the comments too, because like
I'm sitting here realizing that I don't ever actually read the comments on any of these fucking videos.
This one I wanted to leave a comment, so I
like if I'm not in the fucking live chat, I don't even fucking care what anyone says,
because this chick's a doozy. And she's so nice too. That's what they said. They said she's so pleasantly insane.
Pleasantly insane. I love that.
Yeah.
I have to abide by these natural laws, or I might be in some sort of trouble. And that goes for like certain choices I make in my life. I feel like if I go off the deep end and do all sorts of crazy things, that might damage relationships. It might damage me financially. It might damage different things. So I want to be mindful of that too. So I think there are a lot of things that I have to be responsible to, not to mention at my work and stuff like that. I don't know that I am afraid of authority. I'm aware of authority and I respect that there are authorities. So does that sort of like debunk that thing that you said?
I don't know whether it debunks it, but I can respect it. I can respect what you're saying.
Let me ask it to you this way: What do you think I would rather be doing if I why would you think I don't want to believe in God? Like what am I losing from not believing in God? What am I afraid of?
Listen, I was taking notes from your conversation with Audit, and a question came to my mind. And I'm wondering, has the Catholic Church got anything to do with your conversion?
No. But you know what? This is so interesting that you're
got anything.
If we really want to do this, because usually like the goal of the live is for me to invite you to do atheism, and then you can tell me what it is that is holding you back, which is a great way of you telling me what values, like what value or what goodness Christianity holds. And I know that seems to be what you're doing, but what you're doing is you're trying to connect that to me specifically. You're barking up the wrong tree a little bit. I think it'd be better for you to tell me what value it brings to you. And then I can just tell you that we can do that with atheism. We could do it that way. It might make more sense for the conversation.
Yeah, see, my best friend was an atheist, and we lived together, so like this conversations along these lines aren't new to me whatsoever.
So what was let me ask you this question: what was your atheist friend biggest problem, and how did you solve that? Like, did you have a solve for it? So like, why did they not want to join your cult, and were you able to give them a good answer?
My atheist friend is a raging alcoholic.
Yikes.
And he is stuck in a rut. And this is why, like, I used to have my own addictions in my party days, and whenever I
Irish
found
alcoholic?
the Lord,
I don't believe that. An Irish alcoholic? No fucking way.
It's about as rare as a unicorn.
that has went away.
So did your friend go like, I want to fucking drink, and I'm scared that if I give authority over to God, I won't be allowed to drink anymore?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm just going by what you said. But the nice thing is, you should tell your friend, just if they're worried that if they become a Christian, they can't drink anymore, you should say Noah was righteous and he was an alcoholic. Do you remember that part of the story?
Yeah, and then that just brings us to God's forgiveness and mercy.
But that's what I would have said to him if he was like, I really just want to be an alcoholic, so I can't be a Christian.
Andy, was Noah the one who got drunk and got naked?
And his sons got cursed.
Yeah.
Now, when the Bible talks about uncovering the nakedness of Noah or whatever, is that literally them uncovering the nakedness, or is that like actual like slang for sleeping with his wife?
Well, a lot of people think that it was like a homosexual advance while he was sleeping. I've kind of heard a few different theories from scholars, but that seems to be the most repeated non-conventional theory, is that there was some sort of like homosexual, like touching him while he was sleeping, or it was just like a replacement story for some sort of like immoral sexual act that happened.
Yeah. A lot also got drunk. But his daughters got him drunk, and because they were like, let's get drunk and do dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was, I don't know.
It was a repopulation thing, though, to be fair on that.
Lot can get fucked. Lot is a piece of shit anyway.
I asked my mom.
Lot should have been turned into the fucking pillar of salt, not his wife.
I asked my mom once, so I said, what's the odds of these two girls were like, let's get dad drunk and doing, or that maybe this old man like got drunk and abused his two daughters.
Right.
Which one of those is more likely?
Yeah, notice you never get to hear the story from the perspective of the girls. Just,
yeah,
because
one good thing that women can always be proud of is that we contributed not one fucking word to that book.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and you
the
know
Bible
what?
does not pass the Bechdel test at all.
You know what? And by the way, Lot, you know, he was told not to linger, go get his family, and get the fuck out of town. He didn't want to go. The two travelers, the angels, had to fucking drag him out of town. And then God turned his fucking wife to a pillar of salt for just turning back and looking.
Yep. And then
but meanwhile, Lot actually put up a fight, didn't want to go. And he fucking made it just fine. So,
I know it was no men.
You know what? Lot was a super piece of shit. And that was after offering strangers his fucking daughters to fucking rape.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like I said,
you know, I mean,
every man on the planet disappeared. That's what I'd want to do is like have sex with my dad.
Yeah. So yeah, Lot was basically a piece of shit, and I would bet anything that he fucking well, obviously none of it was real, but I mean, the only real story is that Lot fucking nailed his daughters. Period.
Yeah. This is who God saw as righteous. That's what I like.
Yeah.
Like God's favorite people are always the like the
giant
crust.
pigs.
Yeah, the crust of the society. Yeah.
And if he ever says that, then you have your apologetic for that. That doesn't really answer my question. So, like, did they have an argument of some kind that they were like, I can't believe in God because there's no evidence? And you were like, well, let me show you all this evidence.
I don't want to speak for him, but what I think was his issue was that he just point blank refused to believe that there is anything above science.
I love it. I love it when they do that about anybody. When the callers, I don't want to speak for him, and then they fucking speak for him. I love that. I don't know why. It's my favorite.
And I already told everybody he was a raging alcoholic. But I just want to say that if he did want to drink, he'd always become a Catholic.
Yeah.
And that he is worthy of being loved and nurtured and cared for to the degree in which God does love. And
see, this is going. Let's go back to that, because you kind of, it seemed like you were leading us down this path of like, hey man, you know, you might think that there's just this world out there and, you know, it's scary, but there's someone that has a plan for you. There's someone who wants to love you and all the rest of it. The thing is,
I was saying that in relation to the conversation that you had with Audit.
I understand. What I'm saying is like, and then your friend here is just like point blank doesn't want to believe that somebody loves him. Now, if I were going to look at the evidence of this God character, I would have to come to the same conclusion. I think this God would be an evil villain who hates everybody on this planet and wants to inflict tons and tons of gratuitous suffering. He might be an alcoholic because he's very aloof. He's just not really present. He might be too busy drinking and not being able to help out people who are, you know, like 600,000 of them getting sexually assaulted every year. I would reject your notion of a God that has a plan, that loves anyone, or any of those things, just based on reality.
Based on reality.
Yeah, just look around. You see all the 3 million people starve every year, even Christians.
And yeah, do you know, Joel, I understand that the reality of this world is brutal, which I don't understand why some people don't want, if this world can exist as it is, then there is bound to be another world somewhere else, where people can gather and there's no brutalities, there's just pure happiness.
Why do you say that?
Because here exists.
You know
and
what?
Whenever I go
You know what
to
this
a
is sounding.
place,
You know what this is sounding like to me is what you accused me of. I think that you're afraid. I think that you can't handle how sad this world is. That you look
I would
around
agree with
and
you, Joel.
you see all the starving and all the things I've mentioned, and it's so sad. And
It
so,
is
in order
brutal.
for you to cope with it, you follow just some make believe cult nonsense, which is kind of like also sad because it's like you live in a fairy tale that maybe there's going to be something else. Now, I got to tell you, this is what atheism will offer you, is that you can leave the fairy tale. And I know that's going to be hard. I know it's going to be hard to let go of your fairy tale because, you know, you feel like there's justice there. You feel like there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. But this is the reality, is that you can get to work. It's like you can do stuff, right? You can make a difference. And it's only you and other human beings. It's all on us. There's no God later. It's just us. And we have to do it. And giving us that kind of agency is what's going to change the world, and it's what's going to make a difference, and it's going to matter more than us sitting around going, boy, I sure do hope we all get to go to heaven later because it's really sad. It's really sad around here. That's a waste of everyone's fucking time.
I disagree, obviously, but
it doesn't do anything. No. If you could change anything, if you could like help anything with your God character, your God concept, then we might have something, but you can't.
Let me ask you, Joel, when a child approaches you and tells you about Santa Claus, do you play along?
Probably. I probably would.
So why would you play along with the children and as if Santa Claus is real, which we all know Santa Claus is not real. Mm-hmm. So why wouldn't you do the same thing? I wouldn't play
along with an adult. I wouldn't play along
Why
with
not?
Because it's childish and they're believing something false.
But that's your opinion.
No,
that's
true. Well, you'd play along with an adult who believes in Santa Claus still? What if you're a boss? What if the person who is making choices for you in your organization believes in Santa Claus? Are you like taking that person seriously? Give me a break.
I would probably ask them, do you mean God?
No, they'd be like, no, Santa.
Father,
red, white.
Christmas.
He's a little bit fat.
God? Because yes.
There's a reindeer with a gold.
Santa is God.
Fuck yeah, I knew it.
Father Christmas.
So when your family member like dresses up as Santa to like you know play along, isn't that like super blasphemous?
Yeah, it's like doing blackface for God.
Ooh, yeah, that constitutes like super hell for sure.
That's Godface. Can't do
Godface, fucking Godface. Let's go.
A shiny nose, Santa.
Sorry, were you about to say something?
I was going to just point out that the difference between Santa and God is that at least Santa works one day a year.
Ooh, damn. Shots fired.
Oh, damn.
Mm-hmm.
You better watch out. He's watching you. You better do all of your paperwork before the end of the day, or you're going to be on the naughty list.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be like, I respect that guy. You wouldn't go to your manager and be like, he fucking believes in Santa Claus. Can I get a raise? Like, can I get his job? That guy's a fucking nut. Like, what are you talking about? We don't really want to engage with people that don't believe in real things, do we?
I don't. To be honest, if a person came in and was like, Santa brought me, like Elf, if literally Elf came running in and was like, Santa, I'd be like, okay, I guess this is happening now. But
the fuck is she talking about?
Did she mean Buddy the Elf? Will Ferrell's character in Elf?
I think so.
Because it sounded like she said Alf, but then like my brain quickly like went through Hollywood characters. Like,
I
the
heard
paradigm.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's Buddy the Elf, honey. Buddy the Elf. What's your favorite color? It's my partner's favorite.
You gonna turn chat
movie. This is not a live stream. This is a video clip. Yeah.
I think you do more than this. I guess this is happening now. But anyway,
I
this
don't
is
I
this is
don't
what
know.
it
It's
is.
never happened.
The thing is that like we want people to believe real things around us because when they believe fake things, it can cause harm. I don't know if Santa Claus will necessarily cause harm. If there was a secret Santa that was going on and everyone else brought their secret Santa, but your boss shows up and he's like, "All right, where's Santa? Santa would have brought the gift. I didn't have to bring a gift. It's Secret Santa. Where's the Santa? Oh shit, someone's not getting a gift, because he didn't get the thing. He thought they were real Santas that were going to bring the Secret Santa. That would be a frustrating thing probably for everyone.
Yeah. There's right. Okay. So let's talk about intelligence.
I don't know if you're equipped. That's fun, but you do believe in the fairy tale, so that was a good joke. But yeah, so go ahead.
Intelligence. What is intelligence to you? Would you say that this solar system and this Earth that we are on is fixed by a form of intelligence?
No, I don't
Good one,
think so.
Equinox.
I think it's just like laws of nature or whatever.
No. Would you say that the laws of nature is in itself a form of intelligence?
I don't know that intelligence, but let me read the definition again. Does the universe have the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills? I would say no.
So you're saying that the ways of nature isn't fixed by a form of intelligence?
No, I think it's just like a cause and effect type thing.
Is that not a form of intelligence?
No, because intelligence with the ability.
All right, with all these jokes about Lot's wife and like the Morton Salt girl, I have to play the Ian clip that like originated like the Morton Salt girl deification. So that's going to be next.
Yeah, and I just wanted to let Gretchen know that Mezzo does make a guest appearance in this.
Of course, it's weird seeing Joel in this aspect ratio. It's just it's not right. It fucks with my head, and also watching Joel and Mezzo without a chat it feels wrong. It feels like I'm breaking some sort of rule or something.
I fell in love with Joel, actually. Like he
It's
is
so
like
fucking weird.
he is like one of my favorites now. Like especially like she's like intelligent. He's like, I don't think you're equipped because you do believe in the fairy tale. I mean, like he's so nice, but he spits out such good.
Well, yeah, he's like undercover caddy.
Yeah,
he totally is.
And then this chick is just like I said, she is just disturbingly or like just so astonishingly nice and insane at the same time. Like,
Be the ability to acquire and apply knowledge, so things that it knows. So it probably would require mind and skills.
Yes.
So I don't think
you apply that with time. So you have autumn, winter, summer. Spring.
Yeah, that's like
they all
those
know
are natural
their
process.
time.
No, they don't know it. That's natural
Yes.
processes.
The force of nature applies these happenings, these seasons, at different times, and they repeat itself. They repeat. The sunrise is rising, and it knows where it is. If there's probably not a word in the dictionary for the knowing of nature, but when you look closely, there's intelligence.
Nature doesn't know things because like nature's not an agent. It doesn't have like a nervous system. It doesn't make thoughts. It doesn't, even like make decisions. Like it just acts in the way that like it's evolved to act.
and even if nature was intelligent, Mother Nature would not be a god because Mother Nature's a mother. So.
Well, yeah, it's completely it's in the nature. It's natural.
She's blown away by seasons, like
right,
like just the seasons. Like this woman should have been born back. I feel like back in the like back when they were like, oh, they're pulling the sun across the sky with a chariot.
How did spring know to come back and be spring while spring is usually spring? Oh, it just blows my mind.
She would have been perfect in ancient Greece with the Greek mythologies.
Oh yeah.
No,
in
you're just
nature.
what you're doing is you're like projecting an idea of intelligence on what is not an intelligence. It's just just natural processes.
Okay, if that's the case, then we're both doing a lot of projecting here. But
Like you
what I'm
think
saying,
grass is really smart and it knows how to grow?
I think the creator is really smart, therefore the grass does grow.
Yeah, but there's no reason to believe in the creator. That's where you're just like making stuff up because we do know how grass grows. Like they know how that works. They know how the seed germinates or whatever, and then the grass comes out of it. So you're just like adding that like there's a smart guy that's like putting putting their intelligence behind it. Well, hold on here. Mezzo, you just came in here. This is my best friend. He actually, I was happy that you're here. Mezzo's a bit of a seasonal expert. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah, I've have a bit of expertise in seasonology, and nice. around the office, we sort of do a joke sometimes where it's like, oh, you know about seasons. It's like,
what's the best season? I want to say Italian.
Lemon pepper.
Yeah.
Garlic salt.
These are both very Italian answers, so I think we can all agree on these. Grandma seasoning.
No, Grand Mall.
Oh, Grand Mall. Okay. Not quite Italian, so we have some contention.
Nope. I'm going with the seizure.
Yeah, I'm seasoned. Just a little fun we have.
Oh man, I've been asking you. They're fun. I've been asking you to get me a job there because that's so funny. I would fit right in.
We're not hiring. I keep telling you.
I know, but I would fit right in because the jokes are so good, and I do jokes.
Well, if you want to give me some jokes, I'll run them by the office.
But what about? I've been asking you to.
I would give you. I'd say like Joel said.
Yeah, but can I give you a resume just to like get a chance to maybe just like show up and do that? Because sometimes it's like in the delivery, and my delivery is like
the resume.
The resume is fairly funny because there's a lot of like just funny like nods in there to like jobs that I should have gotten and stuff like that.
Hi.
But like
that's good. I like that.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. But like I would love to like get there because I need a job. That's why I've been doing this all the time. And so it'd be great to just like be able to pass off that resume. But anyway, let's talk about seasons.
I actually went to college for real and studied for 5 years.
That's fine.
Some people do it in 4, but this was all like season stuff. And just as an expert in this field, you have autumn. Some people call it fall, but autumn is the better word for it.
Yeah.
Winter, spring, all of it, like the rest of them, whatever all of the seasons are. And
can I ask you before you go on with Neo for a second?
Hey, Joker, scientists didn't want to name the Higgs boson the God particle. There was a book being written about the God particle, and it was supposed to be titled The Goddamn Particle because it was so goddamned hard to find. But the publisher did not want to publish a book titled The Goddamn Particle. They thought it would be too offensive. So they shortened it to The God Particle. So that was simply out of the scientists' hands at that point. Mitochondrial Eve, however, I'm not sure on the origin of that phrase. So that could be, scientists just be shooting themselves in the foot. But as far as the God particle goes, that was not their fault.
It's just like, you guys will know this, and if you have to like ask one of the other people at the office, do April showers bring May flowers? Like, is that accurate? I know that's like an idiom. We always hear that, and it's fun to hear that. But like, is that true?
Yes.
Okay, that's a real one. Okay, neat. Okay, I love that. That's pretty neat.
I mean, look, when it rains, what happens?
It showers,
and then when it rains, it pours, and when a shower is a rain, and when it rains, it pours, and when it pours,
then you gotta wash your face to get those, because of those pores. They are going to get dirty.
I'm gonna tell that to Kyle.
This is what I'm saying. I should work there, Mez. I should work there.
I'm going to take credit for it, though.
I should work there. Okay, go ahead.
They don't think. The seasons don't think. They don't know anything.
Okay.
They don't have an opinion on anything. They really just happen. It has to do with like the tilt of the earth.
Neo, you got to write this down. This is really important. So the no intelligence, go on.
no intelligence, no emotions, no preferences, literally just like they're only there because of a circumstance of something else, and it's again just the tilt of the earth. That's
Right.
it.
In response to that, I think this conversation has went into you're not seeing the forest for the trees. I am always talking when I speak of the intelligence behind the
forests
seasons.
are going to do better.
I'm speaking of the creator, the God, Papa.
Let's check in with the seasonologist. So, Mezzo, do you think there's like a big disembodied mind that has like tilted the earth just so that there can be seasons? Has there been any evidence for that or any sort of research into that hypothesis?
Yeah, I mean, we looked into it.
Okay,
we spent some time, and this was kind of like earlier in the field, but no.
There's none of that shit. Okay. Well, Neo, it seems like there's no reason for you to believe that stuff. It seems like this is like echoes from a superstitious time. It's just like this thing where people didn't know how things worked, so they applied God to it. Does that make sense? I think it's called God of the Gapes, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think it's more deeper than that.
God of the Gapes has gone pretty deep. But the thing is that like science...
God damn it, Joel.
Yeah, didn't used to explain all the gapes, right? There was so many gapes that were always just like shoved full with God. But now, because science has learned how seasons work, how Earths tilt, how grass grows, because of that, those gapes are way smaller. They're like there's not even a gape there anymore, right? It's just completely sealed up. And then there's still some gapes, but I feel like you're applying God, like you've made up your own gape in a sense. Does that make sense? Like it's your own kind of gape.
No, it's not my own gape. I don't have that much power and authority to create my own concept of how life is and how life isn't.
But most people, like most people, even theists, believe that like there are natural processes. They just believe that like once upon a time God created the heavens and the earth. That gape is still there, but you're like gaping so much for God that you're just like, oh, the grass that's growing, God's doing that, and it's like you don't need God in that gape.
You actually don't need a lot of power to fill a gape. That's kind of the thing, is that when it's gaping, like wide, it's kind of like easier to fill up. In fact, like some people would even feel like they were performing underwhelmingly if it was too gaping, or it's like complex seasonologist talk stuff.
Yeah.
But like all I mean is that
we're not going to understand that.
It's easy. Yeah, it's fine. It's technical. It's easy to like just not know something and put a pretend thing in its spot. You don't need any power at all for that. Just like the power of pretend. That's it.
It's actually really interesting, Joel, that you just said to Mezzo that, whenever he was talking about seasonology stuff, you were like, yeah, we're not going to understand that. So because we don't understand that, do you think we shouldn't believe in it?
Well, but I understand it.
The thing is that like, and Mezzo, correct me if I'm wrong, and you can certainly like push back on me, but like if I were to ask for clarification and I were to like explore these ideas, would you eventually be like, listen, just trust me? Or would you be able to explain every step of the way?
Every single step of the way. When it comes to seasons, we got it figured out.
Yes.
We know it. We got it like down to the second.
Perfect.
This is it. And when it comes to the living God, Yeshua, Jesus Christ, has explained it every step.
Josh Christ.
Really, Josh.
Of the way. And you have,
so why,
Joel, an option to believe the seasonologist or not.
This is great. So let me ask you this question, because if it's been explained, I need to know. Why do babies get cancer?
Cancer is...
I'll just step in and say that is not the season's fault.
No,
Stop trying to say that has anything to do with seasons. It's like, don't put that on us. We're like having a hard time getting budget as it is.
I literally don't think anyone has ever even ever said that.
Misinformation that seasons cause baby cancer.
Nobody has said that, so just calm down.
That is a question that is just, it's a hard question, and I can
we know it's hard. So what's the answer though? If God has given you that, because apparently God's answered all the difficult questions, you said?
Okay, so going back to what we realized about me at the beginning of this conversation is that I am not enjoying the brutality of this world.
Yeah,
all right?
I'm not asking for that. I don't care about your opinion.
No,
what I'm asking is, what is God's revelation? What does God say? This should be a pretty quick. Let's try this.
Ooh, this will be super easy. 1 cup, 2 bears. Why does Satan exist? Satan doesn't exist. So next question, please.
Well, wait a minute. Like every superhero has to have an arch nemesis. Like Batman has Joker, Superman has Lex Luger. Um, like every superhero has to have an arch nemesis. That's why Satan exists.
Say,
That's a good answer.
you mean in the story, though, right? Not literally.
Yeah, in the story. Like
Yes, yes.
I mean, in the same sense that Superman and Lex Luger exist, so does Jesus Christ and Satan.
Why do parasites exist?
Why is there darkness? Because you close your eyes, bud. Open your eyes.
If you go down to and hang out at Antarctica at a certain time of year, there is no darkness. There's a 24-hour sun. If you're scared of the dark, you can go hang out down there.
Why do parasites exist? Parasites shouldn't exist.
Parasites exist because they evolved. Because evolution is true. If God is real, then like parasites shouldn't exist. Like that's just like, you know, a fact in the column of unnecessary suffering, also known as the problem of natural evil.
I love it. I believe in a God, and therefore I'm going to question why do parasites exist. Okay.
Yeah, and also Joker is technically right. Darkness doesn't technically exist. It's just a lack of illumination.
Bro.
Same thing with cold. Like cold is not like actually a thing. Ooh.
Sorry, it was funny.
Controversial, racy. I'm tugging on my collar right now.
I'm loving Mezzo with his seasonologist.
Wait. Is seasonology at all related to plantology?
It's got to be.
They got to be related fields.
He spent 5 years in college studying it, so I mean, it must be like fully real.
Yeah, and he named 3 of them and said, "Oh, and the rest of them, whatever they are."
I survived. So am I part of the darkness? Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Mezzo, why do leaves die during fall?
Yeah, so it just has to mostly do with temperature.
Yeah.
Right. So the temperature, the sun has been baking the trees all summer long. They're getting a bit dried out. So as they cycle around, the leaves have less moisture and they fade off, and they're clearing room. Like, so it has to do with the dryness, but also just evolutionarily, trees evolved in such a way where they clear and make room for new leaves, and it just like creates the cycle of growth so that they can have the next leaves next year.
So Neo, notice how Mezzo didn't say, "Oh, I don't like how leaves change."
Fun fact about early Earth. Trees like pre-existed most of the bacteria that is alive today. So when like trees died on early Earth, like they didn't decompose because the bacteria that would eat away at the bark and leaves didn't exist yet. And so early Earth was just full of just like dead trees that weren't decaying. Isn't that like kind of crazy to think about?
Is that kind of how we got oil?
Yeah, that's exactly how we got oil and coal. All that organic material, just kind of sat there and, was finally like compacted underneath a lot of dead trees that weren't decaying. And because they didn't decay, they didn't have anywhere to go. So all that organic material was very ripe when it was buried deep below the surface.
and how they die and they fall and then you have to rake them up. It's hard. It's very difficult to collect leaves at the end of the season. Notice he didn't say anything like that. He just gave me the answer. So that's why
Did you want me to? Because I have.
No, I don't
opinions
need the
about rules.
That's fine. I don't need the poetry.
Oh, you're saying don't do that.
Don't do that. Yeah, I don't care about your opinion.
Oh, I did it right. Yeah.
Yeah, you nailed it. So what I'm looking for from you, Neo, you said that there's no time that we're going to sit here and go, oh, there's no answer. You have the answers to everything. God gave us these answers. So I'm saying, why does a loving God give little babies cancer? What's our answer?
Well, as I was getting into the answer, my reasoning for what I was saying was that this earth is brutal. So there are many ways that we can die and leave the brutality of this earth to go home to heaven, where we reside with God and we are at peace and we do not cry. Therefore, I would prefer cancer than getting minced or chopped up by a man with an axe.
Okay.
Or
so God, let me jump to.
I would rather have
Neo,
cancer.
Let me. I'm putting it
What?
together.
Comfortable. Do you know what I mean? There's
so this is
many
it.
ways
This is
to
it.
die.
So
We all
this is
have
it.
to die.
Hold on. God kills babies with cancer to stop them from getting chopped up by axes later in life. Is this your answer? Is this what God revealed?
Death?
What about the babies and children that do get cancer that don't die from it, but then have to fucking drudge through the rest of their life, with the afflictions that come from being cancer?
Well, even if you were trying to send a baby to heaven, why kill them with cancer? Why not just drop a piano on them or something?
Yeah, well, and why do conservatives fight abortion so much? Really, if this,
right?
Babies go to heaven anyway. But he's fixing to come to a realization here in just a few minutes about this woman. Yeah, he's.
Is that what God revealed in the Bible? Everyone's going to die. God saves little babies by killing them painfully with cancer so that evil men with axes don't chop them up. Is this your answer?
Have you heard how our Lord was brutalized? Have you heard he was not without the same
This has
experience?
nothing to do with anything.
It has everything to do with your question.
Not really.
Because you're asking, why do babies get cancer? Why are we on a planet where our God gets murdered?
Let me ask you this. That
is the question we all need to ask ourselves.
I will ask that question, but why wouldn't God
not
give the baby?
Oh, hey, my dude. So good to see you, Jam. Hope you had a good hump day. Now, is Joel about to realize that she's that this caller is a Mezzo Wednesday kind of guest?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, Aguinai, if that's how you say it.
She might even be a Monday kind of guest, to be honest with you.
Aguinai says, sin brought death into the world through our own actions, and Satan and demons may cause afflictions, not necessarily God. Why is it assumed God gives babies cancer? If sin brought death and suffering into the world, can you explain why dinosaurs had bone cancer literally millions of years before humans existed?
And who created Satan?
Also, but chronologically, that doesn't make sense. Dinosaurs were already dying and had cancer before humans could even exist. So, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and square that circle for us.
Dinosaur, that the Earth is that old.
I mean, I really believe these people never even think of the questions they ask us. They're never like, oh, I should say Satan causes all this stuff. Okay, who created Satan? I don't know.
Hey, Issa, can you give one cup 2 bears a 5-minute timeout for that bigotry?
They're like, my God, my creator God created everything.
I appreciate you, Issa.
He created everything, but not Satan, I guess.
Yeah, one cup. Sorry, you don't get to use gay as an insult on this channel. Not even if you fucking spell it weird.
Yeah, because guess what? It's Pride Month, and gay is definitely not an insult.
I don't care if it's not fucking Pride Month. I think Pride Month is fucking stupid. But you
Every
don't
month
get to
should be
take
Pride
part
Month.
of you don't get to take a part of someone's identity and use it as a fucking insult to slur other people.
Well-
You just don't. Not on my fucking channel. Sorry.
Well, the wild thing is they're implying that, like, you know, getting AIDS is like a definite side effect from being gay, and that is not at all true.
I guess.
Yeah, well, he's also a fucking idiot. He thinks AIDS is a fucking virus. AIDS is not a virus. AIDS is the fucking sickness that you get from it. HIV is the fucking virus. Just like, you know, COVID isn't a fucking virus. COVID is a fucking condition. It's a sickness. The
That you
corona
get
is
from
the virus.
Yeah, SARS.
And actually now they can treat AIDS and everything, but it doesn't seem like there's any cure for stupidity.
Yeah, there is no PrEP medication for stupidity, unfortunately.
Also stop the guy from brutalizing them by mincing them up with an axe. Why wouldn't he stop
Because
both?
we are on
if he's
planet
loving,
Earth,
just
and
if he's loving.
this is possible.
Why does he do that? Why doesn't he make it not possible for those things to happen?
Because for it to be not possible, we would need to be in the place which he tells us of, that is heaven.
Well, why
And
doesn't
we
he
have
just put us in
clearly-
heaven? If he loves us, why doesn't he just put us up in beautiful heaven if that's going to avoid all the
Do
horrible
you
stuff?
love him?
Because then we wouldn't get to enjoy baby cancer, Joel.
Do
I
you
don't
love
think that's
him?
a good thing. I don't know him. I've never met him.
Exactly. So I don't know my neighbor down the road, so I'm not in his house.
Would you?
Agu and I, here's a little thought experiment for you. If God existed perfectly alone, and then God created, which introduced imperfection into existence, isn't that act of creation imperfect in itself? Because God goes from being perfectly alone to existing with imperfection. So by introducing imperfection, you are in turn instantiating an imperfect act. Things that instantiate imperfect acts are imperfect themselves. Therefore, God cannot be perfect. So no, like, God could not have created Satan perfectly, because at that point God had already introduced imperfection and is therefore imperfect himself.
Love the neighbor? Yeah, well, that's your neighbor's fault. He should come and introduce
That's it.
himself and invite you in.
Exactly.
Neo,
And
do
the
you know
Lord
God?
has done that. The Lord has come
Neo,
down, introduced
do you know
himself,
God?
invited you in, and you have said, "No, I don't believe in you."
Is your
so
neighbor?
you are here
By the
with
way,
me
Neo,
on this
Neo,
planet,
is your
surrounded in brutality.
Neo, is your neighbor causing all the brutality on your street too? Just because you're and you can only be safe in his house, but he has only secretly told some people that he actually exists. Like, what is this fucking stupid metaphor? Like, God
Satan
is
was
by the way,
kicked out
is
of
your
heaven
neighbor
for
down the
bringing
street?
brutality.
Is your neighbor down the street also all powerful? Because if you have an all powerful God who's loving, there should be no baby cancer and no dicing up with axes. That's just ludicrous.
According
That's
to
ludicrous.
God's law, Joel, according to God's law, God's goodness, we should be perished by now.
Augie, you and I don't think you're understanding the train of thought. God existed perfectly alone. God was supposedly perfection before creation. So no matter what, if God didn't create evil, God still created the capacity for good to become evil. Before, when God existed perfectly alone, there was not that capacity for good to be corrupted. So by creating that possibility for corruption, God
it says in the fucking book that he's fucking created it, that evil comes from him.
Yeah, we can absolutely
it straight up
cite
says
the
it in the
Bible.
fucking book.
We can absolutely cite the Bible for that. But just like at the philosophical root of the idea, like, God introduces imperfection. Things that introduce imperfection are not perfect themselves.
Also, hi Green and hi Wally Wonka.
What? Well, that's a bad law. Why? You and I? What have you done? What have you done to deserve that?
For example,
I haven't done.
let's go
I
to
haven't done
Texas.
anything to deserve that.
Yeah,
That's
go to
insane.
Texas. If you murder someone, you're getting the death penalty. That's it.
Yeah, I haven't done
You are
that.
perishable.
I haven't done that.
But we have done something in heaven to be fallen from heaven.
I was in heaven?
To be on this planet.
I was in heaven?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, you're bonkers. Oh, you're out of your mind.
Yeah.
Is she a Mormon? Because that's Mormon doctrine, right, Gretchen?
I love that he says, "Oh my gosh, you're bonkers."
Yes, it's.
Don't say bonkers too loud. My friend might hit up chat.
Oh, it's it. Yeah, like I said, one of the comments was, "This woman was so pleasantly insane."
Yeah, Mormon doctrine is that we'll start in heaven, and we come down here because we get bored or something, and we choose to come down here. That's why we're all here, because we chose this. Not kidding.
I want to be. I think that I didn't choose this because I would have chose to be a man because I want a planet. And I'm really pissed that I wouldn't get a planet in Mormon mythology.
Oh, God damn it. There he is.
Bonker hunkers. Hey, no all caps, dude.
Hey, bonkers, hit me up on Discord.
So you believe that every person, you believe that every single person on Earth was once in heaven. They did something egregious and they were sent down.
And we have fallen. We have disobeyed God, and we have fallen with Satan.
Is God the creator?
Yes.
So he created all sorts. He created billions.
God.
He created billions of souls in heaven who all like fucked with him and did something evil in heaven, and he had to send them all down to.
Come prove it. The link's pinned in chat, Terry. Click on it. Come on up here and fucking show us he's real.
Also, telling us to enjoy hell is in direct contradiction to 1 Peter 3:16. Like, what part of telling us to enjoy hell is gentle or respectful?
Also, it's against the rules. It's against the rules. Did you read the rules in chat? It says no threats of hell, blessings, or prayer.
We're not scared of your
none of them.
We're not scared of your secret little place.
Fuck you, nobody.
So the craziest video suggestion came up in my algorithm the other day. It's a video titled "Left Ear Mozart at 2x Speed, Right Ear the Bible in Chinese."
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
The Earth?
Have you ever disobeyed your parents?
Out with the babies, like. So there's a soul in heaven that like does a bad thing, and God sends them down for like a year. They don't learn anything. They don't do anything except hurt. They don't relearn about God. They don't like accept Jesus into their heart or anything. And then he just takes them back. Why is he playing like basketball with these babies, throwing them down and back up?
Because when I do something wrong with my parents, they put me in my bedroom. They say you're not allowed to go out anywhere until we say so.
This is them just being put in the corner. They're being put in the corner for 5 minutes. They go down to Earth, get cancer for a bit, and be sent back up right away. Yeah.
Because when your father is God Almighty,
cancer babies
then there's many ways that we can be punished for disobeying Father.
Neo, you're certifiable. Like, by the way, none of what you're saying is in the book. Like, this is you just like going way off script. Like, at first I thought you were just like Christian and you were doing Christianese. Now you're just like bonkers. And this is for the other theists in the audience and in the chat here. Just recognize that like this is what happens. It's like some sort of idea cancer in her brain that is like messing her up.
Joel, do you know what's definitely not in the book? The Lord did not say, "I do not exist." That is definitely not in the book.
Of course, it wouldn't be in the book.
Just so I could record this, Neil.
But you asking me?
Hold on, sorry, Neil. Hold on, can you hear me? Just would you mind saying that in your opinion, like, would you say, as a Christian, in my opinion, babies who get cancer deserve it?
No, nobody deserves it.
You said it was a just punishment from God.
They were kicked out of heaven.
Being punished.
They were kicked out of heaven and sent down to earth to get
do they
cancer.
deserve it? Do they not deserve the punishment?
You're saying, so you're Mezzo, I think you should stick to seasonology.
No, Neo,
what
that's
doing
what you're saying.
My
No,
words
that's
and
what you're
saying.
saying. Neo.
When did that come out of my mouth?
This is what you're saying.
When did that come out of my mouth?
This is what I heard. What you
Quote
said,
me on that.
Neo, what you said was that every soul on earth has done something egregious in heaven, so they were sent down, and this is their punishment. They have to go through this brutal world. And part of the punishment, stop talking over me. Part of the punishment is these babies who get cancer. That must be their punishment for whatever they did in heaven. Isn't that true?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that what I said in response to that was I would rather get cancer than get chopped up by an axe. That is the only thing that I said in response.
But you said we are all sent down to. Okay, are we all? Are we all? You did say that. Are we all? Stop lying.
What the fuck are you talking about, Robert Tucker?
Yeah, atheists don't practice witchcraft. Those are witches. Atheists are not witches.
And witches do tend to believe in some sort of deity, so
and magic ain't real. Trust
like
me.
Get fucked, I guess. Like open a fucking dictionary. Figure out what words mean.
Oh my God. Are these adults? Are these people grown? Are you sure they're old enough
Probably
to be?
not. I don't know. Probably not.
We're the appointed guardians for these people.
Yeah, like, oh, I believe in, like, I used to believe in magic too, and I was grown. So, like, okay, I guess I should knock them.
I believed in magic when I was a Christian.
And because witches burn candles, that means that church is real? I mean, I'm not even sure what the fuck he was trying to say there. That's like embarrassing, dude.
I didn't believe in magic when I was a Christian. It was after I left Christianity that then I was like, oh, fucking magic's real. How did I not know this?
Just take the extra 5 seconds to read what you're going to post before you hit enter. Because
what else is prayer other than like an incantation? You know, you're casting a spell when you pray. That's magic.
I didn't pray a lot, but let me just think. I mean, like, I guess I didn't think about it that way. But I'm like once I left Christianity and started doing like the witchcraft stuff, I thought, I cannot believe I always thought magic was fake. It's real. Yeah. Okay.
Atheism is a cult.
My daughter said, "Mom, you are so fucking stupid. Like, this magic shit's not real."
Hey, Terry, go ahead and define cult and then explain how atheism fits into your definition. I'd love to see you struggle to do that.
Or just click that link in chat. Come on up,
Terry, and we'll Terry you in a new asshole.
I mean, Christianity is a blood cult.
That was horrible, RP.
It's a human sacrifice.
Bad.
Literally.
It's a religion based on human sacrifice and blood.
I gotta work on my dad joke game.
Yeah, you do.
I've got about like a year and a half to 2 years before RP Jr. starts to like understand the words that I'm saying.
And if you think about it, Catholics are really bad because they like practice cannibalism too.
Well, and they will like bite that bullet and admit that they will say, yes, we are practicing cannibalism. Because a Catholic caller came up on Ian's live and admitted as such, and they said that like that is like the standard like admission that like they will teach at seminary.
Did they ask him how many like crackers it takes for a whole Jesus?
It's like the owl and the Tootsie Pop. You know, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? How many crackers does it get to hold Jesus?
Yes. How many communion wafers does it take to get a whole Jesus?
Now you do need to probably supplement, some wine with the crackers because,
That blood.
a body is useless without blood.
Blood. I mean,
Yep.
like it's blood. It's blood. It. Christianity is a cannibalistic human sacrifice blood cult.
Yep.
Hey, SZA, come on up and defend MAGA. We'd love to talk about that. We'd fucking love it.
MAGA are people who worship a pedophile. So
Facts.
great. Y'all are great people.
Chapter 5.
Did you
Yeah, I would rather.
Did you say that we are? Do you believe that we were once souls in heaven who did something wrong and were sent down to earth as a punishment?
Yes.
Okay. So when a baby comes to earth and they get cancer and they're sent back, that is part of their punishment for what they did in heaven. Correct?
Possibly.
So babies who get cancer on earth possibly deserve it.
I'm not saying that.
That's the
I'm not saying
entailment.
that
If
they
you don't like
deserve
the
it.
way that feels, that's the entailment of your worldview. It does suck, and you should abandon it. This is the way cults are. They have bad ideas.
I'm just trying to agree with Neo that isn't what she meant. I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt here. Like, okay, that's not what you meant. Then if that's the case, then you still haven't answered the original question of why they
Why
get it.
do babies get cancer? I obviously, Mezzo, don't know the answer to that. And I wish
Just say
this
that
wasn't
then. Instead of
true.
saying it's
But we
punishment,
are
then say
in a
that.
world that is filled with brutality. And
Yes, we
I
know
wonder that
that. We
question
know that.
all
So
the time. And I
Neo-
wonder why people I love have died from cancer.
Yes.
And I have wondered for
Yes.
many times, all the time, like, why am I in a world where there is so much brutality? And
Yes.
You
even
said God
worse,
had all the answers, though. That's why we asked this.
You said God gave
Yeah.
all the answers, just like a seasonologist, and we can just go to him for these answers. And so I asked you a really hard question to which there is no answer. You don't have an answer.
sometimes.
You don't have an answer because there's no good answer for it because it doesn't make sense. Okay? It
Yes,
doesn't
it doesn't make sense. I
sense.
completely agree.
And the
And
only
this-
reason why you're
I'm
still
hy-
pushing this is because it's a cult that you're in and you accept it by faith. We don't have to do that with atheism. We can say this sucks, it doesn't work, it doesn't make sense, and we can throw it out into the garbage. We don't have to make up some wacky story about souls in heaven for which there is no evidence, and it's not even in the book. Not that that matters, the book is made up. But like
Okay.
it's not real. You're just coping with how shitty the world is, but you can change it. You can actually do work. That's what you have to do. You have to get your agency back and you have to do things to help people in this world. That's all we can do. And that's what we should do. And that's what atheism has to offer.
Well put, Joel. Well put. Now, I'm going to address
Hell yeah.
comment I saw here. Where is it?
Get your agency back.
Oh, here we go.
That's my
So-
favorite device he uses, the Sadak Mac mug.
God says
He
don't
just- he-
do this because he knows
So
you're-
so often when he gets a Sadak Mac, he just doesn't even say anything about it. He just drinks from that mug real
God
slowly.
doesn't like to be tested because he knows he'll fail.
Agu and I assume you can read since you're in chat, chatting it up.
We're
Oh,
not scared of
Andy
it.
dropped. Maybe it's just temporary. Maybe he's going to bed. But yeah, go ahead and read the verse on the screen, and tell me, does this contradict that claim?
Hey, Dale Joseph, why don't you click on the link that's pinned in chat? Come on up and we'll tell you all about it.
I'll go ahead and assume that, like, you at the very least have an issue reading, if not, being straight up illiterate. So I'll read it for you. Again, truly I tell you, if two of you agree on earth about anything you ask, it will be done for you by my Father in heaven. This is talking about prayer. So when you come together with two or more people, you are able to pray about something, and God will do that. So that is literally being able to test God.
Good night, Andy.
Yep. Good night, Andy. Thanks for coming up.
You know what, Gaza Maze? I might actually agree with you there.
Look, I have Justin's cheat sheet pulled up right now. So whenever y'all need something, I got it ready.
Does Justin have notes on Matthew 18:19?
Well, like you have to give me the context of the story because like he has it broke down into like let's say right here where is it? God created Satan. God created Satan. So and then he has all of the scriptures.
You can control F, Robin, and just type in, I think it's MATT and then the verse, and it'll see if it can find it.
Let's see what the ESV notes have to
I'm
say.
assuming Control F works on Google Sheets, right?
I don't know. I don't know how to do any of that stuff. I'm not very good with technology.
Jim, stop it.
Aggie and I, like, it doesn't matter if there's a verse that says the opposite. That actually defeats your entire case and derives a contradiction. Do you understand how devastating a contradiction is, like, in the Bible? Is God's word perfect? Because perfect things do not contain contradictions. While we wait for AU and I to just flounder more, I'm gonna look up that Ian video about the Morton Salt Girl.
Should be able to. What's the verse you were looking for? Matthew what?
Matthew 18:19.
Yep, he's got it covered. Again, I say to you that if two of you agree on earth about anything, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's super searchable, Robin. Just click on edit, go down to find and replace, and just type in Matt.
What do you mean, huh?
You got the spreadsheet open, right?
Yes, but I don't know what you're talking about. Where's edit?
At the top, at the very top underneath the title. You've got it open in Google Sheets. Yes? You see it at the top where it says Bad Bible?
Yeah, Jam, that's the exact clip.
I mean,
Because
I've
Lot's wife kept coming up earlier, and people are making like salt jokes.
I still don't see edit.
I mean,
what are you looking for though? About Lot's wife?
No, it's more a meme.
Because I did see that somewhere. Let's see.
No, you and I, that's actually a contradiction because Matthew says that all you need are two people to be able to ask for the thing. And if First John is adding caveats to that, saying, "Oh, it has to be God's will," that itself is also a contradiction. So again, you've simply cooked yourself. You're the frog that's sitting next to a boiling pot of water, and you just fucking jumped in. You did a fucking dive in. Not only that, you did like a full on flip in an Olympic like style like nosedive right into the boiling pot of water.
Yep. Right into a pot of piss.
Yeah, boiling piss. First John isn't a gospel. Oh my God, you don't even know what constitutes a gospel, my guy. The Gospels are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. First John, Second John, and Third John are not John. They are not part of the Gospels. I love how every other comment is something new to clown on. That's why I'm waiting for the next comment. We can dive into this clip whenever, but like this is too much fun.
I'm actually kind of enjoying the fact that they think they can just hide in the fucking chat, but you're like, nope, I'm gonna come to you then, bitch.
Yeah.
You're gonna debate RP whether you like it or not.
You and I, it's not a different account of the same story. It's not even the same fucking story. Because First John is not a gospel. Matthew is a gospel. I appreciate you admitting your blunder. But you've simply, demonstrated to everyone that your knowledge of the Bible is not as great as mine. You've also lended credence to my claim that, yes, it is in fact a contradiction.
RB is all knowing.
I wouldn't say all knowing, but I know plenty about the Bible because I actually went to college for the Bible.
Do they have books at colleges?
Oh, it's too late for you. Is it past your bedtime? Well, you better get to bed. Maybe go ask mommy for some warm milk to help you get to sleep. Why are you staying up so late if it's too late to talk? You're talking plenty in chat. Do I need to put First Peter 3:15 on up? Yeah, I'll go ahead and do it. Just to demonstrate that like you do not follow your God's command. But in your hearts, sanctify Christ as Lord. Always be ready to make a defense to anyone who demands from you an accounting for the hope that is in you. I stand here right now demanding an accounting for the hope that is in you. But you can't do that because apparently it's too late. And the Holy Spirit has nothing on caffeine. So it's definitely not going to be able to keep you up. I'll even add the second verse, since so many Christians fail to do this too. Yet do it with gentleness and respect. That's a huge thing that Christians lacked almost all the time, is gentleness and respect. They truly do not exemplify the fruits of the Spirit.
There's no hate like Christian love.
Yeah. All right, I've had my fun. We can move on, because this is probably going to bore chat or bore future readers who don't have the chat playing along with. This goes out to Evan P. and whoever else was making the Lot's wife jokes.
Don't you think that greedy fucking salt girl would come and take Lot's wife? You really think that the Morton girl is gonna let the Lot's wife stay there when there's so much profit on the table?
I feel like that's like fictional rather than non-fictional.
No, she's real. How's it going?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
Hi, how are you today?
Doing well. But how old are you?
I'm 31.
Yep. And what religion?
Christianity.
Sure. What's your strongest argument or evidence for God's existence?
That
Your mic cut out or something.
God created the heavens and the earth.
Hello?
That God created the heavens and the earth.
What's the evidence for that?
Because in the beginning of Genesis, it says that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and then he keeps on going on and on about how he created everything and things like that.
Okay, but why would I think that the Bible is true? Like, what's the evidence?
Because in reality, if you were to like paint something, it has to have an author. If a book were to be published, it has to have an author.
Mhm.
So
No,
if
I know that books and paintings have authors, but why would I think that...
Israel is the church.
Israel
verse
is the church.
The verse that I literally just showed, 1 Peter 3:15, is a direct contradiction to pearls before swine. It says to always be ready to give an accounting of the hope that is within you. Pearls before swine is saying that there is some scenario in which you do not have to do that. One says always, one says not always. Always equals P, not always equals NP. P equals NP is a contradiction directly. So, bringing up that dumb fucking verse about pearls before swine only cooks your entire book.
The universe has an author.
Also, wait,
Because
hold on.
of God-
Also, hello Rembrandt and Talon, and did I get everybody? Oh, Sean Coon's here too.
Yep, welcome in, friends. Always good to see y'all.
who would create the earth?
Gravity.
How would gravity create the earth?
By pulling together particles.
When does that come in science?
Like 4.5 billion years ago.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, Google it. Give it a Goog. Bing it even. Any search engine will do.
But
DuckDuckGo.
so I have a
Do you
question.
prefer?
What do you prefer? So you're like believing you believe in
Israel's the
evolution
church?
or what?
He's just quoting your book to you. Let me guess, you haven't read it? Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. But I think that you could deny evolution and also be an atheist. Like when I was 3 years old, I was a big evolution denier. I said there's no possible way that these fossils could ever lead to us. I think it was
That is
aliens.
true. Well, if you go in
It's pretty sharp for a 3-year-old.
Colossians, it talks about Colossians 1:15 to.
There is zero interpretation going on. Israel is the church. I'm literally reading the fucking words on the page. I don't need to interpret something that is written in plain text. See, interpretation is what you do when you don't like the words on the page and you need to rationalize it to mean something else instead of what the words just mean. You Christians will claw and cry and try to claim words don't mean words, where in fact the words are all you have.
Yeah, that's what's called apologetics. That's what you guys do. We use the Brockenheimer method.
Mezzo's based Brockenheimer method.
Fuck yeah, man.
15 to 18, it says that he's the invisible God because he created the heavens and the earth for people, whether on thrones or dominions or principalizations or power. All things were created through him and for him. So,
but why would I think that the book is true? I'm still waiting for the evidence, right? You're saying God exists because the Bible is true, and the Bible is true because God exists. It's circular.
Yeah. So there has been historical things that happened in the Bible, like they found like
parables are a literary mechanism. Go ahead and demonstrate that 1 Peter 3:15 is in fact a parable. If you can't demonstrate the literary mechanism, you must assume that these are the words literally being given to you.
Also, I don't know why anybody would ever base their life choices on a fucking parable. What a fucking stupid decision. It's like, I mean, come on.
Right. Could you imagine people like basing their entire life and identity off of the Cat in the fucking Hat or green eggs and ham?
Green eggs and ham, I love it.
Like these parables have like good good lessons, but like they're parables. They're fallible by nature.
Not all of them are all that good lessons either, actually.
Yeah, Dr. Seuss had some bad takes, a couple times, but right enough, and you'll be wrong about some things.
Not as many bad takes as the Bible, though. I will say that.
Truth.
Noah's Ark or like something in the Bible.
All right, so is the entirety of Jesus's life a parable or a metaphor? So Jesus didn't actually exist, right? Like since we can just hand wave away metaphors and parables, and you don't seem to need a literary mechanism to determine what is and is not metaphor, I can just go ahead and say all of Jesus's entire story in the fucking Bible is metaphor. Therefore, there was no real Christ. He didn't actually die for your sins. He didn't walk the earth. He didn't do shit for miracles. He's just a story that you guys tell to make yourselves feel better. See how quickly that excuse falls apart when you use the same line of thinking?
It's true.
It's false.
Google
they did a study on it, like a geological survey of it. And the formation in question is actually younger than the ark would be.
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah, the geological formation is actually younger than the ark would be. And there's no petrified wood at all at any part of it. So they didn't find the ark. They found like a geological formation.
Have you heard about the lady that turned into salt in like the Bible?
Yeah. Do you believe in that?
Yes, I do, because apparently in today they have found it in history.
Nuh-uh.
Yes.
Where?
Google it up.
Night Equinox.
Damn. It's so tragic. Yeah, not seeing anything about that.
Weird, because I saw it on TikTok earlier before.
Wouldn't the pillar of salt get like rained away?
I don't think so, but
what's the one fucking salt company with the girl in the rain? You know, the girl with the yellow jacket and the umbrella in the rain? What's that brand?
It's a salt brand, that's all I know.
Don't you think that greedy fucking salt girl would come and take Lot's wife? You really think that the Morton girl is gonna let the Lot's wife stay there? When there's so much profit on the table?
I feel like that's like fictional rather than non-fictional.
No, she's real. There's evidence. I've seen her.
Where have you seen her?
I saw her at the store once.
Fucking hilarious.
That's only. I feel like that's only like a photo that they use. Like,
No, I
if you
think
were
it's
to
real.
like, well, if you were to like, let's say, if you were to put like a human with multiple things on a brand, and you think that's true, that cannot be true because you're just creating things up in your head.
How can it be a photo if the person didn't exist?
Because it's like there's like nobody really on it. Like it's just like a drawing or something on, like a design on it.
Bianca, your story is like changing. At first it was a photo and now it's a drawing. Which one is it?
I'll say it's I'd say it's like a drawing because like it's just like a drawing of like a girl just walking with an umbrella on rains that is like salt.
Mm-hmm. And you don't think that actually happened?
No, sir.
Hmm. I can't believe you don't think that that's actually a photograph. It looks super realistic.
Unfortunately, I don't feel like it's like real though.
I guess we'll just agree to disagree, you know. It's all about belief, right? It's a question of what we're gonna have faith in. You know, I have faith in the Morton Salt Girl, and you have faith in Yahweh.
Excuse me?
I have faith in the Morton Salt Girl, and you have faith in Yahweh.
I have a question for you though.
Yeah, go for it.
Because I don't know like this, because like science is like getting so crazy with me. How would you explain how the Big Bang began?
Just like rapid deposits of energy into dark energy fields leading to the rapid expansion of the universe.
But how does that like create the world in the solar system, things like that?
Because there are
Yeah,
massive
universe.
deposits of energy into other particle fields, which leads to the formation of atoms, which leads to the formation of stars. Those produce various particles like hydrogen and carbon. And then, you know, the Earth comes together. It forms from pulling all these particles together with gravity. And then the Earth cools down. Water comes on the Earth from, I think, comets. Then we have an environment that's suitable for life, and life develops.
Okay, but do you think how they're saying like how woodpecker could change into like a lizard? Do you believe in that?
Absolutely. That's exactly what they're saying, too, that a woodpecker could change into a lizard.
But how is that possible?
Yeah, just over enough generations. Yeah, it's exactly.
I love it when a theist thinks that evolution is like fucking Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah. You get the woodpecker to fight enough animals and it evolves into a lizard.
But they think that all this happened in 6,000 years so that those original two cats had to give birth to a different species every single time to get to all the cat species that we have today in 6,000 years.
Like they literally believe in that type of Pokemon evolution.
Yeah, it's like
Otherwise, the
evolution
two
on
kinds,
cocaine.
yeah, the two kinds just completely falls apart.
Like on speed. It's like hyper evolution. Hyper evolution. I believe in hyper. It's not micro or macro. It's hyper evolution.
Good night, JR.
Good night, JR.
Hope you get to feeling better.
That's precisely
And thank
what
you,
they're saying.
JR. And thank you, JR.
Yep, biggest thank yous.
You know.
Can you explain to me like how can that happen?
Yeah, have you ever seen those Animorphs books?
No.
I wonder if Sora AI.
Yes, Dylan. The heat problem is catastrophic for young Earth. Especially for like not even just young Earth, but flooders too. Like people who believe in a great flood, like have no capacity to overcome the heat problem. It's just simply impossible.
Yeah, let me paint you a picture. What does this image already exist? This is how.
But how does that happen? Like in history, how come we don't like change into animals?
Yeah,
really?
over enough generations, we go from girl to rat.
How do you like? How can you predict that will happen? Actually, though, that's my point.
Because if you put in Animorphs into Google, you'll get lots of data points of it happening.
Like how? Like in science.
Yeah, let me show you another data set.
I just saw my my name.
Yeah, this is like another piece of data
in the old chat.
You know, we go from bird to human. You know, just imagine that it turns into a lizard instead. That's how you go from hummingbird to lizard.
Okay, but that doesn't make sense. But sorry though.
I think it makes sense.
I don't think that makes sense though. But
Okay.
Hey, Nave, I see you trying to connect backstage, but we can't bring you on stage. Like, literally, the system will not let us until, like, you have a device connected. So, go ahead and get your microphone figured out, and we'll bring you on.
you can believe what you believe, and I can believe what I believe.
Okay, yeah. The Morton Salt girl loves you, by the way.
Morton Salt girl.
Ionized for the MSG, the Morton Salt girl. That's Ian's rock hard for Doug, by the way.
Mm-hmm. I always wondered where that came from.
Well, now you know.
Now I know.
Fun fact, I was listening in on this conversation while I was waiting in line at In-N-Out. And In-N-Out is like crazy popular here in Denver right now. There are only a couple locations, and so like when you get In-N-Out, like the drive-through line could like take up to like 1 to 2 hours.
That's everywhere, dude.
Really? That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, even here.
People go fucking nuts for
I don't know about 1 to 2 hours, but you know.
See, our In-N-Out is like right next to our large mall, and so like literally the line like it circles into the parking lot, and it literally like goes up and down the rows.
Yeah.
But like
that happens a lot here too.
Like In-N-Out is all right in my book, but my partner fucking
it's not great.
Loves it.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, everybody always comes to California. They're like, "Oh, let's go to In-N-Out." I'm like, "Fucking hell! How about we go to the Habit? You want to taste something really good? Let's go to the Habit."
Gretchen, have you ever had Culver's?
I have when I went to Michigan to visit my sister last year.
How do you think Culver's compares to In-N-Out?
I guess okay. I mean,
yeah, like I'd say it doesn't quite rise to the same quality, but it almost gets there. And like you go to Culver's.
Well, at least Culver's didn't make me
minutes.
sick. At least Culver's didn't make me sick. In-N-Out, it's like for whatever reason you eat one of their fucking burgers and you feel like you just swallowed a fucking rock, and it like takes 3 days to fucking digest that shit. I don't know what it is.
The bread is like super dense at In-N-Out.
I don't think it's the bread. I think it's the meat, to be honest with you. Because I've gotten what they call a grilled cheese. It's just a hamburger with no patty, and I was fine. You know.
Interesting.
And I can eat the animal fries and no problems. It's whenever I eat that meat, it's like once you hit 30, it gets hard to fucking digest.
I feel that. Like I've definitely started like limiting like how much beef I eat in a week. Like I used to be able to like have beef for like every fucking meal in my 20s, but now I'm like, let's go with a lighter meat, like some chicken or maybe some pork. Or
But even like with hamburgers, I mean, it's just In-N-Out. It's the only one that fucking does that shit to me. I can go to the Habit and eat a double charburger and be fucking fine. like 0 problems. But once I hit like 30, I had to stop eating double doubles and just eating a single cheeseburger from In-N-Out. And just even within a couple of years, it started doing the same thing. I'm just like, I feel like I ate fucking 4 burgers.
Yeah, I don't think
I mean,
I've
it
done
does
a double
it
burger in like a decade.
yeah, it doesn't make me nauseous. It doesn't, give me any, acid reflux or anything. It just feels like I ate 4 or 5 times more than I really did, and it takes forever to actually feel better, It's like,
Yeah, I've never had the habit, and I just looked it up on Google Maps, and it looks like they've only
No,
got as
Joker,
far
that's the
east.
problem is they go in and they just fucking sit there in your stomach like a fucking rock.
It's more like in and
It's
in
like
than in and
in
out.
and not out. Yeah, it's like it's nuts. So, yeah, I just don't eat there anymore. I'll eat like some animal fries every once in a while.
Yeah,
But
their spread is super good, but like
yeah, and
not good enough to like wait in line for an hour.
if you get the animal fries, they'll give you a thing of fries with spread, grilled onions, and they melt a slice of cheese on top of it.
So
It's so fucking good.
you've mentioned Habit several times, and like
The Habit,
the
very,
Habit,
very
yeah,
good
Habit
fries.
Burger and
Yeah.
Grill. Look, it sounds delicious, but unfortunately, it looks like it hasn't spread further west than Utah and Arizona. And so you see Colorado, where I'm at, there's unfortunately no Habit.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know they got a bunch of them in like Vegas. I never actually checked to see how far they'd spread. It really is. It's good stuff though, and if you don't like, they've got all kinds of options. They have like instead if you don't want fries or onion rings, you can get like tempura green beans
Ooh,
instead.
interesting. I love a good green
Yeah,
bean.
yeah. They've got all
Uh,
kinds of shit. They've got charbroiled chicken sandwiches and all kinds of shit.
the main reason I love Culver's is they have cheese curds as a side option.
I tried those. I didn't like them. I was not a fan.
Must be a
I'd never
Midwest
eaten.
bread thing.
Yeah, I had never eaten them before. I was like, yeah, we don't eat that in California. We just don't.
Yeah, no, curds are a huge thing in the Midwest. And
Yeah, especially up in the northwest. Yeah, no, yeah, that was a new thing for me, and I'm like,
probably too
the
much
fries were
dairy for
good
your
though.
system.
Yeah, the crinkle fries were good
Yeah,
though.
they got good
Yeah.
crinkle cut fries. They
Yeah.
got good onion rings too. They also have good pretzel bites with some beer cheese.
Yeah, and you're still not connected, wholesome Nave.
You might want to try using like a different browser, maybe, because like maybe you accidentally like didn't allow permissions in the specific browser you're currently trying to connect with. That could put a bump in your road. Like I'm not sure if you're trying to connect with your phone or on a PC, but like if you're on a PC and you have Audacity, you can easily test out your microphone to make sure that like it's actually taking input. Earth 1710. Our link is pinned there in the chat. So go ahead and click that link, and it should connect you here. We'd love to hear your good argument for God's existence, because I doubt that it's a good argument.
Yeah. So yeah, the link is pinned in the descriptions and in the chat.
how
I
much
mean,
you want to bet it's going to be tag or fine
you
tuning or
don't
fucking MOA.
could be. You don't need a phone number. You just click on the link and
I'll give Earth a couple minutes to try to connect before I search down the next clip for us to react to.
Like I can't talk to them in the back, right? If you put me back there.
No, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way.
no, you gotta pay the $90 a month fee to get a green room.
Okay.
Oh,
Hey,
it worked.
looks like Nave got their mic working. So, hey, Nave.
Hey.
Good to have you on the panel. How's it going?
Hey, Nave.
Hey, cool to talk to you, RP.
Yeah. Just for my information,
Wait,
do you use
just
he/him
RP?
pronouns?
Oh, because I hadn't talked to RP yet. Hi, Gretchen.
Hi, Nave. That's better. Thank you.
Okay. RP is asking me something.
Yeah. Do you use he/him pronouns?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
You're they them.
Yes, I certainly am.
Everybody else is she. Yes. Hi. Hello.
Robin.
Robin. Okay. I talked to Gretchen I talked to Gretchen last night, and I figured RP, since you're one of the other mains, it would be cool to come in here and talk to you too.
Yeah, cool. What do you got for us?
I know that this channel is mostly like a debate space, but really I was hoping to just have more of like a general conversation, brainstorming, if that's fine.
That's
hit us
allowed.
with it.
Yeah. I've been listening to you guys for the past couple months, and I'm sure if you've noticed me spamming in the chat, I've been spamming a particular train of thought and a certain guy. And also, before I go any further, I'd like to go ahead and give RP an apology, because relatively early on, I heard him and Jay talking one day, and in the chat, I called you, RP, an evangelical atheist. And I'd like to just go ahead and give you a token of good faith. Okay, so yeah, I'm interested in institutions here, and I got the host's attention, Gretchen and MC Time. He called me out in the chats because he was interested in the string of things that I had to say, and it was a quote from Stafford Beer, and I paraphrased the best that I could, but I ended up writing down the whole quote here, and it takes about a minute and 40 seconds to get through if you want to kind of just like listen to a stream of thought.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. You have the floor. And Mick Time, if you want to jump up and join the conversation, feel free
You've been
to.
called out, Mick Time.
Yeah. If he'd like to. He was cool. All right, just kind of give you a little bit of a preface here. It is talking about institutions, but it opens up kind of loosely talking about gravity. But he twists it around pretty quickly here, and I can get through this quickly. So all right. And yet the concept of a force which affects everything on the planet, regardless of what that thing is, and affects it to the same extent that a pound of feathers behaves just like a pound of lead for equal air resistance, is a very difficult concept indeed. How can there be a force that affects everything that you cannot directly experience, that only finds expression in mathematical terms, and that, counter to all intuition, treats feathers and lead the same? I'm trying to display the problem we face in thinking about institutions. The culture doesn't accept that it is possible to make general scientific statements about them. Therefore, it is very difficult for individuals, no matter how well-intentioned, to admit that there are laws, let's call them, that govern institutional behavior, regardless of the institution. People know that there is a science of physics. You won't be burned at the stake for saying that the Earth moves around the sun, or even be disbarred by physicists for proposing a theory in which it is mathematically convenient to display the Earth as the center of the universe after all. That's because people in general, and physicists in particular, can handle such propositions with ease. But people do not know that there is a science of effective organization, and you are likely to be disbarred by those who run institutions for proposing any theory at all. I don't
Right,
really
hold on a
know
second.
where I was leading with that, but
Nave, can you hold on 1 second?
Okay. Yeah.
Earth, there is no phone number. The link in chat will connect you right to us. You don't have to have your camera on. You can just do it with your microphone. Just the one that is inside your phone will work.
Yeah, well, you can hook up usually through StreamYard on a phone too.
Yeah, you
I
can just use your phone. It's just just without the phone number. Just click on the fucking link. This is tiny.cc/async live. Just click on that. It's pinned in the chat. It's also in the description.
So, Nave, I
don't have a
couple,
phone number for you to call.
I have a couple issues with the quote you're using, but like I'm also going to preface this with saying that like I'm a leftist socialist cuck. I'm much further left than Gretchen is, and so like I'll probably agree with you on like the fact that like institutions are kind of like a harmful concept because most institutions are like subject to the capture of corrupted interests. But the quote that you're using, trying to like analogize institutions to like gravity, it kind of falls flat because like gravity is like a fundamental force, whereas institutions are like they're not a monolith. Like each institution is like completely different based on like how it was built from the ground up, and like things in nature don't really have that sort of subjectivity applied to them when it comes to like fundamental forces like gravity. So like I can understand like what the imagery is trying to paint, but like when you really fully examine it, like it doesn't quite hit the home run that you hope it does.
Are you talking about institutions like government, like in our society? Like
I'm talking about any sort of human relation that is human built. Yes, institutions.
Like I just want to say that
right.
Our institutions, like in the United States, like there's a party that has been very interested in like destroying those institutions, and so they will underfund those institutions.
Not just destroying those institutions, but replacing them with their concept of their institution.
Well, they don't
like,
even
even something as simple as academia would be considered an institution.
They don't even want the institutions, but they have took every institution that we had.
But they do. They want their institution substituted.
Yeah, they want everything that's been a good ideal that we tried to come up with. They have underfunded it and stuff, and they'd say, "Look how broken it is and how it don't work anymore."
As far as what Robin's saying, I'm not denying any of that, and that's very obvious. And I think that's where a lot of our intuition, why channels like these exist. I say these things, and RP, yes, it probably does feel very awkward because, you have a fundamental law of nature, such as gravity, versus something that is created by humans. And to think that those two concepts can have similar types of forces is a very awkward proposition. Yes. Now, I would like to elaborate that I don't think that all institutions should be demolished, nor do I think that all institutions should be, unquestioned. I think that's kind of what the quote is getting at there. What I'm concerned with here is the assumptions around these institutions have been taken for granted for so long that it's hard for us to think about how they could be different, or perhaps some of them be demolished. Given how much suffering there is in the world today, and how much harm there is, and knowing that the vast majority of that harm really does come from our economic behavior, it begs the question, how much tolerance can a human being really display whenever they are actively and continuously faced with harm, whenever the vast majority of that harm is
Could you use
coming
a different
from...
phrase, because begging the question is literally an informal fallacy, and so I don't think we want to formalize an argument on begging a question.
Well, I mean, why not? Isn't that what the scientific...
Are fallacies a reliable pathway to truth?
I don't think so. No, and
right.
I'll be right back,
So
guys.
if we are seeking truth, then we want
Mhm.
to build our argument on things that are not fallacious.
Oh, okay. Well, what do you think that I've said that is really
you may be
ultimately
using
fallacious?
begging the question as a figure of speech rather than like the literal informal fallacy, but it's best to avoid that kind of those kind of idioms when you're trying to present an argument that you want people that have a more stringent logical line of thought like me are trying to adopt your position.
Yeah. I think on a certain level there isn't much point in... Well, I mean, I don't want to undermine myself here because I'm calling you for a reason. I respect y'all's intellect, and I kind of pick up that y'all are systems thinkers here, and that's really what I'm trying to get at, is how systems work and how they can be changed, or entirely new systems can be built to give us experiences that we haven't even known yet. And I would ultimately argue that it is actually a species survival prerequisite to challenge these institutions and build ones that are actually viable on what's required to live on a finite planet.
I'm not sure I'd say it's a prerequisite, because what if the species accidentally just lucks themselves into the perfect system to begin with?
Well, I mean, that kind
If
of
they
sounds like a
develop
fallacy.
the perfect system to begin with, then it's not pre-required to question and change the system.
That's a hypothetical. Sure, that could happen, but I'm trying to
It's
talk
a
about...
possibility,
I'm trying to talk about what we're
demonstrates
actually faced with.
the need, or the lack of need for it to be a prerequisite. But I do agree that it is beneficial to critically examine the tools that we currently utilize, for our social advancement.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Again, there probably isn't much of anything that I have to convince you here. We might just use different sort of language to identify the same thing.
Do you know? Also, I have one more question, because at first I didn't know what you were talking about. Do you know what the definition of theory is?
I mean, off the top of my head, I would probably give you an answer that isn't the definition that you're looking for. But a theory, if I may use my own words, is an amalgamation of information to give an idea of what might be happening with a phenomenon.
Okay,
I mean,
that tracks pretty well.
So you're not using it in a scientific manner. Is that what you're...
Well, no, that does match the scientific manner pretty well.
Yes, thank you.
I'd say it's a well substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural or social world that is backed by a robust body of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I think we're either on the same track or really close, so close that we're pretty much parallel.
I think so too. I think maybe some of the hang up, again, this being a debate space, perhaps you guys have been so primed for people coming in here just like trying to convince you of something one way or the other, and that's it. Whenever I recognize that you guys have the same intuitions and I'm describing the same thing, just using a different type of language to do it.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily debating you. I'm just like making sure that like we're speaking the same language. You know,
I'm
we can
glad
use
that you do, because we don't want to speak past each other. Yeah.
Exactly.
It
Big
needs
time.
to be
You wanted
false
to add
stop.
something?
First thing I want to say is, what's up, people? What's up, Gretchen? How you doing, Robin? I think this is the first time we've been on together. What's up?
We were on here the other night.
We've been on before?
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. RP, I see you over there. I'm glad you came up, Nave.
Yeah,
Vic.
Cool to talk to you again. Yeah, my name is Victor. I decided to put my user tag up because I just didn't want my last name up there. RP, my name is Victor. Robin, my name is Victor.
Okay.
Do you want us to call you Victor?
Oh, my bad.
Victor, Vic, or Wholesome Knave. I mean, you know, it's whatever. I don't care.
Cool.
Oh, my bad, Vic. I walked away from the TV and I don't have it. I can't see the words on this little screen. But yeah. So did your argument change? Because this morning I was sold with what you had. RP, from this morning, the way he expressed it to me, it was like he wanted to have a feedback system for institutions.
Yes.
Kind of like biasing gates on diodes and transistors. To open the gate when it needs to be open, or close when it needs to be closed. You know what I'm talking about? You're a tech, you're an electronic engineer.
Yeah.
Yes. Imagine having cybernetic feedback on human behaviors. Not in the sense of control, but in the sense of like honest economic management for, again, what's required on a finite planet. Not to cut you off, make time, but yeah.
On its face, like I appreciate the concept. However, because like human behavior isn't like an actual like measurable like physical phenomena, it's more of an emergent like property of like how the we like operate in our social structures. It kind of becomes harder to like implement a strict physical process to do something like that. Like we can approximate models, but models are always like incomplete because they aren't a one-for-one representation. They're meant to more yeah. But I'd like to hear this idea fleshed out.
Remember last night when we were talking about the definition of pathology? How even between individuals, the level of someone's pathology is only going to be measured by their own norms. And it's kind of the same thing. You can't take, multiple people, human behavior, and measure them by any standard metric. It's always going to be just only by that individual's metric.
Yeah, it's like when you stack subjectivity upon subjectivity. Even if reality is completely deterministic, there are enough variables at play in which like chaotic systems will become very hard to control and converge into like specific ways that
you haven't said
to
impossible though. Your intuition is correct. Yes, you haven't said impossible. So what I'm trying to do here is give you guys another set of tools that maybe you hadn't been familiar with. Like RP, are you familiar with Stafford Beer and Project CyberSyn? And
I've seen you quote them in chat many times, but I haven't had the time to research into it very much.
It was a very successful project, and because it was so successful, it was sabotaged by the CIA, and it was very primitive because it was all done on like fucking fax machines and shit. But they were able to develop an homeostatic yet adaptive economic system that could account for everybody's needs and actually get projects done while dealing with all of the chaotic variables. Yes.
What was the name of this?
Project CyberSyn. SYN. It's like a mixture of cybernetics and synergetics. Cyber sin.
And what, Vic? Now this is your idea, and I'm not familiar with the people you just cited and all this stuff. But so you're gonna have to correct me when I'm wrong and jump in. And this is because this is your idea. But my understanding of it is, like Gretchen, when you was talking about measurement, you measured psychopathic pathological. You measure pathological different in every person. That's what he's talking about, Gretchen, is measurement. You measure the good and the bad that your institution is doing, and have a mechanism that feed that knowledge back to the thinking part of the institution
in real time.
In real
Right,
time.
but pathology wasn't a measurement. It's just that when you compare it to the typical behavior, we were saying something becomes a pathology when it actually becomes counterproductive to the individual.
Okay, I believe that capitalism has instilled into the general population across the planet a pathological drive in such a way that they take on values that support the economic system and their short-term interest against long-term obvious destruction. What we're dealing with, as much as we like to think
I don't
we're
grant that
individuals,
because I actively take measures against that.
Yes, I'm sure you do. And I'm sure lots of people do. But yet the new thing hasn't quite happened yet. And yes, the more educated someone is, they can generally go against that stream to whatever sort of good or bad. But because of the mass overwhelming economic behavior, even you as an individual might be able to do okay in a myopic sense, but I'm talking about sociology, as you brought up, being kind of like a soft science. I do think it's slowly becoming a hard science. And I think that by systems
I don't think I've ever
thinking,
called sociology a soft science.
well, that's kind of what I picked up from what you said a few moments ago, talking about just the mass chaos of variabilities of potential human behavior. That, yeah, it's so hard to really pin that down and say this is our sociological nature, because we're still figuring that out. I don't know everything. We don't know everything, but we do know enough to infer more healthy trajectories. That's all I'm really trying to say.
We can always make improvements to systems the more variables we're able to track, but like it becomes a question of like, are we tracking the correct variables, and who's deciding which variables we're tracking, and how are we calculating those variables? Because
Very good questions.
If we're not like approaching this in like the most above board open source manner, we can quickly devolve into a technocratic authoritarianism in which like the authorities that are deciding what's being tracked and like how we track it will be able to sway the system in such a way. So I see like this idea of cybersyn still being open to the same type of corruption that like other institutions that we currently utilize are open to.
Okay. Cybersyn again. Well, go on.
No, well, this your idea, because I'm just about to say that I don't know about the larger scale implications of what you're talking here, but I'm all for that feedback. Since I don't see what is the problem with any system having a feedback that keeps track of real time dynamic variables and adjust accordingly to keep the ship right. If the ship is about to hit a rock and it sees the rock and it moves out the way, what's wrong? Because we don't have that type of systems in our institutions right now. We have somewhat of a system, but
you have price and demand, and that's very crude. Yeah,
it's like a worm. I'm talking about something for like how people operate, where you got your eyes, your senses, and you can see and feel things around you, and you can keep track of these dynamic variables and adjust your behavior accordingly. So that way you act in sync with the environment. But now,
Right.
as far as your large scale implications, which I'm talking about pathologically and all this, y'all done got over my head on that. But the feedback system, I'm all for that. I don't see no place or no system that would be harmed by a feedback system that can keep track of dynamic variables. Maybe it might come with a system with
Very well said.
overload and extra weight, but extra burden, but hey, whatever burden it can handle, it should have some type of feedback.
Very well said. And I think if people are exposed to better conditions over the course of time, yes, you always have some wackos out there that are going to try to challenge institutions in the stereotypical anarchist sense. But I think that we can develop an economic system that is so bound by natural law phenomenon that it will materialize a human being that actually appreciates and understands the world that they live in, as opposed to the horrible shit show that America is. I mean, my God, we're one of the most violent places on the face of the earth, not just in terms of literal physical gun violence or something like that, but
Well, should the goal be like the perfect economic system or the abolition of economy itself?
Well, I don't believe in a perfect economic system. I just believe in something that is way more better
Let's
than
say
what we
the
have right now.
optimal economic system. Would
right.
the optimal economic system be better than the abolition of
Obviously.
the idea of economy?
Yes, obviously. I mean, I think you kind of answered the question in the question itself. I mean, wouldn't a more optimized state be better than what we experience today? We've been able to measure free market
I don't think
capitalism.
you're understanding my question.
Okay,
Is
I'm
it
sorry.
better to continue to perpetuate the idea of economy, or is it better to get rid of the idea of economy in which there is a post-scarcity society in
That's
which
what I'm getting at.
economy is no longer necessary?
Yes, I'm aiming for a post-scarcity society here. So obviously, what I'm saying is I think that our current structure, capitalism, is not able to meet that end, and it is actually
I can grant
causing.
that.
Yeah, it's causing so much destruction that we're running out of time.
Can we start by taxing trillionaires out of existence?
Absolutely.
That would be a good start. Unfortunately, I feel like that's where a lot of people end, though. Like it's. When was the last time you heard somebody talk about economics without talking about money? It's a very hard thing I've found for people to talk about, because if you're familiar with permaculture and sustainability and regenerative science, I think that is a good example of what a post-scarcity society would require, and it can be super high tech using all of that same logic.
That's more resource allocation than resource economy, because
Well,
in economic system, basically
allocation is
presupposes
economy.
Thank you.
presupposes people owning those resources rather than the collective having ownership as a whole over those resources.
Right. I think that this concept of property and ownership has been shooting us in the foot for so long that it has produced the types of institutions that we see. The reason why people say government sucks so bad is because of the economic structure that bore it. If you would like a more humane, equitable, democratic society, you need to challenge the economic system, as opposed to thinking that government as we know it is sufficient enough to collar capitalism, because the internal logic of capitalism has gained so much force that it has bought the government out.
My problem with this whole conversation is that you keep talking about something new when transitioning to socialism would be a very good avenue to go down. And then what happens after that, I don't know. But I think the ultimate is stateless communism that's not authoritarian, because I think communism
You
is
have
not
to have
compatible with
authoritarian
authoritarian.
to control
No,
communism. Yes, you do.
Yeah, I'm not sure that a stateless
That's the
solution
problem.
is completely feasible just
No.
due to human
You
nature.
can't start there.
Fucking mind.
That's the
Okay,
final.
due
That's the
to human
final
nature.
target.
Right.
You
but
are taking
You never
human
start
nature
at
out of the fucking equation. You cannot fight human fucking nature, especially when you expect
Okay.
humans to be part of this fucking commune you've got in your head.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
it
sorry,
has to
but
be,
humans
it has to be a
aren't that
considered
fucking cool.
variable until we've developed a way to take it out of the equation. But like let's consider this graphic I've pulled up. The first image is kind of showing equality. Everyone gets the like same amount of help, but you can see that people getting the same amount of help still leaves a hierarchy of like people with more
This is a
need.
myopic depiction, but
People
okay,
that-
go
yeah.
on. Yeah.
And then equity, you see like people being helped on like a need basis leaves us all at the same level. But if we remove the system that perpetuates any sort of need, there's no necessity to like change a person's lifestyle. See, we've removed the fence, and so everyone's able to enjoy, no matter what their
Right.
current needs are.
I fully
Right.
endorse that picture right there.
It's what I'm saying. I think that capitalism is so much of a fence that it is keeping us from our human potential and actually being able to treat each other humanely in a pathological sort of way. Now, again, RP, you might be one of those individuals that has at least a little bit of flexibility to, be a little bit of a better person. But when you look at the mass amount of violence and poverty that is on the planet, it comes down to effective organization, and there doesn't have to be any sort of authoritarian element to it, and also to think that there's some sort of human nature that wouldn't allow for such a thing is I also find to be ridiculous. If we're anything, we're flexible. Sure, we can be aggressive if the circumstances call for it, but it's been vastly underestimated just how cooperative we can also be. And
Right. Our main skill as a species has been adaptability and
Yes.
Innovation. That's why we have removed ourselves effectively from the food chain, and why we are the dominant species on this planet by several orders of magnitude.
You brought up the word innovation, and I'm going to assume that you meant it in the very genuine way, because I feel like that innovation has been kind of propped up as one of the last stands that kind of keeps capitalism together. It says, oh, without this mass economic behavior and exploitation and just more and more and more with more and more and more, there wouldn't be any innovation. Well, nobody really asks
Yeah,
the
I don't
question,
grant
innovation to what?
that's a cope that capitalists use.
Right, and nobody asks
Infinite
the
growth is
question.
an impossible goal.
I do. I don't think though that if you go out into like the go out into Africa and out in the safari, we're not the dominant. Like we're not the top of the food chain. No, RB really actually.
No, we're out of the food chain.
Yeah,
in
we
general,
wouldn't be-
yes, we
we
are.
wouldn't be though if we were like on the safari of Africa. Like what I mean? Like we wouldn't be.
But
out
we're
there.
not.
I know, but some of us are. I mean, like.
Yeah, and if
But even
if we
even
were
a lot of
still
them
if
have
we were still
fucking
the
deep.
the proto fish that
So,
crawled
yeah,
out of
they're
the
not in
sea,
the
we
food chain
would be
anymore.
completely defenseless to most predators on land. Like it was hypothetical of removing us from like what we currently live in and exhibit. It kind of defeats the purpose of
Have been
evaluating where we are.
I'm sorry. I have two thoughts and a proposal. Thought number one is, why are we concentrated on economics and finances? And number two, Arthur, don't you see that adding more feedback to these institutions would be a great thing? And my proposal is to illustrate, even though I don't necessarily hold this ideal anymore, it's something I thought of when I was younger. but like a way for Congress to make better laws is like kind of like they somebody introduce a law and society likes it over time. They send them money or some royalties or something, you know. Now don't get me wrong. Since then got rid of the idea, but trying to illustrate what I'm thinking about. And
Are you
let me
talking
know
about taking lobbying out of the hands of the lobbyists and putting it in the hands of the voters?
Well, this is not an idea that I hold right now. I'm just trying to illustrate what I'm talking about, because what he's talking about stretches from more than economics, it reaches in the law, it reaches any type of institution. Give it some type of feedback loop so it can see what it's doing and adjust its behavior accordingly to the circumstances at hand. As time changes, as things change.
We have that now.
Not to the extent that he's talking about. We got it like we humans, and the type of feedback loops in our institution got us like for worms. They don't have real time. It's not sophisticated.
It's a positive reinforcing feedback loop.
I think we need to start by like dispelling this idea of the invisible hand of the market that economist Adam Smith tried to popularize. Like we need actual like institutional regulation on these things because of how human nature ends up being very greedy and seeks more and more control and power. I'm going to bring it. Oh, you already got it.
Hey, Metatron.
Hey, Matt.
Got him.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Hello.
You got thoughts on the current discussion?
I don't even know what it's about. I just listened in on the last 30 seconds.
All right. Well,
please
glad to have you
continue,
hanging.
And I'll join in.
Right. And so it like the answer to like improving our incredibly flawed economic system is piecewise improvements. Like we need to like make improvements in the way that we're capable of without introducing mass suffering and harm. And so like we need to start by implementing more and more regulations, not deregulations, and implementing more and more social programs. And this will be a long drawn out process, but hopefully we can get to that post scarcity society as we begin to be more and more collaborative.
I would generally agree. Yeah. But go on.
I just going to say, Arby, why are we letting economics hijack the whole conversation when we were talking about giving institutional feedback?
Because he brought it up in the context of economics.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
that was his entire point.
I did a little work while I was quiet.
Yeah.
My bad. That's like I said, you have to tell me, because this is my understanding of your ideal. So let me shut up now.
Yes, I'm looking at this as economics as being the root of all of the other institutions. Okay, make it long story short. And economics is always viewed with so much boredom, and it's, if I have to use the word pathological again, the assumptions of our economic system that resources just are scarce, and that's the way that it is. And to turn around and say, but we're going to demand infinite consumption, exponential infinite consumption, is completely insane to think that this is going to be workable in the long run. And we are at the end of that long run now. The Industrial Revolution has shown market economies for their true colors. Even so-called socialism and communism, I look as variations on a theme. I don't think that they're structurally different enough from market economies.
So what's the real problem, though? Right?
Effective organization, the management of a household, economics.
Or is it capitalism?
Capitalism is an economic mode. It's an attitude taken towards economics. Yes, capitalism is the monster that we face. Yeah.
All we do is wake up every morning talking about
Night, Robin.
how we're gonna pay the rent.
Night, Robin.
Night, y'all.
Good night, Robin.
Night, Robin.
And it's this weird thing, right? This system that we're born into.
Yes, it is weird. Yeah.
You have no choice in what you do. You really don't. you can try to pretend that you don't have a choice, or you can pretend that you have a choice, but you don't. You wake up just trying to get green pieces of paper with dead presidents. That's it.
And a lot of people don't have the time of day to think themselves out of this box that they're in. And all of a sudden you see a whole society that has truck nuts and red hats and, they're saying crazy things.
Right. I mean, but how do you get out of that?
It's
how do you get out of that mindset?
It's a scientific notion. I mean, it's tough. Again, I don't have all the answers, but I know that this can be figured out through sociological science and economics.
You go away from individualism. You go away from individualism and you go to communitarian environment.
Well, I think that self-interest and social interest are more intertwined more than ever. Just because I'm talking about a more generally equitable society doesn't necessarily mean that I'm trying to, take away people's individuality and freedoms. People should be allowed to do
there are
things.
plenty of systems that you can still retain individuality, but completely get rid of the idea of economy, like a merit-based system, in Star Trek, people's individuality is based more on their accolades and their achievements rather than the possessions that they've garnered and currently own.
Oh, okay. This kind of sounds like we're speaking past each other, and there's a kernel seed of truth in what you're saying here, Arpy. Economics in the Greek means the management of a household. So, I mean, even what you just described there in that Star Trek society, yeah, it's merit based and it, has an acceptable, viable feedback to it that it is their economic system. It's kind of frustrating to think that I would use the word economics and it's only ever assumed that the current economic mode is what economics is, and something that is post-scarcity wouldn't also be a form of economic management.
Well, in this specific example I gave, these individuals wouldn't necessarily wield any extra power or influence over anybody else. Your achievements and merits are more just a score. And so in a society that requires economy, you would still be able to harbor some sort of power or influence over other people due to those achievements. But if you get rid of that any sort of power structure in which you can actually use what you've garnered against someone, then it's no longer really considered an economy. So I'm not sure if I completely grant that definition you just gave of management of a household.
Yeah. So I think that we're maybe interpreting. I think that we're maybe interpreting a word in particular different ways, but we're recognizing the same thing. The sort of economy that I'm describing, yes, would not allow for differential advantage over others. As a matter of fact, I would argue that, what we call an economy today isn't an economy at all because it allows for exploitation. Yeah. Which is self-destructive. You can't do that.
I think that's a defining characteristic of an economy, though.
Well, I mean, this might have to be for another conversation. And I don't want to completely dictate the stream. I don't want to completely dictate the stream. If anybody wants to move on to talk about anything else, if I was the one that kind of chimed in here. If you want to ask me about God or anything like that, I know that's your main theme.
So what is it that we're actually striving for? What is it? What is the final result that we all really want and can agree with?
Well, again, I don't really believe in any sort of end result or so-called utopia, but I would say that public health, maximizing public health across the board so that people actually have time of day and are invested in to discover who they are, and just because of their very being in that way, they will inherently give back, even if they're not consciously doing it. It's just because we've actually.
I agree with that. When folks have a free, like I'm gonna say free,
Mhm.
healthcare and like infrastructure that lifts them up and at least keeps them up, they're
Right.
able to do what they were meant to do.
Right, whatever that thing is.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
like the way it is now,
go ahead.
it's just I
It's
mean,
fucked up.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I wake up, I try to get cash. That's it. That's
Mhm.
all I try to do. And
Yep.
it's because the bills come in and
It's
all you're
oppression.
trying to right.
We're living in a system of oppression. We're living in the fucking dark ages, and whenever I talk about these things, I'm glad that you guys have patience for me because I've lost a lot of friends over this. It feels like that I'm taking their free will away from them, and whenever I'm actually
You
trying to
are.
give them back their humanity, I'm trying to let them know that, like, I know that you're suffering, and like things can be
No,
better.
you're not.
You don't think that?
You're trying to impose your humanity on them. That's a different thing.
Well, again, why would Ignaz Semmelweis, do what he did?
Because we're all fucking different.
Okay, yes, we're variable. And again, Ignaz Semmelweis did what he did because he recognized an intuitive problem to help mankind. Even though that he was a surgeon, he effectively did a sociological performance that updated mankind's knowledge and improved mankind.
Or you could say he identified a problem in his own area
Yeah.
and fixed it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like he was trying to solve some great societal problem. He was
Yeah,
just trying to
no.
keep his fucking patients alive.
Right. But, given the
So I
nature
mean,
of his field,
you can't apply some great sociological advantage to what he did. He was just trying to do his fucking job and keep his patients alive.
well,
And figure out why.
isn't the very nature of caring for other human beings like what we are? In
No, not
in
necessarily.
well, I would say that we are social beings first and intellectual beings second. In Sicily, and can't remember, some
I would
thousand some
disagree with
years
that.
ago.
I would say that we are
We're
emotional beings
greedy.
first.
We're greedy emotional beings
We are
first.
emotional
Collaborative
beings
beings
first.
second, and
Well,
then
For sure.
intellectual beings tertiarily.
Hang on, I have a point
Yeah,
here.
we are definitely not rational actors.
King Frederick of Sicily, I can't remember the year, but it was some 1,000 years ago, was curious about what the natural language of human beings might be. Some said it might be Latin, some said it might be Greek, so on and so forth. So what he did is he took 50 newborn infants and, gave them awesome domiciles, the greatest food, and cared for them, but limited all human contact other than just the literal applying of food and whatnot. What happened to these kids? What language did they learn? None. They all died. They died from something called stressed dwarfism, which is, whenever your biology doesn't respond to an environment, and we need other human beings to learn from. So we are inherently sociological in that way. Virtually everything that we do is a synergetic force between economics and the curse and the blessing of our consciousness interplaying with our environment. We are the environment.
Are you talking about the experiment where he took the babies and isolated them?
Yes.
Yeah, but that's completely different, man. They weren't
Well,
given a natural environment. They were like isolated. In that case, the natural instinct of the survivability of the species is to give up on life
Motherfucker.
because there's
right.
there's
They
no
didn't have
primary
right.
there's no
They
primary
didn't
caregiver or nothing. Like there's no need
right.
to try to survive. Yeah.
Right. It shows that we need other human beings.
Actually,
Yeah,
Bach
but
never
yeah,
went deaf, so he's like objectively better than Beethoven. Slow boy,
possibly.
go ahead.
Wait, are you talking to me trying to make comparisons between Beethoven and Mozart?
No,
No,
no
we're having a
vampires
chat
fucking with
spat.
me from the chat.
I mean, that's a matter of taste. I mean, I think that Chris Cornell is a better singer, but I like Alice in Chains more. I mean,
What? What did you just fucking say?
Oh, you done it now. You
Oh, I
done
did
fucked
it
up.
now.
You don't fucking say that shit about Lane Staley.
I love Lane Staley. I really do. He's an awesome singer. He's great.
And so is Chris Cornell, but he's no Lane Staley.
Yeah.
Them
I think I like Lane
I mean,
as a person
you
more.
you
And
could talk your communist Marxist utopia bullshit,
I
and
didn't
I
say
won't
anything
care. But put down Lane Staley, and I'll
I
fucking
didn't
ban
put
you
down.
for real.
I didn't put down Lane Staley. I love Lane Staley.
I know.
Like, can I pose you a question, right?
All right,
So,
me.
yeah, on all this, right, that we're talking about, like the struggles in society. Why do you think humans are putting up with so much shit if it's so bad?
That's a good question. I think that we haven't really been educated in a certain type of way to develop the sense of self-respect that we don't even know that we fucking lost. And people just go on, chasing that dollar because, I mean, that we're being oppressed. And as ironic as it is, you gotta adhere to that thing because, you're free to starve.
Right.
Yeah, I think the
Let me
opposite.
Right.
I think
answer
the
that
opposite
question
is
right quick.
also true, man. It's like survival. Like people know by joining society and chasing the money that it's easier than actual free will. Free will is a lot harder.
The U.S. is a crazy.
Well, if you want to bring up free will, that's a whole other thing. But I will admit that yes, the regular rewards and punishments of this system, capitalism, is so reinforcing that it's hard for people to think of how things could be any different.
Yeah, like well, we have. If you go back to our ancestors, man, we had longest times of our history where we didn't even have concepts of money.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, dude.
So,
200,000 years of development. We've only been doing this for the past 10,000 years, man. So yeah, the overwhelming evidence shows that we are capable of not doing this stupid shit.
Yeah,
But
I
it's
like
just
to answer that question. Let me answer that question. You said why we don't rise up against the system. So that's basically what you was asking.
no. I'm saying, why do we choose to be in society when we can we do have free will? We couldn't choose to leave society, and people do. People do choose that.
Well, you're coming from the
think
position that free will is a thing, but go on. I want to hear my time.
The reason why I think is because you have been trying to, like, you've been domesticated to want to live in this system. I mean, why do you use the time? We can measure time by the beat of a drum. We don't need to use dollar bills for money. We can use seashells. It don't matter. You've been trained to like the way that you like the way that you think it is, and you can. And I bet you have a hard time thinking about it being any other way.
Yeah.
Can you imagine using something other than money? Can you imagine using time by like using music as time? This
This is a good brainstorming exercise. Can we not, develop this management around sustainability science? That's what I'd say.
I just think it's sad. I think it's sad where we're at.
It is. It is very sad.
You know what I mean? It trivializes everything. It trivializes humanity. It trivializes everything.
Yes.
It's just this machine that we're all plugged into. You need money. You need to pay the rent. You need to pay the bills. And I feel like it's taken away from what life used to
Dude, not a fucking chance. And you know better.
What do you mean?
Gretchen probably thinks Steven Seagal is a better guitarist than who?
No. Explain, Gretchen. Because
Sinister
I
Gates.
respect you.
And
Oh.
he knows that's not fucking true.
Yeah.
He's just being a little bitch right now. That's all.
Wait, does Steven Seagal get to sit in a chair?
Yeah, for the whole movie he does.
Steven Seagal like to beat up his stuntman. But yeah, I see it like this, man, and this is why I mean, now y'all done got off in the weeds with all the economic stuff, but this is why we need feedback loops and stuff, because I'm not saying any way that we have it right now. I'm not saying money is necessarily bad. I'm not saying that the way we count time is bad. I'm not saying the way we do anything is bad. But if there's a better way, I want to know. And having
I'm
the
just
proper,
saying,
proper feedback.
let's trade
feedback loop is not the correct term here. A feedback loop is like feeding the same thing into the system over and over. It doesn't really offer correction.
There's
like
positive feedback loops and there's
like
negative feedback loops.
Like sensitivity.
Feedback loops
or your
will boost a certain variable. And so,
Yeah.
like, what we want are like corrective measures instead of feedback
So what you would call it
loops.
dynamic sensors or something that can sense dynamic variables and respond accordingly. Whatever you call it, I want something to see the problem that's coming up ahead and adjust its behaviors and respond accordingly. That's what I'm talking
That
about
would
as
be
far as
there's no reason why we can't
if you
have
wanted
government.
Is there any
that'd be
way
a form of like direct. You could have like direct democracy.
Yes.
Where
Yes.
everyone gets a vote on every single issue because you can do it in a
Yes.
technological age. But like
Yes.
governments are never going to go down that route because, well, they don't want that.
This is what we're faced with, man. I really do think that a wholesome, my name, group of people, scientists, engineers, sociologists, are going to come together and develop, I guess, like a 15-minute city to show what is possible outside
Thank you.
of
First name, last name.
market economies.
Much appreciated. Welcome to the party.
See, there's a compounding. The nature is a compounding issue on that, and it's just the nature of people. It goes back to what you're saying, wholesome, with like free will. Like I've looked into a lot about free will and stuff like that, and like the truth, what I find with humans is we avoid free will at all costs. We're so much more comfortable being told what to do than thinking for ourselves. And that's
We
just
are
a fact.
conditioned. We are conditioned, and man, I don't really think that free will is a thing, or to whatever degree it is. It goes about as far as like which side of your mouth you decide to brush in the morning.
Conrad, man, it sounds like you in the secret garden with the gnomes and whatnot. I can hear all the birds and the squirrels and stuff with in the
Yeah,
background.
I'm
It sounds good
smoking
though.
by my
I'm
window.
glad you got it.
Yeah, that's me. That's me in Ireland, all right.
I'm glad to hear it, man. Carry on, people.
If I may, yeah, I was kind of the one that called in and is kind of hosting this conversation. And I don't want to just like continue on this. If you guys would rather talk about something else, if I may, just kind of wrap up with Arpy. What led me on this train of thought is Peter Joseph. Did you ever watch the Zeitgeist films?
Oh
Yeah, I watched that, guys.
Okay. Have you kept up with that man's work ever since those films?
No, I haven't.
Right. This is what I tend to find. Anybody that does know about these concepts or those films, it stops there, just those films, and that's it.
His original first two came out in like the early 2000s, wasn't it?
Right. If I may, I'll go real quick through his whole catalog. The first three Zeitgeists was from 2007 to 2011, and it covers everything from solar messiah mythology to the 9/11 narrative to the nature of like banking and war, and then it elaborates more on banking and war, and then offers some solutions, and then the third film talks about like public health and sociology, and then elaborates more on solutions. So that's what those main films were about. And again, like a lot of people, they constantly chasing the dollar, don't have time of day to keep up with things as much anymore. But he continued to do more stuff. In 2013 he put out a satire called Culture and Decline. After that, he wrote a book called The New Human Rights Movement: Reinventing the Economy to End Oppression. After that, in 2020, he came out with a sci-fi, which is documentarial-esque. It's like Zeitgeist, but it's
it's science fiction, and it's really designed to slip behind the viewer's ego in that it has 3 interweaving timelines. And the first timeline is this woman who gets laid off of her job, and the whole theme is silent horror in the modern day. She never speaks. She gets laid off of her job and explores the city trying to find a new job in the circus that it is. And then the second timeline is in the near future, where this ecological hacktivist group that are labeled terrorists by the mainstream media, their leader gets captured and taken up to a spaceship, and there's a cliche debate between, the antagonist and protagonist about what the nature of society is. And then the third timeline is in the far future, where humanity has finally gotten its shit together, and it's about these historians talking about how fucked up it was back in the day, today. And then after that, that's called Interreflections. After that, he's put out this podcast called Revolution Now. It's a train of thought podcast. And in the most recent episodes, he's talking about this post-scarcity society and the logic behind it being, economic management, in a project called Integral, which is effectively CyberSyn just updated. And you can be a part of it. It's completely free. All of this shit is free. So, I hope you understand why I'm calling you guys here, because I think that you actually can listen to what it is that I have to say. You guys are scientifically minded. You can, rationalize with me a bit.
Yeah. 100%. No, it sounds interesting. Like, the things that I find interesting about the human condition, I guess, in a lot of ways, is there's a lot of more variables when you point into social control than people think. People look at money and stuff as the only realm of social control. It's only one variable of social control. There's many school systems, academia, routines. Everything is a form of social control.
Religion, of course.
Everything.
Yeah.
And then, like, when you look at like the laws of power and stuff like that and influence, it's like all these institutions become mechanisms of the state, of the nation state.
Yes.
Forms of that. So, like, until you can kind of roll back that kind of mentality of the nation state or the government being the father of society, or the mother and the father of society, you're always going to have this problem. Because they always, it will lead to politicians, it will lead to elitism, it will lead to elite overproduction, it leads to quangos, it leads to, all these problems that we have.
Yes, we're dealing with a positive reinforcing feedback loop. And, it's weird to use that sort of language on mass human behavior, because it's usually only thought of in terms of like computers and simple machineries and stuff like that. But there's no reason why we can't look at humanity as being part of the ecosystem. And just like the ecosystem implements synergetic principles like permaculture to maintain itself, there's no reason why we can't tap into those dynamics and like not starve each other and go to war.
When we tap into those dynamics like we had in the past, we were harder to control. Because we're like, fuck you, I don't need you. I have my family, man. I've got my 12 sisters and brothers and my family and my bigger community, and we don't need you. And that's how humans used to think. We used to think in a communal collective. Now we're more into the individual. I am Kieran. I'm an individual.
That is what's highlighted in our current economic system, is this hyper individuality, and we can't have this as the driving force whenever we have nuclear weapons floating around and nanobombs, and we produce enough food to feed 10 billion people, and 2 billion of them are still starving. We're literally working twice as hard to throw half of it away. It's nuts.
Yeah. I'm just framing, like, even the idea of the individual is just another form of social control. It's easier to control people.
Yes. Good point.
Wholesome. Can you explain to me what a positive feedback loop is?
A positive feedback loop is, for example, if you've ever been at a concert and you hear that horrible screeching noise because the microphone comes into just the right position, it's because the inputs going into a system are are exponentially expanding that output, and the output becomes the input, and it blows up. It's self-destructive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fucking. I love all this shit, man.
Yeah.
I hate to add that it's only self-destructive if the system can't handle the power as it increases. But
Right.
if the system is built to handle that power, then it positively feeds back until it can't anymore. Put it like that. And you can have the same thing with negative feedback behavior. That's like OCD
Predator
or something.
prey.
You do something, it make you feel bad, so you do it more, and then you feel even worse, so you do it more, and you negatively impact your behavior and yourself.
No.
Exactly.
The positive and negative in this context shouldn't be thought of with any sort of good or bad. But positive means exponentially blowing up to the point of self-destruction. Negative means sustaining. Like, for example, the predator-prey relationship. Negative means like it's homeostatic. It's I guess a good thing, if you have to paint it that way. That's what
But I
that
mean,
means.
if you want to paint it like that, shouldn't the negative be the negative should do the same thing, just in reverse of the positive? It goes until it can't go no more in the other direction, and you want to keep it at neutral, right? Homeostasis,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. You can have
Okay.
negative feedback loops that you can build on top of. You can have input and if I have to use the word exploit, I would probably rather use a different word, maybe augment the good qualities of any sort of phenomenon that you see and harvest off of them. So if you have some sort of field somewhere that naturally grows a crop and you can understand the ecosystem around it, you can highlight those dynamics that produce that crop in such a natural way and get maybe 100% yield more off of it.
Well, on the negative side, I feel like we're using that word in two different ways, because I'm looking at it like this. On the positive side is like all the whole numbers going towards infinity, and the negative side is all the negative numbers going towards infinity. Either way, if you get too much on either side, whatever device is going to blow up is going to meet its limit. But if you can keep the homeostasis at zero or roughly around zero, then you're gonna always be, come out right. Now that may not be the particular optimization for whatever device, machine, institution, mechanic, whatever you're trying to do, but you want to keep it balanced or roughly the same as much as you can, like your body temperature. If something
Right.
you got things to make your body temperature go up when it needs to be heated up, and you got things that make it go down when it needs to go down.
I think what you're highlighting here is kind of like the weird limitations of language. What you just described is a negative feedback loop. But again, this is a very technical distinction. A negative feedback loop means homeostasis. It doesn't necessarily mean digression in the same way that like a positive feedback loop means explosion. Negative feedback loop means homeostasis. But I get what your intuitions might drive at. Again, this is why these concepts are so weird to talk about sometimes.
That's something I did not know. I had to look into that one.
These are, because they encompass humans. These are very complicated fucking issues.
Yes.
Because humans, we're not, like
We're
I said,
not
we're not
gunslinger.
rational. Yeah, and we're not rational actors either. Like, so you have your own drivers, multiple variables of different nuances and everything like that. So, like, the problem when it comes into making, like, but like the problem when it comes into like making, like, what I see, what the problem with modern social science is trying to fix everything with kindness. And like we learn in sociology and psychology that like people grow through struggle. So when you try to make a society avoidance of all harm, that reduction in harm will create harm. Right. So I know it sounds counterintuitive, But people are meant to go through struggle, are meant to go through challenges to grow and develop character and develop all these
I'll
things.
accept that.
That's
You
real.
know, the last part of that statement, anyway. But you know, if you're bringing up like that whole notion of good men create great times, and the great times create bad men, that whole cycle, I do think that that's
Not
something of a
necessarily.
phenomenon, but it can be transcended. I don't think it has to be that way.
Well, I just mean like experiences are down to the individual, right? The experience. Like you can educate and train as much people as possible in whatever you want, but them not having the experience is going to be completely different, right?
Sorry, I might have got a little lost in what you were saying, but I think what you're highlighting is that yes, everybody is variable. Everyone's going to be good at different things, and everyone's going to have like natural gravitations, and you know, to anybody who might give me discredit here, it sounds like some sort of technocratic society where everyone's going to have like an Ayn Rand dystopia, you know, a gray house and the same car and a pot of gruel. No, dude, that's not at all what I think. I think that
No,
we have variability, and variability is what needs to be,
But
you know,
but
paid
it's the
attention to.
experiences, right? It's the experiences everybody goes
Yeah,
through.
yeah, your
Yeah.
experiences most definitely, you know, shape how you look at the world.
Exactly.
Yeah.
and that's and that's what I'm saying. Like we are like if you look at like the millennials and Gen Z and all these stuff, and like they're going through their quote unquote hard time, not being able to get housing, not being able to access the markets. So the way I
Yeah.
see things is naturally going to evolve is they're going to change the system.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at a certain point, like the pressure is going to become too grand. The contradictions are going to become too grand that whether it's a conscious effort or not, something is going to have to change. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, of course. And like, look, we can call a spade a spade. The current economic model in my country and your country is mostly still run by baby boomers.
Yeah.
You know,
Where are
so
you from,
like
anyway?
I'm from Ireland.
Oh, okay. You're from Ireland. That's cool.
Yeah.
For some context here, I don't really think of myself as a good American or an accurate representation of an American because I'm lucky enough to have an immigrant parent. So I've had a little bit of a different angle at this circus that we all live in.
Oh man, it's all a circus, lad. Like America
Oh
gets a
yeah.
lot of shit because it's America, but everywhere you go is a circus, lad.
Oh yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? Like it's you go anywhere on this planet, man, it's a circus where everyone is, and everyone hates where they live. Like I lived in Australia, which is a booming economy compared to Ireland, and the Australians are complaining about how shit their lives are. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So no matter where you go, you'll find humans co-ruminating about their problems.
Yeah.
It's all relative.
And I think it's good that people analyze their problems. Yeah. And it is all relative. Yeah. Poverty is relative.
You know,
Wealth is a relative notion.
Exactly. Like,
I just
and this
had
is
a
what I
thought.
mean. Like you talk. Sorry, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just because I mean, but y'all kind of done veered the subject from a little bit where I was trying because we were talking about earlier. I just had a thought about like you was like the corporation we do put into the system that really that doesn't thanks us. We should learn from chimpanzees because the chimpanzees, the alpha male, if he gets too greedy, too gay, because number one, the alpha male is elected by the females. The other nobody will follow a male that can't get they can't get none basically. And number two, if he become too greedy, too
dominant,
they got
yeah.
dominant because they got to be political. Now they're not political and they don't look out for their people. First the women leave them and then everybody else leave them. And the older males they help them because the older males they run on the forest floor when they're hunting and they chase down the animal while the stronger ones at the top of the trees swooping in from the top to get them. They just stop helping. And he won't be able to hunt like that anymore and he just loses power. And we can do that to a billionaire if we tried.
I think that there's a lot to be learned from that. And, especially chimpanzees are kind of looked at as like the gold standard of a comparison to humans, But bonobos are virtually the same species. They can also be learned from at the same time. But yeah, what you highlighted there is most definitely real, and that should be recognized.
But
And
you got to remember, they are working together. We work as individuals for the most part.
No,
Do you know
Jared,
what
no,
I
it
mean?
don't,
feels
man.
like
You,
we're
you, you work.
individuals, but the reality is we are social
You need to
beings.
watch Chimp
Oh, we
Empire.
are. I agree.
Kyron, you are the chimp on the ground running down the damn the prey item while the billionaires are the ones on the top. Do you work? Where do you work at?
I
Where
work
do
in
you work
social
at, Kyron?
services.
In
I work
social
social
service. So
services.
whoever's on that top of that industry is the one that's getting paid from your effort. Now he gives you something for your effort because
Oh yeah.
it's an agreement. It's an agreement you make, but you're not working for yourself. You're working for him. That's why he's your
Yeah, no,
employer.
I know. No, I agree, but I'm just saying. What I'm saying is when you join together, like the old people in Ireland used to do it a lot in the past. When a company used to go nefarious or was screwing over
Yeah.
workers, all the employees would pick it outside the front of the business and have signs and all, and they wouldn't allow other employees to go in. We'd shut down their business.
That was a very
But
natural
it still
intuition
can
that
happen.
yeah, and how did they take that away? They took that away by making us individuals again. Oh, you have to focus on your job. It's your money.
It's
It's
a
your
Jedi
bank
That's a
account.
good point.
it's a
That's a
Jedi
good
mind
point
trick.
there,
Yeah,
but
power in numbers
that's
is
a
always
very good point, man.
It's
Very
pure manipulation, is what it is.
exactly.
That's what it is.
It tells you that you're free, and people buy it hook, line, and sinker, man. Yeah, you're right. You're highlighting a very profound psychological and sociological, biopsychosocial phenomenon. Yeah, I mean,
my
we're able to
father
be
had it, man.
manipulated.
Like my father had this mentality, and you can look. My father is a very spiritual person that doesn't hold on to this debate. It has nothing to do with this conversation. But you could
Right.
put my father next to a billionaire, and he'd feel bigger and taller than the billionaire.
Oh yeah.
Happier.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And he lived his life that way because he had a family of 8
Mhm.
kids, and you know
Yep.
what I mean. He had everything he needed. He didn't need anything else.
Or
It's just we have this mentality today. Like even I see it with young kids today. Like even though like
Yeah.
I know it's hard for them. I know it's tough and they complain. But also I look back at my father's generation. It was tough for them too. Like they
Yeah.
had fuck all money. They were poor and they had like 13 kids per household.
that's
Do
what
you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And we're not even having kids.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
We don't. I mean, we could put more people on the planet, but we got 10 billion already. It look like we ran out of room.
No, I know.
Um.
I'm not.
Yeah.
In Ireland, there's still room anyway.
Eventually, man, they're gonna be shoot.
Yeah. I'm really happy that this conversation has gone the way that it's gone, and I hope Gretchen and Arpy and everybody else is still listening. You know.
I am.
Okay.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay.
I don't agree with a whole lot of it. I'm just kind of
Okay.
trying to lay back and let you guys all
Okay. Well, that's cool of you. Yeah.
do your thing.
Some people, will get so invested in something and like just not even allow a conversation to continue. And we got like 7 people in here. Yeah, it's kind of hard to manage. Yeah.
See, that's what I want to tell you. I don't know if Gretchen's gonna allow me to say it, so I'm just gonna say it anyway. I think you had a wrong impression of this place. This place is not for debate.
What are you talking about? I've been allowing you to say whatever you guys wanted for like the last fucking hour.
I'm kind of speaking on your behalf right
I've
now.
been
I've been making
legit,
a
like
pizza for like the last 10 minutes. This has been
I
like
have
the
like
least
been
needed to
working
manage
at keeping
panel
my
ever.
fucking mouth shut. I have taken to fucking with nobody in chat just to keep my mind off of what you guys are saying because
I'm kind of
there's
speaking on
so
your
much
behalf.
wrong with what you guys are saying.
Well,
But I'm
come
letting you
correct
guys
us
have the
then.
conversation, so go.
I'm kind of speaking on your behalf, but I just want to tell Vic that I think he had a wrong impression of this place. This place is not for debate. This is not for atheism to try to act big over theism. It's for truth, and it's for people like you, Vic, that people who
Okay.
care about truth, willing
Yeah,
to
thank you.
listen.
Yeah, this
propose
is
things.
more of a kind of a clubhouse than I mean, most of us all know each other from atheist debate streams, so like debate is a natural just state for us.
Right.
But I mean, I mean, if you look at the description, it's. I mean, well, at least we used to have game nights. We haven't done that in a while, but I mean, we will again.
Cool. That'd be cool.
It's just, it's just kind of for like whatever comes up.
Kyron, aren't you Thea's Kyron?
Yeah, I have my own. Yeah, I have my own belief.
I'm not trying to gang up on you. I just want to let Vic know everybody welcome. We just if you got like how we running your idea through the Broad Patch, we do that to the Theas. RP shoot my stuff down almost every night. So it is what it is, man. We just try to make our ideas better. That's all. Still sharp and still, man.
Yeah.
I mean, haven't you ever been here when RP and I start fighting? It's like...
So yeah, I mean, I'm sure I could elaborate more and more and more on this general theme, but maybe let the conversation go in another way now. Again, yeah, I remember that a lot of the theme of this channel is spirituality in a general sense. So you guys asked me the other night, if I believed in God or not. I mean, conversation can go that way if you guys want to, or somebody else take the mic. I mean, I don't have to dictate here.
How about
we just flow, man. Just flowing off the conversation.
I seem to recall a slow girl calling me a little bitch.
Who would that be? Issa, did you call him a bitch? That was so rude. Don't talk about Issa like that.
That's going to be a dodge.
You got nothing?
What's up, nobody? How you doing, man?
What's up, dude? How are you doing? I'm good.
You can't complain. Just make stuff work.
How about this for food for thought? I already described to you guys that I'm pretty much atheist. I'm about as atheist as an agnostic person can be. That's kind of how I like to say it. You guys were talking about witchcraft earlier. I have to admit, I find the occult thought and witchcraft, if you have to generally put it that way, to be fascinating.
I like Star Wars.
Star Wars is cool.
I like Star Wars.
Star Wars was cool before the previous trilogy. Like fucking Metachlorians fucked it all up.
To be honest with you, I'm far beyond that. I like watching all the fan made stuff on YouTube, especially now with the AI. They're making some good movies now, and they look almost as good as the official production.
How is Palpatine still alive? That's all I want. How is Palpatine still alive?
The same way Trump is still alive.
But see, that's the. If you watch the fan made stuff and you learn the story, that's the story of the Sith. The Sith are always. That's why I kind of think Trump is kind of doing this, and I'll elaborate if y'all want me to go deeper into that. But the Sith, they have too much. They gain too much money, too much power to give it all away to death. So every Sith always have some kind of game plan to overcome death.
Deals in absolutes. Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
That makes you a Sith, by the way.
Who, me?
No, Metatron.
No.
Say again.
By affirming that motto, you are now a Sith.
I'm down with that.
I do have to admit, I am terrified of the prospect of Donald Trump's brain being uploaded to Neuralink, and we're going to have 1,000 years of Donald Trump. Oh,
that's
God.
That's what I'm getting at. I think that's why Donald Trump has been so welcome into AI.
Slavery apologetics tonight, Phil? Please.
I mean, he's like a stupid Palpatine, but he does know some dark. He does have some dark side tactics. That man knows darkness, man, and he you could tell he knows what he's doing. He knows how to be a con man. He knows how to sell his brand. He uses unethical and immoral tactics.
This man is an idiot.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Yeah. Although there are two theists up here talking, so.
I was 8 years old when the Twin Towers came down, and I thought that it couldn't get any more fucked and stupid than George Bush and Cheney. I mean, come on, Dick and Cheney. Oh, how naive I was. Yeah.
The big Dick Cheney.
It was before Patriot Act, before Citizens United, before
Bush,
fucking yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna ask. You guys don't say Dick and Bush, but okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Joel hates Bush, and we should all, you know, fucking, you know, glom on and you know, shame him for that. Right.
I
Free the
affirm the
Bush.
wet box.
I said it before and I say it again. As a military veteran on September 11th, see, the military get paid on the 1st and the 15th. And on September 11th, my biggest fear is that I wasn't going to get paid when they hit the Pentagon. I was mad at them up. I wanted to go to war. Motherfucker better give me my money, goddammit.
$2 trillion. Yeah. Donald
My
Rumsfeld.
bike broke
$2 trillion.
down on the morning of September 11th. So that was my tragedy.
Yeah. I was in 3rd grade science class, and they just stopped the class in the middle of the program to have us watch the TV. Oh, God, it was awful.
I was at 32nd Street.
Everybody here. So
I ended up getting way too drunk at the bar at the Hard Rock Hotel in Vegas with 311, and they ended up kicking me out for screaming the terrorists stole my fucking birthday. It's like, like, you're cut off. You need to get the fuck out of here. I'm like, all right. I'm like, but I didn't do this. The fucking terrorists did it.
I was stationed at Gretchen. I was stationed at 32nd Street, and I was spent a night off of base at a friend house or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And catching the cab back to base, and all down 32nd Street, it was just damn packed. So much traffic. I was like, damn, I'm about to miss muster. So I jumped out of the car and I paid him, and I ran about maybe half a mile into that's when I was healthy, into the base, and I jumped the fence and snuck in the base. And I didn't even know September 11th happened. We was on that's when we had DEFCON Delta.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. They were under seriously, and you got over the fucking fence?
Wait, what's your
I jumped
birthday?
the fence and ran right up in the thing into the mustard. We used to do all kind of stuff. You probably know.
They were what fucking what branch was this? And where
How the
was
fuck
it?
you soldiers? I hear so many of these stories of you American
Fucking
soldiers.
lax
just being
ass
fucking
security, dude.
Hey, that was September
Damn.
11th, man. We really wasn't. When you was in there before me, wasn't you? You was in there like in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know, we had the kind of gentler military back then.
Like before 9/11, like it was like
that's insane.
it was like pretty much peacetime, right? It was like there wasn't much going on in the military.
I mean,
yeah, basically,
end of the Soviet Union. Yeah.
At that time, it was getting stirred up a little bit because they had bombed that coal, like
Wait,
maybe a couple months before.
When was there nothing going on in the military?
Well, I assume there's never nothing going on. Like,
comparatively speaking, I mean, we're an empire and we've always been at war. But yeah, the Soviet Union was gone, and we were kind of just free to run over that sandbox how we saw fit.
It just totally depends on what your job was, what branch of service you were in. You know, ask any of the guys from Black Hawk Down if they don't think anything was really going on in the 90s, you know?
Yeah, where was that? Where was that again? That was in Africa, right?
Yeah, Somalia.
Somalia,
yeah. Those guys were all from my division, so.
All right, because you had Desert Storm before that as well, yeah.
Yeah, years before that, but.
Yeah.
And then when Slobodan Milosevic had to do all of his ethnic cleansing crap, we went in and well, I mean, technically that was the UN, but you know, I had to go I got my European vacation that year.
Yeah, we were involved in a lot of that. Fucking peacekeeping and all those missions.
I think the reason why I made it over, I may be wrong. Maybe it wasn't DEFCON Delta quite when I jumped the fence, because when I made it into Must, I ran up the stairs and stuff to be safe here and all this stuff. And I was looking on the news, and the planes was crashing right then and there on the news. So I think everybody was like in a shock, a little bit of shock and all, and it might not have been DEFCON Delta right then and there, but maybe an hour or so later they called it and had the whole base on lockdown. Now that I think in retrospect.
Well, one thing I learned from this conversation: you can't lock down you anyway, no matter what. We're fucking climbing fences, climbing under fences.
Hey, you guys. Resist oppression. They set up a page or whatever you might call it on the Discord for me called Collective Knowledge. So I kind of gave some of the most specific Peter Joseph stuff to kind of like tap into. It's like a range from the most what's the word I'm looking for here? The most relevant, I guess, dry type of content to a few things that he's done that's a little bit more artsy and fun. They're all speeches and podcasts and stuff, but some of them are more dry, technical, and some of them are a little bit more like, okay, this is human. You know what I mean? So,
and you, which Discord? This Discord, you have your own? Which one?
Whatever.
In the async Discord.
Yeah, I believe it's
yours. In the async in mine, yeah.
Yeah. So in time, I mean, hell, we ain't got to do it tonight, but I'd like to think in time, you guys would dig into some of that, and maybe we can go over it maybe one day. I don't know.
Well, you got me sold on the feedback part. I don't know about the rest of the economics and all that stuff. I'm not saying that every system needs that to be all the way to the nth degree, but I'm just saying that it wouldn't hurt to put them on more systems, and that way more systems can operate themselves independently of artificial rule setting. Because I mean, right now a lot of stuff, we, like you said, Gretchen, we do have feedback to a certain extent, but it's mostly like we set a rule and then we let it go until it crashes. But if you can have it to where it can sense itself and see where it's at relative to
we have all
everything
kinds
else,
of feedback, and it changes regularly.
Yes, we do, but it's very crude. The way we approach it is so crude.
Complain about fucking cancel culture all you fucking want, but that's some feedback and a half for your fucking ass.
I mean, yeah,
you're
straight
right about
up.
that.
Yeah,
you're right about that. And that's like what I'm saying. Like let's say for racism, like people that won't let me go into the establishment. Now they done got rid of the Civil Rights Act, but another way we can feedback is don't spend our money in those places anymore, and then that way they go out of business, and you under that behavior will be
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's pretty much what you're left with in the most immediate, as far as the individual can go. In a short term sort of like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Without having to put in like extra effort of like actually organizing, for example, a union or a boycott or something. At the very least, an individual, I guess, can choose to not spend their money at an establishment. But I don't think that's proper.
But the boycott is the only way to make it effective. The boycott is the only way.
There's a compounding issue as well. As like the bigger the company gets, they technically can no longer be racist over time. I think because they become beholden to making the money, and then they just want everyone to give them money. So like, do you know what I mean? And like you have the infinite growth models in our current economics and stuff like that, which is just we have to make more money every year. So they don't really care where the money comes from.
Right.
I disagree because the captain always is responsible for the culture on the ship, man. And if the captain got that type of personality, then it's the fish gonna rot from the head down. And by him being so big, he ain't got to worry about.
But you said, remember earlier about remember earlier when you were saying about the chimps not cooperating with the captain and doing their own thing or allowing them to get ripped apart and all. Same thing applies to a CEO. They get
Yeah,
rules. They get
that's why I
voted
said
out by the board.
yeah, but I mean, once you get big enough, then it really don't matter because nobody's big enough to move you around and stuff. That's why the IRS don't investigate billionaires because it's not big enough. They
Yeah, I
keep
get what you're saying.
hamstringing the IRS to keep them from investigating them. And I'm telling you,
Yeah, I
man,
get what
when
you
some of
mean.
them do, go
Yeah,
ahead, I'm
no, I get
sorry.
what you mean. Like most of it is like most of it when you get up there is like legal loopholes and lawfare and all this bullshit, like
Yeah,
court system. Yeah,
I
I know. And
work for a billionaire company, and he knew me because me and the guys we worked maintenance, and it's right after Hurricane Harvey had hit. And I was maintenance man. We had to fix welding machines, so we petitioned this guy, Will Crenshaw, for Modern Dragons and all that stuff. We petitioned him to sing. It was, I mean, to him it was pennies on a dollar because we were like $280,000, almost $250,000 on parts and equipment because we had a Halliburton contract that we was trying to get finished. So he gave us the money and we doubled his workforce. We was able to, because keep in mind, all them welding machine was floating in that water after the hurricane. So we was able to get him like 35 or 40 more extra workers out of that mess. But he had to spend money though.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I went through some shit working over there.
yeah. It's a weird one. It is a weird one.
I don't know. Racism to me is a crazy thing. It's a very crazy thing to me.
It is weird.
No, I mean,
I've never understood it myself. It's pretty crazy.
Last time I was on this channel, I said I had lost my virginity to a blonde girl.
Yeah, you so did.
Yeah, I did, and that's the truth, and it was a beautiful thing. That shit was like lifetime, like fucking. It was beautiful, you know what I mean? And
got you.
I carried that same thought throughout my whole life, and I just think it's stupid. You know, it's stupid.
It's pretty
It's
fun.
stupid.
Yeah.
Like thinking somebody else is not like you, or because it really isn't. You know what I mean? Like that moment taught me that I don't want to get into details, but I'll get poetic to explain it. But it was like it was something I couldn't even understand. You know what I mean? Like I was a kid.
Yeah.
And she guided my shit, you know, into the thing, and my whole life changed right after that. Right after that moment,
I'd wager your whole life would have changed no matter what fucking color she was.
Yeah, I agree. But it's that moment of plunging into that initial thing, and
Did I come back to a deflowering story?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Oh my god.
Metatron is now a man.
I was not deflowered. I was
doing the deflowering. Or yeah.
No,
you were bloomed.
She had already been.
He was plucked.
Oh well, I mean, still, you know.
Yeah.
Enlightened.
What was the manhood Metatron?
Look. I didn't even understand what was happening. But Crystal said to me, she said, "You just kept whispering into my ear, warm, wet, over and over again, for the 2 minutes that I was able to withstand." And that's all she said. She said, "You just kept saying that," and I was
That was
smoking
the
a
best 2
Marlboro.
minutes of her life.
But
10
look,
minutes. Look at this
but look,
marathon man over here.
but
This
look.
girl was like, I got this guy by the
Oh
palm of my
man,
hand.
I'm not a porn star, man. You know, I was a child, and I was smoking the Marlboro, and I thought to myself, like everything changed at that moment. At that moment, and it's a very strange thing when the first time that happens, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Well, it's the first time, and she was real pretty, and you really liked her. Then probably why you did it like that.
Well,
You know what
dude,
I'm saying? You just
she had
excited.
been messing around with dudes already. Like she was with Mike Schwartz and everybody else, but she did guide me and like introduce me into that. So for me, it was beautiful.
Cool, man. I mean, yeah, not everybody gets to have a great first time, and I think everybody deserves it. So, yeah, awesome.
Yeah,
that. Now you got me thinking about the 72 versions. Because I mean, they're gonna be a virgin every night.
Why would you want 72 versions?
Yeah, give me 72 sluts by. That's what I want.
Exactly.
It's not like a punishment, man. I got to teach them every night. God damn it.
Why would you? Anyway,
carry on, man. I want to.
Give me 72 virgins in heaven, and I'll invent Facebook in heaven.
Fucking hell.
72 people that putting a hurt on you every night. They hurt you. They don't know what they're doing.
I mean, it's a beautiful thing, though. That first time is the only point I was trying to make is that shit is fucking beautiful.
You opened it up by talking about race. You opened it up talking about race, but
oh boy,
it wrapped around about being more specific to the act.
It could be about race, but I mean, that's not.
Wait, how is this about race? I must have missed that part.
He opened up with like, I think race is such a weird thing, and something about his first experience was with a white girl, and it kind of lost track from his original point. And
I've been with more white guys than white girls. Fun fact.
This is a dynamic conversation, Vic.
It
was about you, man.
You didn't hear the origin story where I was wiping my brown arms when I got home from preschool.
No, I heard you tell that story last night.
Yeah.
How your dad went into the principal and fucking tore him.
Oh, dude, he was so fucking pissed. I never.
Rightfully so.
Yeah. But and that's how that was my segue. Like, I have no hate for anybody because I lost my virginity to a blonde girl.
We can't afford to have hate, man. It's gonna take a whole coalition to defeat this madness we're going through. We gotta break that chain to the first century, so that way we can move into the future.
Well, it looks like we already found the solution anyway, so we just have to replicate what you went through for everyone else.
The solution is love, man. The solution is No, I'm serious.
I'm only joking with you. I know what you mean. I agree. Of course it is.
The solution is love.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
So we've always, but like I think like as far as me, like I've always like in Ireland, in Europe it's a different context anyway. It's been like all over Europe's quite diverse anyway. But like it's a different context. We never viewed it that way. I just never really saw from a racial lens or anything. People are people, just people living life.
Yeah, that makes sense. Somebody coming from Ireland, you guys have gone through so much historical oppression that it's probably pretty logical that most of y'all kind of have that attitude.
Yeah, we get it. We get it. You know what I mean? Like we've been there. So like it's like but like we come together. Like the Irish would be very pro like Palestine. Like do you know what I mean? That's all we talk about. You know what I mean? Anything to do with apartheid, You know what I mean? And to do with these. So like, whereas we as a racial people, we're not we focus more on ethnicity and culture. That's your thing. It's like we don't really view race. It's like, oh, you're African. What's your tribe? What's your tribal culture? Oh, that's cool. You know what I mean? That's where we bond on the tribal grounds because we were tribal people as well.
I think I go ahead.
Me?
I mean,
or somebody else. I know what I'm wanting to say, so somebody else go. Yeah.
Well, Kyron, have
well,
you
you
ever met
want to
Chuck
talk about
McNorris?
racism? How about the fact that M&M's removing the blue and brown candies from their?
Nuh-uh.
Well,
I'm just fucking with you guys.
What?
I mean, they are, but
Nuh-uh.
I
That's
like the
weird.
blue one. The blue one was kind
yeah.
of cute.
Wait. Is that
She
for
had
real?
long legs. I
Yeah,
think she.
something about the dyes. They're gonna stop using the blue and the brown
Is
in
it
their
something to do with
packaging
just
and
because those dyes were
That's
more expensive or something?
that RFK.
Yeah.
He probably
And
thinks that
just
shit
because
is
one
funny.
reason's given doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't
It's just from
another
certain
some sort of weird
bags.
ulterior motive.
no, it's just the packaging. They're not removing the blue and brown M&Ms.
Okay.
It's just the packaging.
Oh.
I just thought it
Not
was
one for
funny,
them and
and
Yeah. Okay.
they're switching over to dye-free ink on their
Yeah,
packages, and
it's
they haven't
yeah.
found a workaround for the blue and brown yet. So they're just taking them off the package. That's all.
Syrian? How do you say your name? Sutherland?
Kieran.
Kieran. Okay, I'm sorry. To highlight on what you were talking about culture, I feel like it's important to highlight. This is going to sound kind of dry, but I'm serious about this. Whenever people talk about culture, a lot of times, like the layman might say, "Oh, Chinese culture, American culture, or whatever, African culture, whatever sort of country might be."
Oh, it's way deeper than that and more nuanced than that.
Yes, I like to look at it in the strict scientific definitions of culture because we've developed these, and we have about 4 different ones: cultures of shame, cultures of guilt, cultures of fear, and cultures of honor. And under these dynamics, they carry different types of qualities, which can be applied to across the planet. And I feel like if people understood those sorts of
big
things a little bit
one.
more.
Venezuela had a 7.5 earthquake.
Yeah, they did.
Oh yeah, I've been watching videos of like the airport and like
Where?
fucking, like
Venezuela.
Oh shit.
That's fucked
Didn't
up.
somebody?
Yeah,
Didn't the
actually,
Philippines or
here,
somebody
I got
like in
this
Asia
link.
have one recently too?
I think maybe.
There were a couple off the coast of Russia.
Yeah.
Like
There used to be a really
tsunami
good map
warnings.
that I kept up with, and then they fucked it up, and it's just not the same anymore. Globalincidentmap.com used to keep up with earthquakes happening and shit.
I could
Well,
be
for
mistaken. But I remember
earthquakes, it's always best to just go to Caltech, no matter what. Like they do the whole world.
Caltech, okay.
Yeah, Caltech is kind of the earthquake capital of the world.
Yeah, y'all on the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, I do think it's kind of insane human beings living on the Ring of Fire. Like, oh hell.
Well, there ain't not much more places you can live, and if you want to deal with the earthquake, you can deal with the hurricane or the tornado. Everybody got something in their area.
Yep.
Except for Ireland.
Yeah. I'm in the Appalachia, and it's pretty chill here for the most part, as far as weather goes.
I know. I'm pretty sure that y'all can get. Y'all may not have them too much. But I'm pretty sure y'all get tornadoes in Ireland at least.
No, not really. Like maybe like a micro, tiny little one. I've seen tiny little ones.
Yeah.
They're pretty fun. You can throw like plastic bags into them. But like, no, like we don't get storms on that. Like we get storms and all, but like not on like tornadoes or hurricanes or anything
No,
like that.
Ben, the earthquake was in Venezuela.
I think France
Don't it
might get
rain?
some tornadoes, but it's a little bit flatter and just the way the winds work. I think France will get them
Yeah,
sometimes.
I'm just lucky.
'Cause
Like, but
I
also
hear,
like we get
Oh,
lots
there
of
was a
shit weather.
5.6 in California? No way.
Kyron, I hear it rains all the time in England. Is Ireland weather
Yeah,
similar to England weather? Is raining a lot?
yeah, yeah.
Well,
It's
Yeah.
fuck,
raining a
that's exactly
lot.
what y'all got. Y'all got that rain cloud like llamas off of Charlie Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did England and Ireland and Scotland build anything, man? Like it's just constantly fucking raining over there.
Dude. Think from a cultural perspective, you just answered your question.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's the way you gotta look. That's why we built. Because we
Yeah.
had fucking shit weather, like what I mean. If you go to like lots of tribal cultures in Africa, they didn't need to. It's fucking
Right.
sunny all the time. Why do you need? You don't need a fireplace unless you're cooking. So
Yeah.
just climate dictates. Your environment dictates a lot.
Yep. You're right.
Gretchen, play that one again with that goat. With that goat running to the fire.
Huh?
You remember you played the last night? You played the one with that goat. They kept trying to. The guy kept trying to keep it out the fire. And he kept trying to run in the fireplace.
That's me. Any video that gets played,
Yeah,
that's me.
say, no.
Oh, play that RP if you don't mind, sir.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was playing that when Neurojack kept like basically like killing their own argument by jumping back into the fire.
Oh, you was way over my head on that one. I was just like, well, he ain't coming back. They had that guy Arduino. I think I closed him out. He was telling me that because I told him I don't know too many things in life, but pretty much sure Christianity false. I was a Christian before. And he said, "Well, will you be surprised of what you can be how you can be wrong on certain things?" I said, "I know this. The scientific method is to prove yourself wrong. Well, I want you to call in and prove your case so you can prove me wrong." And he said, "I gotta go."
I gotta catch my bus.
Well, I guess that's why they use goats for burnt offerings, because you don't even have to kill them first. Just apparently, they'll run right into the fire. That's the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
Absolutely zero survival instinct.
God. Between them and pandas that won't fuck to save their species, I mean, Jesus Christ.
You got
keeping these
about
things
the koalas.
alive.
Don't forget about the koalas. The koalas, they got chlamydia.
Yeah, but at least they got it somehow, didn't they?
But see, the koalas, though, they eat you. The koalas, they eat eucalyptus trees. They are big bears that eat eucalyptus and got chlamydia. What's wrong with them damn things?
Yeah. Well, I suppose animals just are like us. They're not rational.
Well, I mean, koalas is a special case where being specialized is about to make them go extinct. They so specialized they can't live off of nothing.
Yeah, like it's pretty common amongst a few.
They're also kind of stupid, or very stupid.
Literally smooth brained. And eucalyptus is like poison. That's why they have to sleep like 20 fucking hours a day, because their bodies are literally dealing with poison all the fucking time because it's all they eat.
Yeah.
And God created that thing. But what I'm trying to figure out though is I mean, not what I figure out, but you just imagine if like we was cold-blooded creatures, like, because I seen some estimates about
But
saying
hey,
that
fine tuning and all. Way to go with the koalas there, God.
you fine-tuned them right out of existence, just about. But
But
hey,
doesn't
what
but
they've been
doesn't
doing the
but
last.
doesn't but doesn't it also but doesn't it also critique evolution as not being very good at picking random mutations for survivability?
No, it just says what evolution is. Whatever you got, if it's good enough to have babies, you can have the dumbass babies like that.
Well,
As long as they can
basically
live.
it's saying that you can be
What
stupid
are
and
we
still
looking at
survive.
here, boss?
Yeah.
Oh,
You just
okay. There you go.
because evolution is only about what's good enough to live. It's not about no survival. It's
All
about no
right. You want to be on?
optimization.
All right, everyone, shut up a second. Boss, we got you backstage. Do you want to be on camera when you come up here? Because your camera's on. It doesn't look like you realize that. Okay, there you are. All right,
Sorry.
Geronimus Boss, how you doing?
Hi, I'm very well. Yeah, I heard my compatriot there, Connor, who's from Ireland, saying hi. So I just thought I'd join in. Well, am I
Welcome
mistaken?
aboard.
Is there
Kieran,
someone there who
not Connor.
who's who doesn't believe in evolution?
No, I didn't. I didn't say that. I just said I'm just pointing out that it's very like it's not proven survivability for certain species. They don't evolve, say, to change mechanisms that they're doing that are negative traits for their survivability. That's all. I'm just pointing that out, and I find it interesting.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that.
evolution isn't like a conscious process, and to whatever degree that it might, promote the survivability of a species is a very sloppy process from our perspective, anyway.
But I see as the only process in evolution is survivability. It's not conscious. Not saying that, but the
It's
only
not
process is
survivability. It's
survivability.
it's reproductibility.
Adaptability.
That's a part of the survivability aspect.
It's
RP.
well, it's
survival of the
No, it
fittest.
isn't.
primarily
No, you
it's
can you
primarily
could like be born young and like have reproductibility and like not survive more than a year. But if you fuck a lot, like you'll propagate the species.
exactly. That's a good point.
Yeah.
So it's a number of things. It's primarily survivability, but it's also
That's what I was thinking.
reproducibility. There's sexual selection. There's at a broader level. There's adaptability for population survivability. So the idea that a population might be vulnerable to a particular challenge might render that population less likely to survive.
Oh, walkies. It's walkies time.
Yeah, monkeys are interesting.
Hey, UG.
Man, look at how slow he walks.
So I was wondering what you all guys.
I love you so much, nobody.
I want to make a point about table games like pool and snooker.
Yeah.
I think pool and snooker need to be decolonized. Because what is the metaphor by which we have here? Who's doing all the hitting in these table games, right? So I'm talking about pool and snooker. What do we have? We have the dominant white ball. It's all about controlling the white ball. Control the white. In pool and snooker, what does the white ball do? It goes around and it dominates all the other colors. It dominates all the other
with
races,
violence.
if you like. And what does it do at the end? It nullifies It nullifies its antithesis.
I know you got pulled with
The black ball.
Tell him to drop the
black
Phil
ball.
Bros immediately.
So it. Oh, I'm no Phil bro. I'm making a joke, mate. As you might know, I've a Chinese wife, and she can't understand my mother because everything she says is ironic. You might mistake my joke as being actually racist, when in fact it's anti-racist. Portrayal is not acceptance, my friend.
You're the purest person I've ever met in my life.
Is that the white ball nullifies all of the other metaphorical colors, and finally it hits upon its apotheosis by
its antithesis. Yeah,
Ginormous, you lagged out. Your audio's dropped. Just so you know.
I was going to say at the end of that, I was like, and you know what happens at the end of the game? All the balls go back in the same box.
It is interesting thinking about games and how they reflect, a lot of the assumptions that we make about the world. Yeah.
But I think that's just us also making assumptions. A lot of people weren't thinking about that at the time. They're just making a game. They're just playing a game. Like it was like that.
Do you guys like watching video essays? I mean, on this point of using board games as analysis, are there any specific video essayists you guys like to watch?
Not really.
Thought slime.
I watch tons of them, and it's not like I'm tied to any one of them, but I'm always going to reference Peter Joseph. But it's nice to see what other people are kind of trying to deconstruct. And I ran across this one. I can't remember the name of the channel, but it's effectively like a big sales pitch for Ian M. Banks's book series, The Culture, if you're familiar with that. And if you're familiar with ContraPoints and the most recent conversation she had with Brianna Joy Gray, that caused a big stir in the internet. And there's this video essayist that did from a leftist perspective, the title of the video is A Partial Defense of ContraPoints, and talking about liberal politics versus leftist politics, challenging conservative ethic within the dynamic of a chess game. It was really good.
Yeah, sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Point of moderation. You just think I need to announce that UG wins the stream for the night?
Yeah, that was creative. That was credit, Eugene. Vic, do you play chess?
Not really. I wish that I was kind of up to speed with chess. I mean, I know how to play a game of chess, but yeah, I'm no chess player.
Okay, well, anybody listening in chat, if you play chess and you want to challenge me, my name is mactime@lichess.org. I take all challenges.
Right on. Cool.
Oh, nice. You bang it out, Mick
Go
T,
left.
yeah.
Left.
Left is best.
Oh, so it's just like an interactive game.
I guess so.
Yeah, we get to tell him where to go. Where is
Steal
this
a
guy?
car. Steal a car.
It's like Grand Theft Auto now.
Where is this guy anyway?
Beautiful area.
Now we're playing
is this
He's in Wales.
Oh, okay.
Nice. It's fucking beautiful there. Some weather we're having at the moment. It's beautiful here where I am as well.
I love seeing how happy the dog is.
Yeah, we're having a heat wave at the moment over here.
Yeah, here too. We're just used to it.
Yeah, well, we never get it, so we're loving it. Having barbecues every day.
Tell him to go up the street to the right, and there's gonna be a barn with a donkey, and tell him to steal a donkey.
Climb the tree.
I'm gonna send you another guy for the lookout. We're gonna have one on lookout, one and the other one can steal the donkey. Y'all get away. And if anybody asks, tell them the Lord has lead of it. They'll think it's for the landlord.
What is this, Jesus simulator? Because doesn't he tell his disciples to steal a donkey?
Hey,
That's
how you feeling?
After listening to Thinkers, she convinced me that was what he did. He sent 2 disciples, one on the lookout, the other one to get the donkey, and then if anybody asks him, the Lord has need of it. That's my take on that story.
Faithful ass boy, faithful donkey.
No, he might already be gone, but I hope you're feeling better, Resist.
Dinosaur. Never heard of it.
Here's a thought experiment for you guys.
What's up?
I'm sure that there is an answer out there, but can you guys think of a non-competitive sport? Like maybe like an altruistic game show, you know what I mean? As opposed to like Jeopardy where people are trying to like, get more points answering questions. What if it was kind of flipped and it was like there was someone who's trying to answer a question and they get help from people around them?
Like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Yeah.
There's a nice boy competition in American Dad.
Okay.
I was thinking about that sport in the Olympics where they shoot marbles and then they sweeping the ice. I don't know what the hell they doing in that game. They sweeping the ice, shooting marbles. I don't know if they competition or what, but I like watching it.
I think about one of the closest things I can kind of think of is like charades, maybe. If you call that a sport, I mean,
Yeah, but there's
like-
2 teams and you get points and it's still competitive.
Yeah, no, it is competitive. Like the only one I can think of, the one I was thinking was the smoke. You ever see those like Slavic countries where they do the smoking competitions where the ladies and the men all get in one room, they smoke a pipe to see who can smoke the longest?
I hadn't heard of that. Okay.
Yeah, they do that here with vapes now.
Over there, I think it's like the rule is like you only have one. You can only light your pipe once, and like after you've lit it once.
Oh, I got it. Fucking solitaire, bitch. There you go.
Solitaire.
Nobody to compete with except yourself.
What about that show?
There are scores in solitaire, and you can also score by time, so you can absolutely compete.
That's true. If you're playing in a tournament, yeah.
A game that's contingent upon other people's influence that is non-competitive. Yeah, like an altruistic sport, a cooperative sport.
Right. Go right. Right. Yes.
That's left.
Yo, Jay Moolah, what's good?
Hi, Jay.
Yo, what's good, guys? What's going on?
Hey, that Jay Money.
Is this Jay Money?
Yeah, what's up,
Jay Money.
My boy met the man. Cat Green.
That's a fact. I'm on the green right now. I'm on the
cat room and everything around me.
Hell yeah. What's up, y'all?
What's up, big homie?
Everything good? How the stream been so far?
I think it's been a pretty cool stream. I'm kind of new here, and I've been raising some provocative ideas in an altruistic way.
Nice.
Yeah.
Pathologically altruistic. I don't even know what that.
Pathologically altruistic.
Currently, we're trying to figure out if we can think of any sport, Jay, that basically has no winner or loser or competition aspect.
Well, if it doesn't have any winner or loser or competition aspect, then it's not a fucking sport. How is it?
I know that, Gretchen. The competition is what makes it's what makes it a game.
The stick and hoop, that was a good game.
Maybe like an escape room, yeah. And you had someone over the intercom that could like give you hints if you tapped on the right sort of thing.
But you can still compare escape times, which makes it, competitive by nature.
Yeah. It's tough, isn't it? It's tough. Yeah.
I think it's impossible just by how we define sport.
Yeah, I mean, you can take your family to an escape room and work on it together, but it doesn't make it a competition. It doesn't make it a sport.
And like, just because as well something is competitive as well, it depends by the participants and how the participants act within the activity, that it might not even come across as a competitive nature, even if there is a winner or loser. Just people having fun.
Yeah. I am asking this for a brainstorming, for the sake of asking it, just kind of seeing what you guys
I get it. Oh, it's an interesting topic.
Yeah.
This shit look weird.
And nobody gonna want to play the game.
With the two lives, it look crazy. It's boosting my high right now. I tell you that right now. This shit boosting my.
That's a yes, Ricky. There you go.
That's good. That's a good thing.
And this is going on right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
UG. See, I wish I had my brother. My brother don't talk to me anymore, but he a flat earther. I'd be like, look, man, they got Kieran, got the birds in the background, and it's nighttime over here. This man is walking around in the daylight. The world is round, man. He probably say, they probably that's a video and a tape recorder. No, him.
He's got laugh, man, with the earth is flat. Fuck it. Fuck it, the earth is flat.
UG, if you hear my voice, give me 2 thumbs up.
You could probably only give 1.
Well, I'm trying to think of a way I can prove to my
1 at a time.
I'm trying to think of a way I can prove this to my brother. Like, this man is in sunlight over where he's at. We think he won't play.
McTime, ask your brother.
He's been asking us right or left the whole time. What do you mean you need to prove it?
Throwing him in circles. We're seeing how far he'll go before he gets pissed off at us.
Thank you, G. We need to have some flat earthers call in while we're doing this.
McTime, you ever ask your brother why the sun doesn't change horizontal shape when it sets?
No, I haven't asked him that. I done did everything from the stick in the sand where, like, I show you, like, look, man, if the world was flat, the saddle wouldn't go around the stick. It'll go on either on the left or the right side, man.
Aristosthenes, man. Aristosthenes.
You know, see what he always talk about is the twins. The twins, man, twins. NASA got twins.
Left, hug that tree line.
I don't know. I think the whole flat earther thing is like, I don't know. I've never understood it myself, but I think it's just people. They don't trust anything that any system says. I don't trust them. I don't believe them. They're lying to us about everything.
Gretchen, what do you think about this for a show? You do a flat earther show, and you got somebody like Eugene to walk around, and we're in America, and it's dark over here, and it'd be daylight over there, and they can see somebody actually talk to him and see him walking around in the daylight.
They have models that can account for this. It's not right, but they have tried to work their way around it, and I gotta admit, like, I'm impressed with the amount of energy that they put into it.
If only they would put it up into something worthwhile.
Right.
What it proves is it's mad. It's mad the amount of bullshit you can show to prove something, right? Or to
Yeah.
try and prove something.
Again, I can propose a theory where it's mathematically convenient to portray the Earth as the center of the universe. After all, I mean, it's
Yeah,
ridiculous,
of course.
but you could do it. Yeah.
You was talking about that the other night. I mean, on some level, I respect the skepticism, but they are over into the cynicism side of the category. I have no respect for naivete.
Well, I'd say they're more into the category of nihilism. They're just like they're like you said,
Impulsive
they believe.
skepticism. Yeah.
Well, like they just believe everything is a lie that comes from an authority.
Yeah.
I mean,
Anyone
that's what
who's like,
cynicism mean, but
yeah.
I thought nihilism mean that you just don't care anymore. Cynicism mean that you won't look. All right, let me say, skepticism is the middle ground between naivete, which is believe anything for any
Very
reason,
true, Joker. But I
to
also admit
cynicism,
that
which is
I shamelessly
Oh, go ahead.
love watching them get mocked and shunned. So
Flirfs. I've never heard that.
Yeah, skepticism is.
I've never heard that. Yeah. I guess it's probably a good thing that I haven't actually involved myself that much in that space to know that term, a flirt.
when it's someone that knows what they're doing, I could watch flurf stomping all fucking day. I love it so much. I'm still crushed about Free. I can't believe we lost Free.
No, but just to go off your point there, like the reason why I'd say they're nihilistic is because like I feel like they've just opt out of giving a fuck or caring. They're just like rooted in,
Yeah.
If I can't see it, if I can't perceive it, I'm not going to believe anyone who tells me it. Because look, everyone has a healthy bit of skepticism about everything. Do you know what I mean? Everyone's technically a skeptic. So like that's healthy.
But then again, Kiran, they all, I'm not gonna say all, but a lot of times flat Earth is a symptom of being in a particular religion that read them books and that says the world is flat. And so they always talking about they're a part of a bigger thing. But if that right there with you, that means they just being so selfish that they think because they only see the flat part of the world that it can't be any other way, but it can't be bigger than them. It's only gonna be what they can see.
Yeah,
I mean, that just shows more selfishness.
Well, it's like it goes like the reason why I would still stick to my kind of original point is like because I believe a lot of these people that I know, right, who are flowers, a lot of them are like former hippie baby boomers of the 60s, right? And a lot of them during that era were going through the whole like peace and love and change of capitalism, which it ultimately failed. Their social movement failed, and they ended up moving back into society. But they still have the mentality of the authority figure is always wrong. The fucking system is corrupt. And look, in some ways they're right. Like, you know what I mean? So,
but it's not going in the right direction. Yeah.
And it never has been. That's the other thing. Like, you know what I mean? It's always going in like a direction, and because the world is ever changing, it's like it's hard. And a lot of people just disconnect. Like they go, "Look, I can't even process this shit." And a lot of these baby boomers, like they don't have access to. They don't investigate because back then in the 60s, they didn't have the internet. Like, yeah, you have people telling you how to think really and what's true and all this stuff. And a lot of those generation of the hippie baby boomers, they denied all that, went more into the spiritual side of things, etc. And they and still to this day they won't Google something to find out. They'll sprout off a load of bullshit that they've been told, but they won't actually fact check it themselves.
Yeah. And
So
hey,
this is
to the credit, like I find it harder today to research something than what the internet was whenever I was like 12. I remember looking something up, and on the first 2 pages of Google, you could have like 20 different resources that may or may not corroborate something, and you could actually digest something and come to your own conclusions, be it right or wrong. Today, it is hard to research shit, man.
Yeah, but that's because we have elite overproduction, buddy. There's more papers being published on every single topic known to man, like every week, every month, every year. So like you're trying to investigate now. Like I had that problem like trying to do my thesis in college. Like it was just like, okay, I'm reading study after study, and I get halfway through, and this has nothing to actually do with what I'm actually trying. You know what I mean? But it said it did. And it's just, yeah.
Well, I got 2 points on that. Number one, I recently heard Sean Carroll in one of his episodes on his little podcast. He was talking about now that there are some scientists on maybe the more less known unethical kind that are using AI to publish they papers or what they call it, the research and stuff.
Their hypothesis. Yeah.
Yeah, they're using AI to do that. And number two, there is an effort to confound AI. It's intentional and unintentional. Well, because AI works off of word probability, right? And so what they're doing is that they'll put like the word quantum with whatever madness they want, and they're trying to skew the research settings so that when people who's trying to look up things like quantum is going to be skewed towards they bullshit. So if you say that you say something like scientific enough times with some bullshit name, and then that'll be the top search result. You know what I'm saying? So like
this is intellectual property overriding, in this example, the First Amendment. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but it's mainly religious people doing it. Like they'll put their quantum woo-ins with the quantum word, so that way when you research it up, instead of going to something that's somebody who actually talking about something quantum, you hear some bullshit about the Zerber effect and some woo and some all this bullshit, and it's done intentionally and unintentionally. Just a way to defeat it. I'm just gonna get this out the way. A way to defeat it is you may have to do 2 searches. You may have to do search number 1 is to look up the words in the lingo. Like if you want to do some law research, try to sound like a lawyer. Want to do doctor research, try to sound like a doctor and use as many words as they would use and whatever you search, so that way you won't return back bullshit.
Yep. Yeah. And a lot of people don't have that fucking patience or even the know-how to do that in the first place. I mean, depending on who you're talking about. Like, I've got cousins, one's 20 and one's 12. The 20-year-old cannot read, and the 12-year-old can, like, kind of read, but it's not really up to par, you know?
Mm-hmm. And not even that extreme, just somebody who honestly can read and write. Maybe not be as, maybe my level, because I'm not too smart. You know what I'm saying? My level or below, but they honestly trying to look up something, and they type in like quantum observer effect, and because them words are linked together with a whole lot of other people putting mystical and magic shit with it, they're gonna get back mystical and magic research. And then they veered their whole direction from science into bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah, like a lot of that, like is just it's keyword searching, bro, and it's like a lot of it's gatekeeping as well. So like what I found, like until I went to college and had access to like their libraries and stuff and university and stuff, that's when I realized, all right, I've actually got access to all these studies and all this stuff now through the college and the university. Like it's just a lot of that is, like I said, it's like most of it's down to gatekeeping the information, locking the information out from the public, so that if you want to access it,
it's
you need to pay.
Yes.
In this case, the gate is locked from the inside out, though, Karen, because the public people, like a lot of these parrots and the people that be mimicking that bullshit, they only exacerbate the situation because the system work off of word probability. That's all how this LMM stuff. All it does is just look at how many times the word.
What it works off, brother, is convenience. It's convenient. It gives you the quickest. But like, and that feeds off our like, what's it called? That like, that quick reflex that feed into that quick dopamine. Oh, I just get my answer quick. I don't have to do any investigation. I don't have to delve into it. So like, there's a lot of that too. So a lot of it is just people, not being smart in the moment and just clicking the first thing they see that is linked to their topic, and then they spread that nonsense. It's not true, and yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess like I agree. I actually agree with what you're saying. We're feeding into the problem.
Exactly. And the problem goes deep because they train these AI, these LMMs with word data from all over the place. It could be from the chats, like the chat line we got going on here. It could be from the research papers. They're coming from everywhere. So that's why a lot of
Well,
times
they're lying.
Huh?
Those LLMs, like the way I look at it, is like they're definitely lying to you at times. Like,
yeah. I mean, but it don't know that it's lying. It's just repeating said what it heard, and if the lie becomes popular,
a lie implies intentionality. LLMs
I know, but you know what I mean.
think.
You know what I
They're
mean.
hallucinating.
Yeah, I know they can't think. I'm
Call
just saying,
them
like
hallucinations.
Well, to me, it's taking the thing that searched the most, the thing that's clicked the most, the thing that's accumulated the most, like, and then it goes as that's the main reference.
Yeah, if the lie becomes popular, then that's what's gonna pop up first. The popular lie. That's what. And like Google Gemini is one of the worst ones I noticed, because like if you do some religious research, instead of it giving you the facts. Now I don't y'all gonna take it whether you will, but instead of you giving the known facts that we know on the first page, it hides it behind the more button. You gotta scroll down to the bottom page and hit more, and then it'll give you like the scholarly facts. But it starts out with the traditional teachings and stuff like that. Now,
do y'all think
I don't
it
think
might?
it's a good thing, but
Do y'all think it might be possible that there is a dilemma to free speech?
yeah, I think so. I think it's a dilemma in the way we got so much free speech that the free speech with these AI and search engines is overriding.
I kind of
research and stuff.
ironically think, yes, the thing that humanity has worked so hard for, the panacea of human rights, free speech, might just be the very thing that pushes us over the cliff for good.
Well, I think you
falls
gotta
victim
remember
to the paradox of tolerance.
Yes.
But wouldn't you say also again that stuff is like also quite culturally relative as well when you're talking about
Yes.
like free speech?
Yes, I would.
Because like it's very American-esque, like central
Mhm.
idea. So like I would say culturally, do humans in general embody free speech? And I'd say no, because like we're social creatures and we have to like make everyone in the tribe be like, all right, I'm not gonna say that, it's inappropriate. You know what I mean? So like we act in accordance to how we want to be fucking treated, I suppose. So I don't know. I wouldn't see it as necessarily a fundamental. I do agree with a lot of free speech, obviously, like especially in Europe. Like, but in Europe, we have our own. Like, there's a lot of countries in Europe who've never had free speech, really. Do you know?
Right.
So it's a
Okay.
bit different.
Let me try it another way then. Are you a proponent? Are you anybody here? Are you a free speech absolutist?
No, I don't think you can be. No,
so.
that's impossible. That's impossible.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
Well, some people insist that they are, and if you think about just how disturbing that concept really is, I mean, I could go into some really nasty territory if you want me to, but
yeah,
you know,
of course.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Finish the thought. Take
a
us
lot of
down.
people. Well, I'll start with the humble one that I think most everybody does kind of intuitively recognize. You know, there's defamation laws. Like if someone goes on the internet and posts a whole bunch of lies about you and your business, which will jeopardize your survival, you know, there's laws there to defend you against such things.
Hey, really quick before we get too deep into this, Gretchen, I'm gonna head out. I have the power company coming, and they have a window of fucking 8 to 12. So I want to make sure that I'm at least rested up to be awake by 8. Otherwise, if they miss replacing my meter, they're threatening to shut my shit off. So.
Oh yeah, do what you got to do, man.
Your business, man.
No worries.
It was good hanging with all you. Hey, widescreen. I see you just got in chat. Sorry, I'm jumping so quickly, but I hope y'all have a good rest of your night. And yep, I'll see you in the other streams today.
You too. Sooner than later.
Night, RP.
Yeah,
Good night.
And what's up, widescreen?
We got somebody new.
Oh no, I was just speaking to a guy in the chat, and yes too.
Oh, okay.
Speaking to my people, man. I let them know that I be thinking about them when I can. Go ahead, finish your thought.
Oh yeah.
Vic.
No, now this gets into like I really don't like going here, and I don't think that I have to do this with you guys, but I've got like other types of people in mind that insist that they're free speech absolutists, and this is something that should be aspired to. Okay, so aside from the defamation concept, if I'm going to take it to an even more extreme place, I mean, free speech absolutism. Okay, well, let's say that I'm the owner of Nickelodeon and I want to have all sorts of weird incest pedophile porn on the commercials. Should I be allowed to do that?
No.
No.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, why? Why?
But I am not even close to a free speech absolutist, so.
Yes.
Well, we're making
Now, to the intuition, why shouldn't I be allowed to do that?
because we're making a moral claim at that point.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Because
it gets into some moral territory in that we recognize that we influence others in such a way, and this
Hi,
is
Jack.
a
Didn't
pretty
see you there.
horrible idea to entertain. But if we're going to be absolute about our free speech, if I'm able to secure such a thing and get it on the air, oh yeah, why shouldn't I be allowed to do that? I hope you understand just how twisted and awful that is.
Yeah.
But I mean, I know this is not.
It's fucked up.
It is.
I was just
It's
about
awful.
to say that I'm against absolutes and absolute, objective and absolute. I know there are some, but there are very few of them, and you can't absolutely have no absolute free speech, and you can't absolutely have no absolute objective moral. You got
I mean,
to.
that in
You
and of
got
itself is kind of an absolutist statement, but to the point, yeah, we live in a flux of variables that changes. So yeah, can't really have that.
Also, point of moderation, UG just wanted to let you know that nobody on fire ran like a fucking slow boy, low tier. Just letting you know.
Winner, UG, flawless victory.
You call it running, but he might just be churning. He's churning the fire. I got nobody on fire.
But anyway, I guess to wrap this up on the free speech point, the dilemma of free speech, the kind of notion that I raised, I do think that laid over top of our economic system, capitalism, which is hardly ever challenged in any sort of real scientific sense, this we have this intuition, which I think there's a kernel seed of truth in here, in that like if everyone is allowed to,
it doesn't matter what system you have, you can't have absolute free speech.
Well,
there's just no
what I'm getting at here is like I feel like most people kind of have this intuition of, yeah, if we have free speech, it's only a matter of time before the most rational ideas bubble to the surface, propelling us into the future. And I'm not ready to accept that notion because, at least in the current paradigm, because of all of the reinforcing feedback loops, if lies or falsehoods are perceived as being more productive than the truth, lies and falsehoods will be reinforced. And
right, because we are a social species, which means we have to socialize, period. And there's no way that everybody can always say what's always on their mind whenever the fuck they want. You're just going to ostracize yourself from the pack. essentially.
Like the best way I'd say to look at it is I look at it from the perspective of how it really works. Generally, is speech works from the foundation up, not from top down. So it goes from the layman up. Like if you go to the coal miners or the everyday people and you listen to how they speak and converse on an everyday way, that is how speech is usually run. Online, it's different.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh
but
yeah.
like every day, day to day, if you listen to people, just observe how people normally conduct. That's generally, and you can see this across cultures, and they do it differently in some. You know what I mean? But it's from the ground up. It's from the people, the masses create the foundations of what is the free speech of the society. Now, the problems get into both extremes. So, like the extreme of free speech absolutism is extreme, but the opposite is also crazy and leads to crazy outcomes as well, which is clamping down on too much speech.
That's why you need feedback system to feedback the bad and correct the bad behaviors and so we can eliminate the bad and get more of the good. We're never gonna have absolute and objective, but you can have optimized. And
it's like
it's
like trying to take the stance in the middle. It's trying to find that sweet spot.
Yeah,
libertarian free speech.
Exactly, that's that homeostasis.
And Edward, right now we've got, I think, 3 theists up here, and it's not hostile or aggressive at all. Just saying.
Yeah. Down with theism.
Yeah. I can play the I can play the hostile.
Well, okay,
card,
now it
but,
is.
like, I don't ever really take that as my first position. I'm
We've
very
got
happy to
3.
talk
We've
to
got
everybody.
3 theists and a Buddhist up here right now. It's like
having a Buddha party.
I mean,
yeah, the
if
atheists
you
are the
come with
minority right now. Well, I don't know, but
if you
the
come with your
atheist.
proposal, if you come with some proposals, just expect to have them ran through the broad patch. I mean, we're not naive. We're not gonna just take whatever you say and be, oh yeah, we need to do that too. We're gonna
If you
think
get
about it.
fired
And we're
for
gonna
mentioning you dislike Charlie Kirk, that is not free speech. Yeah. Sorry, I just saw this in the chat.
Charlie Kirk died for
Whoa.
defending gun rights. That ultimately led to his death.
Yeah, it's ironic. He got what he wanted.
I look at it. He promoted confusion, and confusion came back and got him because it all worked like a boomerang.
I don't think he promoted confusion. I think he promoted racism and Christian supremacy and white supremacy, a bunch of other stuff.
Well, there's so many
I
fallacies within these concepts that, I would agree with confusion.
Yeah,
it's confusing.
No, if you got fired for mentioning that you didn't like Charlie Kirk, that's not free speech. That is fucking hypocrisy. That is the right. That is the right calling and getting people fired after they railed against cancel culture for how many fucking years, and all of a sudden their fucking hero dies.
He created. He created a group that went after college professors. Bye.
TPUSA.
That's the confusion he caused, and it came right back and hit him.
No. He didn't. He created that group that went after college professors that said anything woke, quote unquote, or against Christianity or whatever. However, they deemed against Christianity or woke. And they got a lot of professors actually fired.
Yeah,
but don't the way I look at this kind of thing, because I find this all fascinating to me, is like I look at it from perspective. Isn't this just like how? Right, like let's say you're all atheist guys. Like realistically, you're not going to have the society you guys want until everyone's atheist, right?
No.
That's going to be no, but you get what I'm saying. That's going to be a secular society. Well, you're not going to get that then. You're never going to have a secular society if you have people who are religious with it.
I don't want everybody to be atheist. I'm more of a
no, but you get what I'm saying though. That's where we have the problem now.
A religious pluralist, because the opposite of Christian nationalism is religious plurality. It's not atheism.
But do you think that works on a whole across the planet, man? Look, let's take America out. Let's take America out of the context, right, and just go global. Do you think that works?
No.
Well, then, you see what I mean? So there's going to be this conflict. So what I'm trying to pose a hypothesis on this is like, we need to get rid of the conflict, right? So one side has to win.
No. The reason why I say no is because people are going to have their own traditions and their own cultural values, and sometimes they tie that to their religion. But I don't think that they should mandate their religion over the other religions. And I think that when people are exposed to other people who have different religious beliefs and they find that, hey, we're just people at the end of the day, and they see them as people instead of enemies, I think that's how you reduce conflict without controlling people.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but do you get where I'm coming at from the perspective of when people have conflicting belief systems, that leads to conflict.
It's not about a win. It's not about a win.
No, I know. I like in a perfect look. I agree with you. In a perfect world scenario, it'd be
you're both tapping
kumbaya
onto
for all of
points
us.
here. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'm just I'm just like I'm looking at it from like kind of pulling myself out and looking at how the world is like, mapped like religiously, culturally, tribally.
Kieran, I have two thoughts. Thought number one is now Barn is not what they call a pantheon or whatever with many guys. If there's only one true God, then he can show up and then he can make all of us into believers of him, and that way we won't have to fight over this anymore. And number two, I just want people to be reasonable and honest, man. It seems like theism creates so many dishonest, unreasonable people that won't never believe anything for no good reason. And no matter no reason you can give some of them people is good enough for them to believe it, and it could be.
Well, actually, I think most people are good time in general. Most people are normal people. Most normal people, most average people are good. That's the thing, and they are reasonable. They're not,
I disagree with that because I hate to say it. My mother, she's a devout Christian. She's the most honest person I know on everything in her life, but she's dishonest when it comes to Christianity. She will gaslight me. She will tell me that words don't mean words. She do the exact same stuff that these theists do on these damn TV shows. And I love her with my heart, and that's my mother, man. But on that point, she told me one time. My mother told me that she would believe in Christ even if she was wrong. She told me that, man.
No, I get that.
That is what we got to eliminate.
Like from my culture, you see, like it's a different, like obviously because I've only got my own, like I grew up in a Catholic family, right? But like it was very liberal. Like my parents, they weren't like, we went to church when I was very young, but once I hit like 13, my parents turned around to me and said, "Look, you're pretty much an adult now. Make a choice. If you want to go to church, you can go to church. If you don't want to go to church, you don't have to go to church." So it was kind of like they left the door open for us to make our own decision. And I continued to go to church for a little while, and then at around 16, that's when I stopped going to church.
Did you have a bunch of friends in church?
Not really. Well, church is not really. I don't know. It's probably a bit. It's a bit like in Ireland. It's a bit more stoic. Like you go to church, it's just you're there to pray. You're there to worship. That's it.
You have a very small frame of reference, Kieran.
Well, yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, but I also know that there's other churches do it vastly differently. I know that. Do you know what I mean? It's just that's my opinion. But I'm saying my parents were liberal in the religious context.
I mean, we've talked about this before. Like we have more people in LA than you have in your entire fucking country.
I know.
We are one fucking dot in the United States. So it's like, do you understand what's going on over here?
Well, like I assume you're ripping each other apart.
I don't think he was making a claim about the United States, but yeah. Because I could say the same thing.
Well, I mean, he said to look at everything as a global perspective, like what we're all fucking global citizens. We all live under the same system. Because we fucking don't.
We all are global citizens, whether you recognize it or not. We're all bound by the laws of science. Yeah.
Izza says,
We're
I'm
bound
in
by the laws
France.
of science, but that doesn't keep fucking Christianity out of fucking politics. That doesn't give other people the right to, a vote to take my rights away.
I agree.
No.
I agree.
And that's
Gretchen,
the
I
fucking problem I
understand. I'm not.
have
I think
with
that the science needs to
theism
be
of any
updated
fucking
to
sort.
account for these things.
Gretchen, I'm not
Because none of
arguing
your
for.
fucking fairy tale laws give you the right to take a single fucking right away from me.
Yeah, but I'm
None
not
of them.
arguing for that. I'm not arguing for that to happen. I'm not like yeah, I'm not arguing for like religious institutions to take power and shit like that. I'm not arguing for that at all.
Yeah,
Like
but
I'm
the
just
you
like
I
argue.
know.
but-
I know you're not. But what I'm saying is, do you realize that that's what's fucking happening?
yeah, fair. But I'm just saying, if you remove Christianity, there'll be another religion there for you to battle.
I'm sorry.
You're right, and you're right, and then even if we remove all, they got some atheists that are kind of in the religion of disbelief. You know, but it's so many different ways. But like,
Atheism
I
is
think
not a
at the bare
religion.
minimum, huh?
We're
No,
not
atheism.
trying to remove Christianity. We're trying
Right.
to remove it from our fucking government system.
We're trying to remove the Christian
trying to-
supremacy from our government.
Yeah, but what
Yeah.
I'm trying to pose, I'm posing, and I get what you're saying, Gretchen. I get what you're saying, but it's hard when you have people who are going to be Christians or whatever fucking religion. It doesn't even matter. Those people are going to gain power through voting or whatever like that, and they'll eventually get into positions of power, and then they'll rule from their worldview, and that's how people.
Shit. You know what
but
you're
that's-
talking about happen. You know what the shit you're talking about
No.
happening eventually, and yes, I'm doing fucking air quotes right now. What you're talking about happening eventually happened fucking 30 years ago here, dumbass.
More than 30 years ago, but yeah.
Are you calling me a dumbass? Like I'm just pointing it out.
You know what? It's
everyone.
All right,
it's
Kieran,
the way
can
I show
we-
affection.
for a second?
All right, let's
Insults is just the way I fucking operate. Deal with
is
it.
this-
You know this by now.
Isa says I'm in France and it's the same,
But it's
but
like
I know
we're
what
way
is going
fucking
on in the
past
U.S.
eventually.
Holy shit.
Kieran,
Sorry.
can I talk to you for a second? Because I'm trying to remember your original point, and I want to try to stay on point here and allow your idea to actually get across. I think you're right in that.
Which
if
messages,
you,
Issa?
if you have
I'm
multiple
in
different
France,
cultures
one.
around the planet, sorry, should I be quiet for a minute?
Please. Sorry, no, it's okay.
And who?
Is a secular and widescreen naval.
Oh yeah, they want to talk some shit. So hold on a second. I don't mean literally talk shit. That's just.
Yeah, all of them. 6 to 7 of
Here we
them.
go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Is that the first one? Looks like it. Okay. Iran doesn't understand what's happening in the U.S. There you go. I just covered that. Let's see. He's looking at it from a West European perspective, and then this fight over whether a Christian country is in the forefront now.
We're not, by the way. We
Okay.
have plenty of documents.
I'm in France and it's the same, but I know what is going on in the U.S. because I care to inform myself.
Mm-hmm.
And he has no idea that this ideas are coming to West Europe as we speak.
I think all of those are very realities that we have to contend with. But I'm trying to answer Kieran's original statement here. Yeah, do you think that if you have differing cultures that don't have the same perspectives about the planet, is that going to be a
Did I get them all?
Yep. Is that going to be a workable situation? I would, if that's where it stops, I would probably tend to agree with you. But more specifically, I would say, like, yeah, you can have a diverse culture so long as all of those cultures have a common ground of understanding. That, again, I feel like I'm constantly playing this broken record, but this common understanding can be understood through public health, sociological relations, the economy. I think if that is codified, then the range of Buddhist thought or Christian thought or Norse mythology or Native American mythologies can come to a common ground. But yeah, if they don't have a common ground to come to, then yeah, you're probably looking at something nasty. Yeah.
But see, what the problem is. Go ahead.
Sorry, go on. Sorry, I just say this. It's like I get what you're saying there, but like that's where kind of Marx makes his mistakes. Is Marx flips Hegel's philosophy on its head and inverts it and puts humans' foundation fundamental movers as economics, housing, and things like that. Whereas
I'll agree. I'll agree.
Yeah. So like the thing is, it's not any of that motivates humans. What motivates humans generally is the culture, is the traditions, is the people, the shared values. That's what motivates them. Their shared vision.
It's a very delicate hang-up, and yes, it requires quite a bit of attention and humility and compassion. Yes.
Yeah. So like what I'm getting at is if you have so many different people with a different shared vision, that's hard to rule, is what I'm getting at.
It is.
Yeah, you're right, but that's why I beg, I implore people to come to reason and logic and be honest with with your thing. Your opinion don't matter more than somebody else's opinion, and stop stating your opinion as fact. And then you also got to keep in mind that, especially Christianity, that's mainly all I know. But the Christianity can hijack the electorate with some buzzwords. These people act like they are Manchurian candidates. All you gotta do is say gay, trans, devil, evil, amen, bathroom,
radical leftist Marxist.
Yeah,
and woke.
Yeah,
and woke.
And woke. Then their mind get erased, and like they under your spell, and you command them to do what you want. Like it's happened every time. That's what Trump did. He just said the word. I don't know the order you got to say it in, but it's some way you say a couple of them words, like "open sesame," and then their mind just open up, and they just
like there was a quote that my father said to me years ago. He goes, "Never trust a politician who invokes God." You know what I mean? Like never trust.
Yeah.
Who speaks about God or like speaks about their religion as being like a pride thing or virtue signals to their religion. Don't trust any of those politicians.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Syracuse University did a study on it, and they found that political aides had a harder time in left-leaning versus right-leaning parties, because the right-leaning parties tended to follow whoever invoked God.
As opposed to the lefties, which are hypercritical upon each other. Yeah.
I mean, it's just fascinating that that it's so much more simple on one side than the other.
Yes.
Yeah, that's mad. And the culture, I find that fascinating from my cultural differences, because like we tend to not vote that way over here. If a politician speaking about their religion
Okay,
and stuff,
there's a question on the screen for Kieran. This is Britt from France. He would like to know, I'd like Kieran's opinion on the wave of racist violence next door. Does it have residence in Ireland?
No, that's England. So like England's kind of got their own shit going on as far as us. But
are you in Southern Ireland or Northern Ireland? I would imagine
I'm in
you're
the
in
Republic.
Southern
Ireland, yeah.
Yeah. I would imagine if you were in Northern Ireland, this question might land a little bit differently. Maybe.
So the racist violence in the UK means nothing to you? It doesn't resonate with you at all?
What you mean? Like, what you mean, Gretchen? Why is it? Why is it? I need to know the examples and what happened and all the details. And I don't even.
I don't know. It's a question from chat, so I'm not going to put words in his mouth.
It could be
a different country.
It could be racist violence in terms of like the domestic population, white folk being insecure about immigrants coming in, or it could be from these stories that you hear on conservative media that's blown out of proportion of immigrants.
So, like the difference is like we Europeans talk about. Like,
what was the question?
Yeah, like we talk about immigration is not linked to racism. Like,
yeah,
Like, why are they linked? Like, what the fuck? Like, are we talking about? Like, when Irish, a lot of Irish people and English people are talking about like the mass immigration, it's like as we like our hotels. We don't have hotels anymore because we have to house asylum seekers. Like, that's the problem. Stuff like that. Like, it's like, and like we want to help. Like, it's not like we're evil people and we don't want to help. Like, it's just we have our own problems as well. Like, our economy's not doing very well. People are struggling really hard here. My rent is crazy. You know,
I heard
it's
Ireland is offering like $1,500 a month or a week or some shit for musicians.
Oh, I
and
think this
artists.
might have been what Britt was talking about. Racist violence in Ulster is also a symptom of the same disease. Maybe that's what he was talking about.
like,
But see,
I don't know.
Kieran, I think
probably,
you
but
you
there's not that
misunderstood
many.
me, Kieran.
Kieran's. Oh, here we go. Hold on a second. Kieran's ignorance is revealing. There's been riots, arson, racist attacks. Is that in Ulster? Britt, come on, fucking.
I'm sure that there have been, and
Be
it
more
probably
concise,
could have
dude.
come
You're
up
being
with
very
it.
fucking French right now.
It could probably
Come
be,
on, Brett.
highlighted.
I'll
I'm not
step
gonna
down.
accept.
You can come up.
You're being very fucking French.
Yeah, like
I'm
be
not
more
gonna.
specific
I'm
in
not gonna
terms of
feed
like
into this
who.
like narrative that like
From Belfast
Irish
to
people are getting
Washington, a
more
familiar
racist or
script
not. I'm
of
not.
the dangerous migrant has a. Oh, okay.
And my TV
We're
like
not
3 minutes,
racist.
5 minutes long.
Yeah, Kieran, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm
Oh,
just trying to dissect the nature of what this question is really getting at. Like, what side of the
I
aisle
think
is racism coming
Britt
from?
might have heard Kieran talking about the law that his government, is it Parliament,
So I looked more
that's
into
taking
it.
away
Apparently,
birthrights, that wants to take away you guys want to take away birthright citizenship and Parliament's not going to do it or some shit.
Apparently, this year on June 9th, riots broke out across Belfast following a stabbing attack committed by a Sudanese man. Is that what you're talking about? The riots?
Well, like, yeah, that stuff is like that's naturally gonna happen, right?
Brittany, come
Homes,
on,
businesses,
call in
and
and come up,
vehicles.
man.
Homes, businesses, and vehicles were set alight across Northern Ireland during the riots. A number of people were made homeless after the properties were attacked and set fire by rioters going door to door. I don't think that normally happens after a stabbing.
Yeah, it does, yeah, because we don't really have stabbings.
Yeah.
Brett, you need to call in, Brett, so you can come and prosecute this case with Kieran. I'll step down if need be, man, because you sound like you got something more interesting to add.
No, like
It's
if you're
somewhat
talking,
crazy to me to think that riots might have happened after a stabbing because of just how tribalistic, things have
it
become.
wasn't.
It's
It wasn't a
ridiculous.
stabbing. Your lad tried to behead your lad in the street.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that would be a
that's fucking
stabbing.
awful.
That would be a stabbing.
Kieran, I think you we all compete. Kieran,
like
I think you misunderstand.
Sorry.
You
Go ahead.
you
Just go ahead.
misunderstand me, Kieran. I'm gonna be short. I think you misunderstand me. It's not about just having theistic speech when as a politician do his campaign stunt. It's about them having like magic, like passphrases. Like look, because I mean Trump really wasn't talking Christian like he was talking about gay people in the bathroom, trans
A
people in
lot
the
of
bathroom and
McPhee
stuff
is
like that.
a lot has charisma and all, though, right? It's just charisma. It's just certain group of
but I
people
mean-
are going to feed into the way they speak.
Did you know that they had the term going out for pizza was some kind of term for the
People
right to
like
think
it.
that the Democrats was raping kids? They got little code words, man, and them code words.
Yeah, I think Britt was here the night you were talking about the vote to take away birthright citizenship because you guys were all uppity about immigrants, and remember that?
Yeah, like my point still stands on that. I'm just
This comment alone tells me that Britt was here for that conversation, and
yeah, That was wild to me. Like, I mean, if
I
you're
think he
born
disagrees
here,
with you.
if you're born
Yeah,
here,
that's fine.
if you're born in a country, you should have citizenship in that country. Unless you disavow yourself from that country or whatever.
We know how to say
But, like,
Kieran. Irish Paul.
Sorry?
We're aware.
What?
I'm aware. It's Kieran,
Totally normal.
right?
Fascist accelerationist POV. Civil war is coming and migrants are blamed. I mean, yeah, dude. Sure. I mean, to just put words in Kieran's mouth here, we don't really know his life
You're
experience.
never
But
gonna get all
sure,
the Americans to say it right.
sure, in a
It's just not
fascist
gonna
society, I'm
happen.
sure that there's plenty of people that don't even recognize that they're in a fascist society, and things are just
It's
perceived as
not. That's
normal.
the problem. It's not a fascist society. We're
I
not in a
don't.
fascist society, no.
I don't know what the situation is in Ireland, but I
Yeah.
do. I
But
am
it's
just
a
reading
liberal
up on this.
society.
I'm just reading up on the riot that was mentioned.
Yeah, that was extreme scenario which led to an extreme
Yeah.
case, and that seems to be common when there's extreme scenarios that happen here in Ireland. When like there was
Yeah.
riots after the three girls that were stabbed in Dublin.
Yeah.
Like that's just, but that happens all over. Like I think that happens in your country as well, right?
Oh yeah.
Police, yeah.
We
So
have
like I'm not.
we had riots, yes, and we still do have riots, but they're usually after well, not even usually. It's actually kind of rare, given the amount of times that the contributing factors have arisen, but usually
You
like
know what, Irish
after
Paul?
race
Shut up.
issues.
We don't have to learn Irish names. You get American names. Fuck off.
Yeah, let's
We can
impose
buy and
our
sell your whole
American
fucking
words on
country
it.
like 30 times over. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, yeah,
Sorry,
usually like
but
for
the American comes
example,
out of me sometimes.
for example, like just recently there was a 1-year-old who was shot at Walmart, and now they're calling for a national boycott of Walmart
In Memphis. Yeah.
Yeah, because supposedly a woman was
I know he's
stealing
cool. I'm
diapers,
just
and they
playing.
haven't even
I'm just
released the
playing.
video. But yeah, supposedly a woman was stealing diapers, and then I forget if it was a security guard or a police officer shot them as they were fleeing.
Yep.
But like like that caused a riot mainly because they had a peaceful protest, and then the police came and shot tear gas to disperse them from
Yeah.
Walmart because they were blocking the entrance of Walmart.
Yeah.
Because like the truth is like in my country, what I see is like it's all most of the hate and all is towards the government, and it's towards the police. Like it's like it's all about like the economy. Like it's people are poor, man. People are struggling in my country, man. You know, there is no middle class anymore. Like young boys, like so, like you have all these young people who are not able to get on the housing ladder. They're angry, they're pissed off.
Hey,
They see
wait a
gang.
second. Hold on a second, guys. You know what? We have asked Kieran how to say his name. And
Yeah.
am I saying it fucking wrong?
No, I don't. I don't badger people, man. It's Quran.
Kieran.
Oh,
Right.
the crayon.
Ginger crayon, but
Yeah, I don't
like
get
kind of
the...
like the stacking stones, like a Kieran. Yeah.
it's like, do you know the Muslim book Quran? The Quran.
Yeah. Okay.
Put
Yeah,
a
the
key. Put
crayon.
a key on that. Quran.
Okay. All right.
It's very similar, but that's it. It doesn't matter. Why are we talking? I know it's a stupid looking, weird spelled name.
There's Irish Paul in the
Kieran.
chat is like apparently all up in arms about the way we're pronouncing your name.
Leave it alone, Irish man. There, come on.
Are you offended, crayon?
No, it's not to offend me, but
Because you know what, Kieran, if you're upset by it, Kieran, I know that's the British fucking pronunciation, and I'm doing it on purpose.
You can tell
Oh, I
us.
know.
Alice Quran. It's all right.
Sure. In Australia, they used to call me C. Roan.
C. Roan. That's pretty cool.
C. Roan Sutherland.
I've been trying to say it right too. I've been even rolling my R. You don't roll your R with it, do you?
No, it's Gaelic, so it's A for N. So the last two letters make an on. Is Keran is on them? Agus Sliske go me the yeah.
Kian.
As a side note, I like watching old Gaelic weather reports.
Yeah, it's fucking bad.
The only word I know is Longafold.
Song of Alson.
Yeah. And that's because I watched that one guy on YouTube. I forget his name, but he does a bunch of carpentry and woodworking.
Oh yeah. Sean Wally is like the normal one.
Wasn't that guy from Ireland? One of the James Bond. What was his name? He played in League of. He'd probably be dead by now. Sean Connery, I think.
Sean Connery, yeah.
Sean Connery.
Yeah, he's from North, I think.
He's from Scotland, isn't he?
That's why I'm asking him.
Have you seen Celebrity
Sean
Jeopardy?
Connery was a Scot.
Have you seen Celebrity Jeopardy? It's hilarious. If you haven't.
Yeah, because I was thinking of Pierce Brosnan. He played fucking Bond as well. He's Irish.
Sean Connery is Scottish. He is not Irish.
He's Scottish.
Yeah.
I get them mixed up. I apologize, man. I get them mixed up. I get Scottish because
they fought wars for independence. How dare you? No.
From outside looking in, it's all the same to me. I don't know. I'm dumb.
Well, an Irish never get offended by being related to a Scottish or a Welsh.
Yeah.
Okay.
As the joke goes, I've heard that like Irish and Scottish people might bicker with each other, but if there's one thing that they agree on is they fucking hate the English.
That's true.
Yeah, we used to join forces throughout history to just fucking fight the English.
Then why the fuck has Scotland never fucking voted to leave the UK? They've had like 2 or 3 referenda in my fucking lifetime, and they
it's financial.
They never fucking do it. They don't vote for it.
It's money.
There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot more than just independence.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then they'd have to get trade with, like, they'd have to set up borders, and then they'd probably have a free travel thing.
Whatever, if Ireland can do it, Scotland could do it.
Yeah.
I gotta go. I gotta go to work, but it was good talking to you guys.
Later, Jack.
All right,
Have a good one.
Peace out.
Peace.
Scotland's gonna do a new vote. Are they gonna shank it again?
Yeah, I don't know if it'll ever happen. Like, it's interesting. Scotland's a deadly place. Like,
Good morning, MB.
they're great people.
Where's J Money at?
He's probably passed out.
Oh.
But yeah, like, just going back to the immigration thing, like, I think what
He hasn't
people
chimed in a while. He's probably passed the fuck out. Yeah.
But I think the thing that people like, I think it's more politics that's kind of interfered with this whole political media paradigm. Like there's no racial predicate or anything involved in like Irish people and on the want of less immigration and all like that. It's mostly to do with economic factors, infrastructure. If we had all the infrastructure and because we're a social welfare society as well. So like, it's a lot of money. So yeah, that's mostly to do with I think that's politics. That is like
Yeah.
politicians and all using, weaponizing that. And it's
Right.
fucking, it's increasing racial tensions, if you get me.
Yes.
So it's like, yeah. Because most Irish people, like, we've always been quite fucking open. So, from my experience, I think.
Oh. Ay. I do kind of wish somebody else would chime in. Somebody new if they wanted to make some claims. Because over the past couple months, we had some real colorful people in here talking about deism, or just the more kind of general metaphysical concept of God and whatnot. Kind of figured we might have gotten some more people in here.
But it's
But this has been
new,
fun.
and
Oh, Jay just dropped. He's kind of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
it is new, and Gretchen gonna get it. She gonna get it together. Gonna have hopefully more people calling in and more opinion and facts and more understanding.
Yeah.
What you guys think about the moon? The moon. I'll change the subject to the moon. Are you guys aware that we are currently about to go into a cold war over the moon?
What?
That was that. Yeah, that last fly around by the moon that we ramping up our moon efforts because everybody going to the moon. China just went to the moon. India spilled their tardigrades all over the moon a couple of years
Came
back.
Oh, you said Cold War, but like you mean like a space race? Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Welcome back, Jay Money.
Yeah.
What space race, Cold War.
Right.
And see the way the law set up on the moon is because the way they set the treaties up for celestial bodies is you can go out there and build you like an apartment building, and then they can just move in and be like, "Thank you," because it's for everybody. So
yeah,
what you guys think?
Yeah, it's cold on the moon, that's for sure. Yeah, no, definitely there's going to be like fucking space wars, 100%.
I see it coming.
My mic is good now. Y'all
Huh?
can hear me now. My mic is good
Yeah.
now.
Hey, there he is.
Yeah, we hear you now, Jay.
Were you trying to talk before?
Nah, yeah, but my mic was fucked up, so I couldn't hear me.
Oh. Okay.
We hear you now.
Yeah, you're ready.
I think Nave would like to hear about your particular brand of you want to call it God belief, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so much to put together that my high brain is like I struggle with it myself. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know. Within individual conversations, you struggle with it.
Yeah. These mushrooms ain't helping. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, Jay. I remember you talking over the past few weeks. It sounds like that you have a pretty open idea of what potentially is, and I think that that's a healthy thing to have. Regardless of if it's accurate or not. I think it's good to have some, as Einstein would said, imagination is more important than knowledge. I think it's good.
Yeah. Truth
Did
be
he say
told,
that?
man.
Yeah.
Truth be told.
My take on Jay's belief from here and the other place we used to see him at is he's basically like an agnostic atheist. He just believes in things he don't know. I don't that because I mean I agree with almost everything he said. I just don't believe it because I don't know what it is. If it's anything out there, I don't know what it is. So I'm not gonna believe in it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nothing to believe in. You know what I'm saying? Like my thing is this, right? Like, how can you define something that you don't know? Like, we have to die first, right? I haven't died yet and came back to let you know if this is real or not. You know, like I'm just experiencing, and then one day that experience is gonna end. You know what I'm saying? Then something else may not occur. You know, it might just fade into a blur. You know, like none
I
of
got
this
the big
never
hole.
happened.
I just got.
That's like everything in fucking life.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're
And
just
there's
what, a
nothing
fucking
wrong with
leaf on the wind? You're never gonna like.
As the Greeks used to say, we are all Elysium, for we are all already dead.
Forever.
I don't know. I'm not dead. I'm not gonna die until I die. God damn it.
Exactly.
I'm trying to live
I
forever.
agree with that too, though. But what I'm saying
It
is,
just means it's the only thing that's destined to
Oh yeah, I
happen.
got you now, Bill.
we
You
are
gotta
one with
speak
our
English, man.
surroundings. We
Go
are
ahead,
one
Jay.
with our surroundings. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think that you don't have to know about something for that thing to be real and have an effect on you. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you got. I'm an advocate of having good reasons to believe the things you believe. I don't
Oh,
think
yeah.
you should believe anything. I think you should have a good reason for your beliefs, your actions, and your speech. You don't have a good reason for neither one of those things. I think you should don't believe it, don't act like that, and don't say it.
But I suppose the big question is the why people believe is because there's questions that can't be answered.
Yeah.
So it's hard to reason those questions because we'll be pondering for eternity.
Yeah.
But
Or at
you can
least the
still
answers
reason those
aren't
questions
currently
without
being
believing
answered.
them.
Yeah.
Well, how does believing in solving a thing? Because you can still answer those questions without believing it. I think it helps you not to believe in it, so that way you don't get biased to it, and you can be
It's not
honest with
even
yourself.
believing something. It's not even believing
Does
something.
does
Not.
believing does believing in a God because there are unanswered questions? Does that does that like get you off the hook or something?
No, I think Gretchen, it would be looked at as like a motivator or something.
But all right,
Is it? Because it seems like you just said, well, that's not my job. That's above my pay grade. So fuck it, God. And
Kieran, check this out.
instead of doing the intellectual heavy lifting of doing the fucking pondering, you know?
Yeah, and to hold you back, Kieran, check it out. You heard of Isaac Newton?
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that Isaac Newton was smart enough to figure out Einstein relativity, but only reason what held him back was
space relativity.
Yes, Einstein relativity about space and time is not space and time. It's space time and it's dynamic. It moves.
Yes,
with
it's relative.
gravity. All right.
Yeah.
I think he could have figured that out way back when, but only reason was because he thought space and time was absolute and objective, like it's God. And they held us back 600 years, man. And he could have you see what I'm saying? You could still answer them same questions like Einstein did without the belief. And instead of being held back because he believed it. And I'm not saying that there is no God. Now I know about that Christian God though, but the rest of them, I don't know. They could be a God underneath somebody's bed. They could be one in somebody's ass. I don't know. But just believing in things you don't know. Go ahead, finish it. Go ahead, take the floor, sir.
That's the thing, man. You know, it's about experience more so than anything else. You know what I'm saying? Never mind what you believe or don't believe. You know what I'm saying? If something comes later after this life and we experience that, then that's what it is. Despite what you believe.
So you're a leaf on the wind.
I mean, it's gonna be what it's gonna be.
So what would you rather experience, the bush or the city? Would you like to live in the bush or live in the city? Because this is like the epistemology of before we had.
Let's look at it. Let's look at it from the opposite. Gretchen? What's your perspective? What happens after that?
Nothing.
Okay, that's not great worldview. It doesn't feel great. It doesn't feel very motivational. So, meh.
I don't give a fuck about your feelings.
Exactly, but I know. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm just joking. I'm making an ironic joke.
I love you, Gretchen. I love you. I gotta squeeze back.
I'm just saying a lot of people might not appeal to that. That might not appeal to them. So they're like, oh.
I agree. Yeah.
I know, and it's all fucking feelings because they want to believe that they're afraid of death. They want to believe that they're gonna fucking live forever. So they imagine this fucking rich afterlife where they're gonna be fucking happy swell meadows forever because they're so fucking narcissistic that they can't realize that we're just another fucking species of animal on a fucking rock in space. And when we die, we're going to decompose and our resources are going to go back into the and feed the next generation or the next species or whatever.
Yeah.
And you can't have a propagation of
all
your
I'm
species
saying-
unless you do die.
All
And
I'm saying
I don't
is
think there's a magic fucking soul or spirit or anything that fucking lives on after we die.
I know.
think
I'm just saying
you're just
that
fucking dead.
I'm just saying that worldview just doesn't give any answers to the why or what's the point. And that's what people want answers to.
Yeah.
Right. But once they accept God, they start looking for answers that fit their already accepted worldview.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And
rather
there
than
is
asking-
way too much of that going on, which means they're never going to find the answers that they
Yeah.
don't
Just
have.
think of it.
Yeah.
Because
Think
they've
of it.
already, there's somewhere that they've already decided they know what the fucking answer is. And they're going to start fucking with the questions to make sure that that's the only answer anyone ever fucking finds again. And then we're all just going to be fucking wrong at that point. And then what happens when you guys all fucking die and figure out that, oh shit, the atheists were fucking right. We're just fucking dead. That's why when
See, that's
I
the
say
problem,
Charlie
Greg.
Kirk didn't get fucking assassinated.
But the opposite
Charlie
rule
Kirk
applies.
didn't get killed. Charlie
The opposite.
Kirk had an unscheduled deconstruction to atheism.
The opposite rule applies to you too, though. What if it happens and there is God, and you're like, well, fuck.
The answer is potato.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the same argument applies to your argument. It's like, what happens when you die and there is God, and then you're like, wait,
see,
what the fuck?
Okay, what
This
happens?
the Pascal wager.
Pascal's, yeah, Pascal's wager, yeah.
What are we all wrong at? And we go to the guy and he's goddamn Keebler Elf or somebody.
Yeah, exactly. We might be all wrong and right. Do you know what I mean?
And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you know what? My worldview doesn't actually have the effect of screwing others out of finding out actual real answers.
Good point.
The theist worldview does. It
Good
limits our, humanity's ability to really fucking do the science and find the fucking ansers and develop the map. Okay,
I don't know.
but
I don't know.
the atheist
I don't know.
worldview does not limit fucking God botherers from, actually learning the truth.
Yeah, but what if? Yeah, but what? Here's the question, right? Atheists believe
You know what?
believe
If I
there is
die
no
and
God.
find out that I was wrong, then I will still give God the fucking finger and say, just send me to hell, you dumb bitch. Because this whole fucking if an eternal afterlife is a real thing, then this entire fucking world of fucking crap and pain and killing each other, it makes no fucking sense. It's just fucking torture for no fucking reason.
Yeah, but there's lots of good too. Like,
I don't give a fuck. It's not worth it. We could just stay in fucking heaven if we could just stay in heaven. What is the fucking point of us being down here?
No, Joker, the Midas man is God,
What's
and
the
Kieran's
fucking
gonna go to the
point?
Midas hell.
Tell him, make
Turn him
it
into a
make
tiger.
sense. You
Where is
can't.
heaven?
To
Where is heaven?
Physical
experience
human life
existence.
means fucking nothing if we haven't an eternal soul that's going to live forever with God.
You
It
don't
makes
know what
no
that
sense for us to
means.
even be here on this
You
rock.
don't even. You're not
Yeah.
even Gretchen. You're not even
Huh?
Gretchen. You're just
What do
caught.
you mean I'm... Shut the fuck up. I am Gretchen.
Not that I'm a
We're
proponent of this thought, but I mean, what about reincarnation? What if the point of
Yeah.
life is
They're
to
chemicals.
be a part of heaven and be in the material world and go back and forth?
Which reincarnation? Are we talking
What
about
would
Back
be
to
the
the Future
point of that?
reincarnation or
Make that make sense.
I mean, yeah, it still doesn't really have all that much sense to it. I know.
I mean, and
Exactly.
it's like Hindu
communicator.
reincarnation. You've probably been a peasant
Yeah,
in more times in
chemistry,
your life than you ever
communication.
been a king.
Well, it also has some other weird implications. Like let's say if we did try to make some sort of reason out of it, and the point is to transcend this material realm so much that you stay within that heaven realm. And let's say, for example, in order to do that, you have to have experienced everything that a human being could experience. That would kind of imply that you have, in one lifetime, incarnated yourself into a life that is, I don't know, where you get abused as a child, or you get raped, or so on and so forth, which feels weird, right? Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It could like it might go to a thing where it's like you don't really have a choice of that, where
Hey,
your
Cola
selection is.
Sun Eater, what exactly is appropriate? And who the fuck are you to tell me what's appropriate?
On this notion of choice, Kieran,
If you can't handle some fucking 4-letter words, get the hell out of here.
on this
I mean,
notion of choice,
be a fucking adult.
Usually,
Mind yourself.
reincarnation is kind of interpreted in that way as just like this thing that you don't really
like a
have control
flow.
over.
It's
It
a
just happens
stream
to
or
you.
a flow. Yeah.
Now, there's another strain of thought, which is within the dark arts of witchcraft. I told you that I'm interested in. There's this theory that reincarnation is something that you can actually control.
True sacrifice, isn't it?
Yeah, which implies that, like, I don't know, let's say that I'm going to go get my girlfriend pregnant and then wait 8 months down the road and blow my brains out and then reincarnate into the embryo so I can live forever. Yeah, it's weird. I know.
Yeah.
That's the Emperor from Star Wars.
It's Palpatine. We're back to Palpatine.
He found a way to cheat death. Go ahead, finish your thought, man.
Yeah, no, like it's well, like a lot of occultism as well, like secret societies and all. A lot of that comes from elite fucking, wanting to live forever and reading into like religious texts and historical texts of cults and all this stuff, and a lot of it's combined in different religions and spiritual cultures and stuff like that, just to try to live forever. And a lot of it is fucking stupid as fuck,
Yeah, nothing in nature, as far as we know anyway, really does that. And it
No.
actually goes, it's counterintuitive to what
can't.
nature does. Like, in order for intellectual progress to be made, people have to die, and what dies with them is their old world views and their bigotries
Yeah.
and whatnot. Yes.
Yeah, like it's like no one really talks. The Vikings and all this stuff, like, like, and even my culture used to do it to a degree. Like sometimes we used to sacrifice our greatest warriors to the gods, like, you know what I
Yes,
mean?
that's
But then over
counterintuitive,
time,
yeah.
and then over time, we're like, why the fuck are we doing this? We need this guy for this battle next weekend. Like, and we're gonna kill him. You know what I mean? Like, and then the story changes and it becomes they could change it to heroes and no sacrifice and dying in battle is the only way.
Yeah,
Like,
amazing how all the actual progress made are made by people and not by fucking God.
yeah,
Huh.
it's cultured, ground up.
Yeah. There was a
Kieran,
commercial. Oh, go on.
Go ahead. I just want to ask Kieran, same question to ask that guy. This is the same question I ask almost everybody, but I really don't feel I need to answer this because I regard you as an honest person. I think that you try your best just to tell the truth or at least lie by omission. But which do you think is the best time to believe things, before or after you have a good reason?
Oh, jeez, that's interesting. Oh, now we're getting down to reason.
If you have a good reason to believe something, I think that you should be able to act on it. Yeah, but it has to be a pretty
That's a
well
new name.
corroborated reason. Like, what do you mean by good reason? Not to take the answer away from
Just a
Kieran.
reason enough to believe it. I mean, just a reason for you to think.
You're new.
Just a reason that you think is good at the
you
time.
happen to know
It
me?
may be.
Yeah.
How
just
about you,
because I
Vic?
think it's good.
The same question to you.
I'm literally just thinking about it. That's all. It might take a minute or two just to think about
Take your
this.
time. Take your time. I'm gonna pose the same question to Vic. When is the best time to believe things, before or after you have a good reason?
Well, okay, now I'm actually thinking about what you really said here. You know, yeah,
Same thing, James Martin, to you too.
yeah, if you believe
Go ahead.
something before you have a good reason, then yeah, that's not a good scenario. I don't like that. So if I'm only allowed to believe something after I have a good reason, then I guess that's kind of what I'm left with, is I have to believe it
I
after.
mean, is there any other scenario? Can you paint a scenario where you believe in things in between you, before, after you have a good reason?
Well, I think that people can have natural intuitions and arrive at a correct position, even if it isn't necessarily hard scientifically grounded. You know,
Well, this is not science. This is just reason. It don't
yeah.
have to be science. Instinct is a good reason, and all I'm
Yeah.
just saying is a reason. Is a reason that you believe is good at the time, because sometimes, like
Mhm.
I used to, when I was a kid, I used to like watching Ninja Turtles. Now I don't think I have a good reason to watch that anymore. But
Yeah.
at the time, it was a good enough reason to do it.
Yeah, I think here's an interesting. I might take a different road on it, and I might go down like, what about when you have absent the belief, right? So you've no belief in a higher power, right, or anything like that. You're kind of neutral or whatever. Then when processing the consequences of anything that's good or bad that happens, it's meaningless at the end of the day anyway. So do you need the belief system first to even have that feeling of loss from a higher? Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, to a certain extent, Kieran. But then again, me personally, I don't know how Gretchen feels, because I've been asking atheists and I don't got different answers. But I don't almost
I
think
don't
that
even
I have a
understand the
belief
question.
system. I don't. He's talking about the belief system. If you know what a belief system is, it worth in it? What's the point? I don't think I have a belief system. I just believe the truth. When I have a good
Yeah,
reason to think something is true, then I'm compelled by the truth, and I just believe that.
I get what you're saying.
Sometimes
It's
I'll be
like,
wrong.
yeah, and like I think it works kind of both ways, because like belief systems can be more metaphysical and abstract, and the truth can still be the truth, right?
Yeah.
You know, like you can
Hey, terrible
almost,
name. Hi, Insultus.
you could probably separate the two in a context, is what I'm saying. So like I don't know, like absent a belief system, like is there consequences, is there like because there's not like there's nothing really to fucking blame for your plight. It would just be I don't know, blame the system, blame the government. Like how do you blame things like when people are just unlucky? Do you know what I mean? Which does happen, where people are just unlucky and everything goes wrong for them.
Why
Well,
do
that's
you
for the
need to
weak,
blame
man.
somebody for it?
That's for the weak.
Well, no, I'm just saying what humans
I don't want
do.
to be weak.
No, I know. I'm
Yeah,
just
but
saying
they
what
got weekends.
humans do, though. Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like it's
Yeah, why
I
do
got you. I
humans
got
do
you.
that?
because, like, you can think
They
back of our
weak.
ancestors and they're growing crops, and the crops fail, and then they start, they're like, "Oh, what am I doing wrong? Like I did the same thing I did last year, and I know there's a scientific method that was done wrong, and it's fucking up for a completely different reason." But to this person who doesn't know why it's going wrong, what do they do?
But see,
Yeah.
the most important part of the scientific method is to prove yourself wrong. It ain't nothing. It's not like it's some kind of official, objective type of thing or something. Just try to prove yourself wrong. Like I think this. Like let's use stop red light, the green light and stuff, for example. If you didn't know anything about that, and then you see the light changing and you see the cars go, you be like, well, it looks like when the lights turn green, that means I could walk. That means the cars are gonna go. But then you see the light turn red and you see the car stop. You might not even know what the hell the yellow light doing. But you be like, well, it look like when the lights turn red, that the car stop. I think I can cross the street when the lights turn red. I mean, you got a good reason. You sat there and thought about it, man. You don't need to believe the light. You don't have to believe in the light before you meet it.
No, 100%. But you'd still agree with me. There's people that break those light rules.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
those are the ones that they say the law has been fulfilled, but they somehow the fulfillment abolished.
Yeah. And some people are like, just fuck it. Like, I'm not, wait, it's just turned green. It's just turned red. Oh, shit, I have a chance. Do you know what I mean? Like this mentality, you know? So a lot of it, that's reasoned too, even though it's reasoned out of stupidity.
I mean, and don't
What
get
does
me
that have
wrong,
to? What does
Karen.
any of that have to do with your question?
Well, it's just a matter of like we separating things out metaphysically, rather than like
I don't know.
objective in the world.
I think our creative
I may be
potential can
weird.
lead us into all sorts of interesting areas. I mean, I think that's what you're kind of highlighting here.
Yeah, it just breaks down to more nuance. Then you go and ask the question, why do people follow these rules? Do
Well,
people
really,
always
all
follow
I'm
these rules?
hearing, no matter which little rabbit trail you run down, all I'm hearing is, well, people's feelings and ignorance is a perfect excuse to invent a fucking god. That's all I'm hearing.
No, but like, what's the like? It's not about ignorance or anything like that. Also, it's like it's
It's about
social
not
control,
having these
Gretchen. It's
cosmic
social control.
answers you're talking
It's
about.
social. It's social control. That's what it is. Cultural social control.
Having
We
a
all
god
agree.
is
My questions
We all.
are
Yeah.
made to get at the honesty of a person, to know if you must believe what they say even before they get into their claims. That's all it is. Terrible, man.
We
Go ahead. I'm
absolutely
sorry.
would absolutely have social controls even if there were no god concept in the world.
Yeah, but it was easier. It's where it came from. It came from our history. Do you know what I mean? So like,
Nobody gives a
now,
fuck where it
yeah,
came from.
and
It doesn't
Gretchen.
matter.
So what you're asking, what you're saying is science
We can't
should
go
be.
back in time and unfuck it. So we
No, I
have to
know, but what
start
you're,
from where we
I know. So what you're saying is now science should become the dominant controller of social control.
I didn't say that.
That might
No, I
sound
know, but
cold and,
that's what fits the vote.
calculated, but I kind of feel that way. Yeah.
Yeah,
You trained me well,
it will
Joe.
end up being. It will end up being. It can start out in a great empathetic way and be holistic, but it will end up being cold and calculated.
Now, when you say social control, I'm hearing this word because of how I think.
What
In a
about your
neutral
fucking
way.
Bible isn't cold and calculating? Get fucked.
I mean, of course it is. But I mean, there's all sorts
Yeah,
of
of course it is.
there.
Yeah.
And now I lost my train of
Of
thought.
course it is. It's making claims of how we should live. Of course it's calculating. I agree with that. But that's my answer. That's why I know. I'm not running away from regret. It's just social controls and mechanisms we've created through cultures, traditions, and histories to control groups and tribes. That's it from a cultural perspective. And like now we've moving on into technology and creating science.
That's why
over
we
the last,
invented God to have social control.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Meaning.
So you just said we invented. You said you're straight with a straight face. You just said we invented God, yet you still believe there is a God.
Yeah, that's not a contradiction.
Believe in
that
God
we invented.
All right, if there was no humans, would there be
God?
If there's
but
no
you think there is a God.
If no humans exist, does science exist?
Do you hear the contradiction?
If no humans exist, does science exist?
If what?
Of course
but
science exists.
Exactly.
It wouldn't
I missed
exist.
the
It wouldn't
question,
exist.
sorry.
But I think it's like this: if no human exists, science wouldn't exist. But the phenomenon that science described would still exist.
Unless
it wouldn't. We wouldn't have an explanation. That phenomenon explanation. The word even phenomenon wouldn't exist.
If we didn't exist, we wouldn't have anything because we wouldn't fucking exist.
Exactly. My point is we created it all. We created it all.
This is like that. No, Kieran. This is like that observer experiment with quantum physics. Because when they say observe, they're not meaning that is somebody got to be paying attention to it. What they saying observe is that it interacts with the rest of the universe, and without us being here, the universe will observe itself.
Okay. We lost.
You see what I'm saying? So, did we?
What I mean about experience.
His connection dies a lot, so I'm actually surprised it has stood this long.
I think he was asking a good question, and I'm actually going to work against myself whenever I said, yeah, does science exist or not? If we were to understand science as a practice, as opposed to just like a universal phenomenon, kind of like the same question: if a tree falls in the woods, no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? No, it doesn't make a sound, or it does make a sound, but it doesn't make a noise because noise has to be heard. So, I mean, yeah, would science exist if there were no intelligent beings around to practice it? Yeah, that's a tough philosophical one. If we
Well,
were to
even if you're
understand
going to go,
science as a
even if you're going to
practice,
go into an intelligent being, that intelligent being might have a different metric for their science.
True, yeah.
We got to define the word science here because I think you guys are using it wrong, but I'll be happy to use the way you use it because I don't see science as like the no phenomenon and ain't no universe or nothing. It's a description or a method. It's a method to find truth. It's a method to find truth and a description of reality. That's why I don't like to use God because God is often defined as mystery or mysterious, and you cannot explain things in terms of mystery.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it don't work. God don't
I
work
hate
in
to get all
science.
Hank Green on you, but science is just our way of being less wrong over time.
That's the way we extract our best truth out of reality. You know, that's the best. That's our
Agreed.
best mechanic to get truth out of this, out of what we are in. You know.
Yeah.
Agreed. And if we're not here to
Science.
describe the truth, the truth still would happen. We just won't be able to say nothing about it. It's still gonna happen
No,
without it. We've
it
been
boils,
arrogant.
it boils down to experience. It's experiencing. You know, that's what separates us from alive and dead. Experience. You know, that's what.
yes.
No, I don't think
Hey.
so. I don't think that's what separates us from alive and dead. You could be in a fucking coma, not experiencing anything, and still be alive.
You'll be experiencing something.
What if
in the sea experience.
what if
No,
proper language
you
hasn't been
can still
developed
be
for
alive
such
and
notions
not be
as
experiencing
experience?
anything.
Your
You
brain
could
will
be a
still be
shark.
giving off
Experiencing what?
signals, firing
Hunger.
off signals. Whether you conscious to what it's doing or not, who knows? But it's still working. Your brain is still.
But you don't have
You
to
know?
have a brain. You could have been a worm. You don't have to have intelligence.
There are
You could have been a worm.
there are people in comas that the only brain signals that their bodies are putting out is to keep their fucking hearts pumping.
Exactly.
And that's it. And they're not having any actual experiences at that point.
Yeah, but that's life. That's still the mechanisms of life.
Yeah, but it's not experience.
Not a
Not-
conscious experience anyway.
No,
Yeah, I mean,
you say not a
kinda like
conscious
the
experience,
definition.
but it's experience in a way because you're still living flesh. You see what I'm saying? You're still experiencing.
No,
You're
I don't see what you're saying. I see what you're
You're
saying.
still breathing
Bunny.
air.
You're still in the alive state, not in the deceased state. No matter what the intangibles.
But at that
Is
point,
that
you got almost
the
same
difference
experience.
between life and death? That
But
you're
that's
either
almost the same
alive or you're
experience of a
dead?
rock.
Because
Well,
that's fucking genius, bro.
You're experiencing. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, like I'd say, Jay, like if someone is like got severe head trauma and their brain dead and the machine is keeping them alive, for me that they're technically dead.
Well, that's the machine doing it. Then that's different. I'm talking about the body.
Their biology might still be having an experience, though. Like they might still be breathing air, or the molecules,
Exactly.
the cells that make up is still, if I put a lighter up against your skin, it's still going to burn. So yeah,
So I mean, does cheese?
this is
Does
weird
cheese
money
have an
territory.
experience?
I don't know because if you turn the machine off, he'd just die.
Yeah,
like he's not
I mean,
sucking in oxygen. He's not. You know what
What
I mean?
about the yeast in your bread? I mean, does that have an experience? Or if that's the case, in that jock itch on your athlete's foot too, that's an experience too there.
Yeah.
How far down are we gonna go to experiencing
Right.
life? Because all that stuff is
This is
alive. It's
weird.
alive.
This is a very weird conversation. Yeah.
cheese. I mean, worms experience life too. Slimo intelligence is in its shape. It always takes the shape of the things to get it the fuck out of the way. So, hey, what about the slime mode experience?
That's fair.
Yeah. What was the experiment?
No, just talking about. We're talking about experience, man. I think the experience after a certain point, the experience is no different from rocks and sand and stuff. Don't get me wrong, and I'm not saying that just because the things are small and single cell, they may not be experiencing things, but different things have different levels of consciousness, whether big or small.
Yeah, and then you go down to like the quantum of everything.
And we can only have our opinions now. This opinion that I have right now, I can only have it if I'm doing what? Experiencing.
Being a human. Because you can't have that opinion as a worm or some cheese or yeast. Slime mold, hell, octopus.
Experience being a human. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. You have to experience. Experience being the key.
So are we? So now are we valuing human experience over everything else? Because octopus
I don't know about that.
experience.
I don't think you have to
I
have
never said that.
human experience to have an opinion. Because
I
I
never
believe
said
if
that.
cats could talk, they would have some fucking opinions.
I never said that. Never
Good
once
point,
said
good
no
point.
about that.
Like I would bet that cats would be nothing but fucking opinions all the time if they could talk.
And did you ever see that Rick and Morty when he had that thing on, they could understand what the ducks were saying? And he put it on, and the ducks kept saying, "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you." You gotta see it though; it's funny. I guess I bombed on that.
Yeah, I don't watch Rick and Morty. I gotta get on that.
Yeah, man, that shit was funny, man. They had a duck translator device, and it translated the ducks, and all they did was cuss each other out all day.
Yeah, it's a cool show. I've seen it a couple times,
But yeah, I mean, and still I'll ball back to the question I asked at first is, I think it's best to believe things after you have a good reason, man. You should always have a good, and not don't get me wrong. There are times when you don't have time to think things through and come up with your best reasoning. You have to rely more on instinct and convenience. But when you have the time to think things through, you should have to try to have the best reason for your actions, your beliefs, your
Got me there,
behavior, and your
Issa.
speech.
Well, listen, at the end of the day, you can gather your thoughts and try to paint them and make them as eloquent as you want. You still gonna have to face the experience of dying and not know what comes after. You will be forever transformed from the state that you're in now. Eternally, you'll be transformed. There will come a day when none of us will go home.
But everything is decaying away, though, J Money. Everything got to face the experience of either entropy or radioactive decay. To hell, they even think that the protons might decay. But if they do, it's going to take trillions of years. If the protons decay, then everything going to fade away into just fucking mist and light and stuff like that. There's going to be no solid matter no more. So everything got to experience some kind of death or entropy or some kind of So why would be be scared of what's gonna happen to us? We should
Why
enjoy
are you so
enjoy
sure
the time we
that
had
when
together.
you die you go home? What if you are home now?
And you wasting your life away with thoughts like that.
Listen, I'm just saying, my thing is this, right?
What if
I'm
you
not
waited
even-
your whole life to reach
I'm
this
not
next
tripping
fucking
on it.
plane and that plane ain't there?
To me, listen, it doesn't make a difference to me. Like, I'm still gonna enjoy tomorrow. I'm still gonna enjoy my little boy. I'm still gonna look forward to Resident Evil Code Veronica. I'm still gonna experience. it's not gonna offset that. Me having thoughts about what could be the case, maybe thereafter.
Did you ever see that movie
Yeah.
Dogma with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon?
Yeah, I seen
Yeah.
it, but
Yes,
it's
we all
blurry though.
saw it.
At the end of the movie, they went through all that shit, and he finally got the chance to ask God, "What is the point of life?" And Sarah Silverman played God, and she was like, "Zoink," and then she just disappeared. what if heaven is like
It
that?
was not Sarah Silverman. It was Alanis Morissette.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Alanis Morissette, she said "Zoink," and then she disappeared. What if heaven is like that? You waste your whole life believing in this thing, and you get to heaven, and it goes "Zoink," and that's it. You still fade away like the rest of everybody else.
Yeah, they changed that at the last minute.
At least
The
now
answer
you
was
know,
supposed to
though.
be the answer was supposed to be plastics, like from The Graduate.
Oh.
Yeah.
Plastics. I like you. I don't know. That seemed like that would have been funny too. You said "Zoink."
If I can kind of shift things around here, to answer, whenever I first called, hell, how long have I been on the phone now? Hours now, six hours or some
Long
shit.
enough to become one of us. We the eighth thing what you think.
I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be one of you. Yeah, we all are each other. And not to say that I'm like the biggest Neil deGrasse Tyson fan, but have you heard him talk about the tooth fairy?
No, I haven't heard that.
No.
You haven't heard this? Okay.
Mm-mm.
Well, if you remember me talking about,
I think I have actually.
Yeah, okay, Kieran, you know this one? Okay.
It's an analogy, isn't it? He used it as an
It's an
analogy.
analogy, and if you remember me talking about, pro-social behaviors that I think need to be enabled, he has an amazing analogy where, what if we told our kids kinda about the tooth fairy, but not in the way that we know it, in that, like, one day the kid finally loses their tooth and says, "Whoa, Daddy, what are we gonna do about this? Mommy, Daddy, what are we gonna do about this?" And like, well, that's a funny thing, and we told you it was gonna happen. You could feel it, and all the rest. We've heard, we don't know, but we've heard that there's this thing called the tooth fairy that'll show up and give you money if you know the whole thing. And whenever the kid wakes up the next morning and gets the 25 cents or $1 or whatever it is that you put under their pillow, the kid comes all excited and says, look, it must be real. And you right there have an obligation to mankind, not just to your child, but really the rest of the world. You can decide to go along with tradition and just tell the story as it goes. Or, and this is going to require a few parents, meaning their children are going to be friends with each other to make this work. But yeah, you have a choice as a parent to say, well, it seems like it could be real. You did get your $1, but I don't know. Did you get a picture? Did you get any fairy dust? I mean, I'm not so sure. Hey, look, enjoy your $1, and look, maybe it'll happen again. And over the course of time, these kids will be sitting around cafeteria class, and one of them says to each other, like, "You guys, I don't think that the tooth fairy is real. I think this is our parents doing this. Johnny, you're about to lose your tooth next, right? Okay, this is what we want you to do. We
gonna
want
catch
you to
that
tell your
motherfucker."
parents. We want you to tell your parents that you're about to lose your tooth and do the whole shtick as it is. And before you really go to bed, make sure that they're kind of already going to bed too, and like get some flour and start from the door and cover the whole fucking floor with flour, and then get in the bed and don't get out of bed until it's time to wake up. And if you wake up in the morning and you see that there's footsteps in the floor, then we'll know that this is our parents doing this. Thus, dare I use the word force, or enabling them to practice the sciences. Getting at, is it not our obligation as human beings to practice the sciences with the value and goal of enabling pro-social values and goals?
Yeah,
You
I get what you're
got a
saying.
point.
So
You
you
got a
basically,
point.
You're basically trying to say we should kind of like
Condition.
socially condition them to be inquisitive, basically,
Yeah.
as a social skill.
Yes.
But I'd say I think you're not giving kids enough credit. They already do that.
Oh yes, they do already do this. I'm sorry if it came off that way because a lot of them do have plenty of great intuitions. I mean, yeah, kids they become very sharp way
It's,
quicker.
oh man, they're sharp. They're
Society
sharp,
knows
buddy.
What's that an analogy for?
It's an analogy of being able to practice the
Curiosity.
sciences in a social way, taking sociology from this weird soft shit and turning it into something that is more hard, that can be used like a shield or a weapon, intellectually speaking.
But you got to keep in mind that is what
Okay,
we're trying to
but
do.
that's
When we
not like a realistic analogy because that's not what parents tell their kids. They don't say, "Oh, I don't know, but I've heard." Parents say, "Oh yeah, when I was little, Tooth
Yeah,
Fairy
I
brought
know.
me fucking money too," and that's why the kids believe it because the
That's what he was
foremost
saying.
authority in their lives are telling them that this is the way it is. It was like that when I was a kid. It was like that when your grandparents were kids. We all did it.
Gretchen,
And that's why we buy it.
Gretchen, if you had 5 parents that did it in that particular way and made sure that their kids were friends, I think that you would see something that isn't just the regular old tradition Santa Claus story.
You can't make
he's
5
saying that's a
kids be
change.
friends to save
Yeah.
your fucking life.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I think what he was trying to say, Gretchen, is
I
that
couldn't
is a
even make
change
my
in
own
approach.
kids be friends.
I know. Easier said than done, Gretchen. I know, but I hope you appreciate what I'm trying to say here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I guess what I'd say is
it,
it's already that kind of social peer grouping in sociology and all that as well. So it's already there, kind of. It just depends on the social rigors and conditions of the culture and stuff
I
like
agree.
that, and
I agree.
how peer groups interact, especially young kids. Especially once you get into like high school and all that stuff, then all the investigations there happens naturally.
As George Carlin said,
I just suspect that the whole analogy was basically mapped off of the way Neil deGrasse Tyson grew up and lost his religion, I mean, that's kind of the way I look at it. That's what it sounds like to me anyway.
Kieran, to your point, as George Carlin said, I feel betrayed by my species, or more accurately, my culture. Yes.
See, but you got to keep in mind what Vic is proposing is juxtaposed up against the status quo, which is keeping the people empowered right now. The status quo in power, and that is spreading lies and training your kids to be dumb as domesticated
You know what?
slaves.
Dale Joseph, why do atheists doesn't believe in God? I mean, setting aside your horrendous grammar, because we haven't been convinced that there's a fucking God.
Which one?
That's simple.
I mean, that is the simple answer. Yeah, we haven't seen enough corroborating evidence for us to lean in that direction.
And which God are you talking about? You want us to believe in all of them?
Across the river Styx.
There's hundreds.
Give us a good reason to believe in the one you believe in. Call in. Yeah, but like I said, man,
Nah, he was here at the beginning of the stream. He ain't gonna call in.
Okay.
Keyboard
Thank you for
warrior.
understanding me, McTime. I could tell that you were tapping into what I'm saying here. Yeah.
Yeah, the status quo. That's what I've been. That's what I'm talking about in teaching. Honest epistemology. This is not what's going on with this Tooth Fairy and the Santa Claus shit is spreading dishonesty and
yes.
Hey Zap.
Dishonesty
Yeah, it was.
crazy views.
Oh yeah, J Money. J Money. I just saw on YouTube the Matrix is available free on YouTube right now.
Oh yeah. What?
Yeah, you do have to watch The Matrix, J Money. You haven't seen that shit? Oh my god.
You really do have to watch The Matrix.
I know more or less. I got it in bits and parts, but I gotta watch it.
No. You have to watch the whole thing.
Like credit to credit like that. I gotta watch it like that.
I think we lost J Money.
No, I'm here. I'm here. Y'all hear me? You hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
He's
Yeah.
there. I hear him.
It sounded you got louder,
It
but
sounded
I've
like
been
you were.
hearing you
It sounded
the
like
whole
you were
time.
nodding off for a second there. That's all.
No, I just spoke real close to my controller. I'm using my PS5 controller as a mic now because my Yeti mic fell on the floor. So.
Yeah, but like going back to I think there's going to be a culture shift soon as some of the boomer generation starts leaving and fucking passing off.
I think so too.
You know, because like that's been one of the big problems that doesn't get enough light. Is like a lot of the politicians they're going back 2 or 3 generations now.
Yeah.
Living into their 70s and the 80s and all that stuff, and still running for office and still in government, and it's just like there's no young blood in their 40s really there yet.
Whenever they were able to pay for a house 5 times over in the span of 15 years, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there just has to be like it just seems like it.
Yeah, the boomers kind of fucked everything up.
Now, what's interesting about this is that
I mean, it's not
who
all
gave
their
birth to the
fault,
baby
but
boomers? The greatest generation. The
yeah.
greatest generation gave birth to the baby boomers, and the greatest
Mhm.
generation went through so much shit in the Great Depression that obviously,
Or
I
the
mean, of course,
silent,
you
also
don't
the
want your children
silent
to suffer.
generation.
Yeah, and
There's
the
a silent
silent.
generation in
Yes.
between them. So
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
The
But for the
respectful
most part, it was the
ones.
greatest generation that gave birth to the baby boomers, and of course, going through the horrors of the Great Depression and World War II, you're gonna do everything in your power to make sure that your children are accounted for. Where they fucked up is that they gave it to them like without any sort of real understanding of where that shit came from.
Yeah. That's
See,
the
man,
whole
that,
argument of like the suffering thing, and like if you didn't go through the suffering itself, how are you supposed to understand and rule from that perspective and worldview?
Yeah, or at least
but
you're using the word suffering. I'm saying it could be a neutral or a
Well,
positive thing.
the
Yeah,
struggle, the
the
struggle to
struggle.
overcome to
Yes.
gain that the city on the fucking golden hill or whatever you're talking about. You know what I mean? The struggle that the
Yeah,
foundation that people have to go through to build it.
and then add to that all the technological and medical achievements that came about during their lifespan. It's like now they just think they're fucking invincible and they're living longer than they should be. And it's really no wonder they can't fucking let go, you know? I mean, who are they going to
Well, you
pass the
gotta
torch to? Gen X? We don't give a fuck. You know what? We got counted out a long fucking time ago. Gen
Yeah.
X has never taken over.
Gen X has had a weird experience with the boomers too, and that like I don't know. I've got some weird frustrations with like my parents because like they're so on point, but at the same time, it's like, damn, you guys are apathetic. Like, fuck.
Yeah, with like the boomers and the medical and the fertility
Yeah.
advancements and all that shit, right? Like
Yeah.
the boomers they had us, they had Gen X, and we were like the fucking generation they didn't want, you know? So we largely got fucking ignored and left
Yeah.
to our own devices.
Yeah.
And then when it came time for, for us to have the millennials, the boomers were still having fucking kids. There's a lot of fucking
Yeah.
millennial kids that have boomer parents.
Yeah.
So the
Yep.
boomers actually spawned two generations.
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
And
There's
it's like,
multiple. Even
let me point that out, Zach, when I get a chance.
it's like Gen X was the fucking generation they didn't want, and the
Yeah.
millennials were the generation they did want,
Yeah.
But
sorry.
back to the logic point, you was talking about how we squandered away whatever we had since World War II. If you look through our history, that has always happened. There's always been great struggle, eclipsed by even greater success and peace and good times, only to be
Hi,
eclipsed
Jess.
by a decline. And every time it happened, like the Persian War with the Peloponnesian War and all that stuff with Greece, and Greece fell apart and they was attacked by Alexander the Great after they had a golden era. You get great struggle with a golden era, then a great
Hey,
decline.
did McTime get all robot-y for anybody else, or are those my headphones?
I think it's just you.
Okay.
And you know, this notion of like post World War II era and the baby boomers having the best of it is still a relative notion. I mean, the past 150 years, you know, the
I'll be
20th
right back,
century.
guys. Behave yourselves.
Okay. The 20th century still had plenty of very weird spectacle horrors, you know, McCarthyism, eugenics, of course, racial
Oh yeah,
segregation.
man. We've run the gambit over the last like fucking 600 years.
Yeah.
As far as like
But
social
back then, the
exploration
baby
and
boomers.
fucking crazy shit.
But I look at it like this: Vic. The baby boomer generation had retirement plans. Then the great generation had retirement. Then the baby boomers got the pensions, and then what we got left is the damn 401k plan. They play with our shit on the stock market.
Yeah. It's like you take a photocopy of an image and you keep on printing it and it just becomes this shittier version of itself. Yeah, we've watched the dissolving of the FDR administration. Everything that saved capitalism from itself we're ironically taking away, and it's going to be really bad because there are people younger than me that should know how important Social Security is, and they just don't know how to fucking think about that. They don't know how to think about the 1933 labor laws. They don't know how to think about this shit.
Yeah,
Because they were taught lies like Santa Claus and Easter Bunny and the goddamn Tooth Fairy.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
why
I
they
don't know.
teach you lies from an early age.
I don't think that I wouldn't draw a correlation from that kind of, because that's just fucking, play pretend and all this shit really in an abstract. And,
no, it's not.
But like,
It's teaching you to be dishonest, man. Because how many times you watch these shows and you see people get cooked and they get caught in a lie and being dishonest, and they seem to act like they almost know that they lying, but they've been taught to lie and they've been trained in dark tactics and stuff. A lot of that stuff they do is very unethical manipulation tactics. Gaslighting is unethical manipulation.
No, McTime, I agree with you. Like on psyop, social conditioning and all, and I agree with you on all that. It's just like what I'm trying to get at is like, I think where I look is like, where do the incentives come from? Who still maintains the power? Who still owns most of the wealth? And all that is the baby boomer generation. Then I look at their culture. What did they grow up in? Well, they were very individualistic. They came from people who had to go through like great struggle to gain all this wealth and opulence. And then they get the wealth and opulence, and it's all about, how do I keep this or gain more? So their ideology is like, it's very individualistic, kind of centered.
And it's the standard. It's the standard.
Yeah, and it's still the standard now. Like, that's the way they think now. It's all about benefiting them. What benefits them? How are they going to make more money? How are they going to get there? That's why housing prices in Ireland are like 400, 500,000 for a house. Like, they want the prices to be inflated because they own the market value in it all.
Mm-hmm. The free market. Free market is
let me just finish with this. They're the first kind of generation that you see that didn't pass down their wealth. They kept it for themselves.
Yeah.
And you don't see that as a trend mostly throughout history.
Yeah. This is something that had to be implemented into the culture. There are people that were in the 1920s and 30s that were talking about how we need to shift America from a relatively, I mean this in a practical way, conservative ethos, meaning, they were minimalistic about their consumption, to a society
get people to buy more shit.
Of desires and consumption. And just,
this how do you do that, man?
Very
how do you do that?
About
how do you feed how do you feed hedonism?
It's
exactly. It's there, but like we see it everywhere. Like, it's like when I was growing up, it was advertisements for alcohol and it was on billboards and drinks.
This is what This is what is required for capitalism to continue existing on its own terms. If it's going to continuously expand and all the rest like it needs
Yeah.
to, yes, these are the types of values that the culture has to have, and it is completely self-destructive. It is.
Yeah, and yeah, but like, see, this is the thing that gets interesting with this cultural conversation, because a lot of this, you would agree with me, comes in with just pure free market capitalism, with the willingness to sell product, being able to advertise product in however which way you want to, and there's no real moral ought or not involved in it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just selling a product, dude.
Exactly. What
Do
has
you know what I mean?
what has Jeff Bezos done wrong? He has just followed the logic of the market to its most logical degree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it works on, like, a lot of it works on, like,
Not
reinforce.
necessarily.
Go ahead,
What do you-
Gretchen.
Yeah, hey Gretchen, what do you mean by not necessarily?
I mean, he has made a lot of money off the backs of other people, treating them poorly, not paying them well, and then
Well,
replacing them with fucking robots.
if your contention is some sort of moral imposition, we weren't entertaining that at all. We were talking about a systemic force outcome of just what the system does on its own internal logic.
Yeah, it's definitely not moral agent anyway.
Yeah,
Doesn't care about
yeah.
that.
So
Just
I
cares
ask
about
again,
outcomes.
what has Jeff Bezos really
Well-
done wrong here? You know what I mean? He's just
Well-
played the game like you're supposed to play it. Everything is for sale, and in a free market, your freedom means your ability to restrict the freedom of others in your self-interest.
I don't think the free market really determines that, because there are people in fucked up countries that do the same thing.
And they're forced to abide by the general consensus of scarcity market economics for the most part. I mean, global capitalism, if that's the word you have to use. I prefer to use
Well,
free
then-
market economies.
Well, then what if Jeff Bezos hasn't actually hit the inevitable conclusion? Because once you take away everyone's fucking jobs, then exactly who's going to be buying your garbage? Exactly.
Yeah, well, maybe they got something. I don't like to entertain conspiracy theories, but I'm really afraid of just how sick these people might really be. And dude, they might be creating designer vaginas. You know what I mean? They might be cloning motherfuckers so that they can just let us starve. Like, yeah.
Bagayo. Well, but all right. I think that it just brought down to, because if we had more reasonable, honest people, they would start voting for their best interests instead of people that want to be a part of some kind of club, some kind of religion, some kind of whatever. It just, if you reasonable, honest, and you see that whatever you think and whatever God you believe in, maybe some of that shit ain't true. Maybe just go ahead and vote for me for my best interest instead of trying to vote to make them other people suffer. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the billionaires will lose some of their power. They will lose, and then and especially if we act like chimps and just stop. If we all come together and stop going to work, because the chimps, I'm telling you, if the alpha male and the upper echelon become too greedy and too dominant, the lower ones, the older males and lower guys, they just stop helping them hunt. Fuck y'all, and they go do their own thing. And shit, billionaires fall.
A lot of us have given up
that's
trying to
never
find
gonna
God.
fucking happen. That's
A lot
never
of us
gonna
have.
happen.
A lot of us have given up trying to fucking survive at all. If you look at the Ukrainian so-called famine, a lot of those people just gave up, not because there wasn't any food, but because they just didn't like the circumstances of how they were able to get any sort of food. So, if people feel oppressed, that fucking Frederick Douglass quote, if any one part of the population is made to feel that society is some sort of collective conspiracy to degrade them, then no people or property will be safe. I mean, yeah, at a certain point, people will either just give up or do something to survive. And And if that means hurting other people to survive, I mean, that's where all of this is leading, is what I'm saying. And if we actually appreciate each other as human beings and want the species to survive with any sense of peaceful coexistence, I really do think that the science of economics is
Well, let me pose
where
the
attention
panel this
needs to be laid.
question. Let me pose the panel this
I don't think
question.
that's gonna help.
Yeah.
Because
What would worms
you
think of
haven't addressed human nature, and I mean,
Look, economics is the foundation of society. If you want to talk about some sort of human nature, yes, I don't think that we're blank slates. We have evolutionary baggage, but I don't think that we're just out here with the ability to not control ourselves from just raping each other. Like, no, I can't accept
okay,
that. 'Cause
how
we
is
may as well just kill each other
economics
right now.
going to stop people from raping each other?
Because if people have better experiences in their upbringing, this is on every level, from the ground up, from your material needs up to your emotional needs. Yes, there's an emotional science.
You think upbringing is gonna?
I think that Donald Trump would not materialize in the way that he does if we had a better upbringing for him. I feel bad for the man, honestly. It's pathetic. Same thing with
You gotta
Musk and
remember,
Bezos.
you gotta remember though, as well, that it's like sometimes these things are like, you know, hard to
That's
control
fucking
for.
crazy work, dude.
You know what I mean?
I
You feel
know.
bad for Donald Trump?
Changing not just the behaviors, but the very values of literally billions of people is something that has never been done before. But it's going to have to
I don't
be
know.
if we expect the
I
species
think
to
he's just
survive.
a fucking sociopath, and I don't
Yes,
think
he
that.
is.
I
Yes, he
mean,
is.
he had an older brother that was supposed to take over all that shit, and you know what? He chose to go be a fucking pilot, and it fucked up the whole rest of his life. But Donald Trump, fucking sociopath, there he was, just waiting
I
in the
would say
wings.
his
He was
brother.
perfectly happy to do it.
I would say his brother probably had a different type of experience and was able to maintain a certain amount of self-respect that Donald Trump doesn't have because Donald Trump has been abused.
I
And to be
know
clear,
He wasn't.
I don't like what
That
He
Donald Trump
wasn't
did.
abused. It was the older brother who was abused because he didn't show any ambition to take over daddy's business.
I don't
So
think that
daddy
someone that
fucked with
portrays
him.
I don't think somebody that portrays such bigotry like Donald Trump does that out of free choice. No, nobody's taught
No,
to
he
be a
learned that
neo-Nazi.
from his father. Their
Right.
father was like that.
Right.
Yeah, but it's all, but like
But it
you're asking, like
it
it's
doesn't mean he wouldn't have fucking been that way without it.
I think that
yeah,
it
but
is
that's what I'm
much
saying.
That
Like,
happens
no, you gotta
too.
remember, like, there's just people. Some people are just narcissists. Some people are just sociopaths. Some people are just psychopaths. It's not all linked back to trauma.
I
all that hatred and all that knowledge of the darkness, man. Them lessons don't come nice. You don't learn. They don't learn how to be mean and evil like that by taking nice, comfortable lessons. And this man actually knows how to manipulate people, man. The stuff that he does. He said, remember when he campaigned, he told them people. He said, "And I am the only person who could save you." Man, this man knows exactly how to be manipulative. He does unethical tactics and all he knows it. He got it down pat. You take psychology, you know
He's
this
a
man is a
businessman.
user.
He's a
And
businessman.
abuser.
He's a businessman.
That doesn't excuse fucking anything.
It's not excusing
You're
anything.
talking about a guy who back in the fucking 80s, he used to call up fucking gossip columns and People magazine and saying he was John Barron just to say good things about Donald Trump. Like they didn't know it was him.
Yes, Greg. We're not trying to excuse it. I'm calling it for what it
Right.
is. The man knows he knows he got an extensive education in the darkness of dark manipulation tactics. He know how to gaslight. He know how to brand himself. He know how to make himself look like one of the crowd. He knows how to do a lot of manipulation. Man, I took a class in manipulation, and I don't want to say that part, but I took a class in manipulation because I'm gonna be honest with you.
Doesn't know how to manipulate shit. He picked the right fucking party. That's all he did. He
You know,
and he
he's
said
doing
so
that.
back in like
He's not.
back in
Right to be exploited.
2002. Back in 2002, when they were trying to get him to run for president, he said, "Well, I don't know. I'm a Democrat, but if I ever did run for president, it would be as a Republican because those
Yes.
idiots will believe fucking anything."
Yes.
And then
he's smart.
13
he's
years
smart enough.
later, there he was running as a fucking Republican, and he was right. They did fucking believe anything because they're idiots.
Yeah, but look, and that's another to tell you how insidious this man is. This man is smart enough to know how to play
But
with fire.
in
And
business, he didn't manipulate shit. He stole everything he ever fucking got with his business.
that is
He
another way to
screwed
get
people
things,
over
Gretchen.
and didn't pay them. He fucking went bankrupt. Daddy bailed him out. And even when they took over their dad's company, they had a whole fucking scam where they were stealing money from their own fucking father before he even fucking died.
It's not right.
He
I don't
stole
recommend it, but don't.
everything he ever fucking got.
And that's another way to
So
get
don't tell
stuff,
me he's a
Gretchen.
great businessman. He's not. He's not a great
I'm not
businessman.
calling
He's
him a great
fucking
businessman.
con
I'm
man
calling him.
loser.
Con men are businessmen. That's what a good businessman is. People don't like to admit it, but that's exactly
No,
the
they
point.
no, they aren't.
Yes,
No,
they
they
are.
aren't.
I'm not here
No,
to.
they
He's
I'm
smart
not
enough to
fucking.
play with fire. Look, Gretchen. He's smart enough to play with fire, and he's dumb enough to do it. You see what I'm saying? He got the training and he knows how to get things through hook by crook. But he gonna get to where he going, Gretchen. That man. I'm not saying he's some kind of accomplished businessman. I think he's a dumbass because I think a lot of the tactics that he likes to play with boomerangs and stuff and things like what he doing with that church with the MAGA. The reason why politicians stop playing with theology so much was because they'll turn on you. If they don't think they don't think you are a true believer like them, they can turn on you. Ask the CIA what's the difference between a mercenary and a true believer. This man is fool enough to play with true believers like the way that he does because he got some way the direction he wanted to lead things, but he's not smart enough to see the danger that he's playing with.
Yeah, like I agree with everything you're saying, but I would still say the guys that like this stuff all applies to most politicians. They're
Yes.
slimy.
Probably so, yeah.
Yes, it does.
They say anything to get their political view seen, like they're
Just what you need to do, Gretchen, is check out the Sith on Star Wars. Their philosophy. This is basically. I mean, I'm not trying to liken this to like no kind of fantasy world or nothing, but that philosophy is real. I heard that it got a lot of Nietzsche in it and a lot of other people in it and stuff like that. That philosophy where only the strong can the strong dominate. You're not measured by what you can buy, what you can have. I mean, you're not measured by what you can steal, what you can earn. You measure by what you can keep, and that's the kind of type of style that I see him operating. I can see him growing up like this. His father probably instilled a lot of that, having fist fighting other kids and stuff, all kind of stuff to learn how to dominate people. The man knows some dark tactics, and he has extensive knowledge of it. Not to say he's a smart guy because he's stupid.
What are you talking about? He didn't grow up fighting anybody ever.
The things that you don't know about.
He was a pampered fucking prince because he was born into fucking money.
This is all speculation here, what I was saying on that part about how he grew up, because I don't know. I wasn't there, but I see him taking them lessons.
Go read Mary Trump's books. She tells you the story of their whole goddamn family.
Okay, I'll go check it out. But Mary Trump, ain't that his daughter?
It's his niece.
Well, she wouldn't know how he came up.
Really? Because she doesn't know the family?
Well, I mean, she wouldn't know how Donald Trump came up because she wouldn't been alive during this time.
Gretchen, I find it hard.
She's alive. She's alive now. So is he.
But I'm talking about when he was coming up from as a little boy to growing to a man. She wasn't alive. That's his niece. Well,
right,
maybe,
but her father was his goddamn brother.
Yeah, I got you, but she wouldn't know the things that they went through before she was born.
His mom was her grandmother. She knows him. She knew her. She knew the grandfather.
Put it like this:
She
anything she
knew
said
these
about Trump
people. She grew up.
before
She
she
was
was born.
raised by these people because her
All right,
dad
hang on.
turned out to be a fucking alcoholic.
But put it like this: if she got anything to say about before she was born, I'll just take it as hearsay. But the rest of it, that'll be, you know.
Okay,
But
but
yeah,
you can
I
sit
mean,
here and make up some fucking fantasy backstory, and I'm supposed to buy that shit?
I told you this is all speculation. I'm telling you this is I don't know for certain, but I'm looking
Well,
at the
I
way the
don't
man
know why you're
operates.
fucking speculating to defend a piece of fucking shit monster like him.
How do you tell I'm defending him? I'm saying he knows how to be a mean evil
Well, you're
person. How's
kind
that
of
defending somebody?
you're leaning on that justifying how he turned out like he did kind of shit. And honestly, maybe he's just a piece of shit. I think some people are just fucking pieces of shit.
Yeah, I mean, his brother man got the same training. Didn't
And I
want to
think
live
he's
that
one of
lifestyle.
them. In fact, I
His
think
brother
he's their
too.
fucking king.
Who, the brother?
No, Trump himself.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. The brother. That's why he became a pilot because he didn't want to live that lifestyle. He didn't. He was seeing how he didn't want to
He
be
did, and
pilot
what he
pilot.
got was fucking punished for it.
Yeah.
And then he became an alcoholic, and they kept him away from his own fucking kids.
That sounds about right. It's that this man knows how to
That sounds
manipulate
right.
people. Yeah, it sounds right. It sounds right for somebody who teaches their children to be mean and evil, and one of them don't want to be mean and evil, you punish their ass.
Well, like I also think like a lot of this
So
with
not
a lot of these
sure what you're.
well, I think a lot of these like fucking all these guys as well, like they all tend to run the same schools because it becomes a very small club the closer you get to the top. So like
You're cutting out.
Exactly. Yes.
Hey, Gretchen.
sorry.
I think you called yourself at one point a liberal, and then at another point like something of a lefty. So I mean, could you maybe elaborate on that? And this might help like get at the point of some of the things that people like me at least are so concerned about, and something like that Kieran and McTime over here can tap into that seems to be grinding your gears a little bit. So
Okay.
yeah, can you just like elaborate on like what you view as your politics, if that is some sort of important to you? I imagine it is, because I mean, why are you take it upon yourself to go after theistic belief so much? It's because you recognize that it has an effect on you. So I'll leave it at that. Like,
Yeah,
go
I
on.
am an anti-theist on purely political grounds because politics is my main focus and has been for decades. So I'm a liberal. I am not a leftist.
Oh, okay.
I have some, I wouldn't call them leftist tendencies, maybe progressive tendencies, but I disagree with people on the accelerationist kind of views because all that's going to do is get people killed.
I agree.
And so I think that I don't think capitalism is a completely trash system. I think it needs a lot of fucking bailouts. It needs heavy socialist controls.
Okay.
To keep it working. We need a new deal.
Okay.
I mean, bottom line, we need a new deal. And it doesn't have to last for fucking ever because, 50, 60 years from now, we're not going to fucking recognize what society looks like today. So it's just like they couldn't foresee all this, back in the 30s and the 40s when we got the first New Deal.
Yeah, no, I think the whole reason why we got the first New Deal in the first place is because we recognize those tendencies of capitalism. This is where the wedge is between your politics and my politics. Even though that I think that we agree on lots and lots of things, I'm bringing this towards you not because I want to attack you or say, "Ooh, look at how stupid Gretchen is." No, 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 no. I'm doing this because I actually care about you, and I want you to have a tool that you might not even know
I don't
that you
need you to
need.
care about me. If you want to attack a position, go for it. I'm a big fucking girl. Let's have it.
Well, see,
Gretchen, you suck.
I kind of tend to think that I am responsible for other people's thoughts, even people's thoughts that I'm not in direct contact with. This might sound metaphysical, but I'm serious. Whenever everyone's large collective economic behavior is influencing everybody else's quality of life, we need to really analyze what we are doing. Our economic engagement, okay? How we actually use nature to turn into goods and services that we need, and who gets what and why. You think that capitalism is valid to whatever degree and needs regulations. I think that that is a bare minimum. And to whatever degree I might concede
Right,
to your
but
point, you would have to have
actually let me
overwhelming
finish
amounts
my.
of regulations to the point that the capitalism wouldn't really even look like anything that we think of it as today. Which is why I make
Right,
the point
and
that we need
I'm
a
sure you've heard me. If
fundamental
you've been listening
reorganization.
to this channel as long as you say you have, then I'm sure you've heard me say I think we need some sort of hybrid system. I don't think we should
Okay.
have just a straight capitalist system, but I
Okay.
don't think it needs to be thrown out with the fucking bathwater. I
Okay.
think we need like a hybrid system of maybe, taking
Okay, look, we're
the
on
best
agreement.
parts from different systems.
Okay, look, we're
And
on agreement. Yes.
I'm cool with that, but I don't like how fast people are trying to get there, because when you
I might
have a
agree.
system like we do and you try to take that away from people too quickly, all you're going to get is a fucking boot in your ass.
This is a very
And
good
we
point,
have
Gretchen.
we have a big country, we have a lot of fucking real estate, and we have a lot of fucking people. And, like the Titanic coming up on that iceberg, we can't fucking turn that fast. So we have to start doing small turns earlier.
Okay.
Otherwise, we either hit the iceberg or fucking capsize. And you don't want either one of those. So
Can I
you
ask a
fucking
question?
plan ahead, figure it out, and make small movements, small corrections. Fine tuning, if you will.
Yeah, you need to do this before
That's
you
what we're talking
run
about, the
into
feedback.
before you run off the cliff, because we're getting real close to that cliff.
Yeah, can I ask a question around that? Is your argument kind of
We're
like
not getting
collective
that close to the
consciousness?
cliff.
Uh-huh. Let's see here. We're going to need 27 Urs in order to meet the regular demand of production that we do today by 2050.
And we scheduled to run out of oil in 2050.
Yeah, but
Right.
in order to stem biodiversity loss, I should be specific, we are going to need 27 Earths by 2050 in order to stem biodiversity loss, given all of the destruction that we are doing to the planet. This is
There's no
unworkable.
That
This is
that
unworkable.
doesn't touch me at all. That
Well,
that doesn't get even through my fucking head, because
what about we about to?
how old are you, Nave?
I'm 33.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You don't have the fucking experience to even fucking speak to me on this subject, because those of us who were kids in the fucking 80s when Earth Day, fucking McTime knows, you know what? we've been hearing this. Oh, we're going to run out of everything. Everything's going to be fucked up. Save the fucking environment. Do all this shit. And here we are fucking almost 50 years later. And you know what? All the recycling that we send to recycling centers, like 20% of it gets recycled.
I wasn't talking about resources. I wasn't talking about resources. I was talking about the damage to the ecosystem that we need for us to continue living.
I know. We had the same problems back in the 80s. Look it up. Look up the fucking smog problem in California. Trust me. But you know what?
The smog is way small compared to the AMOC shutting down. The AMOC is shutting down.
Yeah,
dude.
I know. We've been hearing from scientists for decades that we're killing the planet and we're all going to die. And you know what? It hasn't happened yet. Because technology doesn't stop.
Are you a climate change denier?
Technology doesn't stop. We are running out of oil. Sure, we are going to at some point. But you know what? Look at the leaps and bounds we've made in solar in just 10 years.
Yes. This is what we should be doing.
So human intellect, it's not going to stop at solar power or wind or anything. We're going to keep going. And all these these deadlines, oh, we need this many Earths. Well, guess what? In 2 years, you know what? We may not need any of those extra Earths.
This is what I'm saying by a new economic design. Yes.
It's not the economic design.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Because we managed to do it with we've come as far as we have with the old economic design.
And it's starting to show its limits. We're up against a wall now. We have nowhere else to
and
go.
And everyone has been saying that for decades.
Yeah, I'm with that part right there. Gretchen got a point. You got to keep in mind. I lived in the 80s. I lived in Cal Stream, Illinois, and we had acid rain. Can you imagine how scary that might seem to be going around? I mean, it's raining acid outside.
Yeah.
Gretchen has small.
You can crunch the numbers, Nave. All right, all you want. And as soon as you start saying we're going to, you're making predictions now. Okay. I come from a military intelligence background. I understand fucking making predictions and percentages of certainty and all that. I get it, but you also you're still kind of a kid.
Yeah.
And there is no substitute for experience. That's part of why we keep electing fucking boomers in 2026.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's a realm of possibilities.
You can read and learn and come up with math and all kinds of shit. You can be smart as shit, but that doesn't get you the experience.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Humans
and there are things you don't take into account when you're too young to have learned all this shit by living through it.
Well, I don't see how someone can justify an economic system that requires infinite exponential consumption on a finite planet. And it's kind of sounds like that you're denying the science of climate change. This
I'm not at all.
It feels awkward.
I'm not at all.
Okay, well, when do you think that if you recognize that economic behavior, affects nature, at what point do you think that our economic behavior will get to that tipping point, assuming that we don't change anything about what we're doing? If not 2050, 2100, I mean, what are we working with here? What do you think? How long will it take for capitalism to destroy the planet if we don't have this hybrid system that you suggest? Which I agree.
I don't think capitalism is going to destroy the planet.
This is where I disagree with you. I disagree with you.
Well, I know you do because you don't. Because you haven't lived through all this shit for fucking 40 years.
Well, what if I made the argument to you? What if I made the argument to you that you are practicing blind faith right now? You probably wouldn't like that, would
I'd
you?
say you were wrong.
I would say
what
that you're
blind
wrong.
Faith? What blind faith am I practicing?
You think that capitalism isn't going to destroy the planet?
that was a claim that you made, and I just rejected it. That's it.
Sure, you rejected it, and you
I didn't make
defended this
that
idea.
prediction. I
You
didn't
said
make the
that
prediction.
you
You
said
made
that
the
you.
claim, and I shot it the fuck down. That's
No,
all that
no,
happened. I made no predictions.
I made the claim that I think that capitalism is going to destroy the planet.
Yeah, and I
and
shot
you
it the
turned
fuck
that.
down.
You
I
gave a reverse
rejected your
claim.
premise. How
Sure,
about that? Does that
you
compute?
objected my premise, but you assume that that is correct. You assume that capitalism will not destroy the planet.
No, I just didn't use philosophical fucking formal logic and the Philbro language to reject
Yeah.
your premise. That
Okay,
was
look.
all I was trying to
Nate,
do.
Nate,
I
you got
could have
yeah.
been more precise, but I was not. What
Okay,
I was
look.
doing there was saying, okay, I don't accept that.
What if I think that it's a matter
There we
of
go.
life and death to get it across to somebody like you that I respect because of your intelligence to take this notion seriously? Maybe I am wrong, but are you really comfortable in that claim as well, that you think that capitalism will not destroy the planet? This might be something that we'll have to hash out for another
Again, it's a
conversation.
claim I didn't make.
Am I being
Because
ridiculous to you other guys?
no, Nate, you gotta remember, you're making an assumption as well. So your assumption is capitalism will destroy the planet. So it's two
Correct.
assertions basically.
Well, if I haven't listed a whole bunch of papers to you to suggest, yeah, it sounds like an assumption. But what I'm telling you is that I am convinced, given the evidence that I've seen, given the inherent logic of what capitalism is and how it facilitates our immediate short-term needs, and given the logic of what's required to make it go, I think that it is going to cause civilizational collapse.
Yeah, but there's lots of
Then listen to that
civilizations on
feedback
the
loop
earth
that I was
that
talking
aren't
about earlier.
capitalist.
But potentially to the point of destroying the ecosystem so bad that maybe humans won't be able to exist anymore. Yes.
But see, this is like I said, this is that feedback loop I was talking about earlier. Because I lived through the '80s too, and I know what Gretchen's talking about, but I also kind of agree with you, Vic. And what I'm thinking is that we need some kind of census that we can actually trust to tell us actually how much resources we got left, how much gas, how much oil is in the ground, how much, so we can stop, because right now they hinder the solar power market. Those solar cells that they put on them people's houses that opt in, first you got to pay for the damn thing to put it on your house to the electric company, and they still make you pay for the sun anyway. And they use it in them old ass black cells that used to be on them calculators. They got purple cells out now that are more efficient than goddamn plants. They take in 20% of the sun and convert that to electricity. Plants only take in 12% of the sun.
This is the way that I
So
want you to
they don't
be
much use
thinking.
those. They
Yes.
use the black ones.
And there's no world in which
And-
that sort of technological advancement isn't going to continue.
Okay.
So anything, any
It's not- but
assumptions
they
that you're
hampering it.
making about the future, you're not taking into account that our technology could not only keep up with that, but possibly, overtake it.
I don't think
You probably
that
had the
I don't
technology not to
think
overtake it right now. They
You
just don't
think
want
it's
to see
all
it.
about economics and one particular economic system
I
that
think that
you just happen
economics
to not like.
I think that economics is a technology that has not been figured out yet. We have a very crude, childish understanding of what facilitates life on this planet. So to whatever degree, technology will be able to overtake economics, what I'm saying here is I have answers to my own questions, and I've been giving you a big sales pitch the past 6 hours on Peter Joseph's Integral. I really want you to look into this because I think that he'll be able to talk about it better than I can. And
Yeah, I've been listening to all this stuff, but the problem is I said hours ago, and I know you fucking heard me, because
Well,
even
elaborate.
Arpy agreed with me, which that's a fucking a coup right there. We are emotional beings first. We are emotional
I agree.
creatures.
I
You know
agree.
what? I wasn't gonna bring it up when Arpy was here because it would have started a fight.
I
But
completely
you know
agree.
what?
You're 100%
We meet the hierarchy of needs that we have in our brains first. And your economic system is just going to fuck with that. You cannot just take something away from somebody like that.
I'm trying to give
Look,
somebody something.
let me contest in here a bit, like, because I think
All right.
like what we're kind of missing on is like there's a. Do you know the way you said collective
Oh, please,
consciousness earlier?
Karen, tell us with your
I'm
advanced
not
years of
telling you anything,
experience.
Gretchen. I'm just having a
Please
conversation.
tell us.
Yeah, let him.
But you know, like
Yeah.
collective consciousness, the power in the collective consciousness. Like, you
There is
understand?
no
Like,
collective consciousness.
Yes, there is. Who built the iPhone? Who built the iPhone?
fucking group
Engineering.
Yes. Steve Jobs did not
But
build
like
the iPhone.
not in real time. We're not all collectively conscious of the same thing
It
because
literally took thousands of years predating electricity.
So are you going back to that to truly build an apple pie from scratch? You have to first invent and create the universe. I mean, is that where we're going with that? Because that's fucking stupid.
I'm not going to go to the point of universe, but I'm talking about economics here. You pull yourself up by your own
There's no
bootstraps?
fucking collective consciousness. We are individual creatures with brains of our own.
Dude,
There's
if
no
there was
way.
no
There
collective
is
consciousness,
no
we wouldn't be
world
speaking a
in
language
which
right now.
I couldn't even tell you what my fucking kids are doing right now. So
But
my
look-
own flesh and
look-
blood. So
Oh,
tell me
God.
how that's collective consciousness.
If there wasn't collective consciousness, we wouldn't be speaking a language right now. If there wasn't collective consciousness,
That's not true. That's collective knowledge.
Okay,
Knowledge
okay.
and consciousness are not the same thing.
Okay.
Gretchen, why does money have
Are
value?
knowledge and consciousness the same thing?
Look,
why does money have value?
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Has to do with collective consciousness. Why does money have value?
This is a good point.
Oh, that's a good point.
This is a good point.
Because we perceive the value of it.
Everyone's
It's an
collective
asset.
acceptance of it.
We agree. We all agree that it's worth $40.
Yes.
That's it. That's literally all it is. So when
We're
I was
gonna-
trying to
That
come
is
and
not
end
an.
this with you.
No. That's a mutual understanding. That's
Yeah, it's how
knowledge.
pricing works through
That's
like
not
supply and
consciousness.
demand.
I'm sorry, no, that is not consciousness.
Money is a mutual understanding. This is interesting.
It's an understanding, yes.
I don't think that most
It
anybody
is.
fucking
The
understands how
value of
money
our
works.
dollar changes every single fucking day.
Dude, nobody
Yeah,
And
the
how do you know?
perceived-
And
the
how do you
perceived
know
value.
about it? How
That's
do
why
you
it
know
changes.
about it? You check the value, you check the market every day, you check the currency conversions. All right.
Yeah, and
That's
it's a
knowledge, that's
subjective,
information, that's data.
but it's a
That's not
perception,
fucking
Gretchen.
collective consciousness. If we
It
were
is,
all
that's why it's changing.
collectively conscious, then we would just know all these things.
But that's why it's changing, Gretchen, is because people
As
are like
if
saying,
by
"Oh, I don't
magnet.
know."
Thank
No,
you,
but that's
Karen.
why it's changing. Is
Thank
because
you.
people are saying, "Oh, I
What's
don't know."
changing?
It has this. What the markets is a value perception on the necessity or the good, right? So when things happen in the world and people see like, "Oh, is the American dollar worth
That's
as much
just
now?" Because
fucking that's just data. That's knowledge.
yeah, it's people. We're people. We're running these
The
systems.
market changing is not an expression of our consciousness. It's an expression of like actual event. It's an aggregator of knowledge of things we know.
No, I
Maybe
know. I'm
collective
just saying.
consciousness is the wrong word for it. There is another word for it.
No,
I don't
it's
want to say
like what I'm trying to get at is like
This
you can
whole
see like
rabbit trail is so ridiculous.
it's not a rabbit
Sorry.
trail. It is what it is. Like
It is
these
a
things
rabbit
don't.
trail.
But if you were to say how do we price goods, right? You know, like I did this in last sprays and
What
last
the
sprays
fuck does
fucking
pricing goods have to do with what we were talking about?
because we set the market value as people of consumers.
Now we're gonna go down this
What
rabbit trail?
it's the same concept. We set the price of what we see as valuable.
And
Like
That means it's a social
yeah,
relation. It's a social relation.
yeah, it's a social link.
does
It's
everybody just
economics
know
is a form of social
okay,
control.
fine. When you set a price on something in your fucking store in your fucking head, and you set a
Mhm.
price on it, does everybody just know what that price is, or do you have to fucking communicate the information to them?
Gretchen,
Well,
what
they said
Because
it.
you
They
don't have
they
collective
set the
consciousness
price.
with anybody. You
Gretchen,
have to actually communicate the information, the data, and then they will know the price.
Gretchen,
That's free market, Gretchen. We
What
set
is,
the price.
I'm sorry, what am I not getting?
whenever I think about someone setting the price on something, I don't think that it has any sort of real world tangible relation to what was required to produce that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It is a
Not
complete
in
contrivance.
not in context of what Kieran just asked. It
Well,
makes
no, it's
no
the
fucking
commodity,
sense, not to me.
like the hours of work that goes into the
It,
commodity of making something like a video game, and
I
you
mean,
pay
if
for
you're
it.
trying to
Those
pull
sort
us
of
off of that rabbit trail, okay, let's
He
go.
ran into the.
Would you? Hi, Beard.
Hey, dude.
Hey,
Hey, I just thought I would pop up and back up Gretchen. It's like 3 against 1 on this one, and y'all are wrong.
Okay. Well, go.
I love you,
no,
Beard.
go ahead, Jay.
This is healthy. I mean,
Well,
yeah,
no,
if you see
there's
someone getting ganged up on, I definitely want someone to come in and defend. Yeah.
right. So the idea of collective consciousness is just dumb. If we had collective consciousness, we wouldn't need language. We wouldn't need money. We wouldn't need courts or laws. We'd all be thinking the same things. And we wouldn't
No,
be able to
collective
lie to each other. You wouldn't be able to lie to each other because we'd know.
no,
There's no
By the
collective
way,
consciousness. There's no
doesn't.
data or
she's a
evidence for
fucking
collective
therapist
consciousness.
It doesn't
Yeah.
instantly.
mean.
A
It
lot of
doesn't
this
mean.
woo-woo crap, about collective consciousness stems right out of Carl Jung, who came up with the idea of collective consciousness in a psychological sense. And that shit
Okay.
was debunked like 50 years ago, and it hasn't been used in science really
I'm
since Jung.
glad that you
So
said
you,
this. Hey,
so you
because I'm the one who
can't
made
see
the claim.
social trends in society now, right?
I feel like I should be the one to back this up. I think that you're right, and apologize if I got ahead of myself and used a woo-woo pseudoscientific term such as collective consciousness. But if there is some sort of term, it's not coming to me right now. I do, if you'll entertain the concept outside of how Carl Jung brought it up, and just work with what it is that I'm trying to say. I don't think that Steve Jobs invented the iPhone. That took literally thousands of years of people's work, and we're
No, it
standing on
didn't.
top.
No, it
Yes,
didn't. No.
yes.
It took
Computers predate
thousands. It took.
electricity.
Whoa, hold on.
Computers predate electricity.
It took thousands of years for us to get to the point where we could use electricity because we didn't have the scientific understanding. Once we started developing scientific understanding, that shit happened almost immediately. We started discovering these things, and then the technology has just advanced. The rate of technological advancement since the discovery of electricity has been insanely fast. And it's just getting faster.
Yeah, we've
Because,
only
yes,
had
we're
electricity for about 100 years.
The key word being we.
Yeah, as a society.
That's just a fucking pronoun. That doesn't mean anything.
I think that this is very profound. I think that because we are social beings first, this we isn't just a word. It really does have huge impact at this point whenever our mass collective behavior is affecting our social relations and our ability to survive, especially with nuclear weapons and shit floating around.
Yeah, but here's the thing, is we didn't do it as a fucking group. We didn't do it as a team. We did it by standing on the shoulders of those who came before us. That's it.
Yeah, just because we have a collective...
That's a matter of degree.
We started from, instead of, back in the day, they had to start, ground level. Maybe by the time, my generation comes around, we were on a step stool. You guys are on top of a 6-foot ladder. You know, it doesn't mean that you don't get to take responsibility or credit for your own accomplishments or responsibility for your own failures.
Of course.
Because people who are long dead are not going to share in your failures. I guarantee it.
I
So
don't know.
you shouldn't have to share your credits with them either.
I don't know. I think that we are all collectively suffering from what Adam Smith put in motion a long time ago, and we could have gotten ourselves out of this hole before World War One. I think that we
Shoulda,
could have
coulda,
done
woulda.
that. Yes.
Shoulda, coulda,
Now
woulda.
we're in
It
the
doesn't
paradigm
mean
that
it.
we're
I
in.
mean,
We're in the paradigm that we're in, and it's actually that much more pressing that we start collectively being nice to each other, not because it's the right thing to do, but because if we don't actually facilitate each other in a very realistic, logistical way so it's fair, we destabilize, and then the terrorists come out of the woodwork, and the Donald Trumps materialize as if it's normal, and we're the crazy ones.
Look, hold on a second. I want to say something here because a lot of this doomsaying is ignoring the fact that we already do that. Let me illustrate by something from this community. One of our creators had a house burned down last week, and the community came together out of kindness, out of unity, out of altruism to help get a GoFundMe going that went like 5 times past what the goal was. We do that. We do engage with each other with
in
altruism,
less than a
with
week.
kindness, with empathy. We do that. We just look at the news and just hear all the crappy shit because that's what draws attention on the news. And then we assume the entire world is like that. The entire world isn't like that.
I know.
In any type of community, you will find people being nice to each other.
I completely agree.
Don't forget to say the pathological altruism. We are
Oh, yeah, we are-
pathologically altruistic.
Well, that's just the atheists. That's just the atheists. Just the atheists are pathologically altruistic.
Don't forget that part. We gotta say that every time now. We are required by atheist law to say that.
We're gonna make that a thing.
Like people like that's proven. Like socially, people are fundamentally, for the most part, good. Like
I generally agree. Yes. Like, look, our better nature needs to be enabled. I agree with you, Beard.
No.
Is economics what you've been educated in, Dave?
I have. Peter Joseph's my guy. I mean, if you look into this guy, you'll understand why.
Which school?
Economics is your jam, right?
Yes.
Which school?
Yeah. So that's why you're leaning so heavily into this, thinking that economics can fix everything because economics is what you care about the most.
Look, I don't believe in such an absolutist notion of everything. I don't think that economics is going to fix everything.
Okay, but you think it's the most important? You think it's the most important?
I think it's the most pressing matter facing the species right now. Yes.
Right. Like, where does that fall in your hierarchy of needs, dude?
Because I am suffering, even if I do live a relatively decent life.
First, and we take care of our needs first. And
you say emotional.
Your need to make everything economically, tidy, probably works for you.
You say emotional creatures first. I say we're social creatures first.
We are not social creatures first.
It's a variation. It's a variation on the same thing. It's a variation on the same thing.
No, it isn't.
Okay.
They're two different categories of things.
You've taken a psych course, right? You know what the Maslow's hierarchy of needs is?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I thought about each level, but yeah.
Look, quite frankly, they're two different things. So being social and being emotional, they are two different things. Emotionality is about the individual. Sociality is about interacting with others. You can be emotional all on your own, or you can be emotional with people. They're different things. But also, you're putting an economic lens on human nature stuff. You're talking psychology stuff through an economics lens, but you haven't gone and studied transactional analysis in psychology. Go study transactional analysis. It's a psychological field of study. It's interesting. It has a lot to do with economics, and you would find it fascinating. But it does say things like each of us first. We have transactions between our subconscious and superconscious minds that happen. We look at every interaction between others as some sort of transaction, but so it has a lot of economic base in it. But it's going to tell you a lot more about human nature than you learn in an economics class.
And you got to remember that all agents are rational.
I'm gonna give it to you. Yes, whenever you're talking about traditional approaches to economics, yes, you're not gonna find the sorts of things that I'm highlighting on within that field.
Time out right there. Time out right there. Why are those the traditional approaches to economics?
Because what we think of as economics is, of course, going to produce institutions that reinforce themselves. And it's very hard for us to apply scientific reasoning to these institutions.
An economic system is meant to dictate the behavior of human beings. And you have to take human nature into account. We haven't really changed that much in, the last 1,000 years. So yeah, when we have an economic system, we have to consider what's going to work for the people that we expect to execute the system. Remember, we were talking about the Matrix earlier. You remember what happened? They tried earlier versions, but people wouldn't fucking accept it because it was too good or too perfect or too whatever. But you're talking about billions of human beings.
Yes, I am.
I just don't think people
that aren't going to accept your economics when you didn't take their fucking nature into account.
Okay, look, I think that if this has been missed, it's actually the core of my point, is that I want to develop an economic system that invests in the human being and the ecosystem more generally, as opposed to one that exploits the human being, because that's exactly what our economics is based around. Exploitation, consumption, property, restriction, hostility, trade strategizing dominance. How are we to expect that a good, healthy human being is to be born out of these trajectories? Even if, let's say, the mass majority of the planet aren't some sort of pathological psychopaths like Donald Trump.
It's also based on liberty. How do you enforce that?
Okay, let's
how
say
do you add liberty into the fucking mix?
Okay,
with
I'll
all,
answer
with
you
all the controls
real
that
quick.
you want to.
I'll answer that real quick. I would say, say I want Africa as my entire backyard, and I can afford.
No, I'm just talking about the
allowed to do
U.S.
that?
I'm not
Okay.
talking about globally, just the United States.
Within my economic system of liberty, of course, this is what you are trying to highlight, liberty. Within my economic system, of course, such a notion would be taken into account. Again, I don't want to turn everybody into this Ayn Rand dystopia where everybody has to have the same one of everything. People's variability needs to be invested in and highlighted on so that they will inherently, through their being, reinvest to the society that supported them in the first place. To a positive end, to a healthy, sustainable end. Because yes, we do all intuitively do this.
All I'm hearing is hopes and dreams. I'm not hearing any solutions here.
It
I'm not
lies
hearing an
within
argument
economics.
how you're going to make it work.
Okay, we've gotten to a new point then. It lies
All I'm
within
hearing is
what
ideals.
economics is, the management of a household. What is actually required to sustain a population given scarce amount of resources?
Economics isn't managing a household, it's managing resources. And
It's
the thing we have to
definition.
understand, here's a thing you have to understand in order to get past this is that you have actually a fundamental misunderstanding of things. You think that humans are inherently from the door aggressive towards other humans, but the reality is the opposite. Everything you've been saying is that we need to do more in teaching people how to be altruistic or be connected to each other, but that's the default state. We are learning through a lot of things that we should be othering. We are hardwired for socialization, and in order to hurt other people, we have to other them. But that means that we need to address the othering before we can address the economics and the resources. We have to be willing to share those resources. We have to be willing to share those resources before we open with sharing them. We have to stop othering each other. But that's not economics.
Yes, it is. I
It's
would make
not. It's not.
You
saying
also
it's more
have
of
to
a cultural.
you also have to defeat human nature by killing greed, because some of us just are.
Okay,
Some of us
Gretchen,
are,
let me
worried
answer
about
him.
not having resources in the future. Some of us are just fucking keeping score, but they're still gonna hoard shit too.
Gretchen, before I get onto the greed notion, let me answer Bearded Empathy here. Dude, I think that we're saying the same thing, and I'm sorry if you came in here so late, because I've actually been in here for like 6 hours. I think
I was asleep for most of that.
Yeah. Dude, I'm very happy that you're coming in here to contend me, because I think that we are actually describing the same thing. I'm just using different language. I think you're misreading me whenever I say, or you think that human beings are just hostile. No. What I'm saying is that the assumed way that we get our needs met, capitalism, free market economics, is the root of all of these problems. It is what's creating the othering. It's the foundation of society, ironically. The very thing that we do to get our needs met is illogical to work to have sustainability and peace on this planet.
Capitalism isn't what meets our needs.
It's the de
Like
facto.
what?
Man, 80% of the planet is in debt to the World Bank, and the dynamics of what move it is neoliberal
Sorry,
capitalism.
Evan. Good night.
It's Reaganomics.
Yeah, but
It's
I think
laissez-faire.
I think just for me to jump in on this, like, it's like I look at it from like a cultural perspective first. I separate culture from economics, right? And so, like, when you're looking at it from a cultural, it's the same as the anecdote I gave earlier about my father. When, like, you could put him next to a billionaire, and he'd see himself wealthier than that man. So, like, there's multiple variables that move humans. It isn't just about money or obtaining resources. So, there's like different ways a human can feel fulfilled or get to a place of fulfillment, and it's like the concept of the material world, and like materialism is kind of a bit into capitalism a bit, and that's more the cultural emphasis of, like, I need my new car, I need my money. You know what I mean? That is a kind of shaped into a cultural dynamic, but it wasn't always perceived that way.
I agree. I think that different cultures also produce different economic attitudes, but the system that was codified, what we experience for the most part on this planet, and is causing most of the phenomenon that you see, good or bad, is an economic notion, and we haven't applied proper scientific reasoning to our management of resources, the management of a household.
Okay, here's the thing: is to equal everything out, you're going to have to take things away from people, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
We have to start from where we are now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't give a fuck about what happened in the past.
Yeah.
Because
to tell a successful business owner
it's
that they are
right
the
now,
cause
and
of-
you can't make the clock go backwards. So we have to start from right now, feet on the fucking ground.
Yes.
You have to start from here.
Yes. I think that I've
And-
actually planted the seed, you guys. Like, I don't think that we're disagreeing here. I think that you guys have just been so hostile towards any sort of potential of what could be that it obviously one of the last things
Look,
that someone might say
also
is
don't get it twisted. Just because I
what-
raised my voice, you've been here enough. And just because I get fucking passionate about shit sometimes, it doesn't mean I'm being hostile or,
Well, when I say
pissed
you,
off.
I mean
Sometimes I just get going for no goddamn reason whatsoever.
all right.
But
they do it to me all the time.
If I say
Yeah,
you,
I
I do
totally
mean it
do.
in a general sense, because I mean I've had this conversation with plenty of other people that I respect, and I think that people have been so abused by this system that they'll either say that it's not possible or it would require so much work, but inevitably, if you can hold their attention long enough, and I very much appreciate you guys. I think you guys are great.
Well, you are talking about taking shit away from people, and I get it at your age. I mean, you've grown up in a really shitty time, but you have no idea what it was like for us when we were your age. You have
I'm
no
not talking
fucking
about
clue.
trying to take stuff away from people. I'm actually trying to talk about giving them something that they didn't even know that they needed and deserved. I think
See,
that
you don't get to tell people what they needed. That's where you're not taking human nature into account.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't just tell people what they need. They're gonna push back. That's why you're feeling the hostility.
Progress hasn't known any other path other than hostility at first. Gretchen, you are highlighting something, a very important social, emotional, I use them interchangeably, dynamic. It is very hard, yes. But
Well, I haven't heard a fix for it yet.
Okay. Now, if I can continue, Peter Joseph's
I've been asking people in the chat for hours, how the fuck do you defeat human nature to make your fucking utopia happen?
Peter Joseph's integral.
You can't.
Dude.
The only way is the magic of the replicators from Star Trek, because as soon as there is a lack of resources for a single person, that person's going to start hoarding. As soon as that person starts hoarding to make sure they don't have a shortage, they're going to become territorial about it. Other people are going to come around. It's going to start causing othering. Unless we have unlimited resources, people are going to be without. And if people are without, it's going to cause othering.
I think that the reason that you're thinking this way, I don't think that you actually believe that.
It's because of science.
I think that this
because that's what science tells us.
No, there's plenty of times where cultures have abstained and rationed amongst.
Do you know what a positive reinforcing feedback loop is?
Don't go there.
Why not?
You're talking to a therapist, dude. You don't want to seriously.
A positive reinforcing feedback loop. Do you not think that everything that is required to make this thing go that supports our needs is actually producing something that is good, that is going back into the system, as opposed to a negative feedback system, which is sustainable? I do not believe that capitalism's logic, having a very real effect on the material world, is going to end up with any sort of positive, or I should say, healthy outcome.
Of course you don't believe that. You were raised in the
There's
fucking
no
era
evidence.
of Bernie Sanders. Of course you don't believe that.
There's no evidence to suggest that capitalism's logic is going to produce those ends, on its own terms at least.
You demonstrated in one sentence you actually don't understand the psychology of reinforcement, because you said adding positive and negative, but that's not what positive and negative are in reinforcement. Positive and negative in reinforcement is whether you're adding or subtracting a stimuli. You're either adding or taking away. In order to accomplish the same goal. In order to accomplish the same goal, i.e. see more of a behavior happen.
Or an award. Negative reinforcement would be like, I don't know, cancel culture.
No. Negative reinforcement.
Remember we were talking about that before?
If I'm training my dog and I want her to sit, and I say sit and she sits, I give her a treat, that's positive reinforcement. If I tell my dog to sit and immediately blow into a dog whistle, and I stop the dog whistle as soon as she sits, that's negative reinforcement. Because I'm then taking away a stimuli that's painful in order to get that behavior to happen more often. It's not about vibes about
he was talking about reinforcement in like the business sense.
Right.
Yeah,
He was talking about the good and the bad. He was talking about positive and negative as good and bad.
Right.
No, we're talking past each other, dude. Please. A positive reinforcing feedback loop is like, I don't know, if you take the prey out of a predator-prey relationship and the wolves just take the place over and then eventually die out themselves because it was out of balance. That's a positive reinforcing feedback loop. They're self-destructive. Yes.
Those words don't apply to that situation.
Yes, it does. It totally does. In the same way, like a negative reinforcing feedback loop is the predator-prey relationship itself. It's in balance. Okay?
I get what
That's
you're
a whole bunch of
saying.
word salad, brah.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
that's what it sounded like.
No. Think about
that very well might be an economic policy that I know nothing about, but
it's something that nature produces. It's
it's almost the opposite that you learn in psychology, like for real.
Yeah, like
dude.
we can like, or like there's things like we can rationalize, so like we can understand if we're like, oh my God, we're gonna make this animal extinct and we need this animal, so that therefore we'd like slow down on hunting it and stuff like that. We've done things like that in the past, or we've lived alongside certain animals and traveled with them. Do you know what I
Okay,
mean? So
so
like,
you take the prey away and you die out. How is that positive in any fucking sense?
When I say
That's like
positive,
weird.
it's a technical distinction. Get this notion of good and bad out of your head. Positive
No, I get what you're
reinforcing. Positive reinforcing feedback loop means that
I
there's
didn't
nothing.
say good or bad. I said how is that positive in any way?
Right. I mean, you've described a situation in which you're just taking away. The only thing I see positive or growing in that situation is the population of wolves grows before they die out.
Right.
Yeah.
But they're both dying out. You're taking the prey away, so you're subtracting something. That's a negative. And then the wolves are dying out. That's a negative. Like it's a net negative. How is it a positive feedback loop?
Meaning
What's
the
being
wolves,
added in?
Meaning the wolves' behavior has now been altered along with the environment that has changed.
No. You don't get to you don't get to use the terms of positive reinforcement in reference to behavior in a way that's not the way I described it, because that's how those terms are used in behavioral science.
Okay, let me try this. Have you ever been to a concert and you hear that awful screeching noise whenever the microphone is in just the right spot?
Yeah.
That's a positive reinforcing feedback loop. It expands and it blows up and it destroys itself. It becomes so destructive that it actually has an effect on the environment outside of it. That's why your ear fucking hurts.
But that's not human or animal behavior. If you're talking about human and animal behavior, we have specific terms for that.
I'm talking about
I'm using them properly. You're not.
Look, I'm not an expert, but I know how to get an idea across. What I'm talking about is system
I'm
science.
not sure.
You might be talking about the myopic field of psychology, which is, very reductionist, and obviously we should have specialized fields, but we also need to have holistic. We need to have holistic, systemic.
You're gonna shit all over my
changing an
entire
economic system for an entire fucking population.
Yes, I am.
You think psychology is reductionist?
When I
Good
say
luck
reduction,
with your plans, man.
when I
How
say
are you gonna
reductionist,
make it work?
when I say reductionist, I mean that it is kept within a specific field of academic study. You know what I mean? It's not
But
interrelated.
economics, that can go ahead and cover across all.
It already does.
Fields of study.
It's what's born all of our institutions and shit. Now,
Yeah,
to
we do
Karen's
have, like,
point, it can come from different types of cultures. You can have different arrangements.
Yeah, but look, like Beard is obviously a done psychology and studied psychology. I did social science, and the fields cross over. So those two disciplines do cross, like social science and
In
psychology.
reality, of course, yes.
I mean, if I had to boil, I've been listening to you for hours, and even though I was quiet for a lot of it, I was listening. And
Okay.
if I had to boil it down, is your big plan is to make people care more about the resources and the ecology than, I don't know, their own emotional needs.
Well,
and I think that's just where you hit a big stumbling block, because every living human on earth is going to care about their own needs before anything else. I don't just mean everything else. I mean everything else.
Do you think it is not at least
your need for oxygen, your need for food, your
Uh-huh.
need for shelter. That
Uh-huh.
is all going to come first. And
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but once you get through those processes, you know, you can't just make everybody think like you do, because you're dealing with a whole shitload of people
No, you can't
that
make
grew
people
up
think the way
decades
I do.
before you
No.
were born.
You help them arrive at it. You can't.
You
You can't
can't help
force shit.
anybody arrive at anything because
You
you
said
don't even
examples.
fucking know how people work,
Dude, I
You
speak
don't
another
Hold on a
language.
second.
I speak
Guys,
another language, and
guys.
I have cousins that can't read, and it really bothers me.
So I'm gonna jump off here, but I wanted
So
to say something real quick
All
first.
right.
You really should be more deliberate with your words on certain things, because in the space of one sentence, maybe two, you said that you're not an expert in psychology to an expert in psychology, because I do have a master's degree in the subject.
Okay.
You said you're not an expert to an expert, and then you told that expert that his entire field is piece of shit.
No, I didn't.
It's
No.
reductionist. It's you said it was myopic and reductionist. That psychology is myopic and
No.
reductionist. That is an insult to the entire field, and I am very upset with you about it. You need to be more deliberate with your words. I'm jumping off here because I got to go make myself some breakfast because I just got up a little while ago. Thanks for having me on, Gretchen. I'll talk to you guys later.
See you
later, Beard. You did kind of come off that way. I mean, you do
Look.
sort of have I think you do have a tone in your voice that
Fine.
you do sound very fucking condescending at like
Okay.
75% of the time. You sound super condescending. I'm probably not the only one that's picked up on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Vic.
Like-
I've been in the chat. I finally figured out how to work the chat. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Because I'm in the chat right now. I finally figured out you can work the chat and talk on the phone. And you're not making a big splash in chat, man. From what I could tell,
I'm sure I'm not.
I mean,
I'm sure I'm not. I don't think that you've ever ran across someone who thinks this way. Now, look, to Bearded Empathy's credit, I in no way wanted to offend the field of psychology by using words like myopic and reductionist, because I'm looking at this in a technical way. I was not trying to imply any sort of moral superiority at all. No, obviously, you want people to be specialized in fields. All I'm trying to highlight is that I think that there is an entire field that hasn't even been recognized that will arguably solve most of our problems. And it's
What field is
systemic
that?
thinking, it's systemic science, mostly rooted around economics.
Oh, okay. We haven't recognized economics as a thing.
I don't
Because
think
that's what I just heard. That's what I just heard.
I don't think that the type of economic system that we've developed, if you can call it that at all, is really valid anymore. And I really do believe that it's causing harm across populations to the point that
Like I
the
said,
harm
of
is so
course you
severe.
do. You grew up listening to Bernie Sanders. Of course you believe that.
No, look, I've told you that my guy is Peter Joseph.
I don't know
And
who the fuck that is.
well, look, I'm giving you what I care
But
about so much.
you did grow up on Bernie and AOC, and don't fucking say you didn't.
Look,
Yes,
if
you
you mean by
did.
around that ethos, around that ecosystem, sure, yeah.
Yeah,
Which is the point of
based on
which
just
is the
based on
point.
your age. That's what you grew up with.
Well,
You
I
grew
mean,
up in a
even
shitty. You grew up in a shitty economic time, and
Yep.
the most inspiring fucking figures you had were Bernie and AOC. But you know what?
within the
You have
accepted
no
field.
idea what it was like before.
Look,
You have no fucking clue.
Gretchen.
And you're talking like you have a huge amount of experience.
Gretchen,
I'm
my
not
mom's.
knocking you for the Bernie and AOC thing. I'm just saying
Gretchen.
you don't know. You don't have any experience.
You want me to talk about my family?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
not up here talking about my fucking family, am I?
it feels a little condescending whenever you say that, just because I'm 33 years old, it's assumed that I couldn't possibly know how people might have lived back in the day. I think about the 30s a lot. I think about
You can't.
I think about how things exist across all types of
You
cultures
can
across the planet
imagine. That's
at different
all.
times.
You don't know what it's like to live through it. And that matters. It matters.
Okay. Do you not think that some of those potentialities don't still have an effect on younger generations like me? I feel like you're taking away my ability to show you. You're taking away my ability to show you how much I really do care and how considerate I'm trying to be. Okay?
Okay, the trying to be considerate isn't coming across great.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
all
honest
right.
with you there.
Okay. I mean, one leg at a time.
That's not really coming through.
Like,
You
look,
know, and I have been trying to listen to you the whole time.
look,
I don't think you don't get an opinion because you're young. I haven't said that.
well, that's how it
I'm
felt.
just
That's how it felt.
I imagine so, but I never actually said that.
Well, maybe to your point of emotional beings
all I'm
first.
saying is that, you know, and I'm not trying to call you immature. What I'm saying is you don't have the maturity. You don't have the years in rank to speak from something from authority, like you know how this shit goes, because you don't. There's a lot of things you haven't taken into consideration. First of which is human nature, for one. And that's pretty fucking important when humans are the ones you expect to execute your, best laid plans.
I feel like I've actually done a pretty good job of displaying what I think about human nature and how much I care about humans, as a matter of fact. So I'm sorry if we're speaking past
I
each
don't
other.
think you have, and I only have a 4-year psych degree.
Okay.
And Beard definitely didn't think so, and he's got
Let me-
way more than that.
Okay, well, you remember my Neil deGrasse Tyson story with the fairy tooth, the tooth fairy.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been up for a minute. I can give you another story. This is a hypothetical. All right. Now I am going to tell you a little bit of something about my family here. All right. If you remember earlier in the chat, I said that I'm not a good
Do I need to know this?
I think that I'm comfortable enough to share it with you, and I'm trying to reinforce a point, and I want to make clear of how considerate I am. And you're going on about experience, so give me a chance. I said earlier, many, many hours ago, that I'm not a very good representation of an American because I have a foreigner parent. And to whatever degree, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I do think that that is a caveated experience that somebody like me gets to have. So let me elaborate on what I mean by this. My father is from South Africa. He's from apartheid, South Africa. He's an Afrikaner, and I'm really proud of him for not being like those people can be sometimes. You know what I mean? They get a bad rap, and half the time it's for good reason, and half the time it's not, because a lot of us are cool and a lot of us suck. They always made this claim that Afrikaans is dead, which is their Creole. That's technically what it is. It's Dutch and English. And I never really realized the ramifications of this until the recent 10 years or so that I've been alive, but I did find it strange as a kid that my dad didn't want to teach me that, and he just told himself in this apathetic way, yeah, it's dead. And now I have the reasoning to go back and say, you know what? I don't have kids, and I kind of wish that I did, but the reason I don't have kids is because I don't want to bore them into this world that I view that's so twisted. But let's say that I did, okay, and things are the way that they are.
Time out real quick. You realize just saying that to people that already have kids is going to be fucking judgy and condescending and fucked up?
Yeah, I know.
Do you get that?
Yes, I know.
You know? And that you just said that to a woman that had 3 kids by the time she was 25?
Like, look, I'm not one of these people that looks down upon people that have kids. If I need to be that sort of clear, all right. I'm trying.
I'm not saying you offended me, but there are a lot of people that would just be
I
like,
know.
they want to. You know, it's
sensitive.
human nature to want to fucking push back when
It's
you
sensitive. Yes,
when you
I
come
know.
at them like that,
I
because
know.
you are condescending. I mean,
Well, I'm not
own
quite
it.
done with my story here. All right, I'm talking about my hypothetical children here.
I have a tone too, and I know it, and I
Yeah.
know I'm taken wrong quite a bit.
Well, if I'll give you a detour, if I come off condescending, it's because I am actually so terrified about what I think could happen. But anyway, with my hypothetical kids, if the world wasn't really all that different from what we know now, and my kid went to public school and something inevitably happens, gets in some sort of fight, confrontation, the kid is called into the office and whatnot, and maybe I'm called in, and I remember being in those types of situations. I never thought of myself as a super obnoxious kid, but the authority dynamic between a kid that doesn't have the intellect and vocabulary to defend themselves can feel intimidating in certain types of structures. So what I'm getting at here is like, yeah, if my kid got into some sort of confrontation and was there in front of other adults and I had to speak to them, I would really like to speak to them in a language that the other adults don't understand so that the kid can honestly feel fruitful enough to communicate. Oh, hell.
So you took a
My phone's-
situation with your hypothetical kids where your kid got in hypothetical trouble and had to go to the hypothetical office, and you thought about what you wanted for you? I'm glad you don't have kids, man. What can I say? Because honestly, as soon as you have kids, you start thinking a little differently. Because that was just sort of a weird story. I don't know, maybe it was just me, but it was a weird story, and I'm not sure it got your point across. I'm not sure what that was supposed to
Not from what I can
convey.
tell in chat. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, Vic. You are losing points with the chat badly, man. They think you are a pro.
Are you the
A lot
chat
of people are
monitor,
saying.
Nick Time?
Well, now I
Okay.
don't know
What's
enough to
going
speak
on
on
in the
economy. I don't know enough to speak on economy, so I'll just let y'all talk. I mean, he sold me on the feedback part. I think that we need. Oh, he left. Well, I think that we need.
I could hear his sound like wavering, so I think he probably lost connection or something. So
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just being honest with him. I like him. I like the persistence he put in, the effort he put into his argument. I don't agree with a lot of them, but the feedback part, yes. But I didn't. That's why I didn't understand why we was concentrating solely on the economy. I'm looking at the broad spectrum of things. Like we was talking about the running out of oil in 2050 and stuff like that. We need some way to. I mean, and we have it to a certain degree, but better and more efficient ways. We got the technology to build it better to where we can correct our behavior and our systems as we go along, so that we will keep the ship upright. And things will be more automatic. It's like I don't like what they're doing with the solar panels, man. I think we do have the technology right now to get off of this is speculation here. Please don't. I mean, take it with a grain of salt. But this is my speculation. I think that we do actually have the technology. They have purple solar cells that takes 20% of the sunlight and turn it into electricity. Plants only use 12% of sunlight. So these solar cells are more efficient than plants. But yet and still, when they put them solar cells on people's houses, those are them old black solar cells that used to be on them damn calculators way back in the day. It's the same technology. And we got the technology now so ain't no telling what they're hiding in the weeds too. But that's just my piece.
yeah, I mean, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah,
I
but I did. That's
I
why.
just
That's go ahead.
my problem is I don't know that Nave can see where you're coming from.
Well, he seemed to agree with me, and he let me try to speak for him, as I said, because I'm saying I'm gonna push your idea. This is your idea now, so you got to correct me where I go off the tracks, because I don't know what your end goal look like, but I think that systems need better, because I'm like as a electronic engineer myself,
Yeah,
and
Blasty, he's gone.
a maintenance man. And all this stuff. I know about systems that have feedback that actually can deal with problems in real time, because that gives you don't have to keep working on it every damn day, because if it need to turn the speed up to get the job done faster, to do that, but if it need to turn the speed down to work with any hiccups and problems, it could do that automatically, and so that's less hassle for me. But
well,
I would like to see our systems work more
my
like that.
biggest problem with all this crap he's been talking about for the last like 4 hours, right? Is that it's a lot of like lofty ideas and absolute close to jack shit for follow through. He's not taking into account all the things he needs to take into account. That's all.
Oh
And
yeah, and that's another reason why I'm specific with the feedback, because I think that's something we can do. I think we can put more feedback into our institutions, into our systems, into our government. I think that's something doable now. It might take a different Congress or different legislative branch, but I think that's doable.
yeah, Molly, we did fucking 4 hours of that. And
No, not really. We went on all kinds of things.
he also needs to be more cognizant of his tone. I mean, I understand. I know I get fucking riled up and I get passionate about stuff, and I know I have a tone that I sound fucking mean and hostile, and I get it, even though I'm not. He has that condescending bitchiness in that he needs to be aware of, at least, you know.
Maybe he needs to work
I mean,
on public.
it maybe he's like me and I just don't fucking care, so I just let shit fly, and I don't care what you think of it. It doesn't bother me. But if he's actually trying to communicate some sort of plan, because I'm not, and if he wants to actually get his ideas across, he needs to be cognizant of what he's coming across as. So if you're listening, Nave, you know, maybe consider that, because people aren't
Just
going to
picture
want to
everybody in
listen
their
to
underwear.
you when you sound like you fucking know everything. You're insulting other people. You're insulting other people's, you know, chosen professions, and it's just like, you know, you're barely out of fucking diapers. I mean, honestly, we know your whole life has been shit, and we know that we're partially responsible for it. We wish we could do something about that, but we can't make the clock go backwards either. It's like, come on.
If I could make the clock go back, I would have went and studied something what he was talking about as far as economics go, because I was out of my depth on that. So I just stayed away from that. But
yeah, I don't have a lot of like historical economics knowledge either, but I mean, it's mostly broad strokes.
But hey, your boy Kiran, I like the way he got a way of coming in with them quick jab little stop and think moments where he was talking about communication. Y'all talking about cultural communication. He brought up what is money, and he said something earlier than that was like, yeah, that's down. Oh, when we was talking about
collective consciousness.
Yeah, and before then it was we was talking about working, and he said, "Well, you work for yourself, remember?" And he said that's how they use to keep people from like unionizing and stuff. They tell you to you work for yourself, so that way they keep you from unionizing. Everybody trapped into the same system where they basically slaves working for the billionaire, but they think they working for themselves.
That's
You know
not
that?
really true, though.
I mean, I agree with it, man. It like all right.
Okay.
Working at
You're,
the port.
I mean,
And
like, you're allowed. That's your prerogative. You want to agree with it? That's cool. Doesn't mean I have to.
I don't think. I'm just gonna put out some pointers and see if I can change your mind. If not, then we just leave it at disagreement.
But,
But
you know, you lay out your big grand plan in front of me and you think I'm not going to poke holes in it? You're out of your fucking mind.
well, this is not a grand plan. These are just some points where I agree with that point that
I meant
Quran
his.
made.
I meant his.
Oh,
You,
I
I will let you have your fucking opinion. I don't care. You're not trying to re-engineer the fucking global economy and thinking like you're the one the world's been waiting for. That's how he came off to me. Like he thought he was the shit, you know? Like
apparently came out to a
I'm
lot
the
of people in
one.
chat
I'm
like
the
that
one
too.
that figured it out. Everyone's gonna be fucking happy from here on out because of me. You know, it's like that's the way he was coming off.
Well, all I can say is people in chat, be easy on your boy. Wholesome Nave. He's young and he's very passionate. Ideas he's passionate about. Take it with a grain of salt, man. Well, his ideas might get better as he ages.
I'm sure he is super passionate about it, and that's cool. I wish he would take, you know, the passions of, you know, the other 8 billion people in the world into account before he made it so fucking bloodless. You know? You know what I mean by that?
Exactly. Well, we see it every day with the peers. They are very passionate about their belief until it comes time to actually demonstrate and stuff, and then they using mind tricks and really just manipulation tactics. Theism teach some of the from the early age that was with Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and stuff. From the early age, they teach you the deceptive manipulation tactics, and when they older and you call them on their bullshit, they don't almost see it because they've been doing it to each other for their whole life. They talk about lying snakes. Talking snakes all day and stuff. So lying to you ain't nothing. People raising coming back to life from the dead, all this stuff. Spirit and soul. You ask them what a spirit and soul is. If they give you a definition, which most of them don't, you get a different definition every time. Somebody told me a spirit is STDs.
Huh?
I was
Somebody
in this.
told you what?
Let me explain and give you a little backstory. I was in this black relationship dating site, and they had some people in there talking about spirit and souls and stuff. And I was like, well, what the hell is that? I asked them, what is a spirit is? She said, and the woman replied back to me, STDs. So that's the definition I've been running with.
Any fucking time.
That's the definition I've been running with. I've been asking people to join in, change the subject, shit. Call in, change the subject.
I got no problem fighting against like far leftists.
Ben Mars, call in, Ben Mars.
I've been attacked so fucking many times, and it's
terrible name. They don't have nothing but 2 people up here, and I'll be quiet.
You would think it would be the fucking MAGA dickheads that do the most of the attacking, but in my experience, it's the far left that. Well, I mean, generally everyone on the left tends to we eat our own on the left, you know. That's what we do. We eat our own. We fucking purity test each other, and everybody's got the right idea, and everything's all or fucking nothing. And you know, all the right really has to do is, you know, scramble in like a bunch of fucking hyenas and just pick our fucking bones clean because we already done the fucking hard shit ourselves, taking each other out left and right. I mean, that's not new. That's been happening for decades. So,
Hey, tell me about your
is
thing.
what
What you
it
think
is.
about this prediction? I predict that after this the midterms election this year, that the Democrats gonna have enough control to right the economy and make things start getting better. And then after things get better, people will forget and vote the Republicans back in again.
No, the Democrats won't get any possible credit for making things better because they can't. The fact is that, like, even if we get the House and the Senate, which I doubt we're going to get the Senate, but even if we get the House and the Senate and then vote in a Democrat in 2 years, then that to fix all the damage that Trump has done, like, not even especially both terms, but like even just this term, all the damage that he's done, we will need at least 3 straight terms with a Democratic president to sign the bills and both a Democratic House and Senate. And we're never going to have that for 12 straight fucking years. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. I think 50 years because we also got to repair relationships with all the allies we done lost
Look at the
overseas.
Vert chat.
Yeah, I saw that
Hang on
too.
a second, McTime. I said, oh, that's super, Mr. Johnny's back. You must be super proud of your opinion.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so I can see both chats from here on.
Huh?
Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, if you
I
look at in the
I see
StreamYard
John is
thing,
back too.
it has, if it has the little rectangle, the little cell phone icon next to it, that means it's coming from the Vert. So
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, that's what I can't see. That's just so small. I can't.
Well, as an adult female, I believe that you're pointless and it doesn't matter. I mean, if you had any real balls, you'd come up on panel and tell me how you really felt. But as it stands, you're probably just a MAGA coward and you're just going to hide and chat.
Yeah, Mr. John is back. Call in.
Because
Call in and tell us why making females
that's what
stay
you do.
silent is best move. Give us some reason to believe you, man. Call in.
So
But
I've
see,
been
but the
spoken
question
to plenty in my life, so I guess that means I have the right to fucking speak as much as I want.
Well, you done got your own channel where you can say whatever the hell you want to say, Captain.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If I was you, I would order ramming speed. Engage like button and ramming speed.
I guess he's got nothing else to say. So
You can see weakness. You can smell that stench from a mile away. You can even smell it through the chat. When you're weak, you say stuff like that, trying to start chaos and dissension because you're not strong enough to just dominate how you want to. I wanted to ask him if he's married or got a girlfriend, but I doubt he's still here.
yeah, probably
Women
not.
are strong. Men are strong too. We
So,
work together. We can have this world working, being right to
dude,
everybody.
I'm not even gonna delete that fucking comment. That's it amazes me though that there are actually people that are okay with having that out on the internet, like as something they said, you know? Because
You want?
okay,
Let me put it
whatever,
on the
dude.
screen.
Huh?
Let me put it on the screen so everybody can see it, so the people on the horse can see it too. I think
Oh, okay.
you do you mind?
Yeah. No, sure.
Is
I
it,
don't care.
I'm a couple minutes behind.
As an adult male, it is my firm belief that women shouldn't be speaking unless they're spoken to. I
Oh, okay,
only
there we go.
believe this because most are batshit crazy. All
They
right.
like the pot calling the kettle black. Well, if he's trolling or not, he's sure not
Yeah.
calling in, chat. And I don't think he said anything since.
He's not even responding in chat, so it's whatever. It's
Yeah, I agree,
big,
Andy.
strong, tough guy. You know what? You're gonna talk down to women because none of them ever let him touch you. That's all it is to it.
He may be jealous because you got a channel, and I'm pretty sure he
Can't get a
don't.
woman to touch you, and that's fine because they're just people like that.
But I don't understand you would think that guys would realize that you can probably get more women if you just be nice to them. Am I wrong? Maybe because I don't got a girlfriend right now. I ain't married, so being nice to women is not what you're supposed to do. As a woman, Gretchen, how would you like to be? I know you're married now, but how would you like to be approached if you were still single or whatever? Do you like to be treated mean, or how does it work?
I didn't prefer to ever be approached at all. I was perfectly capable of doing that myself.
So you're saying men should wait for the women to approach them? Is that what you're saying? Or at least
No, I'm not
give them
saying
your
that at all
circumstances.
because I'm not
Give
saying
them
that
the
at all
circumstances.
because most women don't no. I mean, in most cases, women are more than likely going to have their own feelings about how men approach them, and every woman is going to be different. I, on the other hand, have always just been more that, well, I think I might want that, so I go get it.
Would you
I
label yourself
know
as a tomboy?
I know that's not the majority, mindset for most women. I get that makes me a little out of the ordinary. So, okay.
Would you label yourself as a tomboy?
That's just how I'm wired, that's all. And did I what?
Would you label yourself as a tomboy?
Yes, absolutely.
But those are I mean,
1000%.
me, all my life, those are the women that I mostly was friends with, chill with, had relationships with, was the tomboys types.
Yeah.
But I can't say that I had any one of them ever approach me. I always had to go talk to them first. I always had the impression that be funny and laugh and relevant and talk about whatever's going on at the moment. Be in the moment.
No, Naval, we're not on TikTok yet. So.
Yes, Blast the Master. That seemed like the best plan ever right there. Treat people like humans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's probably easier for a woman to decide to you know, go get what she wants because
Well, I tell you one thing. As a
men
man,
are
I would.
we're
Go
all
ahead, finish your
taught
thought.
that, men are after one thing, right? So it's like when
Nah, that's not
when a man
necessarily true,
approaches a
but
woman, it feels like, yeah, like we're prey, to borrow Blasty's phrase, it's like, yeah, it does feel a little bit like that. But it doesn't matter why I approach a man. It might be for the same fucking reason, but they're just never gonna take it like that. You
so
know what I
depending
mean?
on
It,
like if
I
you,
I
I'm
never
pretty
thought
sure. I'm
about
pretty
that for
sure.
a second. And like when I first met my first husband, like one of my first thought was like, oh, I'm gonna hit that. And and, and
Damn.
he never he
That
never
sounds
thought
strange
for a
coming from a
second
woman
that's
mouth
what I
though.
was thinking when I walked up and said, what's your name?
Yeah, that sounds strange. Now, hey, Zap, you sound like
but
you are the most
but
interesting
it had the
man. You
roles
need to replace that
but
guy
had
on
the
that beer
roles
commercial.
reversed every time a a guy approaches a woman, we think, "Ugh, he wants something," it's like, yeah.
Well, and that could be that could be a miscalculation on your part. And sometimes even if you are right, women are automatically assuming that can turn them off because then they. So, and I'm not saying that a lot of women do this. All I know is this woman did this to me. I went up to her and spoke, and just because I spoke to her, she told, because we was in the gas station, she told the cashier that I was gonna pay for all her stuff. I'm like, no, I'm not. You gonna pay for your stuff? I don't know. I just said hi. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that was just that particular woman at that particular time in that particular place.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure she was assuming that I was speaking to her, which I might have was because I might have wanted to get some, but it's not necessarily, it's a multi-pronged approach. Maybe in the end get some sex, but it's not necessarily all about sex. It's about talking to people, smiling, meeting new friends.
And also everyone's different. I mean, even in 2026, I mean, girls are kind of conditioned to be the demure ones, dress a certain
Oh
way,
yeah,
act a certain way, look a certain way, we are, we still, even today, we raise our girls to be semi-submissive.
I mean, but that gets me back into the Bible talk right there, because when I look at the Bible, it seems like it tell women what not to be, and it has very few women role models. The best role model they have in the Bible is Deborah and Ruth. Deborah she was like Xena the War Princess. She was in a guerrilla war. So they don't really talk about her that much. And Ruth, I mean, that's not inspiring to me. If I was a woman, why would I want to be the best thing I could do in life is get married to somebody and be known because I was a
Yeah,
good
no
servant to him.
shit, Chrissy. Chrissy brings up a good point in that also women have expiration dates.
And that's another belief out of the Bible, man. Because like that 72.
Well, no, that's not really out of the Bible. That's just straight up, fucking human anatomy. Because women do have expiration dates. We can only bear children for a certain amount of time. When we run out of eggs, that's fucking it for us. You guys get to keep producing sperm for the whole
But I don't recall ever thinking about approaching a woman because I thought she had eggs. Like, ooh, she got eggs. Let me go talk to her. You're still a person, man.
Yeah, but to pretend there's no such thing as a biological imperative to propagate our species is fucking stupid.
True. And men also got an expiration date. And when I turned 40, now everything seemed like it was breaking on me.
Not necessarily.
I had a real.
They're a fucking 80-year-old Larry King, when he was fucking 80 years old, had a fucking baby with his new wife.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Bullshit.
I'm not saying
Men don't have
I'm just saying,
expiration dates like women do.
We live, we guarantee
And
we got a shorter lifespan.
And to a certain extent, that just sort of translates into, how we treat each other socially. Because, I mean, physically there is a difference.
And I'm gonna talk about the elephant in the room. When after a man turned 40, there's a high percent. Well, I ain't gonna say a high percentage, but there's a fairly good percentage that's a lot of men gonna get ET after 40. And it's probably what's going on with that guy there with that woman comment. Get mad at the world, and then they're not knowing, and that's a negative feedback loop right there. What May was talking about earlier. You get mad at the world, so now you got your hormones all messed up because you're always mad, which make your thing not work even less. So you get mad at them, and they make it even smaller.
Well, I mean, you don't know that. He could have been a young guy and just an incel or something, for all you know.
True.
We don't know shit about him.
All speculation. Don't. We know he's an asshole. We know that much.
Yeah, that we know. I think we can all safely agree that he's an asshole. That's funny.
Oh, somebody said we lose brain cells. Listen to us.
Oh, well, you better go. Run along. Then if that's the way you feel, then this isn't for you. That's all there is to it.
Please do something with your good brain cells, whoever you are. Invent something, make humanity better. Mr. Or Mrs. Howell, 3CW. Zep be tripping me out, man, in the comments. Zep. He's the most interesting guy. But I mean, to like, I'm a avid Sean Carroll watcher, and anybody hear me talk or in the comments, you're gonna often see me do some posts from Sean Carroll. I mean, citing Sean Carroll as my source because I listen to him a lot, and I remember he had a guy on biology.
I've heard you drop that name many times. I have yet to fall in love with Sean Carroll the way a lot of people have. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Have you ever tried
yes,
watching
I have.
Mindscape?
Yeah, I have. I just, like I said, I don't know. He just doesn't fucking grab me the way, Brian Cox can or Blitz.
But see, Brian Cox, I mean, they are specifically just doing science. He does everything. I recommend you find an episode.
Brian Cox has moved into the science communication thing. He has like a BBC show about science.
That's what I'm saying, but Sean Carroll is doing more than science. Like I was about to say, I recommend you find the episode of Mindscape he did with Ezra Klein, a political scientist, and they was talking politics. And Ezra Klein, because he used to be a pundit on MSNBC, and they were
I know who Ezra Klein is.
Yeah, he had him on, and he did a couple of them shows with political scientists, philosophers. Man, they even had a show where they were showing how to make martinis and stuff. They had some kind of expert mixologist, how to pour the vermouths and stuff into your margarita and all that. So it's not just science. That's why I don't see what. Yeah, he does way more than science on his show, anyways.
Yeah. I might check out the Ezra Klein one, but other than that,
Yeah. I mean, that's not the only political science one he did. Not Ezra Klein was in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, And he done did it like maybe 6 or 7 since then throughout the years, but I can't remember all the people's names. I wasn't familiar with a lot of them to begin with. Hell, he even interviewed Annika Harris on his show, and they did panpsychism. Is that what they call it? Where he believed the consciousness is all the way
Panpsychism.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was talking
Yeah.
about the consciousness is in the universal wave function. And don't get me wrong, he disagreed with her through and through. It wasn't like that it was a party or nothing. He disagreed with her, but he let her speak her opinion, and then he gave his objection to why he don't think she's right. But she said she think consciousness starts with the universal wave function. And I don't know, that kind of seemed at least an idea that needed to be researched more and investigated.
I don't know. I think it's just a matter of personal taste, really, and he just doesn't grab me for whatever reason.
Well, if you want to watch a show where you get an interviewer that coming from the scientific perspective, interviewing people in all type of fields and on all type of topics, Sean Carroll is the best one. He asks the best questions because he's already inquisitive. Plus, he knows statistics and he knows how to ask questions that get to the heart of what these people are actually talking about. Like he had one show. He did one show.
Well, I'm not necessarily interested in that. I would rather go
Okay.
watch Professor Dave tear apart a fucking grifter, you know?
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
You know, I would rather go watch him, shit on RFK Jr. for 2 hours. That's just my speed. You know?
That's cool too. I mean,
It's like, you like hip hop? Well, fucking why? You can't explain why. It's just what you like. You don't really get to decide what you like. Your brain decides that for you. You know?
Well, I mean,
What's your favorite color? What's your
My
favorite
favorite
color?
color? Whatever
Yeah.
your favorite color is.
Oh, that is the fucking dumbest thing I've ever heard. But whatever your favorite color is, how do you defend that? Like, why? How do you justify it? You can't.
I
You
guess
just
you
can't.
become president and you outlaw all other colors. Beat me up, Bob. Beat me up, Bob. Always kick my ass in chest, and I'm mad at him. Somebody stop beating me
You
in
know
chest,
what?
man.
I will not let him take my second favorite color away from me. I don't care how fucking orange he is. No one's taking that shit away from me.
You
Because you know what?
Orange is your favorite color?
Well, purple, really, but orange is
Purple.
my second. Notice how everything's orange and purple?
Yeah.
It's even in the Welcome to Async song. Saints burn
I
up in
see it
orange
now.
and purple glow. Yeah.
I should have figured
That's
it
why
out, but
my
I see it
hair
now.
is orange and purple, and it-
Bob laughing at me. Man, Bob be
it's
kicking my
just a
ass
color
in chest,
combination. It's a color combination. I don't know why it jumped out at me, but it did, and I just like it.
Because I was looking at that earlier, because I had just realized that you
Yeah,
and
on
Isa have
different
a
Ben, on different monitors it looks different. Because I'll have my laptop and my Chromebook open, and it looks different on different devices for whatever reason. It looks like a rust and like a midnight blue, but it's really like a bright orange and like royal purple.
That's a good question, Zap. I don't know how to even begin to answer that. Zap, you saw that question Zap asked?
Zap.
Never mind. No.
The color
he was
named
asking
orange. Is it named after the fruit? Is that true?
No, before the question before that, is his color red the same color red you see? Something to that effect, rapper.
I don't think so. I think everybody has different. I mean, typically, what men are. I don't even know what the number is, but they're like so many times more likely to be colorblind than women are, And then there are people that have that fucked up eye thing like Arby does, you know? Like he sees colors differently than we do.
Well, I think I may have some of that too. Now, and can you tell me what the hell is magenta? I thought it was purple, but I don't know. Is magenta another color?
Magenta's kind of like a bright, let's call it a neon maroon, if you can imagine that, like a fluorescent maroon. I
Not
think
the
that's a
Bible
pretty
takes
good
it, man. I know.
description, yeah?
I
That's
know
a
you
good
can call in and
description, you
add to this
think?
conversation. Come on, yeah. Well, I don't. I'm not one for the color. I mean, I see colors good enough to pass a color code to be an electrician and look at wires and stuff. But I get mixed with, like, light blues and stuff. Where I'll call a color
Yeah, that's
out, and a lot of times
Magneto
people.
in X-Men. Magenta would be from Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Magenta and X-Men. Oh.
So.
But yeah, but yeah, check out the Ezra Klein. It's a couple years old now. Like, he came out in 2020 or 2021. That was right after. I think it was right after they did that the insurrection on the Capitol. Trump, when Trump was on his way out. It was like maybe a month or two after that they did that interview. But he's a scientist, but his show is more than just science. Who else do I like? You like a Veritasium?
Yeah, I like Veritasium.
Yeah, it seems like he's trying to pass the torch to the younger generation now. Cause you got them young guys doing majority of the show, and he just sticks like a cameo every now and again. What it look like to me.
Well, he brought on a corporate partner. He made a whole video about it. He brought on like a management partner, and so he could spend more time with his family. That's all.
But this past couple of months, I done got so deep heavy in the atheism stuff. I haven't been keeping track of my science stuff. So I've been missing things. I've been missing things. I completely turned the news off after the election with Harris. That broke my heart so bad.
Jill. Hey, Jill. Maybe just fuck off. Just please.
That's Jill.
Yeah, that's Jill.
See, you and Isa got the exact same
The
symbol.
MAGA. That's Jill.
Yeah, I see that. But I'm looking at Isa. A symbol is the exact same, except hers don't say sync, and hers got a whole bunch of color.
Jill's out of his fucking mind.
You got a problem with him calling in?
Like, watch out, Uncle Tom. Fucking Jill's coming for your cabin.
You got a problem with Jill calling in?
No. He knows he's welcome to, but he's not ever going to, because he likes to go over to all the other channels and say, oh, Async banned me, which is a fucking lie. But, I mean, it's just a straight up fucking lie. He got limited to 2 days a week. That's it. We just said, you know what? We cannot take your shit more than twice a week. So that's it. You get 2 days a week. And he went and told everybody that we banned him. And it's like
the persecution complex.
It's like, you know what? Just like every other fucking Christian in the fucking world, man, they can't walk past a fucking cross without nailing themselves to it. Makes them feel special. You know?
Yeah, man. They build a cross so they can nail themselves too.
They do, man.
Well, I guess we all got our talents.
Hey, Brett.
And I've been trying hard. I've been in. Oh, I forgot. I forgot to check that. I got to check my history and find them brothers duel. They wanted me to come back and be
Okay,
on their show. I
Naval.
guess
I probably went a little too far with the cabin thing, but this is a black man who defends fucking chattel slavery, and
who there?
Jill.
You disgust me, Jill.
He's a fucking Calvinist. He should disgust you anyway. But I mean, like, Calvinists are the fucking worst. They're absolutely the worst. They will bite every fucking bullet you fucking feed them, and they just fucking smile at you with no fucking teeth left from all the bullets that they bit. It's just gross. But
Jill, as long as you raise your kids to be slaves, we are never gonna be
Jill
able to
will
rise
actually go
from
so
it.
far as to defend chattel fucking slavery. Just because it's in his goddamn book. And it's just like,
and this is a man we're talking about, right?
damn. Huh?
That's the
Yeah.
man, right? And just imagine if this guy has children, he raises children to be slaves and to worship. They slaves, they worship shit. And how can the black race ever advance if you keep teaching the next generation to be slaves?
He likes to equate it and say that we're all slaves or some shit. I don't know.
Fucking asshole, man.
He's out of his fucking mind. Hey Jay, morning. You're a Calvinist atheist.
Because they
From you, Jay, I'll buy that.
Yo, bro, call in, bro, man. We need a third person up here because trying to keep it going. Call in, bro. But that question Kieran asked earlier about are we trying to make the whole world atheist? I mean, I've been thinking about that for a long time now. What is my end goal? I kind of think that we needed to stamp out all these beliefs in imaginary and fantasy stuff, but I know everybody can't be the same. It's unreasonable for me to try to push that on people. I done came to the compromise of just trying to just push for more people to be more reasonable and honest. When your opinion and your beliefs are not matching reality, investigate it and figure out why. You may have to throw that belief away if it don't match that reality. One thing for certain though, if a God truly exists, if a God truly exists, these Christians, Islam, Muslims, when the Judaism is not so bad, but the people that's in your face all the time on the news, all the time pushing laws on people, whatever, they are making it harder to find that God. If there's a real God out there, because just the mere mention of a God just make me just like, you stupid son of a
Fucking win, Bob, with the Emo Phillips reference. Love it. Love it.
Oh, Brent at work.
Huh?
Brent. Hey, you know what's funny?
Yeah.
Gretchen. My brother name is Brent A2. The flat earther. His name is Brent A2. That's why I call him bro.
That's funny.
Yeah, very. Jill still here? You still pushing slavery, Jill? Jill, we can do better, Jill.
I don't think you can talk to Jill. He's just
it'll do me just fine if we can live with people and let them have their own religion. They can be happy. They can live in their fantasy land as long as they want to. Stop trying to teach my damn kids lies talking about Moses wrote the U.S. Constitution. I don't need them. That's not good, man. Because we are being left
I didn't
behind by
have a
China.
problem with religion until what I consider to be the Anschluss of, Christianity taking over the fucking Republican Party and sliding right into the fucking government and just and
Well, if you look
now
at the grand,
now that it's in there, it's like, well, now the only way to go is to get rid of the fucking religion. So
that's what it looks like. And Professor, I ain't mad at you, man. As long as you're a reasonable person and you honest, maybe you
did
may
I
actually
review the
find a real
fake
God.
Science Man Dan Justin video yet? No, didn't. Jay, DM me the link to that, and we'll do it this weekend when you're here, if you want.
And if you look at the grand arc of things, almost all the human advancement that we enjoy today has came within the past roughly 300 years after the invention of the secular government. I mean, they had democracy before, but mostly, maybe they had secular government in the past, but as far as I know, all the governments before the American Revolution had some kind of theocratic ties. It was ruled by some kind of church or something like that. Even the ones that had the witch doctor. And everything that happened within those 300 years, we done had, they abolished slavery. That was like one of the first things they did.
Joker, it's Sidak Mac Bibtosh. It means, so I don't actually call myself a Christian, but I follow the teachings of Jesus. It's a Joel and Mezzo thing. Specifically a Joel thing.
Agreed, Prince Ricky. Yeah, but the secular government has presided over the most advancement in human history. Science estimate human beings been on this planet for roughly a million years, anywhere from 200,000 to maybe 1,000,000 years. And out of all that time, the 300 years of science and secular government has made the most advancement.
Zap,
since
I
we
mean,
invented the wheel.
honestly, there are just as many Christians that don't want to fucking admit they're Christian. So I guess that makes them all the same. I mean, really? Right?
Yeah, get them to admit they.
Not only do they want to be God's special little boys, they want to be God's only special little boys. Like,
But in secret,
everybody
if
wants
they
to
go
have their
somewhere,
own special God.
what do you think about this theory here? A lot of people do that because of the popularity, the popularity race of field of religion, and they don't want to let people know their true feelings about how they feel about the religion. So they say they're agnostic and stuff like that to throw up a smoke screen, so that way they can half-ass believe, but not deal with the
No, I think it depends. I think honestly, like on the kind of shit that we watch, all the debate streams and stuff, I think a lot of them just kind of hide it because they don't want to actually have to be taken to task on, like if they call into Justin's show, they don't quite admit to being a Christian. He has to drag it the fuck out of them because nobody wants to be held to account on the fucking Bible, and that's what's going to happen when you call Justin. you know, and then you know, if you happen to be calling in somewhere that you know M's could drop by and you're a Muslim, you don't want to be taken to task on the fucking Quran, because you're gonna get fucking beat. And so if they just say, well, they're wishy-washy and like, well, you know, I don't actually call myself a Christian, but you know, I do think that Jesus has said some good things. You know, it's like, then it's just like they can avoid being pinned down, and unfortunately they just can't. You can't. So you might as well just come clean and, you know, take your fucking beating. Like
Well,
like
my
we're here to
experience is
watch you
kind of
do.
unique.
It's like, that's it.
I'm judging from my experience here though,
Come
but
on in.
my experience.
Welcome to Deconstruction Zone. Feed yourself to the lion and then fuck off. We
Well, I
don't
mean,
ask for much.
they make their bed hard. They make their bed harder than what it has to be, because most of these deconstruction pundits and people on the net are rather nice to the ones that can actually be honest and admit the truth, or at least don't talk over them. But these people, they want to. But I understand why too, because of did you hear about that scientific research that say that people who are debating religion often activate the same areas in the brain that activate when you're fighting. So it feels like a battle to them, especially the more deeply held your belief is.
Yeah.
But
well, I mean, a lot of time, you know, a lot of these streamers, they know they're calling into a debate show. I mean, it's like, and then I don't know. There are some that are just in for, you know, to deconstruct people, but they also do the debates too, so they get them too. And people like Joel and Mezzo are just fucking disarming. You know?
Yeah. I watched Mezzo last night, but I fell asleep on
I get
it
a
and
big
went
kick out
off.
of that.
But
yeah, he quit early last night, so.
Did you ever see that? You probably did, because you watch. I know you watch Justin religiously, and in the pun intended. But you the episode with it sounded like a black guy too. He called in to Justin, and Justin started saying like the Bible supports slavery and showing him chapter and verse. He wasn't on the phone long. He said, "The Bible say all that." Oh no, I can't take this. And he said, "I'm not a Christian." He hung the phone up quick. They can do that too, or they don't have to admit that they giving it up, but just they don't. Long story short, is it seems like they make they punishment worse by them doing all the deception and lying and manipulation tactics.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And
some of them are also trolls. I mean, if a guy shows up and says, "Yeah, okay, I'm a Christian," and then all of a sudden, you know, Justin hits him with a couple Bible verses, like, "Well, I didn't know it said that," and then they run. They were probably just a troll anyway, you know.
Well, yeah, but I'm more lean on that word, because I don't really talk like that. I never really call anybody a troll in real life before until I started, and I still don't say it in real life now. I just hear it on the internet. So I really don't know if I understand, because I'm not sure I really understand what that word means. I mean, back in my ASP days, I used to go on ASP chat. They explained it to me as a person who is not genuine when they call in or get on the chat. They're not genuine in their beliefs, and they just trying to basically piss you off. And I don't know if I'm qualified to make that decision about these people, but I tell you one thing.
Well, it can be both. I mean,
Yeah, Joker was one of the
you
first
know,
people to take me under his wing on the chat line.
yeah,
But
there are some people that are just there to rage bait you, just to, you know, just to be assholes for fun.
But you get
in the I don't know if you remember in the days before they came up with the word troll. What do they like call it? Like laying rubber, like the fucking like that they were doing spin outs, like the assholes that would like, you know,
To my donuts,
like if
doing
you
donuts in the
were
street.
yeah, like if you were walking and there were, you know, someone would pull up to a stop sign or a red light and then just fucking peel out, right? Just to be a dick
And leave you out in that smoke.
and leave you smelling burnt rubber. Yes. And anyway, it was like the internet equivalent of doing that. They would just come in and just be complete dicks and then leave. You know, or they would
Yeah,
come in and
but
pretend to be somebody else and then leave. You know, it's like, and those are what became trolls later on.
Am I willing to? Because I know you, and you may have noticed it. My debate style when I'm talking to the opposition, I really try to be sympathetic to their cause. And I'm telling you, man, I'm looking for a reason to believe you. But all you do is lie. You state your opinions as fact. You don't demonstrate any truth for the things you say. All you do is just tell me things how you feel, and I don't trust you. I don't trust, and so therefore I don't trust your position, and I don't care what you say anymore. But I do try to listen to him. I try hard to like give me time because I don't want to be the one to actually pass up the one guy who actually met the real true guy. And I keep saying he under somebody's bed or in somebody's
Yeah,
cabinet. I don't
Branch.
know.
That Wednesday was just fucking great.
But and then you gotta also keep in mind that some of these people that look like trolls, they might be the biggest guppy in the smallest pond. You know what I mean? Like they smarter than everybody around them, but they're around a bunch of dumbasses. So they get overconfident in themselves and they call them Justin with that bullshit. Because you know Justin is he the shark swimming in the ocean. They guppies in a pond.
Yeah, it's coming back on him though recently. He's not getting, I don't know. It seems like he's hurting the most for callers these days, you know?
I think it seems like all the shows are suffering. But I mean, I look at it like this.
I mean, yeah,
Ever
all of
since
them are suffering, but you know, it's gotten to the point where Justin is spending like more than half of his shows fucking with Bill Bros now. And he never used to do that, remember?
Well, yeah, but then again, it seems like that's what everybody doing now.
I remember in the days before the Philbro timer, it's like they didn't even fucking get a chance. He would just be like, "Nah, we're not doing that. Bye."
Because it feels
And
like
then
to me,
he had to adjust. He had to come up with the Philbro timer, and now it's like he doesn't even use the shit anymore. So it's like and even taking the Philbro calls, he still doesn't get as many anymore. Nobody wants to talk to him about the Bible because there's just no fucking winning with him.
Well, see, now this is my perception of it. Since the election of you know, the orange man in office, since he got elected, seemed like everything dried up on YouTube. And what this may be wrong or not, but I was thinking like, well, the people not calling in. But then again, I didn't ever watch. I don't mess with TikTok at all, so I'm
I don't
totally
know
unaware
what dried up on YouTube. I mean, it's like the line still
the
gets
caller for the
calls.
show. The caller for the
The
show.
line still gets plenty of calls.
Yeah, but the line, but you got to keep in mind
still gets calls.
Since yes, ma'am. But since the election, they get less calls than what they was, and the calls of less quality is more of these field bro type calls, if anything. And it seemed like it's
But that's community wide. They're more Philbro calls.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's on YouTube. and it seemed like, and keep in mind, like I said, I wasn't aware of TikTok, but then I started watching Justin, and I started seeing that he had more calls, and then I seen Thinker. She was having more calls. So I was under the impression that maybe everybody's going to the vertical, whatever, the horizontal screen because of no, the vertical screen, because everybody on their cell phone. That's what the young generation is using, and it seemed like that's why the Line and ASP and all of them started switching over to, because and they got it from Justin. I know Justin with his electrical engineer self and going around trying to help the other stations get into the vertical game, and so now they're getting the same amount of calls on TikTok as all the TikTok streamers. But I was thinking that the reason why it was drying up, now whether I was wrong or not,
The Line doesn't take calls from TikTok. And
don't they,
as far as I
they do
know,
now, don't they?
AXP only does it when Justin's on.
They got the vertical screen now, don't they? The vertical screen that Job and Bradley
It
be on.
doesn't mean they're taking calls from TikTok.
I thought it was. I think they are.
AXP? No. When Justin's on AXP, he will take calls on TikTok on his own account.
Okay, well,
But
I'm a.
those are people that are calling in that are requesting up on Deconstruction Zone. And
Well,
I don't
as far
think
as I can
anybody
tell,
else. I don't think anyone else does that on EXP. I could be wrong, but
I thought everybody was getting the vertical stream because just so they can take because TikTok only do vertical stream, right? You can't get no horizontal stream on TikTok a streamer, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so
TikTok
that's
is.
what I was thinking. It seemed
But
to
the thing
me
is that
that
I mean, it doesn't really matter because really they're only piping in the audio anyway from TikTok. Like when you watch Justin's show, he just puts he does a screen cap of their icon and puts it on the screen, so you know who's talking. That's it.
From my perspective, outside looking in, it seemed like TikTok makes it more easier. It's easier for them to have people call in because TikTok take care of all that. But that's part of the reason why I don't like them is because they want to control your damn language. They got people talking about grapes and damn smurgers and stuff. I'm to the point I'm so disgusted with TikTok. He's trying to change the English language.
Yeah, that honestly doesn't make any goddamn sense to me. I mean,
it don't either to me either.
Why you can say grape instead of rape, and then
and they
like
both mean the same thing.
why? Yeah, they mean the same thing. They sound the same. So why isn't the algorithm flagging? You know, I mean
What is the point?
that's stupid. You know, you force everybody to talk like fucking 4-year-olds for no goddamn reason. It's just it's dumb.
What is the point? Because they got people that talk like that so much they doing it in their day-to-day interactions in real life in person. So I mean, if they changing the word from a rape to grape.
Well, I mean, I get it. It's to stop people from fucking threatening each other. But I mean,
but they doing it with the word grape now.
But they're gonna do it anyway. I mean, you know, you keep your side of the street as clean as you can, and then obviously, you know, I mean, I don't think they use Google AdSense, but I'm sure they have some sort of program
TikTok is its own
like that.
Its own thing. And as far as I know, they have China has almost completely divested interest
Yeah,
from TikTok.
like Joker said, it's the advertisers. So, but
I was seeing this guy.
It's ridiculous.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Yeah,
No,
that's not the only thing I got. Because I was watching this one show, and they had the host had a guest on, and the guest said something that I didn't know what they. It sounded like he said purple language, and he was doing the TikTok grapes and all that stuff. But TikTok, I guess, didn't like it, and I could see the whole screen on my TV. So I'm watching the screen, and it said you hang up on the guest now. And I was like, well, damn, what TikTok is to tell you who what guest you can have? I didn't like that at all.
Hmm?
I could be
They
wrong,
tell
and
you
I
what
could
guests
have.
you can have? Oh
I
yeah,
could be wrong
like
now.
if a guest says something that is going to get them banned or something, then yeah, TikTok will tell you if it's your live, TikTok will tell you that this guest has been
To hang
flagged, so
up.
you need to get rid of them or we'll take your live down, you know.
Yeah, and I seen it on the screen, and I'm like, well, damn. And the man talked
But
for a
that's
while too. He talked for maybe 30 minutes, and then all of a sudden something happened, and the host got that warning on the screen, and I was like, oh, what's going on? You can't have your own people on your own show. I kind of feel like TikTok pimping them people, man. I don't like it at
no,
all.
not if they did something that, not if they said something that they shouldn't have been saying.
Yeah, but it seemed like it was all above board to me. But then again, I'm the type that anything goes. Yeah,
Yeah, well,
I've been called N words so many times and all that stuff.
I've seen
Anything goes. It don't
I've
really matter to
seen
me.
I've seen Crystal J have to ditch out of a live multiple times because she was talking about something from the Bible and the algorithm picked it up as talking about something horrible, and she'll have to leave and come back in 10
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah. Now be specific. This is
And
TikTok you're talking about,
yeah.
right? Okay.
Huh? Yeah, this is on TikTok.
Yeah, because you just said live. I was want to be specific now. I was pretty sure you're talking about TikTok, but
Yeah.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah,
I
YouTube is
hate.
not so much a problem, but I mean
But
there are
YouTube is
still
not
things
having the
that you
calls anymore.
Huh?
YouTube don't seem like it has the same volume of calls as TikTok does. And it seems like it.
Well,
And I don't know. This is my impression from the
no,
outside
I mean
looking in, but I think
it's a different thing. I mean, YouTube has more users like worldwide, but I mean most of those are like typically people watch YouTube for the VODs, for the pre-recorded videos.
Yeah, and
And
sometimes they want to call in Justin Show or somebody else show and talk with them, but I follow their rules, like and
but
I
then again,
understand
if you
Justin.
if you ever pay attention, like go see how many viewers Justin gets on TikTok now. And his horizontal stream alone like doubles the amount of TikTok viewers he
Yeah,
gets. And that's
yeah,
not
but
even including the vertical stream.
because well, and this is and
And
like I said,
Joel will typically get like 500 viewers on a YouTube. Now he only runs Joel and Mezzo both only run one stream. And
yes, you
they
should
don't
follow the
have
rules,
horizontal and vertical, so they just have the one. So, but Joel will get 500 on YouTube, between 500-600 around there, and then he'll have like 200 to 300 on TikTok, and then
Same thing with think.
Mezzo usually averages around probably 350 to 450, and about half of that on TikTok.
Well, this is the same thing with Thinker. Rough estimation on hearsay is she gets approximately like 5 to 10 times YouTube. So if YouTube has about 100 people, she has about 500 to 1,000 people on TikTok. That's just that, but that's just from what I hear her say, and from watching her for so long. Normally about 5 to 10 times. So I mean, but she's coming, she's up and coming, so. I don't know if everybody making the same numbers like her. And
I
you,
don't
so
know.
how long it gonna be before you plan to get off in that TikTok waters?
I'm working on it. Apparently, I have to get to 1,000 followers before they let me have TikTok live studio. Because right now I can do a live on TikTok, no problem, but I can only do it from my phone.
How many
'Cause
people
they
in
won't.
chat also do TikTok? If you also do TikTok in chat and you wouldn't mind going over to Gretchen and helping out with the 1,000 user thing, put a 1. See if we can get you some crossovers, Gretchen.
Oh well, I think I've got most of these people already.
That is, yeah,
I
but
mean,
I don't almost have a TikTok
we
account.
we only have 415 or something subs on this channel.
69.
So
well, just
last I checked,
see
we
what's
only had
going
like
on.
416 subs or something. So, and like everybody in chat, I set it to where you have to be subscribed to chat. So everybody in chat is already subscribed here. And even if, I mean, probably half of them, because I have 250, I think, on TikTok. So I have to assume there's a lot of
Do you think
crossover
that
there.
do you think like somebody like Justin or maybe Matt D are popular enough to where they can maybe have somebody build their own website and they can do their own broadcast
No,
from their own
Jay, I do
website?
not
So I
have
mean,
one. So I know I need to network and collaborate. Honestly, TikTok is so fucking dumb. I hate it. My biggest problem with TikTok is that I'm so used to the chats on YouTube that just being able to see like 2 or 3, I even hate that's why I hate fucking vertical on mobile. Because you can only see like 2 or 3 lines of chat at a time, and if the chat's moving fast, you don't see shit. And
oh yeah.
I'm not like
Thank you, Ether, because
I'm not
that was
super
killing me.
old, but I've never needed glasses my whole life, so I don't have them. I'm not used to having them around. And shit, that shit's so little on TikTok, and it but I find I have to like find some reading glasses and just so I can see the shit. And even then, if it's going by fast, I'm never gonna catch it.
Well, this year was the first year I done graduated to bifocals.
So
I need to give me some bifocal glasses. I just got plain glasses, and I can't see the text with my glasses on, but I can't see anything with them off. So I'm fucked.
well, I'm 53. I just started needing to fuck with reading glasses. So
I just see the
I
small
haven't like
text.
gone. I haven't gone and gotten prescription or anything. I'm just like,
yeah.
I can, grab some dollar store shit piece of crap glasses. And those will work.
Yeah, me
But
too. Me too.
but then it's
Val.
like I'm always looking for them because I'm like I have no idea where I put them because I don't. I'll use them maybe once a week or something. But if I'm gonna do TikTok, I think I like need them because I don't
Yeah,
know.
you're gonna need to see that.
I
Yeah,
guess I'm
that
just
like
not used to. I guess I'm
it
just
was
not
killing
used
me
to the
on YouTube.
format. It's because that on top of it being a tiny itty bitty little chat window that you can only see a couple of comments at a time, it also runs it over the actual video of the host.
You sitting
So
at the
it's
Bible.
like
You see.
there's no like dark
Okay.
background to set the contrast off, So it's like, and then some of it gets lost for me there, and then it just seems so fucking small on top of it that like I'm
Are you looking at? Not the Bible,
worth
Jason.
it.
I just put it on the screen. I think. Trying to.
I
Not the
should
Bible,
start
Jason,
an
about the
LLC
LLC.
now. Oh, okay. We'll talk, Jason. All right. You can like the vertical live stream, go into your liked videos playlist. And if you start the live stream. On TikTok? Joker on TikTok? Is that what you were talking about? Or just, I mean, on YouTube. Sorry. Because there is no vertical live stream on TikTok, obviously. It's a limited liability corporation, Dart Gently.
Yo, pops, we did it. That's my pops. You didn't know that. You may not know this, Gretchen, but I was born in Germany. And Dr. Jelly is my daddy.
You know what? I think I did know that. You told me that before.
Did I?
Because you're an army. Because you're an army brat. Remember?
Yep.
So.
I have no memory of Germany. I wanted to talk because when they were talking about the birthright citizenship, I haven't looked into it, but if I'm not mistaken, I can get dual citizenship for the United States and Germany. But I never really tried it.
Were you born on base?
Do you know anything about it? Huh?
Were you born on base?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
I
you
had
were.
to answer that question for
Then that doesn't count. That doesn't get you German citizenship, dude. That doesn't count.
It don't.
Because you were born on American, so you were born on American soil, not on German
I answered this
soil.
question for Dark Gently, but I don't almost remember. Dark Gently, do you remember the name of that base that I found out when you asked me that question before? Maybe he remember because that's damn sure. I don't remember. I don't remember my age. I don't know where I was born at anymore. It's just feel like I'm just getting old and retarded.
Don't say
I go
that.
to a bar like no, okay.
Don't
All right,
use
Pop,
the
just
R
checking.
word.
Oh yeah, I apologize. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize. I just feel like I'm getting old and dumb, man. Especially like I get around them youngsters like Black Atheist Rants. That dude's so sharp and he knows so much about history. I can't barely keep up with him. I got a good general overview of history. Well, I know like I ain't gonna say no, but I think I got good enough to remember which civilizations was like the superpower of the time and how they roughly shaped the train of thought of that era. But he can tell you the people and places and towns going pretty far back on a lot of stuff. And it made me feel so stupid to be so old and not know that stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of a blessing and a curse, I think. Like
We're
our
getting
parents
older.
are just too fucking old to keep learning this shit, you know? Whereas me, I'm kind of glad I still have, shit that I can figure out on a, weekly basis.
Did you ever see that Veritasium episode when they was talking about the indicators that indicate they can predict whether or not you get things like Alzheimer's and how well you age and stuff like that, dementia and things like that? Did you ever see that one?
No.
Well, in that they were talking about this study, and it was two studies, but they eventually merged them later on, like in the 80s or the 70s or 80s or something like that. It was a study about the people people over time and happiness and how they and how they relate to each other and having juxtaposed to happiness and health. And at first they had the first study was mainly the rich upper echelon white people of the 20s and the 30s. Even JFK was in that study. And they had and then a couple years later they did another study, separate study with the more poor, the minorities. You know what I'm saying? It's like in the 30s. The original study started off like in the 20s, and the minority part of the study started like up in the 30s. And as time progressed, they found out about each other and they merged in like the 70s or the 80s. But anyways, the conclusion of the study is that human relationship can predict whether or not you get Alzheimer's, dementias, and things like that. Being happy in a relationship with other people is a good way to prevent a lot of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Being married, having friends, and it's not necessarily putting yourself out there to be taken advantage of. It's just about just being around somebody that you can talk to and you can trust. And I know they talking about this epidemic of loneliness. If you don't have somebody, well, we're glad you're here. We need to keep each other from going over the edge. And just have somebody to talk to. Be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Because I kind of think that's what happened to my grandmother. I'm currently watching my grandmother seem like she's going in reverse now, like Benjamin Button. And it hurts. And I know for
Yeah,
almost all of my life.
that's just rough. And
yeah. I know for almost all of my life, she has been I don't want to say alone, but I didn't really know her to be involved, especially in like a relationship like a girlfriend, boyfriend. She was already divorced by the time I was born. And I really didn't know her to have anybody. And now I see her, she don't say anything anymore. She just sit there and just look at the wall. She'll speak when you talk to her, and she remembers names and faces and things, but she just no opinion on anything anymore. And this was one of the most opinionated ladies you can ever meet.
yeah.
I miss my granny.
I don't have a ton of experience with that because we just don't, for whatever reason, we just don't have any of that shit in my family.
Well, can you speak to like the relationships in your family? Was they strong relationships? People married, stayed married, and was together, and happiness and stuff like that?
No,
no, none of that.
No.
Yeah, I messed up hard.
Both sets of my grandparents were divorced and remarried when my parents were toddlers. In fact, my great grandparents on my mom's side even got divorced. Like back when you just didn't do that shit. They did. Divorce is a time-honored tradition in my family.
I agree, Ben Mars, and some people may be able to do better alone, but the aggregate of these studies shows that it's best for people to, because we all social creatures. It's best for people to, like I said, don't throw yourself on other people to be taken advantage of, but it's best for you to have somebody you can talk to at least. A friend, a confidant. But I agree with you, Ben Mars. Some people are better than the statistics. But I don't think most people are. I like to
Yeah, I
think
don't know.
I want
I've seen people, you know, I've seen studies that say that humans just aren't cut out for fucking monogamy, and then others that say we are, and you know,
agreed in
I don't
part,
think
but
that's like a real like settled science at this point. So,
yeah, it's not. This is just
because unfortunately, there's a lot more that goes into it than just, you know.
statistics. This is just statistics. But I mean, if you have a greater possibility of avoiding a lot of health causes down the line just by finding a good friend, and the same thing for your friend, why not do it? I mean, it's just we working with
Yeah, but the
probabilities
thing is,
and
it's like,
possibilities.
yeah,
It's
but
hard to find a good person
also,
now.
you know, just like when you choose a mate, you know what? You don't know that a person you pick to be your friend is going to be your fucking friend in 10 years either. People fucking change.
That
You
kind of
know,
made me.
everything's great when you're young, but man, life is gonna fucking come and kick you in the fucking teeth. Period. It's gonna happen to all of us, and some people aren't built to withstand that shit. You know, they're gonna internalize it the wrong way to where, you know, you end up losing friends over it, or losing a family over it, or whatever.
Agreed.
I mean,
And
shit
some
is
people may be
gonna
better off
happen.
alone. Some people may be better off alone too. I'm not. Please check out that if y'all interested. Check out that videos on Veritasium. I don't remember the exact name, but it was talking about the happiness of the results of happiness and relationships. But it came out maybe 2 or 3 years ago. But if you would like, get at me and I'll dig through my history and see if I can find a name for you. But you're right. I agree totally with you, Gretchen. There's some people that's not built for it. There's some people that's overbuilt and they can do it all alone. But the majority in the middle, we do better together. At least is what I think. And again, I'm not asking you to go and
But then again,
subject
it's hard
yourself
for
to.
most people to put themselves, you know, in the majority in the middle too, because most people want to think they're fucking special somehow.
And I'm guilty
You
of it
know?
as well. Somehow I can beat the
We
odds.
all are. Everybody is, to a certain extent, on certain things. Yes, everybody likes to believe that they're special, or not
but check
likes
this
to,
out,
but
Richard.
probably just does. You know,
This might make you laugh here.
we all have a little narcissistic streak in us. It just we all do. Generally, just fucking wired that way.
Do you
Some of
remember?
us
Do you
more
remember?
so.
Did you ever watch Interstellar with Matt Damon and Matthew McConaughey? Interstellar.
Do what now?
Did you ever see
Did I
that
see what?
movie Interstellar? The movie Interstellar.
Oh yes, yeah.
Interstellar. Do you remember
Matt
that
Damon was
part where
not in it, but yes, I did.
Matt Damon was in Interstellar? Because that's the movie that came out right before The Martian.
Oh yeah, he was the one that was back on Earth, right?
Then he was the one that went
Wasn't
and
he?
found and he blew up the damn spaceship. You remember? That's what I'm trying to tell you. This part was funny because he said
Are
he
you
threw
mixing up
Matthew
The
McConaughey.
Martian and Interstellar?
No, I watched both of them. The Martian, he was growing potatoes on Mars, but on this one here, the Earth was dying, and they were trying to find another planet, and they put a wormhole by Saturn. They went through the wormhole and came out by this big ass black hole. I don't know why they thought they was gonna find a planet to live on near the black hole, because the black hole got too much shit going on. You're gonna have rocks and all kind of stuff hitting your ass right there. But anyway, they went and found Matt Damon and he went crazy out there. and he threw Matthew McConaughey on the ground, and he started headbutting. Now keep in mind, they both got their spacesuits on, and he met them and headbutting, bam, bam, bam.
I think
Matthew
I'd have to
McConaughey
watch
say,
that one again because
yeah, now with Sandra Bullock, the girl that played Batgirl, what's her name? She was because he ended up getting Matthew McConaughey was the star, and I can't remember. She was a woman. She played in Batman. But anyway, Matt Damon was headbutting Matthew McConaughey with their spacesuits on, and Matthew McConaughey said, "Man, you got a 50% chance you're gonna break your own damn your own damn suit, fool." And he said, "That's the best chance I ever had in years." Bam.
Oh, shit. Start gently. That made me fucking laugh, man. That was funny.
Yeah, man.
Now that was too fucking funny. I'll be right back. Talk to chat.
All right. What's up, chat, man? Why won't any of y'all call in and give me some more topics to talk on, man? I don't want to be the dumbass. Yeah, well, yeah, Pi, what you think about that, man? Matthew McConaughey didn't give a fuck about his son. You know, his son was stupid as hell. I probably would have left his ass too. I ain't never realized your picture was I could see it on my screen now, Pops. I ain't never knew your picture. I just thought it was a bunch of colors. Ben Mars, is it Mary's or is it Ben Mars? I don't know if you may like it because it's kind of dry and boring for large parts of it. But if you like movies that are honest and has realistic science, at least the science of the time, because that movie was wrote and produced by what's his name, Rip Torn, I think, and he's a physicist. So they modeled that black hole by the physics of that day. Now keep in mind that was years ago, so our physics has advanced a little bit more now, but it's supposed to be the most accurate depiction of the black hole that we had up until they took the picture of that black hole, M87. Well, come up, M. Carp, man. I'm talking about myself. Yeah, man. If you are a fan of what was that show that went off a couple years ago? What is the show? Expanse. Expanse. If you like Expanse, then you probably like Interstellar. But you got to keep in mind, it's about 3 hours long, and I want to say at least an hour and 30 minutes, depending on how you classify action. It's about an hour and 30 minutes of it is boring as hell. But I like the movie through and through because it painted a picture of a Earth that was after World War III. They didn't try everything, and now the crops wasn't growing, things was dying on Earth, and they knew they only had so much time left. It had got so bad that they was basically breathing up all the air in the atmosphere, and they wasn't getting any more oxygen put back in the atmosphere. So they knew they only had so much time left on Earth. And that's when they found the wormhole and they went by the black hole and all the other bullshit happened with Matt Damon. His dumb ass, he blew the damn spaceship up. So, yeah. Well, are you talking about Dark Matter, Jason, on the Atheist show, Dark Matter? Because I used to watch it, Dark Matter 25. I used to watch it, but it's been a while now since I've seen him. I don't think he's been doing anything. Yeah, yes, Chris. It was more. I want to say about 2/3 of the way in because he was the one Matt Damon kicked off the comments in Interstellar when he blew this.
He said Dark Matter on Apple TV.
I'm not sure what's can you give me a explanation? Because if it's good, I'm gonna go get it now and watch it. Dark Matter. I can't recall. Is it that one where the Earth? It was like a time going back in time and redoing stuff with the Earth and stuff and.
Is it what?
I remember. I can't remember the name of this show I was watching. But it was like a time travel show, and they was going back. They kept rewinding the time back to the Earth. One of the events that caused off the apocalypse and all the other stuff. They kept going back to them points in time and trying to redo them to keep the Earth from blowing up and stuff like that. I wonder if that was the name of that show.
I don't know. There's a lot of shows like that. This one, it's about like a physicist or something who jumps between like parallel universes or some shit, I believe.
Dark Matter. Well, I got to check that one out. Yeah, I like stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I want to
He's like the CEO of a company, or I don't know, that ends up being the bad guy or some shit. I don't know. It's been a couple of years. Did they ever make a season 2 of that?
Dark Matter. I kind of think but there's been some stuff called Dark Matter. I kind of think I've seen it before, but I'm not sure. I'm just not remembering.
I've seen the Canadian Dark Matter. That's a whole different thing.
What about the War of the Worlds? Have you seen the War of the World made in England, I think, or France? It's either England or France. Now, that's a killer concept, but they didn't do it right if you ask me.
They are making a season 2 of Dark Matter. Cool. That's very cool. Because I did like that show quite a bit.
Hey, terrible name. Hey, do you think I gave a fair assessment of it? Because I like the movie through and through, but I know it is at least about a third or to maybe like 40% boring. And then you got 60% where they got some action in it, and that's under my estimation. But I like space stuff. I'm a space nerd. Well, this World of the World they made, the last one I seen it was made in France or England, and it was basically the same story as H.G. Wells told, but the spin on it was the children, our children from the future, going back to the past because we destroyed the world. So that was it was the War of the World between the past and the future.
Does the Backrooms movie get a streaming release date yet? No. It still hasn't. Motherfucker. Expecting around mid-July. Okay. And then September. Yeah, I still haven't seen Backrooms yet. And I fucking want to so bad, but I won't go to the theater to see it. So just because
terrible name.
I don't
really
do theaters anymore. What?
I was just talking to terrible name. No, I was talking to terrible name. He was talking about. No, he was talking about Interstellar, not that boring. But see, terrible name. I'm a cheap date, man. If my day can take me to space, I'll just be happy. I ain't gotta do nothing. We ain't gotta buy nothing. Just go out sightseeing, and we can go right back home. I'll be happy as a pig and poop. Promise.
I want to say I've seen Interstellar, but I don't think it made that big of an impression on me.
You probably, because it's boring as hell. I won't lie. The movie and terrible name hit on. He said it's not that. Let me see.
Because was Matthew McConaughey living in a fucking cornfield that was dying?
Yeah.
In that one.
Yep. Yep,
Okay,
that's the
then
one.
yeah, I
That's
saw
the
it,
one.
and I guess it just didn't make. Oh, Ben, Three Body Problem is so fucking good. It's like so fucking good.
Well, there ain't no good sci-fi shows I'm aware. Anybody out there watching From?
If you have a
About the
short
people in
list of shows that you want to watch, if you like science fiction
Three
shit, Three Body Problem
Body
should
Problem.
definitely be at the top of that fucking list. Yeah, that's a great show.
All right, I'll check it out.
Oh yeah,
Star Trek
Straight
2,
up.
Joker.
Huh?
Is that the one with Khan? Joker said he likes Star Trek 2. He talking about the old Star Trek with, and it wasn't there with Khan, Captain Kirk Khan. They killed Spock.
Yeah, the second
What he
Star
said,
Trek movie, The Wrath of Khan.
yeah,
Yeah.
the needs of many outweigh the needs of the few.
Yeah, Serenity was so fucking good. All the
Serenity
Firefly
with the
was
little
good
girl.
though. Huh? Yeah.
Serenity with the little girl.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love that movie too. They made that into a TV show.
No, they made the movie from the TV show because the TV show got canceled
No.
after the first season, and then so they turned like season 2 into a movie.
Okay. Yeah, I liked that show. Well, I liked the movie. The show I didn't like too much. It seemed like
Oh
they
my
didn't-
god.
they-
I can't believe they're still trying. I got into this fucking text message with some fucking pollster yesterday. And I swear to God, it just it's like, "Hi, it's James. Just curious about your thoughts on US and Israel's efforts to negotiate peace with Iran. Can we chat?" I was like, Israel isn't negotiating anything. Get fucking real. And he
Well,
says,
hey, you are
I
the
hear
first.
you. He goes, I hear you. It can be frustrating when things seem stuck. The U.S. and Israel are seeking to hold Iran in check. Iran is the world's largest sponsor of terrorism, blah, 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 right? And do you think
Yeah.
confronting Iran now actually helps America avoid a bigger war later? Or do you worry it's the opposite? And do you still have time to chat? And I'm like, things aren't stuck. Israel finally got the war they've been after for 15 years, and we're paying for it. I'd rather take my chances with a nuclear Iran than continue paying Israel to conduct a modern-day Lebensraum campaign. He's like,
Damn.
I understand you're concerned about the financial burden. He's like, what would you need to see from Israel? And I said, Israel has no interest in peace or stability. Won't even let Trump make a fucking peace deal without killing people in Lebanon. Israel should disengage, return Gaza and the West Bank to Palestine, and shut the fuck up. If they don't, we should cut them off militarily and financially. And I said, I was like, so do you still want to chat or not? And they just left me on red for the rest of the day. And then I got a message from him again like 2 minutes ago. I
I
understand
think
your
you was talking to
frustration.
AI. You think
Oh
that
yeah,
was AI?
totally. I totally do. Was not talking to a real person, but
How many
you
people
know.
in chat? Is this the first person you
But then
heard say they got called by a poster? Because you're the first person I ever seen did anything with a poster. I don't know nobody else who ever been called or polled by a poster. Text or call, any
well,
kind of contact.
what do you mean? You've never been
Well,
called by a pollster ever?
hell
Well,
no.
also, I
said,
mean, I spent, like 10 or 11 years working for the LA County and California Democratic Party, so it's like, believe
so you
me,
was a
I'm in
poster
their
and they called another
systems.
poster.
I'm all over their systems. And once they get your phone
Posters
number,
calling
yeah,
posters.
you're in it, you know?
Okay, because I have never been called by a poster, and I have never had a conversation with anybody before until today saying they was contacted by a poster. when I see them numbers like the Pew poll say it is whatever the 3 Rotten Tomatoes say that, I'll be like, who the hell are they polling? Because I don't know. I don't know nobody who do that stuff.
Yeah, I've kind of got it set now to where if you're not in my address book, my pixels just kind of knocks you off as suspected spam. So I don't even get, my phone doesn't even ring anymore unless you're already in my address book. So they figured out how to change that over to text.
Well, I bet you're not the only one. You know what I'm saying?
No, there were no M dashes. It's quite possible that instead of just talking to an AI, I could have just been talking to someone who was copying, pasting from a script. You know, but
nah, they take more money when they just pay the AI to do it.
Yeah, but like, I don't know if it makes a difference that it's over a text, an SMS system, but it didn't bear any of the typical hallmarks of AI, like the M dash or, you know.
But when I think about the work, like stuff like that, what AI can do, computer can do, juxtaposed with people.
But either way, I didn't care. I didn't care if it was fucking AI or not. It's like, you know, you jump
It's
into my
annoying.
fucking text messages talking about Israel, you're gonna get my fucking opinion. You know, it's like,
but I mean,
that's all there is
it ain't
to
like
it. You know, I mean, it's not like you didn't fucking ask for it, because you did.
You touched on the Israel and U.S. war earlier, and it seemed like you don't think that this peace, that deal that we got gonna go through. What's your thoughts? You think we gonna be in war until
Well,
they
it's
decide to
what
not
it
let us be in
is
war with them
they
anymore?
word these things like in, like, you know, you can hear the shit that I read. They word them. It's called push polling. What they do is they make it impossible for you to it's usually done by one party or the other. You know, if it's just like, if it's a straight poll, like say it's a Pew poll, like backed by the LA Times or something, that's going to have more neutral language to it, because what they really want are just straight up like predictive numbers, right? But then if it's someone from the Republican Party doing a poll that they just want to make their numbers look good so they can publish those and say, hey, look, we're ahead in the polls, when they're fucking not. You know, they're gonna do push polling questions, which it's basically like fucking pre-sup for politics, really. They plaster their conclusion right there in their fucking opening salvo, and then reverse engineer their fucking arguments to fit it. So by the end
So
of the
would you call?
poll, you're basically agreeing with them.
Oh
And
yeah, that's the old framing the narrative manipulation.
it's straight up fucking, it's pre-sup all the way through. And only, you know, they're
I had got on
presupposing that they
Copilot
have the
ass,
right take on whatever issue they're talking about. And, you know,
and I don't see. Look, check this out, Gretchen. I got on Copilot ass for doing it, because I like to use Microsoft Copilot over ChatGPT, and I hate anything Google. So I've been trying them, and it seemed to me like, in my opinion, Copilot is one of the better AIs. But it often, because I use it in, you can put it in conversation mode where you can talk back and forth like how we talking now. It'll talk to you like that, and for the most part, it'll get messed up, but for the most part, it tracks the conversation and it can keep up with you, and you know it has access to all the information in the world, so it keeps you knowledgeable about oncoming events and whatnot. But it often does frame the narrative. And I understand why it doesn't frame a narrative.
I don't trust any of that shit, to be honest. I really don't. I've just there's so much fucked up shit happening with that. You know, like the one AI chatbot that talked a 15-year-old kid into ending his fucking life. You know, it's like, come
This
on,
one in Texas.
huh?
Peace, Jason.
I don't
I
remember what state it was, but it was like it was 15-year-old black kid, I think, and
what? I think it was. I think it was in Texas.
his chatbot, it was Daenerys Targaryen.
If I'm not mistaken,
And
now I'm getting this information from Adam Rules Everything. If y'all remember that show, Adam Rules Everything, he got a YouTube podcast now, and
yeah,
he was talking about it, and he said
yeah,
I think it was
I
a
like
black
Adam
dude in Texas.
Conover.
Yeah, it was a black dude in Texas, and he read the message, and I kind of remember a piece of it. He was like, I'm tired of this world, and I'm gonna end it now. Do you think I'm overreacting? And the computer says that no, you just committed.
Yeah.
So he said no, you just committed. and anyway, I
No,
had to
it's
laugh,
fucked
man.
up. Well, I mean, the AI shit. I mean, it doesn't even have to be the chatbot. They're already like programmed to kiss your ass and to figure out, you know, what you like and give you that, you know. So, I mean, I try not to
Well, see,
fuck
that's
with
why
AI too much because it's like once you cook your own fucking algorithm, I mean, how are you even gonna get a fucking straight answer out of it?
Well, I don't know because
You know, that's what when Karan and Nave were on, when they gave me their fucking analogy, how the market is the consciousness, is the collective consciousness of our
I
economics. I'm
remember.
like, I was thinking, no way, because that means that that means that AI is our collective consciousness of the whole internet. And it's fucking not. It's just a glorified fucking search engine.
But I think they got some true. I like I was saying, and I'm glad Bill, because I wanted to ask him something, but y'all all had the way the way y'all wanted to steer the conversation. But when Bill was on, because and he basically said what I wanted to ask him. You're using the wrong word, because when I got the thought of thinking about what they were saying, it sounded like they talking about human Wi-Fi or something. Like, I boo 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 with my woo woo to your woo woo, and then we woo woo together or something like that.
They were kind of talking about that. Only they were using these analogs that weren't getting that across. They were
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they were just wrong. They're just wrong.
But I think they got a valid point. They just using the wrong lingo to express it. It's just probably just a misfortunate use of language, because I do believe like I think when you had put the phone down and I was telling them about like current religious efforts to skew search engine and search results to religious sites by mixing signs with they woo buzzwords. So like if you type in quantum and you you know what I'm saying, a quantum observer, it'll say quantum observer is the God is the observer or some stuff. Just because they do it enough, and they got help from the parrots, people that parrot this stuff unintentionally, and they see the LMC work by word probability. So if you got a quantum, the word quantum, with a 75% of the chance of God or some kind of woo coming after it, then that's gonna be your top search result. So it's skewing everybody towards the religious sites, and that's kind of like a collective consciousness, but I wouldn't call it consciousness. I call it like a collective lie, man, with something where you would manipulate.
It's not a
Go ahead.
That's not collective. That's just fucking algorithms. That's the way algorithms work. That's all.
But I mean, it's just dishonest though. Why can't they use their own damn buzzword so that way people when people want to look up God, they go to God. But when people look up science, let them look up science. They're taking people away from their research and study. They may not know enough to put enough buzzwords together to avoid it. And they may honestly be trying to look into the stuff, and then they get redirected into a religious site, and now they stuck with this religion stuff in their head, thinking this is what scientists really think. Well, that's part of the reason why I think so many people call in telling us about science saying nothing came from nothing and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just totally dishonest. Almost everything about religion is dishonest. I think it's just train you to be a deceptive person, and you don't even know that you're deceptive. You don't have the knowledge of good and evil like God denied the people in Genesis 2, Genesis 3, really at the beginning of the book. And without knowledge of good and evil, you can't tell when you're lying. Can't tell an evil God, you don't know nothing.
Yeah, well, honestly, I think if you believe a God is real, then you don't fucking know anything anyway. That's just me, though. I could be wrong.
When you a Mormon,
But hey, if that's what you are happy believing, then fucking have at it. I'm not gonna be on this rock for too many more years anyway, so go for it. It wants to know if I still have time to chat.
Somebody calling
No,
in?
I don't. Huh? No, the text thing. The text thing.
Oh,
The
shit.
guy that wants
No.
the that
Terrible
wants to
name.
talk
You
about
have a
Israel.
point.
I'm like, I already fucking let loose. I was like, yeah, Israel can shut the fuck up, give Gaza back, and fuck off. Either that, or we take our ball and go the fuck home. That's.
Well, they got a
pretty
nuclear
much
weapon
it.
now, so I don't know.
Huh?
Terrible name. You
Who?
do have a valid point. Israel, they got a nuclear weapon, so they can pretty much run big. They can run roughshod in their little neighborhood. I think they probably actually using on all their neighbors too, because they are some heartless son. Well, not the Israelis, but the administration. The administration for sure definitely would use it. They probably use it so much they'll get nuclear wind blowing on them. But I want to address the terrible name. You got a good point, and a way to get around the religious manipulation of search engines is to learn the lingo or whatever you're searching first. Like you're searching law, try to learn how to talk like a lawyer, because the more buzzwords you can string together from that profession, the more likely it is you're gonna get words back from that profession. You know, you see what I'm saying? Like if you're looking up science, try to learn more science buzzwords in that subject.
To be honest, the way I kind of look at it, if the closest thing we have to a collective consciousness is probably, I mean, like the internet as a whole, and AI would be, at least at the LLM stage, is kind of like the librarian or the tour guide or something, like a docent type of deal. That's how I describe
Did you
it.
see that? I'm kind of change the subject a little bit, but it's still going to be about AI. Did you see that press conference a couple months back with AOC and Bernie Sanders?
No, I try not to pay attention to the shit Bernie Sanders does.
Hey, this is
I don't have anything. I don't have anything against him. I just like, honestly, you hear all these fucking youngins saying, "Well, why don't we have more young people in office? And why are all the old people running the country? But go Bernie Sanders!" Like, are you fucking kidding me?
I like Bernie Sanders. He OG to me, and then when it came
we're
out,
all gonna make an exception for the other guy who's old as fucking dirt, so we can complain about all the other people that are old as fucking dirt.
But Bernie Sanders
You
went
know
to
what?
jail in the civil rights movement, so that's why I give him
So
a call.
fucking what?
How many of them guys up there went to jail
So fucking what?
a convention? Especially trying to help another group of people.
So did
So
Samuel
that's
L. Jackson. I don't see you fucking tripping over yourself to elect his ass.
he's not running for anything. All he's doing is cussing out Trump, talking about you don't want to go to his golf resort. Quit putting me on your invites.
As he should.
I
But
mean, I
you
kind
know,
of would vote for Samuel.
I don't fucking care what you did when you were, back then. It doesn't mean you should be in fucking charge of the country now.
Well, I'm not saying it does, Gretchen, but I think that people that are willing to put
I
blood
think
on the
it's
line.
time fucking Bernie Sanders retired.
I mean, I don't know. This could be a strange.
I understand the call to have younger people come in and
I want that.
I
want
start
that.
taking over
I'm
shit.
so impressed with Barr.
But you know what? If the old people are still fucking wedged into those fucking offices, then there's never going to be a chance. And by the time that chance comes around, Gen X is going to be fucking old as shit too.
What's up, Hilton?
And if you wait for them all to fucking die en masse, then no, AOC isn't dumb enough to run for president right now. She's just not.
Well, I love me some AOC. Let me get off of that. But yeah,
I've met her, and honestly, the thing that actually, because the year that she won, she was the same age, just a couple of months younger, than the girl that we elected in my district. It was like the first Democrat in 34 years to hold that seat, and we finally flipped it, and she turned out to be a fucking immature whore, and we knew that, but. Whatever.
Is that the one she got caught having a relationship?
Yeah, Katie Hill.
Gave up.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I remember.
That was her.
That's back when I used to pay attention to the news. I don't do it anymore.
She was fucking horrible. She was just horrible. But I did get to meet AOC over that whole thing, and
I think
the thing that impressed me about her is that she knew that she didn't know anything. It's like she was like, I am so new at this that she's like, I barely even know how to get to the bathroom right now. So she's like, yeah, I know people are looking at me for stuff, but she's like, I have a lot of fucking work to do and get my feet under me before I actually start getting to work, like really getting into it.
Once she a waiter prior, she came from the waitress profession, right?
Yeah, I think she's a bartender.
But then again, especially a bartender, shit, they probably know a lot. They hearing everybody's problems all the time. Go to the bartender and cry. But yeah, I think Katie Hill would have made an excellent politician, but she gave up. She was the one that got embarrassed. Not like Trump, they don't never get embarrassed. You can have all them type of scams going on, and you're gonna still come to work.
She didn't get.
And I think
she didn't get embarrassed.
What happened? The purity culture thing happened to her? I thought she quit.
She had to, because Nancy Pelosi told her to kick fucking rocks. Because if you don't, you're gonna get fucked by the ethics committee. Period. You need to go.
I think she should have stayed and just take the punishment.
No, she shouldn't have stayed. She shouldn't have stayed because everything they accused her of, she fucking did.
Well, I mean, what kind of punishment was she looking at? To be censored or whatever? Well,
the fact that she cheated on her husband and was in a throuple relationship with another girl, that's just personal shit. Whatever. Okay. Yeah. But the fact that the girl that she and her husband were in the three-way relationship with was a fucking
Mm-hmm.
18-year-old campaign aide.
Mm.
Someone that worked for her.
18 is illegal. I think she should have just took her lumps, take the punishment, take her lumps, come back and fight hard.
Except at the same time, she was also sleeping with her finance director the whole campaign, and she did bring him to be her finance director in her congressional office. So now she's not only having affairs with 2 of her own employees or her own staff members paid for by the government, but now she's cheating on her husband at the same time, and she also drank like a fucking fish and got caught drinking on the job more than once. So yeah, fuck her. She's a fucking trashy ass whore, and the only reason she got fucking elected in the first place is because Kristen Bell and Dax Shepard were her biggest fucking supporters. And because she used to work with them at a homeless
what do you guys
shelter.
have out there now? So what you guys have out there now? Do you have are you being governed by a Democrat in that position or as a Republican?
After Katie got turfed, then we had to have a special election, which we knew was going to go right back to a Republican, because why wouldn't it, right? And we did have and this was in
2022, something like that.
2018 was the election, so it was 2019 that Katie Hill got kicked out. So not too long after that, we had a special election, and Mike Garcia, a Republican, won the seat, and then he got reelected, and we just took the seat back 2 years ago. So we finally have another Democrat in there. And this Democrat is a straight white dude. He was the first CEO of Virgin Galactic.
With Bill Bronson, what's the name?
Richard Branson, yeah.
Yeah, Richard Branson, yeah.
So he's steady. I mean, he has no personality. He's like super fucking boring vanilla white dude, but
Coast, no butter.
but hey, you know what? Whatever, it got the job done. And now he's running again, and it looks like I mean, he's still probably going to win. And he's actually running against a friend of mine.
Okay, well, I'm glad you got yeah. Well, I mean, do you like your governance now with this guy? I seem like you do. That's really because I don't care really about. Do you like the way he's doing things? Seem like you do.
Well, he's not really doing anything, because much like, AOC told me that she was like, not only was she young on top of it, but as a freshman in Congress, you don't really have any power, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, she was like, really, the only power I have right now is on social media, if I'm being honest. And I mean, I thought that was super refreshing that she admitted that. I'm like, hey, at least you know it. That's cool. And but just even though he's, I think he's like my age, but he's still a freshman in Congress, so he doesn't have any power to do anything, and even he doesn't have any social media power because he doesn't have much more of a personality than a fucking limp dish rag. So I mean, is what it is, right? But you work with what you got, and that's all he's got. So, he's not actually going to have any power or really get anything done until he's got more time in office. Because if he gets reelected this year, it'll only be his second, his sophomore term. So
you what you basically saying at this point in his congressional career, you're satisfied with his performance thus far. It hasn't been much because you don't expect much right now, but you're roughly satisfied with it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's only been a year and a half, but yeah.
Okay,
I
man,
mean,
that's all. Because I was
I
talking to
wish
you
he
like
had
you
been.
did me
I wish
yesterday.
he'd been louder when they were firing, you know, all the scientists in the country and shutting down, you know, letting Doge just fucking run wild. But you
Well, that
know,
was
some
when
people just
the
aren't fucking
Republicans
built for that.
the Republicans was taking over back then. I mean, that's what and we talked on it earlier somewhat. But let me say this first. I was trying to get you do you like you did me yesterday when you got me with the February, the Black History Month thing. Well, at least you got Black History. I was gonna be like, if you would have told me I still had a Republican, then well, at least you got your Republican. But damn it, you beat me on that one. But I do kind of predict. I mean, I know I like to speculate, and this is pure speculation, everybody out there. I'm not no prognosticator or none of that type of thing, but I do believe that they're going to put enough Democrats back in office this midterms to make the economy get a little better, and then they're going to forget about Democrats and put the Republicans back in the
No,
presidential.
absolutely not. That's not even
Well,
close to what's gonna happen.
I hope you're right and I'm wrong, but that's my prediction. I'm predicting doom and gloom. I predict, like I said, it goes Republican midterm.
Oh, wait a
and then
second. You just said I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said then, because I thought you said that they're gonna
no, I said it
they're
wrong.
gonna
Just
be
now.
enough
I said it wrong.
Democrats to make the economy
Yeah.
better, and then they're gonna forget about
Yeah,
Democrats.
that's
No,
what I
'cause
was intending to say, but I mixed it up. But yeah, the Democrats in the midterm
it's worse than
and
that,
Republican after that.
because we're gonna get the House, but we're not. At least what I think is gonna happen. I think we're gonna get the House, but we're not quite gonna get the Senate. And what that means is that we're not going to be able to pass anything, and even if we could, we can't get Trump to sign that. Not unless you have a supermajority.
But
And
Trump knows,
we won't.
Trump knows Brandon. Trump made money for years by putting his name. Trump made money for years by putting his name on things that other people build. And when the Democrats come up with a good plan that will help the economy, he's going to
No,
sign
he
it, and then he's
fucking
gonna put his
won't.
name on it. I'm telling you. And the
No, he
Democrats
fucking
don't
won't.
do. I'm telling
Because
you,
the
like how you try
only
to do.
thing that they can do to make the economy better at this point, really, is deny him
More
money
stimulus.
for his fucking war, and then try and tear apart the big beautiful bill, because that's what's super fucking us.
Well, I'm not.
Because
I'm not
you
cognizant of
can't
that,
run the
but that
clock
makes sense,
back.
though.
You can't run back the clock and undo the damage Doge did. You know, any damage that's already been done is done. But what you can do is dismantle the big beautiful bill, and he won't allow them to do that, because that's his fucking crowning achievement as far as he's concerned. So, you know what? And what's going to happen is we're going to get the House. We're going to do enough to just be a fucking thorn in his ass for 2 years. And they're not only not going to forget about the Democrats, they're going to start hating on us even more. And they're going to make it impossible. For, you know,
Don, you
they're
even
going to.
worse than me.
It's just, that's what's going to happen. Because that's what they
It
do.
seems like we're predicting the same thing, but I'm predicting that we're gonna have a silver lining in the cloud. You predicting all doom and gloom. They get in there, they ain't gonna be able to do nothing but be a pain in the ass.
The
And then
only
everybody gonna be
silver
mad 'cause-
lining is we get to be a thorn in his fat ass. That's the only silver lining.
I'm hoping for at least a little.
That is
The
the
second.
way it works.
I'm hoping that if we don't get no greater improvement over the long run,
Hi,
at least
Nick.
we get a short-term
Hey,
improvement.
I'm
That's
sorry,
what I'm
my
hoping
phone
for.
died. Keep on going. Keep on
No,
going.
that's what I figured, because I heard it kind of like going in and out right before you dropped. So
Yeah, I've still been
Just came
listening,
back.
and I'm glad that it kind of picked back up at this particular point. Let me ask you.
Well, if you got something to say, you better spit it out quick, because
okay,
we got 20 minutes before Blitz starts.
Okay. One of the last things that Martin Luther King did was introduce the concept of a universal basic income as potentially the best thing that we could do moving forward. Given that he isn't a formal economist, does he have the authority to make such a suggestion?
Do you need authority to make such a suggestion?
That is a good answer.
That's what I was about to say.
Because you're working off of an
Anybody makes
intuition. And like your authority is the fact that you are a member of the human race.
Well, I mean, his authority probably came from the fact that he had a fucking soapbox.
Yeah, agreed, Sir Equinox.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I'm a member of the human race, but nobody gives a fuck what I think about economics. Who cares?
Well,
No one's
I
going to listen to
think
me, and nobody's going to give a fuck. I
this
don't
is
have
the hang-up.
I don't have any education training. I don't have any expertise in it. I don't have a public soapbox to stand on. I don't have a built-in audience of people that are willing to listen to me. So, I mean, it
doesn't this economic system kind of as we know it today kind of tend to work against your human rights? Isn't the whole reason why we practice liberal democracy in the first place was to achieve greater individual rights? And isn't it weird that now at this point, whenever most of our individual rights are being eroded, being violated by effectively a delusion, a mass Stockholm syndrome almost, doesn't it kind of demand new train of thought?
But you know
new
what?
thinking?
I don't think that everybody thinks that way about it.
I agree.
Don't. I mean, there are a lot of people in this country well older than you that that's all they've known their entire lives, and they don't feel like they've done that bad.
Yes, most people, talking about the baby boomers again, have become complacent and feel like that they are successful within this snapshot of time. And this grace period that was, the so-called golden age, as dark as it was, there was a sustained so-called middle class at that time, and since that has been so eroded, we're getting into some weird territories that really pushes up against the science of what it means to be human and what it means to be an organism. What does an organism do? It adapts to its environment. And given that we are actively changing our environment, it's having such a profound effect on how we think that it's very hard.
I'm going to push back on you a little bit right there. You say that the middle class has been eroded. Well, how come it's still the biggest one?
Well, because the United States, being the empire that it is, dictating most of world trade. I mean,
I didn't ask about that. I asked about why is the middle class still the biggest of all?
Because it has lifted capitalism, as awful as I
just died. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
I guess 10.5 hours is the limit for those.
Anyway, I think I've gotten the message across, and you very much do deserve to.
I can't hear you at all because I just took out my ears. So.
Okay. What happened at the time?
I don't know. He might have. He's backstage. Connection probably just dropped for a second.
Yeah, I was holding my phone funny and I accidentally hit a button. But while we got the little break in the pause in the conversation, please explain to the people what is the point you're driving at? Are we going back into the earlier conversation, Vic, or this is some new territory? Please, because the audience has changed a little bit. Please explain what we're talking about here.
Yeah, I'm talking about what I view to be as the root cause of most of the planet's problems, and it's such a complicated problem that it is.
Spoiler: it's capitalism.
Yes, more specifically, scarcity-based economics. But yeah, capitalism is generally the mode that we understand it as.
It's the boogeyman.
And
I mean,
I'm trying to apply science to.
I mean, I get it. I see the drawbacks. I'm not ignorant to it or anything. It's just.
Mm-hmm. If there is anybody new in the chat, I have this quote by Stafford Beer that I walked in on to.
Well, that is
introduce
gonna
myself.
have to wait until
Right.
tomorrow.
Right.
Because. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
there was time though.
And
I mean,
yeah,
I agree with you to the extent that capitalism is part of the problem, but I think it's more deeper than that. I like we was talking about earlier. These people teaching their kids about Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and the Tooth Fairy. They instilling lies in their children since the time they was born, and they growing them up to be liars. And I think if people were more honest in the execution of capitalism, if they was more honest in the execution of Christianity, they were more honest in the execution of government.
You know what? People don't teach their kids about the fucking tooth fairy to raise them up to be fucking liars. It's because
No,
you know
I
what?
know they don't do it on
People
purpose, but
people want kids to have active imaginations and a fucking fun time when they're little. And you know what? Even as atheists, I fucking taught my kids all that stupid shit too. It's like I didn't teach them the whole, the Jesus thing, but yeah, we had Santa Claus for a few years. It happened.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
you
I
do
think that's
it because
unfortunate.
you don't want to fucking rob your kids of the fucking, you remember when you were little and what it felt like to believe in Santa Claus. You don't want to rob
I
them
never
of
did.
that kind of shit
I never
either.
did. We
So
didn't celebrate Christmas. I was I told you I went to Worldwide Church of God growing up. We didn't celebrate Christmas, so that's why it hurted me so when my church had a schism, because I spent my entire childhood being picked on and bullied because I didn't celebrate Christmas. I would go back to school in January, same clothes,
okay,
no
did you
new
ever believe
toys.
in the tooth fairy?
Nope, none of that. Yeah, we didn't do. My mom didn't do any of that stuff. Christmas, Tooth Fairy.
My uncle,
Okay.
my
Now
uncle,
we did
my
do.
uncle is like
Then
this.
I guess you have no access to something like that. But I mean, most people.
Yeah, that's why
mean,
most people are the way they are. They're dishonest.
when you have kids, you're not raising little fucking robots. You do want them to actually enjoy their fucking kid years, So
I understand, but there's no way to inspire imagination
you play
without lying
along with
to
the
them.
pageantry and the,
Yes, there's a mature level of play and imagination. Like if you've ever seen
Yeah,
that South Park
that's why you
episode.
take your fucking kids to Disneyland. Parents
Yeah.
don't fucking enjoy Disneyland. Disneyland fucking sucks. That place
But you
is
don't tell
dumb.
you don't tell
But
people
you
that
know
Mickey
what?
Mouse is
You
real.
take your fucking kids anyway because they're fucking kids.
But you don't tell your children that Mickey Mouse is real. Why? I mean, why you just can't say
You have the
this is
motherfuckers. Now you entertain them for 18 years. That's the way it works. That's the job.
I mean, is that Arthur? You back?
Hey, what's good?
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
RP.
Sorry, Arthur. I didn't mean you. I'm sure your son is just a fucking prize.
What you think?
I
What
didn't
you
hear
think about?
anything until like 2 seconds ago. I had to switch off of Wi-Fi because apparently Wi-Fi doesn't get up to the nursery.
Oh.
What are your thoughts on this topic right here? We're talking about teaching your children about Santa Claus and Easter Bunny. I say it's just teaching them how to lie and deception. You know what I'm saying? And that way they become like
it's
grown
tricky.
adults.
It's
You
tricky
can't hear
because
me?
it gives the kids some wonder and there's just something about believing in magic as a kid,
Yeah,
but
and
also you
a
don't want to
very large
traumatize.
percentage of their peer groups are going to believe the same stupid things. You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah,
And
it just teaches a lot of people to
What's the
follow the
long term
crowd too.
harm? I don't know if there are like any like real longitudinal studies about like believing in Santa Claus and like the Tooth Fairy and shit. But
I think the atheist shows is the studies into that. That's why so many people call in with these this deceptive ass beliefs and doing all this deception and manipulating, taking it without even knowing they're doing it because they've been taught and trained to be like this from birth.
I agree.
And nobody actually told them that this is deceptive what you're doing.
I agree.
I think what we'll do with Santa is like Santa brings small things, not like, a fucking like Xbox or something. Like big toys on Christmas are from mom and dad or grandma, grandpa, that kind of thing. Because like, when Santa brings big toys to kids and they talk about it on the playground, like, kids that are in less well-to-do families are like, what the fuck? Why do all these rich kids get all these like big toys from Santa, but I get like a fucking G.I. Joe?
I don't see why you can't be honest.
Okay.
Well, why like how people are with their children at Disney World? They don't tell me Mickey Mouse is real. Don't tell your kids Cinderella is real. Why you can't be like that with for the rest of all the other things?
oh, sweet, he's doing MAGA today. Fuck yeah.
I think kids do have this intuition for play, and they
I don't
also
care. I don't care. I
Hang
don't
on
care.
now.
I don't care. Nope. Not hanging on. Not hanging on. I got 9 minutes till Blitz starts fucking doing the MAGA topic. So I'm not missing that. Not for you. Not for because you I know will be here tonight. So you can wait. You can fucking wait.
I can't run
because-
this show. I'm still running the company.
Oh hell.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hey,
he has to go be
how much time do we have left?
0 minutes.
Oh hell. Okay.
I'm like I'm ready to play my song and get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Good talk, Gretchen. Good talk. Good talk,
Yeah,
Dave. Good talk, Peace.
Goodbye, everybody.
Everyone
Those who are going to Blitz, I will see you in Blitz Horizontal if that's where you're going.
All right. Peace, y'all. Sooner than later.
All right. See y'all tonight. Bye.
Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Dr. M's report to the scene. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mod. Destroying all 5 pillars with the voice like a god. Baby, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam. Cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you believing the Quran's nonsense. Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure. But that's a cell phone, bro. Blood clot gum and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait 1 beat, you're about to get owned. And M's cuts you down with the biology he knows. You think your prophets put the moon? Are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad. Police be upon him. Justice for Aisha. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. It's from getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another apologist needs attention. Dr. M's has entered the chat.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith-inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and